Jiang Yu holds 9 yellowed marriage contracts, a legacy from his master. His mission is simple: descend the mountain, find these women, and void the agreements. But he is no ordinary man. He is the last heir of a forgotten medical lineage, a genius healer with skills that can snatch lives from the jaws of death. He is also a martial arts prodigy, trained in ancient combat arts. The elite of Tianyun City see only a country bumpkin, an easy target for their scorn. They're eager to watch him fail and humiliate himself. They're about to make a catastrophic mistake, because the helpless country boy they mock is the most dangerous man they will ever meet. And as Jiang Yu's true power begins to surface, a deeper secret emerges. The mystery of his own lost past is inextricably tied to the 9 contracts he holds. Chapter 1. Descent from the Mountain. The first light of dawn filtered through the bamboo window, painting a warm stripe across Jiang Yu's eyelids. He blinked awake, his gaze immediately snagging on 9 aged, yellowed scrolls arranged precisely on the worn wooden floor before him. They looked like ancient decrees of fate. Sitting cross-legged opposite him was his master, the wizened old man, his face uncharacteristically solemn. "Old man," Jiang Yu rasped, voice thick with sleep as he rubbed his eyes. "What's all this so early in the morning?" This master does not have much time left. That's fantastic news. All drowsiness vanished from Jiang Yu's eyes, replaced by a spark of pure, unadulterated joy. He rolled out of bed in a flash, stuffing his meager belongings into a travel pack with practiced speed. Freedom, a dream he had nurtured for 18 years on this mountain, was finally within his grasp. "You ungrateful brat." The old master's face flushed from red to a mottled purple, his wispy beard trembling with indignation. "Relax, old-timer," Jiang Yu said, not even looking up, his words tumbling out rapidly. "Once you ascend to the heavens, I'll build you the most magnificent tomb on this mountain. Every Qingming festival, I'll burn enough paper money to make you the wealthiest ghost in the underworld. You live a lonely life up here, but down there, feel free to let loose. Find yourself 3 or 5 beautiful companions." "You wretched boy, are you mocking me?" the old man thundered. "You started it." Jiang Yu tossed his pack down and gestured at his master's face. "Look at you, glowing with health. We're both master physicians. Who are you trying to fool?" Ahem, the old master coughed awkwardly, his bluster deflating. "One cannot speak in such absolutes. This master is still old. My remaining years are but a handful. Old man, you're acting strange today. What I mean to say is, your youth stretches out before you. How can I keep you tethered to this small, remote mountain? You truly let me leave?" Jiang Yu leaned in, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Are you feeling feverish?" "Silence. Let me finish," the old master roared. Then his voice dropped into a weighty, mentor's tone. "Our Boki mountain lineage descends from the great medical sage, Bo Qi, from the time of the Yellow Emperor. Ours is the most orthodox inheritance of the medical arts. But over millennia, our school has dwindled. Now, only you and I remain. The flame is guttering out. Hey now, talk all you want, but don't curse me. I'm still young and full of life. Precisely because you are young," the old man pressed on, "that in my youth, while traveling the world healing the sick, I secured for you these marriage contracts. The revival of our Boki mountain lineage rests on your shoulders now. On me? Take these 9 contracts. Go down the mountain, find these women, and spread our branches and leaves. Old man, forget the legality of 9 wives for a moment. Just the thought of it makes my kidneys ache in protest. Huh, with the medical knowledge of our lineage, are you truly worried about your physical endurance? No, it's not that you know my heart belongs to someone else. Enough." The old man's whiskers seemed to bristle, his voice final and resonant. 2 paths lie before you. 1. Take the contract session and fulfill your duty. 2. Remain on this mountain forever and follow in my footsteps, dying alone and forgotten. You drive a hard bargain. You have always wished to know of your origins, have you not?" The old master's voice softened, taking on a tantalizing quality. "Agree to my terms, and I will tell you." My past, the playful mask slipped from Jiang Yu's face, replaced by a deep, profound seriousness. "I agree. The contracts are in duplicate. I hold 1 copy, the families hold the other. The secret of your origin is hidden within the 9 contracts held by those families. When I made the agreements, it was settled that once you presented yourself whether to marry or to nullify the contract, they would return their copy to you." Jiang Yu stared, stunned, then clenched his jaw and raised a grudging thumb. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The older ginger is indeed more potent." It was a masterstroke, shattering any thought Jiang Yu had of simply tearing up the contracts the moment he was out of sight. He shot his master a final, venomous glare. Then his right hand swept over the floor like a sudden gust of wind, moving so fast it left an afterimage. The 9 scrolls vanished, securely tucked into his tunic. Don't worry, old man. I'll be sure to visit your grave every Qingming festival. His voice still hung in the air as his form blurred, vanishing down the winding mountain path like a wisp of smoke. From behind him, the old master's furious roar echoed through the valleys. You wretched boy, I'm not dead yet. The mountain wind whipped against his face, carrying the scent of pine and absolute freedom. This was Jiang Yu's first time descending the mountain alone in 18 years, and his heart surged with excitement. He pushed his body to its limit, terrified that if he slowed for even a second, his master would change his mind. His speed made world champion sprinters look like they were standing still. As for the 9 marriage contracts, Jiang Yu already had a plan. He skimmed the addresses on the contracts that were scattered all across the country. 2 of the families were located in Tianyun City, the closest major urban center. Jiang Yu decided it would be his first stop. He rummaged in his pack for his plainest set of clothes and changed into them. Only his handsome features and innate poise remained untouched. Every other aspect of him screamed hick. Based on the novels he'd read, showing up looking like this would almost guarantee disdainful looks and a swift, successful annulment. Chapter 2. All flash, no substance. Jiang Yu slid into the back seat of the car like a shadow. The 2 women inside froze. You hillbilly, what do you think you're doing? Get out. Su Xian snarled, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yu responded with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, his gaze sincere. Don't misunderstand. I just came over to properly thank you. The beautiful woman instinctively shifted closer to her window, though her tense expression softened a fraction. Su Xian, it's fine, she said quietly, then turned her calm, resolute eyes to Jiang Yu. Everyone falls on hard times. It was just a bowl of noodles. There's no need. You're a good person, Jiang Yu said, looking directly at her, his tone utterly earnest. And a very beautiful one at that. Su Xian smacked the steering wheel in frustration. Enough with the smooth talk. Get out now. If you make us late, selling you wouldn't cover our losses. You're in a hurry to get to Tianyun City? Jiang Yu asked. Duh. This road only goes to Tianyun. What a fantastic coincidence. Jiang Yu clapped his hands softly. You know what they say, seeing the Buddha to the western heaven requires going the whole way. Since you've helped me this far, how about you take me all the way? Su Xian's brow furrowed deeply, her voice turning dangerous. Hillbilly, if you don't stop this nonsense, I won't be polite. Jiang Yu ignored her, instead fixing his clear, slightly pleading eyes on the woman in the back. I know you have a kind heart. You. Close the door, the woman interrupted. Huh. You wanted a ride, didn't you? Thud. Jiang Yu shut the door with efficient finality. Su Xian, drive, don't you try anything funny. Hillbilly, Su Xian warned, shooting him a lethal look through the rearview mirror before stomping on the accelerator. The car lurched forward onto the road. The beautiful woman leaned against the window, closing her eyes. Su Xian, meanwhile, kept flicking wary glances at him in the mirror, watching him like a hawk. 20 minutes later, disaster struck. A black SUV swerved into their lane without warning. Then crunch. Even though Su Xian slammed on the brakes, their front end still collided hard with the SUV's side. Are you blind? How do you drive? Su Xian yelled, her voice shaky with adrenaline and rage. She threw her door open, ready to confront them. Don't get out. Jiang Yu's voice was preternaturally calm. They're trouble. The color drained from the beautiful woman's face. They're He Qingyuan's men, she whispered. Su Xian's anger intensified. He Qingyuan sent them to stop us from making the signing. I'll make them see reason. Be careful. Su Xian climbed out, phone clutched tightly in her hand, ready to dial the police. 4 men in identical black suits emerged from the SUV. The leader crossed his arms, his gaze roaming over Su Xian with insolent leisure. Ladies, why don't you take a break here? The lead man said, his tone cold. I'd advise against resisting. Otherwise, before he finished, the other 3 dropped into stylized combat stances. One a white crane spreads its wings, another a Wing Chun salutation, a third the commencement of Tai Chi. Su Xian was fuming. If you don't move, I'm calling the police. Go ahead, the leader said indifferently. Call the traffic police, too, to handle the accident. We have all the time in the world. Su Xian was caught. Calling the police would waste the precious time they needed, achieving the thug's goal. Inside the car, the beautiful woman was frantic, her nails digging into her palms. It's over, she murmured. If we miss the signing, the company is finished. What do I do? What can I do? Her eyes darted around helplessly, and that's when she realized Jiang Yu was no longer beside her. The next moment, Aya, for cries of pain rang out in quick, clean succession. Jiang Yu was now standing in front of their car, casually tossing a single, hefty river stone in his palm. He looked down with utter disdain at the four men writhing on the ground. Fight or pose? Make up your mind. All flash, no substance. Su Xian's jaw went slack. Knocking a man out with a rock was one thing, but his speed, it was ghostly. She hadn't even seen him move. Su Xian, don't just stand there. Get in the car. The beautiful woman shouted, the first to snap out of her shock. Get in. Su Xian echoed, yelling at Jiang Yu before scrambling back into the driver's seat. She glanced in the rearview mirror. Jiang Yu was already sitting placidly in the back seat, as if he'd never left. Reverse, shift, gas. Su Xian's movements were a single, fluid motion. The engine roared as the car shot forward like an arrow from a bow, leaving the four groaning men and their SUV far behind, disappearing in a cloud of dust. Thank you, the woman said, turning to Jiang Yu, her eyes clear and sincere. You helped me. I helped you. It's only fair, Jiang Yu replied with a small smile. Call it karma. You came from mountains to Tianyun City for work, right? She asked, given your skills, and since Su Xian was just looking to hire a bodyguard for me, if you're interested. No, thank you, Jiang Yu shook his head. I'm not here for a job. Then what brings you? To break off an engagement. From the front seat, Su Xian rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't fall out. She couldn't resist a jab. They say mountain folk are simple and honest. Guess you're the exception? The lies just roll off your tongue. I'm serious, Jiang Yu stated plainly. I have two fiancés here in Tianyun City. One named Wen Fuyao, the other Han Ning. Do you know them? The woman beside him flinched almost imperceptibly. Her expression grew strained, her voice laced with a hint of hesitation. What was your name? Jiang Yu. And you are? She averted her gaze, evasive. My name is Wen Yihuan. You're also a Wen? Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. Then, do you know my fiancée, Wen Fuyao? How could I possibly know her? Wen Yihuan's voice pitched higher, a note of panic in it, as she turned sharply to stare out the window. Su Xian seized the opportunity to mock him. Huh, you really have some nerve. Do you even know who Han Ning is in this city? You? Her fiancé? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Yu simply shrugged. The truth was often hard to believe. Half an hour later, they entered the urban sprawl of Tianyun City. Su Xian pulled over to crossroads. We have to get to our signing. This is where you get off, Su Xian announced. Thanks. Jiang Yu exited smoothly. Wen Yihuan exchanged a few quiet words with Su Xian, who then reluctantly handed a wad of cash 500 yuan and a business card out the window. The card read, Su Xian, Secretary to the Chairman, Yuyan Cosmetics. Consider this a small token of my gratitude, Wen Yihuan said softly. If you run into any trouble in Tianyun, you can call Su Xian. Jiang Yu didn't refuse. He needed the money. He took the cash and the card, tucking them away carefully. I'll consider it a loan. I'll pay you back once my business is done. With that, he turned and melted into the river of pedestrians on the sidewalk, vanishing from sight in moments. Su Xian watched Wen Yihuan's pensive reflection in the rearview mirror, a sly grin spreading across her face. Sis Huan, didn't you mention once that you had a fiancé, too? Come on, spill it. What's his name? Wen Yihuan stared out at the cityscape blurring past, sinking into a heavy, prolonged silence. Chapter 3. The Snob. Tianyun City was a forest of skyscrapers, a river of flowing traffic. Finding one person without an address in a metropolis of 10 million was a near impossible task. Fortunately, the Han family was famous. The Han Corporation ranked among the city's top 10 conglomerates. Han Ning, the family's young heiress, was a veritable celebrity. It didn't take Jiang Yu long to find their residence, Guanhu Lakeside. Guanhu Lakeside was Tianyun's most exclusive luxury villa district, carved into the hills overlooking a serene lake. The villas here cost hundreds of millions. It was a fortress for the ultra-wealthy and powerful, and its security was, accordingly, impenetrable. As expected, Jiang Yu was stopped at the gate. Son, I see guys like you all the time, said a middle-aged guard, his tone not unkind. We get 3 to 5 people a day claiming to be friends of Miss Han. But someone claiming to be her fiancé? That's a new level of delusion. Sir, I'm not lying, Jiang Yu insisted, exasperated. Han Ning really is my fiancé. The guard looked him up and down and shook his head. Sure. If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. Everyone in Tianyun knows that Zhao Shuo, the young master of the Dingxing group, is chasing after Miss Han. If you're her fiancé, what does that make young Master Zhao? Zhao Shuo? You mean the Mr. Zhao picks up the tab for the whole club, Zhao Shuo? Hey, you've heard of him? The guard chuckled, happy to share the gossip. Young Master Zhao Shuo of the Dingxing group is one of our city's most famous heirs. Generous, well-connected. The word is the Han and Zhao families are planning to merge. That's what you call a match made in heaven. A golden couple. The implication was clear. And what are you? Your whole outfit isn't worth $100. Hearing this, Jiang Yu wasn't angered, he felt relieved. If the Han family was already planning a union, his mission to annul the contract should be straightforward. The immediate problem remained how to get inside. Sir, please, just let me in. I'm not a bad guy. If you have to, you can even escort me, Jiang Yu bargained. Absolutely not. The guard waved his hands dismissively. Leaving my post. My supervisor would find me. An idea struck Jiang Yu. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket, a full fifth of his current wealth, and offered it with a strained smile. For your trouble, brother. A little goodwill. 100 yuan? You think I'm a beggar? A sneering voice cut from the guard booth. A younger guard swaggered out, his beady eyes sweeping over Jiang Yu with contempt. Where did this country trash crawl from? Get lost. Take a good look in a puddle. A place like this is way out of your league. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. The young guard, Wang Yu, seeing Jiang Yu stand his ground, grew more aggressive. He stepped forward, jabbing a finger inches from Jiang Yu's face. Oh, giving me attitude? You trying to scare me? This is Wang Yu's final warning. If you don't scram, I'll make you sorry. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed to slits, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Wang Yu, infuriated by Jiang Yu's defiance, cursed, "You pathetic loser." He rolled up his sleeves and shoved Jiang Yu hard in the chest. Jiang Yu allowed himself to stumble back 2 steps, a flicker of cunning in his eyes, his face settling into a strange smile. His body went limp, and he fell to the pavement with a heavy thud. Damn it, you're trying to scam me. Wang Yu was initially shocked, then enraged. Showing not a shred of remorse, he lifted his foot to kick Jiang Yu. Go ask around. Who is Wang Yu from Chapan Street? You think you can extort me? Wang Yu, don't. The older guard yelled, grabbing his arm. Ha! Wang Yu spat on the ground near Jiang Yu's head. Disappear. Now, or I'll make one call, and you'll spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed. Jiang Yu ignored his rant. Secretly, his fingers flew, pressing several acupoints on his own chest. Instantly, his body began to twitch and jerk. White foam bubbled at the corners of his mouth. The older guard was horrified. Wang Yu, this is bad. Did you kill him? Wang Yu paled, his bravado cracking. No way. I just gave him a little push. How is he this fragile? Is he made of paper? Quick, call an ambulance. No, Wang Yu snapped. Take him to a hospital, and this pauper will bleed me dry. But your brother runs Chapan Street. Who dare extort you? We have to help him first. If he really dies, no amount of money will fix it. As they argued in panicked voices, a sleek, black executive sedan glided silently to a stop at the gate. The window descended, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, stern and exuding authority. What is going on here? His voice was calm, laden with the weight of command. Wang Yu, who was trying to drag the unconscious Jiang Yu to the curb, stammered. Nothing, Mr. Han. Just some hooligan claiming to be your daughter's fiancé. We wouldn't let him in, so he's pulling this stunt. I can handle it. I'll handle it right now. The man in the car was Han Tianming, chairman of the Han Corporation, father of Han Ning. My daughter's fiancé? Han Tianming's brows drew together, his sharp gaze falling upon Jiang Yu's prone form. At that exact moment, the situation shifted again. Jiang Yu, who had just been twitching and foaming, suddenly wrenched his arm from Wang Yu's grasp. In one fluid, powerful motion, he kicked up onto his feet and strode directly to Han Tianming's car window. Wang Yu stood dumbfounded. Then his face flooded with the fury of a man who knew he'd been played. You son of a! You tricked me. Mr. Han, look at this guy. Jiang Yu paid the sputtering Wang Yu no mind. He calmly drew the faded marriage contract from inside his tunic and presented it to Han Tianming. Mr. Han, my name is Jiang Yu. There is a matter regarding a marriage agreement I wish to discuss with you in private. Han Tianming didn't take the scroll. Instead, he studied Jiang Yu intently for a long moment. You are old Master Zhong's disciple? He finally asked, suspicion in his voice. Jiang Yu gave a single, slight nod. Get in, Han Tianming said flatly. The words hit Wang Yu like a thunderclap. He froze solid, all color draining from his face. No, it can't be. This country bumpkin is really Miss Han's fiancé? Is there a problem? Jiang Yu turned his head, a faint, mocking smile on his lips as he looked at Wang Yu, who was still gripping his arm. Is Mr. Han's request not good enough for you? Wang Yu jerked his hand back as if burned. He immediately bent into a deep, frantic bow, his voice trembling. Sorry, so sorry. I was blind. I was a snob. Please, sir, have mercy. Without another glance at the groveling guard, Jiang Yu opened the car door and settled confidently into the plush leather seat. The car purred forward, entering the hallowed grounds of Guanhu Lakeside, leaving a pale, bowing, and terrified Jiang Yu behind forever. Inside the car, Jiang Yu came straight to the point, stating his intention to annul the marriage contract clearly. Han Tianming listened. He did not immediately respond. A subtle, unreadable light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Back at the Han's opulent yet cold villa, Han Tianming excused himself to change clothes, leaving Jiang Yu to wait in the cavernous living room. He waited and waited. A full hour passed. The only sound was the steady, maddening tick-tock of an antique grandfather clock, each second chipping away at Jiang Yu's patience. When his limit was finally reached, Jiang Yu rose to his feet. He addressed a nearby housekeeper, his voice unervingly calm. "Auntie, please inform Mr. Han. Since Miss Han is already spoken for, I will not impose further. The marriage contract between myself and the Han family is hereby terminated." The word terminated hung in the air, unfinished. A woman's voice, slightly rushed yet firm with authority, rang out from the top of the grand staircase. "Who said my daughter, Han Ing, is promised to anyone else?" Chapter 4. I simply wish to annul my marriage. She was a woman of captivating grace, exuding an air of mature elegance. At this moment, she descended the staircase slowly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu inquired, scrutinizing the woman, sensing a resemblance to Han Tianming. "I am Han Xiong, the aunt of Han Ing." Han Xiong languidly settled onto the sofa, diverting her gaze and arranging her hair. At 33, she possessed a youthful appearance, her every gesture radiating allure. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also a formidable woman. The success of the Han group owed at least a third of its achievement to her efforts. Beautiful women invariably attract the attention of men, and Jiang Yu was no exception. He pondered silently. If Han Ying's aunt was this lovely, then Han Ing must also be quite remarkable. "Are you Han Ying's fiancé?" Han Xiong glanced at the marriage certificate on the coffee table before adding, "Time passes swiftly. Before I knew it, the old physician's apprentice has grown up. You know me? 15 years ago, the old physician brought you here, saving my father from the brink of death. I was present when the engagement was established. You do not recall me?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. "Who could possibly remember you? I have traveled the world with the old man, treating ailments, and I have encountered countless individuals. Moreover, I was merely 3 years old then. Remembering you would indeed be miraculous." 15 years prior, Han Xiong was in her prime, one of the most beautiful women in Tianyun City, pursued by numerous admirers. Had Jiang Yu been 13 at that time, he most certainly would have remembered such a stunning beauty. He replied politely, "I seem to have a vague recollection, since you are Aunt Han Ying's aunt." "Aunt?" Han Xiong's expression darkened instantly, interrupting Jiang Yu. "Do I appear old to you?" "Quite the contrary. You look very youthful." "Then why do you still call me aunt? What's wrong with that?" Jiang Yu shrugged. If she were a stranger, he would undoubtedly address her as sister out of politeness. "But you are Han Ying's aunt. Even if you look young, it is only fitting to call you aunt. Remember this. You have yet to cross the threshold of the Han family. From now on, you must address me as sister. You may change it once you enter the Han household. That is inconsequential. After all, Jiang Yu had no intention of stepping into the Han family. What he called her was of little importance. "I have said what I needed to say, and I have left the marriage certificate with you. I kindly request you return the certificate in your possession. I have other matters to attend to and shall not impose further. You are the future son-in-law of the Han family. How can you say you are imposing?" Jiang Yu was momentarily bewildered. What did Han Xiong mean by that? "Do not look at me with such incredulity. The matter between Han Ing and Zhao Shuo is entirely fictitious. You are the legitimate son-in-law of the Han family. Aunt, are you jesting? Look at me. How could I possibly be worthy of the esteemed eldest daughter of the Han family? Address me as sister." "Sister, I am still preoccupied with the next marriage annulment. I shall leave my marriage certificate as a token of sincerity. I will retrieve the one in your possession at a later date." Jiang Yu hurriedly fled the Han family's villa. Given Han Xiong's demeanor, remaining any longer would likely result in the finalization of his engagement with Han Ing. Just as he departed, Han Tianming descended the stairs. "Han Xiong, it will be prudent for you not to interfere with Ing's affairs." Han Tianming's tone was somewhat frigid, as the sibling bond was far from harmonious. "Brother, our family's son-in-law graces us with his presence, yet you bring him back only to shun him. Is that not rather excessive? I have my own plans. There is no need for you to concern yourself. I understand your intent. You fear he might proclaim his presence at the entrance, thus you brought him home. However, our father is still alive, and you dare not directly annul the engagement. You wish to delay for a few days, waiting for father to pass, so you can completely dismiss the betrothal he arranged, allowing Han Ying to marry into the Zhao family. And what if that is the case? Am I not entitled to make decisions regarding my daughter's future? How ungrateful. The esteemed old doctor indeed rendered assistance to my family. Father, in a moment of impulse, established the engagement without considering Ing'er's feelings. I, Han Tianming, am not ungrateful. I can offer him any amount he desires, but I will never allow Ing'er to marry him. Your words are more melodious than song. I almost believe you to be the world's most devoted father. You may deceive outsiders with such nonsense, but have you even considered Ing'er's feelings? Did you consult her before deciding to marry her into the Zhao family? Zhao Shuo and Ing'er are a suitable match. What objections could she possibly have? If she had any, would she have insisted on moving out a week ago? Han Xiong tucked away the marriage certificate, and Han Tianming swiftly approached, seizing her wrist. Give me the marriage certificate. What? Do you intend to burn it and pretend this marriage never existed? Brother, I shall not allow you to play your calculated games. She shook off Han Tianming and departed in a crimson Ferrari. Han Tianming made a phone call, instructing someone to follow her. Jiang Yu did not anticipate the annulment to be so tumultuous and fled in disgrace. At the security station, Wang Yu watched Jiang Yu leave, bowing and scraping. Take care. Brother, do visit often. He wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing Jiang Yu would seek revenge later. Why are you being so courteous to him? A patrolling guard approached, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu. Step aside. That is the Han family's son-in-law, someone not to be trifled with. You worry too much. I just saw him fleeing from the Han residence in utter disgrace. The Han family holds considerable influence in Tianyun City. How could they possibly marry their eldest daughter to a country bumpkin? Are you certain of this? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu straightened his posture, his expression darkening. Then this makes things easier. That country bumpkin dared to toy with me before. Let us see how I can ruin him. Hey, if we manage to deal with that brat, it would also help the Han family resolve a troublesome matter. If we can align ourselves with the Han family, we shall surely prosper. That makes sense. Keep an eye on this place. I will seek out my brother immediately. As soon as Wang Yu departed, Han Xiong drove off in a Ferrari. Jiang Yu sprinted down the mountain, but he was no match for the speed of the sports car, and soon Han Xiong caught up with him. Beep. Han Xiong pressed the horn and rolled down her window. Get in. Jiang Yu was taken aback. What are you hesitating for? It would be quite inappropriate for me to trouble you. After all, you're the future son-in-law of the Han family. Since you have come all this way, I should extend my hospitality, shouldn't I? Sister, I am here to annul our engagement. There is no need for such enthusiasm. Don't speak too soon. Our Ing'er is a true beauty in Tianyun City. I have left the marriage certificate behind, so take it. Han Xiong directly tossed the marriage certificate to Jiang Yu. No need to thank me. Jiang Yu forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. I truly thank you, and everyone in the neighborhood. I merely wish to annul the engagement. Is it truly that difficult? Chapter 5. Farewell. It became evident that entangling with Han Xiong was not a wise choice. Jiang Yu insisted on walking down the mountain, while Han Xiong leisurely followed in her car. She had extensive connections and recognized several vehicles along the way. When others inquired about her actions, she boldly declared that she was escorting Han Ying's fiancée down the mountain. Ultimately, Jiang Yu relented and got into Han Xiong's car. Sister, is it necessary to make it so public? Han Xiong pressed down on the accelerator and replied with a tone of triumph. It's only a matter of time. I told you, I am here to annul the engagement. Once you meet Ing'er, you will feel differently. The crux is our disparity in status. I cannot aspire to such heights. Do not belittle yourself. You are the sole disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong. I am quite impoverished. That is of no concern. My family is wealthy. You can simply enjoy being a kept man. Are you joking? I refuse to live off others. I can finance the establishment of a clinic for you. I am confident that, with your medical skills, you will not struggle to support yourself. I'm not discussing this. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, leaned back in his seat, and began to rest his eyes. He truly could not comprehend Han Xiong's line of thought. Logically, a destitute young man presenting a marriage contract should be met with disdain, yet Han Xiong seemed excessively enthusiastic. After all, you are Han Ying's aunt. There is no need to push your niece into a burning pit, is there? Approximately 10 minutes later, the speed of the car suddenly slowed. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and noticed that Han Xiong's cheeks were clammy with cold sweat, her complexion pale, as she gently rubbed her lower abdomen. Seeing you like this, let's skip the meal. Find a place to rest properly. As a skilled physician, Jiang Yu immediately discerned Han Xiong's ailment, an all-too-common case of dysmenorrhea. That's all right. Just help me buy some ibuprofen. She parked the car in front of a pharmacy, leaning back in her seat, her expression one of considerable discomfort. Merely taking painkillers will not suffice. You ought to visit a hospital. I have been to many hospitals. None have been able to cure me. This happens every month. Please hurry and buy me the medication. Jiang Yu ceased to speak, alighting from the vehicle and entering the pharmacy. 5 minutes later, he opened the door to the driver's seat and stepped out. Where's the medicine? Do not forget that I am also a doctor. I can assist you in your treatment. With Jiang Yu's support, the two made their way to a nearby hotel. Han Xiong's countenance grew increasingly grim. As an aunt, what could possibly justify her entering a hotel with her niece's fiancé? Yet, she was in considerable discomfort and longed for a bed to lie upon. Jiang Yu assisted her into the room, where Han Xiong reclined on the bed, clutching her abdomen, her body curled up, beads of cold sweat adorning her face. Jiang Yu, would you mind procuring some painkillers for me? I've already stated that I am a doctor, and your dysmenorrhea appears to be a persistent ailment that has plagued you for years. Surely, you do not wish to endure such pain each month? His implication was clear. He could alleviate Han Xiong's suffering. Did you not claim to trust my medical expertise? He quickly sterilized the silver needles he had purchased from the pharmacy and added, you cannot wear your outer garment. Cannot wear it? Han Xiong felt quite embarrassed. Do not overthink it. I'm going to perform acupuncture on you. Have you ever witnessed acupuncture done through clothing? In truth, Han Xiong harbored doubts about Jiang Yu's medical skills. He was simply too young. Had it been the venerable Dr. Zhong, she would have complied without hesitation. Do you truly wish to endure this pain indefinitely? Han Xiong could no longer bear it. Even a slight movement of her abdomen felt akin to a knife cutting through her. Very well, she replied weakly, her voice barely audible. With her consent, Jiang Yu, as a physician, approached the task with a clear mind and commenced the acupuncture. As the first needle was inserted, Han Xiong bit her lip in response to the sharp pain, yet soon a wave of comfort washed over her, leading her to feel somewhat helplessly at ease. Jiang Yu gently remarked, traditional Chinese medicine often states that pain signifies blockage, while smooth flow equates to absence of pain. Dysmenorrhea typically arises from stagnation of qi and blood, resulting in obstructed menstruation. Initially, you did not regard it with the seriousness it deserved. Chronic illness requires gradual unblocking. As he spoke, several needles were placed, and Han Xiong's discomfort notably diminished. Can you truly cure my dysmenorrhea completely? Certainly. Utilizing our unique techniques from Bumpkin Mountain along with therapeutic massage, I assure you complete recovery within 7 sessions. What are you doing? Han Xiong suddenly exclaimed, startled by a tangible touch to her abdomen. It is said that massage should accompany the acupuncture. Rest assured, considering you are my elder, I harbor no improper intentions. What do you mean? Am I not appealing enough for you? Jiang Yu's words incited Han Xiong's displeasure. Although her age was slightly advanced, she remained a captivating woman in Tianyun City. That is certainly not the case. Jiang Yu quickly shifted the subject. Sister, if I assist you in remedying this chronic ailment, might you also lend me a favor? Is this about your engagement with Haning? Indeed. Fear not. Even if you do not speak of it, I would assist you. This matter is in my hands. It is settled then. Jiang Yu was in high spirits and worked even harder, his unique technique providing Han Xiong with an unprecedented sense of comfort. The acupuncture and massage session lasted for 15 minutes, during which Han Xiong's pain vanished completely. Her complexion glowed, and her eyes reflected a lingering satisfaction. Sister, I must say, it's about time you found yourself a boyfriend. Jiang Yu tossed the silver needles into the trash bin as Han Xiong dressed and retorted. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu replied, sometimes the harmony of yin and yang is also quite important. There exists a theory of yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine. Enough with the lecturing. Focus on your own affairs before advising me. She shot him a disapproving glance, prompting Jiang Yu to quickly agree. All right, I'll handle my matters first. I'll call Inger. You two should meet and get acquainted today. Sister, I don't think that's necessary, he protested. Don't feel pressured. Haning isn't materialistic. With my guidance, I assure you she'll come to like you. What? Jiang Yu was instantly displeased. Sister, it's rather unreasonable to go back on your word. Wasn't it you who asked for my help? I asked you to help me annul the engagement, not to play matchmaker. Annul the engagement? Absolutely not. Han Xiong's resolute stance left Jiang Yu exasperated. If we cannot find common ground, this marriage is going to be annulled, whether you like it or not. Goodbye. If you dare to step out that door, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Threatening me? Sorry, but I'm not swayed by such tactics. Oh really? The hotel has surveillance. If I report that you drugged me with ulterior motives, do you honestly believe you would emerge unscathed? How can you be so despicable? Jiang Yu felt trapped. Han Xiong had entered with his assistants, and if they reviewed the footage, he would indeed find himself in a difficult position. Chapter 6. The arbiter Jiang Yu never anticipated that Han Xiong would resort to such threats. The beautiful vision he had for their descent down the mountain seemed to dissolve into thin air. Sister, what is it about me that you find appealing? I can change. You know, his tone bore a hint of desperation, which surprised Han Xiong. Our heir has beauty, figure, and wealth. Countless young men in Tianyun City are infatuated with her. Why do you insist on annulling the engagement? I have my reasons. I'm not interested in your reasons. The engagement exists in duplicate. It is utterly impossible for you to unilaterally break it. If word spreads, where would that leave the Han family's reputation? This was precisely what troubled Jiang Yu, the existence of a duplicate engagement. He could easily disregard the 9 engagements and pursue Do directly. But what if one of those 9 fiancées showed up with a copy of the engagement? Given Do's temperament, he feared he might never see her again. Are you not concerned that I may already be married? Impossible. I am aware of the character of old Master Zhong. As long as the engagement stands, you cannot possibly be wed. What a nuisance. Jiang Yu silently cursed the old man multiple times. It was as if he were digging a pit for him. He must traverse the entire nation to annul his other engagements before marrying any one of his 9 fiancées. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, while Han Xiong appeared quite pleased. Suddenly, Han Xiong's phone rang, and upon answering, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All right, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please stay at this hotel for the time being and give me your number. I don't have a phone. Shall I call the police, then? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over his brick-like, generic mobile phone. Han Xiong saved his number and waved her phone, saying, Let's stay in touch. You need not worry about your accommodations. Just rest easy. As she stepped away, Jiang Yu murmured, At least you have a bit of conscience. Her arrangements had somewhat elevated Jiang Yu's regard for her. The matter of the Han family's annulment had to be temporarily set aside, with his progress stalled. Jiang Yu decided to shift his focus to the Wen family to annul his engagement there. Alas, it appeared he would need to find temporary employment. With the annulment proving difficult, he was destined to linger in Tianyun City for a considerable period, and the 500 yuan lent by Wen Yihuan would not last long. After resting at the hotel for a night, he set out early the next morning to inquire about the Wen family's address while also seeking a job. The Wen family's reputation in Tianyun City did not quite match that of the Han family. After asking a dozen passers-by, he had yet to find a lead. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the base of a tall building and, as he looked up, realized he was standing beneath the Yu Yan company. Suddenly recalling Wen Yihuan's earlier words, he swiftly took out his phone to contact Su Xian. Hello, who is this? It's me, Jiang Yu. We met yesterday. President Wen asked me to be his bodyguard, and after considering it overnight, I feel I should not disappoint his goodwill. Where are you? Su Xian's tone was tinged with urgency. Right outside your company. Wait for me. I'll be right down. In less than 5 minutes, Su Xian hurried down, pulling a suitcase and appearing anxious. Get in. Without further ado, she dragged him into a black sedan. What's going on? Jiang Yu was bewildered. Didn't you want to be President Wen's bodyguard? We have an urgent matter and need your assistance. The driver turned his head, frowning. Secretary Su, is this person reliable? The other party is from the Black Tiger Hall. Su Xian replied. Taking him along is merely for appearances. What on earth is happening? Jiang Yu inquired. President Wen has been cornered by the Black Tiger Hall. Along the way, Jiang Yu learned that Su Xian's company had a competitive relationship with someone named Qing Yuan, who employed underhanded tactics. Initially, when they attempted to sign a contract, Qing Yuan had dispatched individuals from the Black Tiger Hall to intercept President Wen, demanding 3 million. This amounts to kidnapping. You should report it. It's not that simple. Su Xian remarked that the Black Tiger Hall would not easily allow anyone to grasp their weaknesses in Tianyun City, and she would only comprehend the specifics upon her arrival. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a club and ascended directly to the top floor. Do not speak for a moment. I shall devise a way to negotiate with Jiang Yu, she cautioned. Jiang Yu was the formidable figure behind the Black Tiger Hall, known for his ruthless demeanor and infamous reputation in the underworld. Su Xin felt a wave of anxiety, for Jiang Yu demanded 3 million. Yet she had brought only 1 million. As the elevator doors opened, they were met with a corridor flanked by 8 tattooed youths, their gazes sharp and predatory. Su Xin swallowed hard, feeling the tension rise within her. What a formidable presence, Jiang Yu quipped, striding confidently toward the room ahead. Su Xin wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurried after him, reiterating her warning, "Remember, do not speak carelessly. If you provoke Jiang Yu, 1 million will not suffice to settle matters." Inside the room, approximately 12 individuals gathered, with a towering figure at the forefront resembling a fierce tiger, a cigar clenched between his teeth, flanked by his subordinates. This was Jiang Yu, the authoritative voice of the Black Tiger Hall. When Yi Huan sat beside him, unscathed and relatively composed, a red cloth spread across the coffee table before her, upon which lay a collection of shattered porcelain shards. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she appeared quite surprised, not expecting him to accompany Su Xin. "Have you brought the money?" Jiang Yu's voice was deep and commanding. "Yes," Su Xin replied, patting her suitcase. Jiang Yu chuckled, casting a glance at the visibly irate one. "Do not be angry, Miss One. What you smashed was a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain piece that I procured at a high price from a friend. My demand of 3 million is indeed not a penny more than justified. Jiang Yu, do not presume I am unaware of your tricks. Can this pile of worthless debris truly be worth 3 million? When retorted, "Absolutely," Jiang Yu interjected, stepping forward with a casual demeanor. "It appears to be a genuine Yuan dynasty blue and white glaze piece. Brother whose asking price of 3 million is quite reasonable." Su Xin was taken aback, nearly bursting into expletives. Questioning his allegiance. Chapter 7. Never touch money that does not belong to you. Jiang Yu successfully captured Jiang Yu's attention. Although he seemed to speak in favor of Jiang Yu, the latter was far from appreciative. "Get lost. This is not your place to speak," Jiang Yu bellowed, his gaze radiating menace. Yet, Jiang Yu appeared oblivious, picking up a fragment of the porcelain and mused, "This is my first time witnessing blue and white glaze in person. Oh look, it even bears inscriptions." He held up a shard and read aloud, "Made in the 13th year of the Republic. Brother Hu, it seems you have been duped by your friend. Did you not notice such a conspicuous inscription when you purchased it? Alas, I had hoped it was an authentic Yuan dynasty blue and white glaze," Jiang Yu lamented, shaking his head. Su Xin continuously signaled him with her eyes, whispering urgently, "Come here. Stop talking." They certainly are aware of Jiang Yu's tricks, yet the members of the Black Tiger Hall are not to be trifled with, and thus they can only suffer financial losses to avert disaster. Su Xin was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I told you to remain silent." He not only spoke, but also exposed Jiang Yu right to his face. "Do you have a death wish?" She hastily added, "Brother Hu, please do not be angry. He hails from the mountains and lacks understanding. Do not hold it against him. We will compensate for the damages." Indeed, compensation was warranted. Having shattered someone else's possessions necessitated it, and they should not take advantage of Brother Hu. While speaking, he placed the 500 yuan that when Yi Huan had previously lent him on the table. "Brother Hu, this amount is sufficient to purchase 3 of your porcelain pieces. Damn it. Even if it were from the Republic of China, it would not be worth such a paltry sum." One of the younger brothers could no longer contain himself. Jiang Yu leisurely remarked, "The inscription dates back to the 13th year of the Republic, but that does not necessarily imply it was actually crafted during that era. Did you not realize that you purchased this ceramic piece for just a few dozen yuan? Brother." Su Xin rushed over and pulled Jiang Yu aside, pleading, "You are my brother, so please, I beg you, do not say another word. Look at Brother Hu. He appears ready to devour someone." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "If you dare utter another syllable, I will ensure you can never speak again." As these words left his lips, a younger brother beside him brandished a dagger, playing with it menacingly. Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. "Threaten me? I am least intimidated by threats. The compensation is right here. Take it if you wish." He then cast a glance at General One and said, "General One, let us take our leave." "Leave? Do you truly think we can walk away?" Su Xin nearly wished to strangle Jiang Yu. In the room, including the corridor, there were a total of 18 individuals. To depart unscathed would be impossible. She promptly placed her briefcase on the table, lowering her voice. "Brother Hu, This is 1 million. Please accept it. My friend is simply ignorant. Do not hold it against him. No one would reject money. Yet 1 million, was it that I had not communicated clearly? Or had General one conveyed the message inaccurately? Brother Hu, our company is currently facing a cash flow crisis. We truly cannot provide any more funds. 1 million is acceptable, but if you can discuss it, leaving 2 hands could offset 2 million. Upon hearing this, the driver instinctively stepped back, drenched in cold sweat. Brother Hu, please allow me to think of another solution. I will grant you 1 more hour. Jiang Yu shook off the ash from his cigarette, signaling a younger brother to retrieve the briefcase. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air was heard, followed by a piercing scream. The younger brother's hand, barely touching the briefcase, was impaled by a branch from a potted plant, blood gushing forth. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, and Su Xian's legs turned to jelly. As it was Jiang Yu's doing, it amounted to a declaration of war against Jiang Yu. Su Xian was filled with regret. She wished she could slap herself for having brought this troublemaker along. Now, having injured Jiang Yu's younger brother, how could they expect to escape unscathed? Jiang Yu's countenance was grim, radiating a menacing aura. However, Jiang Yu's expression was even colder. Control your hands. Do not touch money that does not belong to you. His tone was dark and chilling. So, you're the one in charge of the Black Tiger Hall. Jiang Yu? Understand this clearly. The 500 yuan on the table is yours. Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh, extinguished his cigarette, and slowly rose to his feet. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner in Tianyun City. Approaching the bedside, he lit another cigar and remarked nonchalantly, "Break both his arms. Damn it, I've endured you for far too long." The man playing with the dagger was the first to charge forward, brimming with aggression. Launching a kick. Bang! Yet, Jiang Yu merely executed a simple knee strike, and the underling collapsed, writhing in pain on the ground, his features contorted. President Wen, carrying a briefcase, rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Yu, urging, "Run." But at that moment, those in the corridor who heard the commotion had already blocked the entrance. Su Xian scolded furiously, "We are doomed because of your foolishness." Nevertheless, Jiang Yu charged like a wild beast, forcefully knocking aside the 2 men at the door, carving out an escape route. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, lacking time to marvel at Jiang Yu's brute strength, and immediately sprinted out with the speed of a sprinter. Reaching the stairwell, Jiang Yu halted. "You all go ahead. I will handle the aftermath." He exuded an aura of resolute determination. However, President Wen grasped his hand tightly, insisting, "Don't be a hero. There are at least 10 of them. Run." He was dragged down the stairs by President Wen. "Come on, just 10 of them. What is there to fear? Just 10? Su Xian was utterly speechless. "Have you never faced the harsh realities of society, you country bumpkin?" Just as the underlings reached the stairwell, Jiang Yu's voice echoed, "Do not pursue them." "Boss, why not pursue? If we let them escape, won't our Black Tiger Hall become a laughingstock?" Jiang Yu took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Can't you see? That kid is a skilled fighter. You are no match for him. Are we just going to let this slide? Go fetch Iron Fist Wang Qi for me." "Boss, do we really need Qi to deal with that kid? Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "No, I wouldn't dare. I will go find Qi. And what about that woman, Wen? No rush. Once Wang Qi deals with that kid, we'll have our fun with her." Jiang Yu and his companions rushed into the basement and hastily drove away. Once seated in the car, President Wen finally exhaled deeply. Su Xian, however, was filled with dread. "It's over. We have thoroughly offended the Black Tiger Hall. There will be no good days ahead." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "What is so terrifying about a mere thug?" Su Xian retorted angrily, "What do you know? Today's fiasco is all your fault." President Wen shot Su Xian a disapproving glance. "Su Xian, he saved me today. Watch your tone." "President Wen, you know what kind of person Jiang Yu is. Do you think he will let this matter rest? I cannot allow this. I must immediately hire 2 bodyguards to provide you with 24-hour protection. Just my presence should suffice." Jiang Yu's eyes brightened at this prospect, and as for remuneration, I can offer you a friendly price. Chapter 8. Answering the call currently, Jiang Yu's funds were entirely provided by Han Xiong. Yet he still believed it was more liberating to spend money he had earned himself. However, Su Xian nearly kicked Jiang Yu out of the car. "A friendly price? Were it not for you, would we be in such a predicament?" "Bodyguards, indeed," Su Xian retorted. "You should be more concerned about your own safety. Do you think Jiang will let you off the hook?" At that moment, the driver interjected, Secretary Su, I just noticed that this young man seems quite capable. That knife-wielding fellow, also a formidable member of Jiang Yu's crew, was taken down with a single move by him. It was then that they recalled the earlier details, casually tossing a piece of metal that pierced a hand, knocking one person down, and sending two burly men, weighing a combined 600 pounds, flying with a single charge. Moreover, when Yi Huan and Su Xian had already recognized Jiang Yu's prowess yesterday, when Yi Huan nodded and said, "Then for the next couple of days, I shall trouble you. How does a remuneration of 500 yuan sound? A month for 500? Jiang Yu felt somewhat conflicted. While he was willing to offer a friendly price, 500 seemed excessively low. Wen Zong chuckled. Am I really so stingy? I meant 500 per day. Deal. Jiang Yu agreed on the spot without a moment's hesitation. Wen Zong, perhaps you should reconsider, Su Xian advised. Not just anyone can serve as a bodyguard. There's a distinction between a bodyguard and a personal bodyguard. Su Xian, do you not recall the day we were intercepted by He Qingyuan's men upon our return to Tianyun City? I trust in his capability to protect me. Su Xian was not questioning Jiang Yu's abilities. Rather, she felt uneasy about him taking on the role of a personal bodyguard. However, Wen Zong had made her decision, rendering her objections rather feeble. The driver took them back to Wen Zong's residence, which, although not as grand as Guanhuiyuan, was still an upscale community. Wen Zong, please refrain from returning to the office for the next couple of days. I will arrange for someone to investigate the movements of the Black Tiger Hall and see if negotiations can be initiated. Su Xian escorted them to Wen Zong's doorstep, then leaned in closer to Jiang Yu and whispered, If you dare to have any improper intentions towards Wen Zong, I will not spare you. Wen Zong's home comprised 2 rooms and a living area, decorated in a very cozy manner. You shall sleep in the guest room for the next few days. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and took a bite of an apple. Wen Zong, we have only recently become acquainted. Do you truly feel comfortable with me staying in the same house? You have helped me twice already. I trust your character. Wen Zong smiled sweetly, asserting that her judgment of people was quite astute. She fetched a change of clothes from her bedroom. I will take a shower. Make yourself at home. Soon, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, yet the door was left ajar. Jiang Yu, noticing this, approached at a leisurely pace. Behind the door stood Wen Zong quietly, not having shed a single article of clothing. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's footsteps, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was testing Jiang Yu. Although she verbally expressed her trust, she was acutely aware that one could never truly know another's heart. With remarkable boldness, she left the bathroom door ajar. Jiang Yu closed the bathroom door for her, murmuring to himself before returning to the sofa to turn on the television. Behind the bathroom door, Wen Zong revealed a satisfied smile, tinged with appreciation, before she locked the door and began her bath. Suddenly, the sound of ringing shattered the tranquility. Wen Zong had placed her phone on the coffee table before stepping into the shower. The caller ID read, Dad. Wen Zong, your phone. Don't worry. I'll go over in a bit. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, yet the phone continued to ring incessantly, like a relentless summons. Unable to ignore it any longer, he finally answered. Yihuan, what is going on? You're only just picking up the phone now. When Yihuan's father sounded clearly irritated on the other end. Uncle, please don't be upset. Your daughter is in the shower. In the shower? A prolonged silence ensued on the other end. Uncle, are you listening? I said your daughter is in the shower. I heard you. There is no need to repeat it. A bellow came through the receiver. Kid, who are you? What is your relationship with my Yihuan? How far have you two progressed? This barrage of questions left Jiang Yu utterly perplexed. Was it really necessary to leap to such conclusions over a simple bath? Just as he was about to clarify, when Yihuan's father roared, Kid, I warn you. Keep your distance from my daughter. She is already betrothed. With that, he abruptly hung up, leaving Jiang Yu no chance to explain. Is he always this hot-headed? Jiang Yu mused, setting the phone down, not taking when Yihuan's father's words to heart. Moments later, when Yihuan emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a delicate lavender nightgown, her graceful curves subtly revealed. Her hair was damp, and her complexion radiated a rosy glow akin to a fresh lotus blossom. As she toweled her hair, she inquired, Who called just now? Your father. I answered for you and mentioned you were in the shower. Huh? When Yihuan's eyes widened in surprise. What did he say? He unleashed a tirade upon me, questioning the nature of our relationship. Why didn't you explain? I intended to, but your father hung up right after. I had no idea you were also engaged. That engagement was arranged by my grandfather. It holds no significance for me, and I will never acknowledge it. Her stance on the engagement was resolute and unwavering. However, my father is quite traditional and takes the matter of the engagement seriously. He is undoubtedly on his way over now. You should find somewhere to hide. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed through the air, accompanied by her father's furious voice. Ihuan, open the door. Let me in this instant. Oh no! How did he arrive so quickly? What should I do? She paced anxiously, her worry palpable. We are innocent, aren't we? Can't you just explain it to him directly? How do I explain? Should I say that you are my bodyguard? If he discovers the matter of the Black Tiger Hall, he will only be more concerned. His father is banging on the door fiercely. Open the door for me. If you don't open it within a minute, don't recognize me as your father anymore. Ihuan, did you hear that? Open the door immediately. Ihuan, you should quickly hide in my wardrobe. When Ihuan anxiously pushed Jiang Yu. When Ihuan, have you grown wings? You dare to shut me out? Dad, I'm changing clothes. I'll open the door for you right away. Just as she had taken 2 steps with Jiang Yu, the door suddenly swung open. 6 pairs of eyes met, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 9. When Ihuan, clad only in her pajamas, felt her cheeks flush crimson. You all. Wen's father gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger. Jiang Yu felt somewhat awkward and forced a smile towards Wen's father. When Ihuan hurriedly explained, Dad, please calm down. Things are not as you imagine. How can I calm down? Wen's father roared. When Ihuan, have you forgotten about your engagement? What you are doing is bringing shame upon my face. Dad, please don't mention the engagement anymore. When Ihuan suddenly stood her ground. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Why should I marry someone I have never met and know nothing about? What do you know? Marriage is a matter of parental consent and matchmaking. Since the engagement has been established, it cannot be broken without reason. Dad, what era are we in that you still cling to such outdated views? Hearing the conversation between the one father and daughter, Jiang Yu stroked his chin, thinking that there are still people in the world as antiquated as this old man. Uncle, I believe that a person's lifelong matters should not be bound by a mere engagement. If 2 people come together without a foundation of feelings, it is akin to a house without a foundation. Shut up. The affairs of the Wen family do not concern you, an outsider. Wen's father interrupted Jiang Yu before he could finish, his attitude firm and his gaze unfriendly. Jiang Yu was stifled and could only lower his head, resigning himself to being a silent observer. However, when Ihuan picked up Jiang Yu's point, Dad, I believe Jiang Yu is right. I cannot spend my life facing someone with whom I have no feelings. Ihuan, feelings can be cultivated. Moreover, wait, what did you say his name was? Wen's father appeared somewhat surprised. When Ihuan quickly seized her father's arm, dragging him away. Dad, let's talk inside. She pulled Wen's father into her room, leaving Jiang Yu in the living room, instructing him not to eavesdrop. In the room, Wen's father asked again, You said his name is Jiang Yu? When Ihuan nodded in affirmation, Is he the disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong? I didn't ask that, but when I first met him, he said he was here to break off an engagement. Whose engagement? Mine and Han Ying's. It must be him. Father Wen appeared somewhat agitated. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Just now I almost caused a misunderstanding. But you both live together. Why would you still want to break off the engagement? Dad, we are not living together. He is merely my bodyguard for now, and he is still unaware that I am Wen Fuyao. Wen Ihuan, whose real name is Wen Fuyao, intended to enter the entertainment industry at the age of 18, thus adopting a stage name. However, her journey in the limelight was fraught with challenges, and with her father's persuasion and assistance, she transitioned into business a couple of years ago. During her time as an actress, she had accumulated some connections, and the name Wen Ihuan became well known, which is why she continues to use it. Very few, aside from her family, are aware of the name Wen Fuyao. Father Wen furrowed his brow. Why didn't T.U. inform him sooner? When Ihuan hurriedly replied, Dad, please do not mention this to him. What do you mean? What are you really trying to hide? Dad, I have only just met him. You want me to interact with him in my current identity? I need to understand what kind of person he is first. I can agree to this. But you heard it yourself. The engagement involves more than just our own family. You are now in close proximity. Do not let the Han family get ahead of you. When Ihuan pouted, somewhat annoyed, what is so great about him, Dad? Is it really necessary for you to act this way? I can only say that a master produces exceptional disciples. Old Dr. Zhong is not merely skilled in medicine. Father Wen's words carried significant weight. After reaching an understanding, the father and daughter emerged from the room, and the previous unease on Father Wen's face was replaced by a look of tranquility. He surveyed Jiang Yu once more, nodding in satisfaction and praising him. A fine young man. Fearing that her father might reveal too much, Wen Yihuan hurriedly urged him towards the door. Dad, you should head back now. Father Wen waved goodbye to Jiang Yu, advising him. Young Jiang, treat our Yihuan well, although she can be a bit stubborn at times. She's truly a good person. Dad, Wen Yihuan kept signaling her father with her eyes, and once he was out the door, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not dare let him linger. Jiang Yu was left puzzled. President Wen, what has happened to your father? He seems like a different person. No, it's nothing. That's just how my dad is. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, everything is fine. However, I can't shake the feeling that your father's gaze towards me was rather peculiar. No, you must be mistaken. Wen Yihuan felt her heart racing, fearing that Jiang Yu might discern something amiss, so she quickly changed the subject. Allow me to change my clothes, and I will take you to buy some toiletries. After saying this, she hurried back to her room, taking deep breaths until she calmed down. Subsequently, she led Jiang Yu to a nearby supermarket where they purchased toothbrushes, towels, and other toiletries. Wen Yihuan was reluctant to eat out, so they ordered takeout. Before long, Su Xian arrived, looking flustered, and her first words were, "Something major has gone awry. Mr. Wen, we're in deep trouble. I have heard that Jean will send Wang Qi to deal with us." She was visibly anxious, but Jiang Yu remained unfazed and replied, "Is that Wang Qi truly formidable?" Su Xian shot him a glare. As an outsider, you naturally wouldn't know Wang Qi. He is notorious in Tianyun City. Jean Hu's ace enforcer, known by the moniker Iron Fist. It is said that years ago, during a territorial dispute with the Black Tiger Hall, Wang Qi single-handedly incapacitated 10 opponents. Wen Yihuan's expression grew grave. Su Xian unleashed her frustration on Jiang Yu. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Jean Hu would not have resorted to sending Wang Qi." Jiang Yu shrugged. "Why not acknowledge that I helped you preserve 1,000,000? You still dare to complain? What could have been settled for a mere 1,000,000 has now spiraled out of control. And with Wang Qi involved, our very lives may be at stake." "Bah, Wang Qi is merely Jean Hu's thug, not as terrifying as you presume. You are truly oblivious to danger." Su Xian retorted vehemently. "I say, you two need not fret unnecessarily. Wang Qi is clearly targeting me. What difference does it make? You are now Mr. Wen's bodyguard, constantly by his side. Can you guarantee that when Wang Qi comes for you, he won't accidentally harm Mr. Wen?" Su Xian was increasingly frustrated with Jiang Yu, believing their current predicament was entirely his doing. "Secretary Su, I implore you to have a modicum of faith in me. Since I have volunteered to be Mr. Wen's bodyguard, I assure you of her safety." "Huh, spare me your bravado. When you encounter Wang Qi, don't be on your knees begging for mercy." Su Xian scoffed, her disdain palpable. "What's that supposed to mean, you ignoramus? Speak another word, I dare you," Su Xian exclaimed, jabbing her finger at Jiang Yu, her anger manifesting in her stomping feet. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and a voice called from outside. "Hello, your delivery." Wen Yihuan stood up. "Enough of this bickering. Let's eat something before devising a plan." "Don't go." Jiang Yu sprang to his feet, startling Wen Yihuan. "What? What's the matter?" Chapter 10. The Ace Enforcer. Wen Yihuan looked toward the door like a startled bird. What was happening? There was a palpable aura of menace. For ordinary people, such a sensation might seem ethereal, yet it was undeniably real. What nonsense! A mere delivery can't emanate such hostility. Su Xian scoffed, disdainfully eyeing Jiang Yu as she went to open the door. She retrieved the delivery, turning back to mock, "Where's this so-called menace?" However, as she casually attempted to shut the door, it was abruptly yanked open by an overwhelming force, causing Su Xian to stumble and fall, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. The delivery spilled across the floor. Just then, a towering figure, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, stepped inside. His appearance was quite ordinary, but his hands instilled fear in all who beheld them. It was a hand, calloused and thick, twice the size of an ordinary person's. The air was thick with an ominous aura emanating from this individual. Su Xian initially believed that the delivery person's negligence had caused her fall and was about to scold him, but upon glancing at the towering figure, she trembled uncontrollably, her words stumbling forth. Wang Qi." She disregarded the soup spilled on the floor and crawled over to Jiang Yu, shivering. Wen Yihuan's heart raced, her concern for Su Xian evident as she helped her up, her gaze fixated on Wang Qi, not daring to look away. The terror of the two women was palpable. while Jiang Yu remained composed, casually remarking, "You've come knocking quite promptly. Your efficiency is commendable." Wang Qi scrutinized Jiang Yu, his voice deep and menacing. "Do you know the consequences of offending brother? Who?" Jiang Yu gently nudged Wen Yihuan away, signaling for them to retreat, and calmly replied, "I cannot say that I do." Wang Qi closed the door and clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. "Choose your demise, drowned, buried, cleaved by blade, or struck down by my fist. Are you aware of the crime associated with intruding with malice?" He scoffed disdainfully. "Do you know how many lies I carry on my conscience? Do you think the law can intimidate me?" Jiang Yu stretched his neck, a smile of amusement gracing his lips. "So, if I were to kill you, would that be considered service to the public? Let's see if you possess the capability." Wang Qi's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he lunged forward, his palm raised to strike, his fist the size of a cauldron, aimed directly at Wen Yihuan's heart. "Wait!" When Yihuan shouted, her back drenched in cold sweat. On the surface, Jiang Yu, a head shorter, appeared no match for Wang Qi. She could not allow Jiang Yu to perish here. After all, he was her fiancé. Summoning her courage, when Yihuan stepped forward, imploring, "Please spare him. We are willing to compensate for all losses incurred by the Black Tiger Hall." Su Xian chimed in, Yes, you only want money, right?" Wang Qi chuckled coldly. "Initially, yes, but the moment brother who called me, the nature of this situation changed. 5 million. When Yihuan boldly declared a figure, "I will compensate the Black Tiger Hall 5 million, and we can consider this matter resolved. How does that sound?" Wang Qi remained unmoved, his murderous intent unwavering, showing no interest in monetary compensation. With no other options, when Yihuan grew desperate, repeatedly signaling Jiang Yu to flee. Yet, Jiang Yu appeared oblivious, inexplicably picking up a toothpick from the coffee table and casually stating, "I hear you're known as the Iron Fist. I wonder if it is as hard as iron." As the words left his mouth, 3 toothpicks flew forth, their trajectory producing a faint sound of slicing air, distinctly audible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the toothpicks was so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. In a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room, as if nothing had transpired at all. After 3 seconds of silence, Su Xian suddenly pointed at Wang Qi in shock. Blood. 3 thin streams of crimson liquid trickled down Wang Qi's palm, and only then did he feel the searing pain emanating from his hand. Wen Yihuan covered her mouth, staring in astonishment at the stainless steel door. 3 toothpicks were inexplicably embedded in the door. Wang Qi's complexion changed drastically. Those slender toothpicks had pierced through his calloused hand and were firmly affixed to the door. As a seasoned individual of the underworld, Wang Qi instantly realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. No, this was beyond formidable. This was akin to a 24K titanium alloy. Jiang Yu retrieved another toothpick from the box, casually picking his teeth while disdainfully commenting, "Is that all? I thought your iron fists were something to behold." Sensing the dire situation, Wang Qi turned to flee. In an instant, Jiang Yu lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Now that he was here, there was no easy escape. Bang! With a single kick, he sent Wang Qi crashing to the ground, causing the floor to splinter. Naturally, Wang Qi would not allow himself to be an easy target. He immediately rolled over and struck at Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu countered with an astonishing force that slammed Wang Qi's hand down onto the floor. Bang! A previously intact floor was instantly shattered into pieces, and a cry of agony escaped Wang Qi's lips. His thick palm was deformed from the blow. Jiang Yu did not relent, delivering another punch. Iron fists, right? Iron fists, right? Within moments, Wang Qi's right hand was a gruesome mess, on the verge of being incapacitated. Jiang Yu then targeted Wang Qi's other hand, continuing to repeat, "Iron fists, right? Iron fists, right?" With a series of precise punches, he rendered the so-called iron-fisted Wang Qi utterly helpless. Su Xian was left dumbfounded. This was simply too ferocious. After all, this was Wang Qi, the Iron Fist, the gold medal enforcer of the Black Tiger Hall, who could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. How could he, indeed, be so easily subdued by Jiang Yu, this country bumpkin? She could hardly believe her eyes. Reflecting on her previous disdain and mockery of Jiang Yu, Su Xian's legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Wen Yihuan, too, was enveloped in shock. Could this young man truly be her fiancé? Just as Jiang Yu knocked out one of Wang Qi's teeth, when Yihuan snapped back to reality and rushed over to pull Jiang Yu away. Stop. If you keep going, someone might get killed. Jiang Yu straightened his clothes and addressed Wang Qi. Go back and tell Jiang Yu that he won't see a penny of his money. If he dares to trouble President Wen again, his fate will not be better than yours. Wang Qi slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with rage and helplessness. He had chosen this path, fully aware that it would lead to a grim conclusion. With his hands ruined and his iron fists no longer a threat, even if Jiang Yu spared him, his former enemies would inevitably seek him out. As he approached the doorway, Jiang Yu remarked, "Of course, if Jiang Yu remains unconvinced, he ought to refrain from seeking assistance from someone of your caliber. He should at least summon a master of the transformation realm." Wang Qi trembled, his eyes filled with bitterness. As a martial artist, he was acutely aware of the significance of a master of the transformation realm. Chapter 11. Financially strapped yet justified, Jiang Yu had believed that the lesson imparted to Wang Qi would instill a sense of reverence in Jiang Yu. However, unbeknownst to him, Wang Qi, after having his hands rendered useless, departed Tianyun City under the cover of night, failing to inform Jiang Yu of his departure. Consequently, Jiang Yu's message intended for Jiang Yu remained uncommunicated. Jiang Yu waited for 3 days, receiving no word whatsoever, and was unable to contact Wang Qi. On the top floor of the Qingyuan Club, Jiang Yu was unleashing his fury. With a resounding crash, he kicked a chair to the ground, berating the underlings before him. "What? You still cannot reach Wang Qi? What use are you imbeciles to me? Boss, Chigo has always looked down on us. We have no recourse if he chooses not to answer our calls. And that scoundrel? I hear he's been inseparable from when Yihuan these past few days. What on earth is Wang Qi doing? Damn it, he isn't even answering my calls. Boss, if I may speak candidly, I believe Qi Gu sometimes does not regard you highly." Furious, Jiang Yu smashed a cup, then lit a cigar, commanding, "Give Wang Qi 3 more days. If there is still no resolution, I will make him regret it." "What about that woman, Wen?" He Qingyuan has already expressed discontent, claiming that our Black Tiger Hall has taken their money without delivering results. Send a few people to entertain her. She runs a cosmetics company. I trust you know how to handle that? Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Jiang Yu safeguarded Wen Yihuan for 3 days, accompanying her to and from work. While she was at the office, he had little to occupy his time, so he wandered downstairs, inquiring about Wen Fuyun. Yet, after 3 days, he found no leads, as if Wen Fuyun had vanished from Tianyun City altogether. This left him quite vexed. The Black Tiger Hall had been relatively quiet during these 3 days, allowing Wen Yihuan's guard to gradually lower. At last, on this day, Han Xiong reached out to him once more. "Come to Tianyun University at once." Tianyun University is a prestigious institution located on the outskirts of Tianyun City. Jiang Yu was puzzled. "What business do we have at the university?" "Do not question, just come." "Are you suggesting I should go just because you say so? That would be quite embarrassing for me. I must inform you, if you do not comply with my instructions, you may as well forget about ever obtaining that marriage certificate." Jiang Yu was taken aback, his teeth clenched in frustration. This woman dared to use the marriage certificate as leverage against him. Had she already discerned its significance to him? Han Xiong had seized his Achilles heel, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. He arrived at Wen Yihuan's office, still maintaining his role as her bodyguard, necessitating prior notification for any outings. Wen Yihuan was meticulously perusing a document, while Su Xin stood nearby. "Wenzong, I need to step out for a moment, so I wanted to inform you," she said. Upon hearing this, Su Xin immediately felt displeased. "What do you mean? You are Wenzong's personal bodyguard. It's one thing for you to roam around downstairs frequently, but now you wish to venture elsewhere?" Though she harbored a fear of Jiang Yu, she mustered the courage to confront him. However, ever since the Wang Qi incident, she no longer dared to call him a country bumpkin. Wen Yihuan, being understanding, nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I believe the Black Tiger Hall will not dare to act against me." Jiang Yu added, "I will come and pick you up when your shift ends." He still possessed a sense of professional ethics. Su Xin wished to say more, but upon locking eyes with Jiang Yu, her heart sank, and she swallowed her words. Jiang Yu instructed her, "If anything arises, inform me immediately." Half an hour later, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Tianyun University. The students exuded youthful vitality, brimming with energy. At times, Jiang Yu envied them, for he had spent his childhood studying in solitude under the guidance of an elder. Had it not been for his junior sister later joining Bori Mountain, he might have had no friends at all. "Hey, are you feeling envious?" Han Xiong playfully patted his shoulder from behind and teased, "If you are willing to marry into the Han family, I can arrange for you to become a part of Tianyun University." Jiang Yu turned around, resolutely declaring, "Not interested." Han Xiong smiled slightly, adding mysteriously, "Let me share a secret with you. Our Han Ing is the belle of Tianyun University. Is that the reason you brought me here? I've already reserved a spot at the cafe nearby. You should have a good chat with her." "I don't think that's necessary." Jiang Yu understood Han Xiong's intentions. She merely wished to foster a connection between him and Han Ing. However, he retorted, "I am here to annul the engagement, not to cultivate feelings. Do you have any choice in the matter?" Han Xiong laughed, as if everything was under her control. "I despise being threatened. Don't you want our marriage certificate anymore? Do you think a marriage certificate holds any significance for me? If it were not important, why would you go out of your way to annul the engagement? If you had not appeared in Tianyun City, we might never have found you. Yet here you are." Jiang Yu felt utterly helpless. "I am quite capable, yet I find myself utterly at a loss when it comes to you. Fine, I can try to date her. But on one condition, you must not mention the engagement to her." If this path proved unfruitful, Jiang Yu would seek alternative solutions. Acquiring the marriage certificate from Han Xiong and Han Tianming seemed a daunting task. However, since Han Ing was still a university student, she might be easier to handle, and perhaps he could obtain the certificate through her. Once the marriage certificate was in hand, it signified the control had shifted to me, liberating me from Han Xiong's threats. "I promise you, wait for me at the cafe," I said. Turning away, I made my way to the cafe, closing my eyes to contemplate my strategy. Approximately 15 minutes later, two lovely young women approached me. One girl sported a high ponytail, clad in a light blue knitted top and distressed high-waisted wide-leg jeans, showcasing her flawless waist. The other girl, with blunt bangs, wore a soft-colored t-shirt paired with a black miniskirt. They walked directly towards me, and the ponytailed girl scrutinized me before casually stating, "Jiang Yu?" I nodded politely, rising to my feet, and inquired, "And you are?" The ponytailed girl replied, "I am Han Ing, and this is my classmate and close friend, Wang Ruoqi." Wang Ruoqi, lacking the courtesy of Han Ing, brazenly surveyed me with disdain. "So you're the one who is set up on a blind date with Han Ing? Annie has certainly sung your praises, but in my eyes, you appear to be nothing more than a rustic bumpkin." Her words drew the attention of several onlookers. Blind date? I realized that this was certainly the reason Han Xiong had orchestrated this meeting, and a strategy suddenly dawned upon me. I would assume the identity of stranger and charm Han Ing, subsequently mentioning her betrothal in a casual manner, thus naturally persuading her to procure the marriage certificate from her family. Wang Ruoqi plopped down, continuing her mockery. "Do you have any idea how wealthy Han Ying's family is? You, a mere bumpkin, think you are worthy of pursuing her?" I smiled calmly and replied, "When I pursue a girl, I never consider her wealth. After all, she is bound to be more affluent than I." With a tone of self-assured composure, I delivered this statement, leaving Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi momentarily flabbergasted. They had never encountered someone so unabashedly poor. Chapter 12. Sir, insufficient funds. My words struck a familiar chord with them. A certain famous second-generation rich individual once proclaimed that he never assessed his friends based on their wealth, for they could never surpass his own. What is this? This is the audacity of the affluent. What is your statement worth? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes, disdainfully exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Han Ing, let us go. This person is hardly worthy of you." However, Han Ing tossed her backpack onto the sofa and casually took a seat, remarking, "You do have a certain charm in your words." After ordering 2 cups of coffee, she curiously studied me and whispered, "Though you aren't quite as impressive as my aunt described, your appearance is passable." At that moment, I felt a surge of indignation. What does passable even mean? I am undoubtedly the most handsome man in Boki Mountain. Yet, from Han Ying's demeanor, I could deduce one thing. She had never seen the marriage certificate and might not even be aware of her engagement. "Since you're introduced by my aunt, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Do you drink?" Han Ing took a sip of her coffee, and the white cream lingered on her lips. She delicately licked it with her tongue, leaving me momentarily entranced. Han Xiong was not lying. Her niece was indeed a striking beauty. Naturally, Jiang Yu maintained a composed demeanor, as first impressions are paramount, and he nodded, saying, "I can drink a little. I have a gathering with friends tonight. Why not join us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoqi immediately objected. "Really, Han Ing? The attendees tonight are all affluent and distinguished. With someone like him, a mere country bumpkin. You'll only suffer embarrassment. However, Han Ning merely shot her a meaningful glance, and Wang Ruoqi swiftly understood, breaking into a sly smile. Such an opportunity is rare. You must cherish it, bumpkin. Han Ning inquired, are you free tonight? Jiang Yu could tell that their invitation was not sincere. They certainly had some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, Wang Ruoqi was right. This opportunity must be seized. When Ms. Han extends an invitation, one must make time. He smiled, while Wang Ruoqi secretly scoffed, thinking after tonight. Let's see if you can still manage to smile. Han Ning stood up, clutching her bag. 9 o'clock at Nice Bar. Wang Ruoqi then placed 500 yuan on the table and called out, waiter, the bill. As it was their first meeting, Jiang Yu felt compelled to exhibit gentlemanly manners, saying, let me take care of the bill. Wang Ruoqi disdainfully retorted, we ordered coffee that costs over 200 cup. Can you even afford it, bumpkin? Jiang Yu's lips twitched, thinking, must you look down on me so much? I may be poor, but I can certainly manage a few hundred yuan for coffee. With his salary from an Yuan being paid daily, Jiang Yu was not without means at the moment. When the waiter arrived, he generously handed over 500 yuan and strode off confidently. Sir, the money. The waiter called after him in a fluster. Jiang Yu waved dismissively. No need for change. He walked away with an air of nonchalance. Sir, the money is insufficient. Jiang Yu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground in shock. What? 500 is not enough? The mocking gazes from those around him nearly made him wish he could vanish. The waiter followed, explaining, sir, your 3 cups of coffee total 537 yuan, so you still owe 37. Laughter erupted, and while the onlookers attempted to contain themselves, Wang Ruoqi laughed openly, teasing. Did you think you were so impressive? He shot her a resentful glare, wishing to blame her for his embarrassment, as if she hadn't placed the 500 on the table in the first place. Wang Ruoqi seemed to sense his thoughts and bluntly stated, bumpkin, it's already generous of us to split the coffee bill with you. Did you naively believe I would cover it entirely? 500 was sufficient to cover her and Han Ying's coffee. Jiang Yu felt like kicking Wang Ruoqi with his size 42 shoe, cursing. Why didn't you say so earlier? He then pulled out another 100 and handed it to the waiter. Please, some change. Having failed in his attempt to impress, there was no need for him to spend any more money. After the waiter returned his change, Jiang Yu swiftly vanished from sight. Wang Ruoqi laughed heartily, exclaiming, I suddenly feel that tonight's gathering will be quite amusing. Han Ning, how do you plan to deal with him? With a mischievous smile, Han Ning whispered a few words into Wang Ruoqi's ear, which only heightened her amusement. Jiang Yu nearly fled back to Yu Yin Company, fortuitously running into an Yuan and Su Xin. Noticing his unusual demeanor, when Yuan inquired, is something wrong? No, nothing at all, he replied, unable to disclose such an embarrassing incident. Su Xin immediately grew anxious. Could it be that the Black Tiger Hall has made another move? Jiang Yu straightened his posture defiantly. With me around, do they dare? Although he instilled fear in Wen Yuan and Su Xin, he undeniably provided a sense of security. Su Xin exhaled in relief, while Wen Yuan said, I need to work overtime tonight to discuss recent sales with the sales department. You can wait for me in the office. And if you get hungry, order some takeout. Jiang Yu remained in the office until 8:30, when Yuan finally finished work. He safely escorted her back to her community, and upon reaching the entrance, he remarked, I won't go in. I have a gathering with friends tonight. Su Xin teased. You have friends here in Tianyun City? For the past few days, she had been diligently seeing Wen Yuan to her doorstep before returning home alone, fulfilling her duties as a secretary, though her words were sometimes less than tactful. Jiang Yu retorted, Is it not acceptable for me to have a good social circle? Su Xin countered, If you leave tonight, what will happen to President Wen? Wen Yuan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I should be safe at home. With that, she took out 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. President Wen, what is this for? Take it. You can't go out without some money. Her gesture warmed his heart, and he did not refuse, aware that expenses in bars could be steep, and it would be prudent to carry extra cash to avoid a repeat of today's embarrassment. President Wen, consider this a loan, he said. You saved me millions. What is this amount in comparison? Wen Yuan smiled gently, like a soft spring breeze. As he gazed at her face, Jiang Yu's heart raced. Her beauty and kindness were undeniably captivating. Yet a menacing figure flashed through his mind, jolting him back to reality, causing him to immediately avert his gaze. President Wen, feel free to call me if you need anything. And remember, if someone knocks on the door, do not open it. I understand. Jiang Yu then descended the stairs, and he and Su Xin left the community one after the other. The entrance was eerily deserted, and an unusual silence enveloped the area. Suddenly halting, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Su Xin, deep in thought, bumped into him, her soft form colliding with his back. Who is there? Come out. Su Xin was about to express her frustration, but Jiang Yu's sudden command startled her, causing her face to pale in fear. Chapter 13. You are still too naive to challenge me just moments ago. Su Xin, who was ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Jiang Yu, suddenly transformed into a startled creature, swiftly retreating behind him. The slightest rustle sent her heart racing. The entrance of the community was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. After a considerable pause, Su Xin cautiously straightened herself, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed with anger, "Stop playing such tricks on me. Where did those people come from? If they aren't human, could they be ghosts?" "What? Ghosts? Don't scare me." Once again, Su Xin sought refuge behind Jiang Yu, her body trembling slightly. Despite her higher education, she was not a staunch atheist. Just as Su Xin suspected, Jiang Yu was merely toying with her. 3 young men sprang forth from behind the trees bordering the wall. They were in their 20s, yet lacked the vivacity typically associated with youth. Leading them was Wang Yu, the security guard from Guanhojia, who had spent several days tracking Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Aware of the recent closeness between Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan, he waited in hiding after dark. The trio was brimming with anger, having endured considerable discomfort while lurking in the sweltering heat, besieged by relentless mosquitoes that had left their faces dotted with welts. "Damn it, we've finally spotted this country bumpkin," Wang Yu cursed, incessantly scratching his face. "Who are you?" Su Xin initially suspected them to be lackeys sent by Jin Hu, but upon observing Wang Yu and his companions, she realized they were far beneath the level of the Black Tiger gang. "None of your business. Get lost. Who do you think you are to tell me to leave?" Su Xin shot back defiantly. She might have quaked in fear before the Black Tiger gang, but she felt no trepidation facing these street thugs, especially with a formidable ally at her side. Jiang Yu instilled in her a sense of confidence. "Brother Yu, I'm itching all over. Let us wrap this up quickly. I want to go home and apply some floral lotion," one of Wang Yu's companions complained, nearly scratching his face raw. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and took a step back. "Teach this country bumpkin a lesson." Wang Yu's intentions were straightforward: to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and expel him from Tianyun City, both to relieve his own frustrations and to leverage his connections with the Han family. He began recording on his phone to keep evidence for later boasting to the Han family. While adjusting the clarity of the recording, he heard 2 loud thuds, but paid little mind to them. Once he had the clarity set, he was astonished to see Jiang Yu had already hailed a taxi. "Hey, hurry up and take action. That country bumpkin is trying to escape," Wang Yu urged, but no one heeded his call. Suddenly, he turned around, his mouth forming an O shape in disbelief. He found the 2 men he had borrowed from his brother sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their nostrils. Blood! Wang Yu's face turned pale, and he fainted on the spot. Jiang Yu, however, had no time to waste on Wang Yu. He needed to keep his appointment. After escorting Su Xin home, he made his way directly to Nice Bar. This place is undoubtedly the most vibrant and bustling locale in Tianyun City, home to over 20 bars of varying sizes. By day, it remains relatively tranquil, but as night falls, it transforms into a different realm entirely. Inside the bars, deafening music reverberates, and the dance floor is alive with men and women swaying and indulging to their heart's content. This is Jiang Yu's first visit to a bar, and he finds himself quite out of place. Were it not for his desire to obtain a marriage certificate through Han Ing, he would not linger here for even a moment longer. Nice Bar, the largest in Tianyun City, is renowned for its exorbitant prices, yet remains perpetually full every night. In the dim lights, the crowd is dense, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to locate Han Ing at first glance. He squeezed to the edge of the dance floor, pausing briefly to observe the throng of women wildly shaking their heads. At that moment, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, country bumpkin, I thought you weren't coming." It was Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying's close friend, her gaze laced with playful sarcasm. "A bit overwhelmed by all the beauties here, are we? Tell me your first thought. Perhaps I can assist you." Wang Ruoqi winked at him, and seeing Jiang Yu's silence, she continued, "Speak freely. There is nothing that money cannot solve." Jiang Yu shot her a sidelong glance and coolly retorted, "Utterly useless." The music was too loud for Wang Ruoqi to hear his words clearly, but she merely smirked at him and said, "Follow me." She led Jiang Yu upstairs to a private room, where the atmosphere became significantly quieter. Inside the room, there were about a dozen people, evenly split between men and women. Dressed casually, Han Ying was perched on a table with one foot resting on it, holding a bottle of liquor and laughing heartily at another peer decked out in designer labels. "Haha, you lost. Drink up." Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed Han Ying was far more uninhibited than he had anticipated. This could work to his advantage. However, upon his arrival, Han Ying displayed little interest, merely stating, "You're late," before returning to her game of rock, paper, scissors. The others hardly acknowledged him, leaving Jiang Yu feeling somewhat awkward and sidelined. After a while, someone finally spoke to him. A plump girl, weighing around 200 pounds, leaned close and cooed, "You must be Jiang Yu. You're quite handsome. Let me toast you." The contrast between her size and her voice sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. Hesitant to refuse, he raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. The girl immediately pouted in displeasure. "Come on, handsome. That is quite disrespectful. I've downed mine, and you barely took a sip. Are you saving it for fish?" Just then, Wang Ruoqi approached, her tone dripping with irony. "Do you look down on people?" Jiang Yu replied, "I don't have a strong tolerance for alcohol. I can only manage a little." Upon hearing this, Han Ying promptly exchanged glances with her friends. Subsequently, everyone in the room lifted their glasses, and Wang Ruoqi exclaimed loudly, "Shouldn't we toast to Han Ying's new friend?" As the saying goes, one cannot refuse sincere hospitality. Jiang Yu stood up and said, "My name is Jiang Yu, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Allow me to propose a toast." He downed his drink in one go, yet the others remained unmoved, their expressions revealing a playful amusement as they regarded him. Subsequently, a young man with a reasonably handsome appearance approached and remarked nonchalantly, "Brother, are you from the countryside? The liquor of Tianyun City is not meant to be consumed in that manner. What is the proper way to drink the wine of Tianyun City?" Jiang Yu inquired. The young man promptly produced 2 bottles of foreign spirits and declared, "Let us each finish a bottle." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, he overheard Wang Ruoqi whispering to the plump girl beside her, "Li Cheng will surely be able to outdrink him. Tonight, you must enjoy yourself and remember to capture evidence. This unsophisticated fellow thinks he can marry Han Ying." Though Wang Ruoqi spoke in hushed tones, Jiang Yu's keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ruoqi, he smirked inwardly, thinking, "You think you can set me up? You are sorely mistaken." Chapter 14. Just a little bit to drink. Jiang Yu was well aware that tonight's gathering was akin to a feast of intrigue, yet he resolutely chose to attend. For in the face of absolute strength, all cunning schemes are rendered futile. He maintained his composure, playing along with their game. Displaying a feigned look of distress, he said, "Finish a bottle? I lack the capacity for such indulgence. I can only manage a small amount." Li Cheng's expression immediately soured. "What? Is it that you refuse to show respect?" Han Ying glanced at Jiang Yu, displeased, and said, "If you do not wish to drink, then you may leave." Wang Ruoqi chimed in, "We invited you out of respect, yet here you are, hesitating." Feigning inner turmoil, Jiang Yu seized the bottle of spirits, adopting an attitude of surrender. "Today, I shall risk my life to accompany you gentlemen." With a gulp, he downed the entire bottle without a flicker of emotion, while Li Cheng maintained his composure, revealing an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Naturally, Jiang Yu appeared unaffected as well. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoqi whispered again, "After this bottle, he will surely be on the floor within 10 minutes. I have already booked a room for us. Here is the key card." However, they did not relent in their attempts to intoxicate Jiang Yu. Just as he set down the empty bottle, Wang Ruoqi approached him with a glass of red wine. "How about a drink with me?" she suggested. Of course, Jiang Yu replied without refusal, sharing a glass of red wine with Wang Ruoqi. Yet, no sooner had he set down his glass than she refilled it. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not understand basic etiquette? I am a lady. If I drink 1 glass, you must drink 3. Nonsense." Jiang Yu recognized this as a ploy to intoxicate him, yet he remained silent and downed the wine once more. "Good drinking capacity," Wang Ruoqi remarked with a hint of mockery, as the 3rd glass was filled again. Just as Jiang Yu lifted his glass, 12 bottles of beer were placed before him. "Brother, you start drinking," said a man, barely standing at 5 feet tall, with a flat nose and an unappealing visage. Jiang Yu could hardly muster any praise for this individual, even though he was associated with Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. He could clearly sense the disdain directed at this man, who perhaps was merely a pawn brought in by Han Ying's group to facilitate Jiang Yu's inebriation. After consuming 3 glasses of red wine, Jiang Yu let out a hearty belch, having already opened 12 bottles of beer. There was no respite for him. He cast a sweeping glance around the room. A battle of endurance, is it? Very well, if I do not bring you all to your knees today, I shall not bear the surname Jiang. My esteemed friends, I beg your pardon. May I first excuse myself to the restroom? Li Cheng pointed towards the bathroom in the private room. Of course you may. Jiang Yu swiftly darted into the lavatory, prompting a disdainful smirk from Li Cheng. Is he off to vomit already? Wang Ruoqi patted the chubby girl's shoulder. Get ready to collect the fallen. The chubby girl was practically drooling. After all, Jiang Yu was quite the handsome fellow. Inside the restroom, Jiang Yu removed his shirt and used his index and middle fingers to tap on several acupoints on his body. As a skilled physician, he was well-versed in the human body's acupoints. This technique, known as the 100 releases finger, is a form of ancient martial arts that stimulates acupoints to accelerate blood circulation, thereby enhancing metabolism and aiding in alcohol detoxification. Should anyone witness him perform this technique, they would surely be astounded, for a faint halo of white would emerge at the tips of his fingers upon contact with his skin. 5 minutes later, Wang Ruoqi nudged the chubby girl. Go check if he has collapsed in there. The chubby girl, unable to conceal her excitement, had just taken a step when Jiang Yu emerged from within. Wang Ruoqi remarked sarcastically, I thought you had fallen asleep in the restroom. The burly man declared, Brother, shall we commence? Without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, he downed a bottle himself. Others had already finished a bottle. You must hasten your pace. Wang Ruoqi crossed her arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Jiang Yu ignored her, seized the bottle, and began to drink, finishing all 12 bottles of beer without pause. Burp! He let out a resounding belch. Although the beer served at the bar was limited in quantity, consuming 12 bottles in one go was still quite filling. The burly man had yet to finish his drink, but finally allowed Jiang Yu a moment to breathe. By this point, nearly 15 minutes had passed since Jiang Yu consumed his first bottle of liquor, yet he appeared invigorated, showing no signs of faltering. The chubby girl whispered to Wang Ruoqi, Did they not say he would be down within 10 minutes at most? Wang Ruoqi scowled and exchanged glances with the others. The war of attrition continued. Among the 6 men in the private room, each had taken a turn drinking with Jiang Yu, mixing various spirits, and under normal circumstances, anyone else would have long lost consciousness. Yet, in stark contrast, Jiang Yu seemed to be growing more spirited. There was no other option. Han Ying and the other women had to join the fray. They continued with their absurd rule of 1 to 3. For every glass the woman drank, Jiang Yu had to consume 3. For every bottle the woman drank, Jiang Yu had to down 3 bottles. Wang Ruoqi, determined to unsettle Jiang Yu, downed a bottle of red wine, and immediately became somewhat lightheaded, slumping onto the sofa, a far cry from her earlier demeanor. Han Ying had indulged quite a bit. Yet Jiang Yu remained steadfast. She cast a knowing glance at Li Cheng and his companions. Li Cheng recoiled slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Although he had only consumed a single bottle of liquor, he had observed Jiang Yu's remarkable capacity for drinking. Previously, both Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, as well as Jiang Yu himself, had claimed they could only manage a modest amount. This must surely be a gross understatement. Han Ying's expression darkened, leaving Li Cheng with no choice but to steel himself. Brother, your drinking prowess is commendable. Allow me to join you for another. Li Cheng was acutely aware of his limitations. After 2 bottles, he would be rendered virtually incapacitated. Yet, in a bid to support Han Ying, he downed another bottle. The second round of drinking commenced. An hour later, among the 6 men, aside from one with an extraordinary capacity, all had succumbed to oblivion. Jiang Yu, however, remained vibrant, albeit with frequent trips to the restroom. The man with the impressive tolerance had indeed held his ground, having consumed 46 bottles of beer by the time the 3rd round rolled around. As they prepared for the 4th round, he could hardly manage to down another sip, the bottle in his hand resembling poison. Jiang Yu took the initiative. Come on, brother. Don't you want to show some respect? Brother, I truly cannot drink anymore. He protested. Such uselessness, slurred Wang Ruoqi in a haze, prompting the man to force down another bottle, after which he rushed to the restroom, clutching his mouth. Moments later, a retching sound echoed as he succumbed in the restroom. In their quest to inebriate Jiang Yu, everyone, including the 6 women, had thrown caution to the wind. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood alone in the private room, the last one still conscious. He glanced at Wang Ruoqi, a cold expression crossing his face. Planning to set me up? He ventured into the restroom and dragged the incapacitated man out, subsequently tossing Wang Ruoqi onto him, the 2 unconscious figures now intertwined. After capturing a few photographs, his gaze shifted to Han Ing. He pondered a question. If he were to create an irreversible situation, would it lead to a significant advancement in his relationship with Han Ing? Chapter 15. A web of schemes. Jiang Yu did not genuinely wish to take advantage of the situation. Rather, he aimed to instill in Han Ing the belief that they had crossed a line together. Wang Ruoqi had already paved the way for him. He retrieved a room key from the bag of the plump girl and, cradling the inebriated Han Ing, exited the bar. The hotel lay a mere 800 meters away. Though he held the tipsy Han Ing in his arms, they drew little attention. Such scenes were commonplace near bars. Upon reaching the room, he gently placed Han Ing on the bed. The hotel had prepared various amenities, which Jiang Yu promptly dismantled and discarded on the floor. He then gazed at Han Ing's flushed visage, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself, feeling that something was amiss. No, it seemed there was indeed too much of something. If he refrained from removing her clothing, it would be far too easy for Han Ing to see through his ruse. You see, if you weren't intent on scheming against me, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a predicament, would we? Well, you can't fault me for this. In order to execute his plan flawlessly, Jiang Yu patiently awaited the arrival of dawn at 7 o'clock. He traversed several streets to locate a stationery store, where he procured a bottle of red ink. He meticulously dripped the ink onto the bed sheets, creating the illusion of bloodstains. Only after completing this elaborate ruse did he recline on the sofa for a brief respite. At 10 in the morning, Han Ying's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Ruoqi, who had been sleeping in the bar's private booth until now. Realizing that only Han Ing and Jiang Yu were missing, Wang Ruoqi's concern prompted her to immediately contact Han Ing. Jiang Yu, startled, swiftly dove beneath the covers. Han Ing, groggy and fumbling for her phone, inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yu's warm body, which jolted her awake. The moment Jiang Yu's visage came into view, her mind blanked out entirely. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity. Raising his voice before Han Ing could collect her thoughts, he yanked the blanket around himself, gazing at Han Ing in shock. What on earth happened? What did you do to me last night? Feeling a sudden chill, Han Ing finally regained her composure and hastily grabbed her clothes to cover herself. Under normal circumstances, she would have erupted in anger and shrieks, but Jiang Yu's exclamation had left her feeling somewhat insecure. I don't know, she stammered. What is going on? Desperately trying to recollect the events of the previous night, Han Ing could only recall the relentless flow of alcohol they had poured into Jiang Yu. She had no idea when she had drifted off to sleep. According to her original scheme, Jiang Yu should have been lying in bed with a chubby girl, and by now she would have received a photo from the girl to present to her aunt, thereby dismissing Jiang Yu as a suitor. Her aunt, Han Xiong, had extolled Jiang Yu's virtues, and Han Ing knew that despite her own reluctance, her aunt would still find ways to bring them together. Thus, she had devised this cunning plan to eliminate Jiang Yu from consideration, believing that Han Xiong would be unable to assist him at that point. However, events had not unfolded as she had envisioned. The blanket wrapped around Jiang Yu revealed the unmistakable red stains on the sheets, which starkly mirrored the events of the previous night. Finally, Han Ing exploded in fury. You bastard! If the two of them had merely drunk too much and ended up in the same bed without any further incident, perhaps it could have been manageable. Yet the evidence on the sheets vividly illustrated what had transpired. Although Han Ing had a somewhat spirited personality, she remained conservative in this regard. She intended to reserve her first experience for someone she truly loved, and certainly not for this country bumpkin whom she had only met less than a day ago. Despite his undeniable handsomeness, that was simply out of the question. I'll kill you, Han Ing screamed, her fury escalating to the point where, if a knife had been within her reach, her frenzied state might have compelled her to end Jiang Yu's life. She raged alone for approximately 10 minutes, her voice hoarse from the outburst. Jiang Yu remained silent, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Had it not been for the hotel room's soundproofing, the security personnel would likely have rushed in by now. In the end, Han Ing ceased her furious outcry, instead fixing a resentful and venomous gaze upon Jiang Yu, which signified a semblance of calm. Sighing, Jiang Yu lamented, Alas, alcohol leads to misfortune. Had it not been for your friends incessantly pouring drinks for me last night, This situation might not have arisen. Nonetheless, it has transpired, and as a man, I shall bear the responsibility. His words deftly deflected the blame, leaving Han Ying with no grounds to refute, as her intention last night had indeed been to intoxicate Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, her scheme had backfired, ensnaring her in its consequences. After staring at Jiang Yu for an extended moment, she managed to extract a retort through gritted teeth. Didn't you say we could only have a sip? Were Jiang Yu not so resilient in his drinking capacity, she would not have needed to intervene personally, nor would she have ended up in her current state of inebriation. Jiang Yu, with an innocent expression, replied, "It was merely a sip. Among us at Boki Mountain, my tolerance is the lowest." Indeed, the old man could drink more. But the crucial point was that it was just the two of them, master and disciple, at Boki Mountain. Han Ying gazed at him with lingering resentment while the phone incessantly rang. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yu reassured her, "Rest assured, though I may be impoverished, I will treat you well." His words were earnest, yet Han Ying remained unmoved. She proceeded to dress, her earlier melancholy morphing into indifference and disdain. "We are both adults. Last night, we both overindulged, leading to unfortunate events, which I accept. I do not require your accountability. However, remember this from now on. You are never to appear before me again. Should a third party learn of what transpired last night, I will ensure you vanish from this world forever." The threat from the esteemed Ms. Han of Tianyun City held considerable weight, yet for Jiang Yu, it was as insubstantial as air. He felt a pang of disappointment at Han Ying's demeanor. He had indeed succeeded in misleading her, but events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Never to appear again? How could that be, when his marriage contract remained unacquired? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu did not leave empty-handed. He had firmly grasped Han Ying's vulnerability. Should circumstances compel him, he could leverage this incident to coerce her into presenting the marriage contract. Just then, Su Xen called, scolding him vehemently. "Did you have a wild night? Not returning home for an entire night? If something were to happen to President One, could you bear the consequences?" Apologetically, he replied, "I had too much to drink last night. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Get back here immediately. There is a crisis at the company, and President One must personally address it." Chapter 16. A bucket of water as when Yi Huan's personal bodyguard. Su Xin's demeanor was notably more stringent, whereas the true employer, when Yi Huan, imposed fewer restrictions upon him. After ending the call, Su Xin, in a fit of anger, remarked, "President One, are you being too lenient with him? You seem unperturbed by his absence, and yesterday, you even willingly provided him with money." With an elegant smile, when Yi Huan replied, "He has aided me immensely. One could say he is my benefactor. However, that aside, he is now your employee, and he ought to fulfill his duties adequately." As soon as the words fell, Su Xin's phone rang again, and she sighed helplessly. "The company is urging us again." When Yi Huan picked up her handbag, "Let us proceed first. But what if we encounter someone from the Black Tiger Hall along the way? We've had a period of tranquility. I believe the Black Tiger Hall will no longer target me. No more discussion. We must first resolve the company matters. Just have Jiang Yu head directly to the office." The two women drove towards the company, only to find a crowd gathered at the reception, where three middle-aged women were creating a ruckus. "This is a heartless company. I advise you not to purchase their beauty products. Look at me. I used their facial mask, and this is what happened. Who is the owner? Come out at once. Everyone, come see. This unscrupulous company sells inferior products that have ruined my face." The faces of the three women were covered in red spots, resembling an allergic reaction at first glance. Their uproar was relentless, and the employees could not pacify them. They had no choice but to notify Wen Yi Huan to handle the situation. Allergies are common occurrences. Every beauty product company faces such issues, typically resolving them through private compensation. However, these three were different. They arrived and immediately began shouting, refusing to mention compensation at all. Jiang Yu arrived at the company earlier than Wen Yi Huan. He stood aside, inquiring about the situation. He had been working as Wen Yi Huan's bodyguard for a few days, and many employees recognized him. "It's just an allergy. It's not a terminal illness. Is it really necessary to create such a commotion? Xiao Jiang, can't you see? These three intend to tarnish our company's reputation. If they continue this way, our company's name will be ruined." Jiang Yu frowned slightly and stepped forward to observe the three women from distance. In traditional Chinese medicine, observation is crucial. As a budding doctor, diagnostic observation was one of his essential skills. At that moment, When Yihuan hurried over, squeezed into the crowd, and said apologetically, "Ladies, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. May we discuss this in the conference room? Who are you?" The troublemakers clearly did not recognize Wen Yihuan. "This is our company's owner." An employee interjected. "Ah, so you're the heartless owner?" One of the women stepped forward and grabbed Wen Yihuan's collar, putting her in an awkward position. "Let me tell you, this matter will not end today. You have ruined my face, which I have maintained for decades. You have destroyed our faces. Today, we will ruin your company." The underlying threat was palpable. Su Xian quickly stepped in to mediate. "Ladies, let us speak calmly. There is no need for violence." "What if we do get violent? What's wrong with that?" The three middle-aged women clearly lacked education. Their vocabulary was limited, and they merely continued to cause a disturbance. "Everyone, come and see the heartless owner of this company. Do not fall victim to their deceit like we did. My exquisite visage has been utterly marred by them." Even with Wen Yihuan's arrival, they refused to discuss compensation for medical treatment, merely shouting incessantly, as if to summon the entire building's inhabitants. The building's security had long since arrived, yet they could only stand by helplessly in the face of such a dispute. After considerable effort, Wen Yihuan finally extricated herself, politely stating, "Ladies, please remain calm. If you are indeed allergic to our company's product, we shall cover all medical expenses. If it was your company's product that caused this, you are nothing but a heartless enterprise, preying on innocent citizens like us." Su Xian muttered, "Our company never deceives." "Then explain why my face has become like this after using your product." "One cannot generalize about human physiology. Perhaps you are simply allergic to certain ingredients in the product." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that we are at fault?" "Let us seek justice. What kind of nonsense is that?" Su Xian's face darkened. "Please do not misinterpret my words. I did not claim it was your fault." When Yihuan reiterated, "Ladies, please accompany me. I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter." A satisfactory resolution, indeed. With a company as unscrupulous as yours, it will be better for you to shut down. The three middle-aged women were inflexible in their stance, showing no inclination for reconciliation, which greatly troubled Wen Yihuan. At this moment, Jiang Yu displayed a knowing smile and turned to leave. Su Xian caught sight of him for the corner of her eye. "Hey, you," she called out, but Jiang Yu appeared oblivious to her. Su Xian, seething with frustration, thought to herself, how could he abandon us in such a situation? What if President when we're harmed by those three madwomen? The trio had no intention of settling, continuing their ruckus, leaving Wen Yihuan at a loss. Many onlookers were loyal customers of her company, and this uproar would undoubtedly cast doubt upon the products. Call the police. With no other recourse, Wen Yihuan resolved to take that step. Since the three ladies were unwilling to reconcile, she would involve the authorities to determine whether they were indeed allergic to her company's product. If so, they would assume full responsibility. If not, then regrettably, their actions today had inflicted severe damage to her company's reputation, and she would pursue the matter to the fullest extent. Her tone became resolute, and the three women visibly faltered. You, what is your attitude? You've ruined our faces and now intend to sue us. Just you wait. This is far from over." The moment when Yihuan mentioned calling the police, the three began contemplating an escape. Make way, make way." At that instant, Jiang Yu's voice rang out, and the crowd parted to create a path as he hurriedly approached, a bucket of water in hand, heading straight for the three middle-aged women. "Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly." Wen Yihuan's heart raced with anxiety, filled with trepidation. Before the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yu dashed forward, dousing the three women with a bucket of water. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene, and all mouths gaped in astonishment. Chapter 17. The Flying Leaf Wounds. Accompanied by three piercing screams, the middle-aged women were completely soaked by Jiang Yu's sudden act. Of course, the one most affected was Wen Yihuan. Having finally grasped a semblance of control, she found it utterly disrupted by Jiang Yu's interference, rendering her arguments moot. Su Xian, infuriated, stomped her foot and exclaimed, "What are you doing, Jiang? Do you truly wish to ruin our company?" "Ah!" the three women shrieked, hastily wiping the water from their faces as they charged at Jiang Yu, looking as though they intended to devour him. Yet Jiang Yu stood there unperturbed, his words leaving the women momentarily stunned. "You've ruined your makeup and still have the audacity to challenge me?" With that bucket of water, coupled with their frantic attempts to wipe their faces, all semblance of their makeup vanished. Even the red spots on their skin had been smudged away. All eyes were now fixated upon them, and Jiang Yu spoke again. The matter is quite clear. They were never allergic. The red spots on their faces were merely painted on. I trust everyone understands the intent behind the charade. It turned out they were attempting to deceive through makeup. In this era, has the art of extortion evolved into such ludicrous forms? How shameless! A chorus of accusations erupted, and the three women exchanged glances, their ruse exposed, leading them to flee in unison. Su Xian immediately shouted, "Security, stop them!" When Yi Huan let out a sigh of relief, her gratitude palpable. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, today this incident could have cast a shadow over the company. Her fiancé's reputation in her eyes had risen several notches. She approached him and inquired, "How did you discern the truth? Let us discuss it later. This matter is far from over. They are undoubtedly being manipulated by someone else, and I shall assist you in uncovering the true culprit." He rushed out after them, but the three women had already boarded a van and sped away, evading the security personnel. Observing their escape, Jiang Yu's suspicions were further solidified, prompting him to hail a taxi in pursuit. Minutes later, the van arrived at the entrance of the Qingyuan Club. Qingyuan Club. Isn't this the territory of the Black Tiger Gang? Does Jiang Yu dare to confront me? With such thoughts, Jiang Yu entered the elevator and ascended to the top floor. Upon exiting, he was met with Jiang Yu's furious reprimands. "Useless fools. You can't even manage such a trivial task and still dare to ask for money. Disappear at once. Brother Hu, we didn't anticipate someone would throw a bucket of water over us." The corridor was deserted, and Jiang Yu strode forward. "Jiang Yu, have you already forgotten the fate of Wang Qi merely days ago?" His voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Jiang Yu. Upon the sight of Jiang Yu, the three women were instantly filled with an uncontainable anger. "Tiger brother, it was this little scoundrel who splashed us." Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, retorting, "At least you are from the city. Mind your manners. How dare you follow us here, little scoundrel? Let Tiger brother deal with you." "Oh, Tiger brother, how do you intend to handle me?" Jiang Yu casually settled into a chair, observing Jiang Yu with a playful glint in his eye. Although Jiang Yu was aware of Jiang Yu's formidable skills, he quickly regained his authoritative demeanor as the leader of the Black Tiger Hall and coldly declared, "You tread the path to heaven, yet refuse to walk it, and now you dare intrude upon hell? Close the door and arm yourselves." 17 or 18 underlings drew an assortment of weapons, encircling Jiang Yu. Remain calm and composed. Jiang Yu merely plucked the leaves from nearby potted plants, holding them in his hand. Jiang Yu lit a cigar, exhaling a ring of smoke, and spoke in a condescending tone. "Now tell me, would you prefer to lose a hand or a leg?" Jiang Yu disdainfully shook his head. "How do you compare to Wang Qi?" "What?" His seemingly baseless inquiry left Jiang Yu perplexed. "Have you met Wang Qi?" "Not only met him, but I also rendered his hand useless." A wave of mocking laughter erupted. One underling swung his baton and taunted, "Do the country bumpkins boast so boldly these days? Do you know how we refer to our brother Qi in the underworld? Iron Fist Wang Qi. And you claim to have injured his hand?" Jiang Yu shook his head, realizing that Wang Qi had not conveyed his warning to Jiang Yu. No wonder Jiang Yu felt emboldened upon encountering him. However, it mattered little. His purpose today was to assist Yi Huan in resolving lingering issues. Since Jiang Yu was the true perpetrator, the absence of Wang Qi's warning was irrelevant. It was essential for Jiang Yu to grasp the notion that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills and brothels beyond the buildings. Jiang Yu seemed disinterested in further dialogue, gesturing for his underlings to act while he slowly retrieved his phone to call Wang Qi for a double assurance. Of course, he was well aware that Wang Qi would likely not answer, as his phone had been switched off for days. The underlings could no longer contain their impatience and surged forward. In that fleeting moment, the leaves in Jiang Yu's hand flew outward in a spectacular display, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, astonishing all who beheld it. Those were mere leaves, yet in his hands, they transformed into lethal weapons. With a series of faint whistling sounds, followed by a clatter reminiscent of metal striking stone, the weapons held by the underlings clattered to the ground, each wrist marked with a line of blood. The final leaf soared toward Jiang Yu, who was already stunned by Jiang Yu's leaf-throwing prowess. The last leaf sliced through the air, severing the cigar from Jiang Yu's mouth with a clean cut. Jiang Yu's legs trembled involuntarily. Having risen to become the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, he had indeed witnessed much in his life. Yet, Jiang Yu's skill of using leaves as lethal weapons transcended their comprehension, shrouded in profound mystery. A lengthy silence enveloped the scene, leaving the minions of the Black Tiger Hall in a state of shock. Despite the excruciating pain in their wrists, none dared to utter a sound. They appeared as though they had encountered a ghost, witnessing a spectacle that seemed to belong only to the realm of television, now unfolding before their very eyes. Such an extraordinary master, who would dare to approach him? They finally grasped that Jiang Yu had not been exaggerating. The elusive ace they had been unable to contact may indeed have been incapacitated by this young prodigy. The three women, standing aside, observing the spectacle, were filled with trepidation, simultaneously grateful that Jiang Yu had not employed such means against them. The mere thought was chilling. Jiang Yu, with deliberate slowness, plucked another leaf and addressed Jiang Yu, saying, "Speak, would you prefer to lose a hand or a leg?" Jiang Yu, jolted from his terror, felt cold sweat saturating his back. "Young brother, I was blind to your prowess. I offer my sincere apologies. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against me." Jiang Yu lacked the fortitude that Wang Qi possessed and immediately began to plead for his life. Jiang Yu scoffed, deriding his lack of spirit. Chapter 18. Severed fingers and oppressive silence blanketed the Black Tiger Hall, each individual ensnared by overwhelming fear. This group, accustomed to violence, had never before felt such dread. The leaves in Jiang Yu's hand, akin to celestial blossoms scattered by a goddess, swiftly sliced through their wrists. It was unimaginable what a gruesome scene would unfold if the leaves had veered slightly, severing their throats instead. Jiang Yu was evidently capable of such deeds. Consequently, everyone present remained frozen in place, paralyzed with uncertainty. For they could not predict when the leaves would take flight or whether Jiang Yu would show mercy in his next move. Even Jiang Yu, the leader, quaked with trepidation, humbly begging for leniency. Jiang Yu's plight differed from that of Wang Qi. Amidst the crowd, should Jiang Yu be incapacitated by Jiang Yu, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout Tianyun City in no time. At that point, even if Jiang Yu spared his life, he would be relentlessly pursued by enemies, ultimately meeting a grim fate on the streets. Unwilling to accept such a disastrous outcome, Jiang Yu promptly set aside his pride and dignity, pleading for Jiang Yu's forgiveness. He nearly prostrated himself before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no intention of taking a life. He plucked yet another leaf, causing Jiang Yu's body to tremble violently, fearing its descent upon any part of him. "I could spare you, but you have repeatedly provoked me. Do you believe that merely acknowledging your wrongdoing will suffice to resolve this matter?" Jiang Yu's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as that of a deity of death. Jiang Yu glanced at his subordinates and cautiously inquired, "May I allow them to leave first?" "Certainly," Jiang Yu shrugged, considering them mere pawns following orders. "Everyone out. Wait for me outside. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter." The younger brothers had long wished to slip away. Faced with the immense pressure from Jiang Yu, they dispersed in a frenzy, vanishing within mere seconds. Jiang Yu picked up a dagger from the ground, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. "Little brother, I navigate this world, and I understand its rules. I acknowledge my provocation towards you," he declared. With that, Jiang Yu placed his left hand on the coffee table and, with a swift motion of his right hand, decisively severed his pinky finger, causing blood to spatter immediately. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging, as he struggled to suppress any cries of pain. Although he lacked the fortitude of Wang Qi, he nonetheless proved to be a resolute man, enduring the loss of his own finger in silence. This act was his form of accountability to Jiang Yu. "I understand that even the entirety of the Black Tiger Hall may not stand against you. However, we do possess some connections in Tianyun City. Should you encounter any difficulties where you cannot intervene, I, Jiang Yu, assure you that Black Tiger Hall will not hesitate to risk everything at your behest." Fearing Jiang Yu's dissatisfaction, Jiang Yu made this additional vow. Jiang Yu shook his head. "I do not require your assistance. But remember this. If you dare to provoke anyone from the Yuyan Company again, I shall show no mercy." Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. "I swear it shall not happen again." He was merely acting on someone else's behalf, and having witnessed Jiang Yu's formidable prowess, he would not dare to seek trouble with Wen Yihuan. He would flee, if anything. Jiang Yu spoke no further. His objectives had been achieved, and he turned to leave. "Brother, allow me to caution you about He Yuan. That man is insidious and ruthless. Even if we face setbacks, he will not relent." The name He Yuan resonated with Jiang Yu. He paused and inquired, "What enmity exists between He Yuan and Wen Yihuan?" Jiang Yu replied, "It cannot be termed as enmity, merely a competitive relationship. As far as I know, Tianyun previously lost a bidding war to Wen Yihuan, which prompted him to secretly undermine the Yuyan company. He is nothing more than a petty schemer, not worthy of concern." Jiang Yu dismissed Tianyun as inconsequential. But Jiang Yu added, "Tianyun is not so simple. He has connections in the capital and a vast network, likely acquainted with individuals of your caliber." "I understand," Jiang Yu replied coolly, and then exited through the door. The younger brothers of Black Tiger Hall lined the corridor outside, turning their faces away, unable to meet Jiang Yu's gaze as he emerged. Once he disappeared at the corridor's end, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and rushed back inside, only to be taken aback by the sight of Jean, whose severed finger and the blood on the coffee table. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu returned to Yuyan Company, where the employees were diligently attending to their tasks, as if nothing had transpired. Upon entering his office, he found Wen Yihuan dealing with paperwork, while Su Xin stood by, assisting her. "You've returned." Wen Yihuan rose immediately, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Su Xin directly asked, "What happened? Did you uncover the mastermind behind this?" Jiang Yu nodded. "I found it. It was instigated by the Black Tiger Hall." Wen Yihuan furrowed her brows. "Once again, them? As the saying goes, it's not the thief one fears, but rather the thief's persistent thoughts. If such incidents occur repeatedly, it will undoubtedly tarnish the company's reputation. This is all your fault." Su Xin appeared irate, believing that ultimately, it was Jiang Yu who had stirred up trouble. Had the first reconciliation been successful, none of this would have transpired. In business, one fears these rogues resorting to underhanded tactics. Even reporting to the authorities merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, as the Black Tiger Hall could easily find a scapegoat and continue to harass you. Wen Yihuan, however, displayed no hint of reproach. She softly said, "You've worked hard. Knowing the mastermind behind this is sufficient. I will find a way to deal with it." Jiang Yu smiled brightly, further irritating Su X, who gritted her teeth. "How can you still smile? Since the matter has been resolved, why shouldn't I?" Jiang Yu replied, "What do you mean? From now on, you can rest assured. The people from the Black Tiger Hall will no longer dare to trouble you." "Really?" Wen Yihuan's face lit up with surprise, while Su Xin pursed her lips, skeptical. Jiang Yu nodded, but his smile gradually faded. Wen Yihuan curiously asked, "What is wrong now?" Jiang Yu replied, "The matter has been resolved. I seem to be facing unemployment." Wen Yihuan chuckled, "Then I hereby officially hire you as my bodyguard on a long-term contract." Su Xin quickly interjected, "As a bodyguard, not a personal bodyguard." Wen Yihuan was no longer in any danger, thus she did not require Jiang Yu's personal protection. "I'll consider it." Jiang Yu certainly would not sign a long-term contract, as after resolving the 2 engagements in Tianyun City, he would need to move on to the next place. Su Xin scoffed, "You're still considering? How shameless. I mentioned from our first encounter that I came to Tianyun City to annul engagements, not to seek employment," Jiang Yu explained, suddenly focusing his gaze on Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan appeared somewhat flustered, her heart racing as she thought, could he have sensed something? Chapter 19. With some charm, Wen Yihuan had yet to clarify her identity. She was still in the evaluation stage regarding her fiancé. Thus far, Jiang Yu's character had shown no flaws. Yet, she did not intend to reveal her true intentions. Marriage is no trivial matter. Jiang Yu stared at her for a while before asking, "Ms. Wen, you must have a decent network in Tianyun City. Do you know someone named Wen Fuyao?" "Not at all," Wen Yihuan replied decisively. "Ms. Wen, now that you are no longer in danger, may I freely arrange my time?" "Of course." Wen Yihuan realized that Jiang Yu was seeking her assistance and found the prospect intriguing. "Ms. Wen, could you use your connections to help me find Wen Fuyao?" "Absolutely." Observing Jiang Yu's grateful demeanor, Wen Yihuan felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, she preferred not to delve further into this topic, lest she reveal any inconsistencies. "By the way, how did you discern that those 3 individuals were merely causing a disturbance in disguise?" "As a physician, I find it imperative to discuss my expertise." Jiang Yu elaborated with confidence, explaining the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. "My medical skills are quite advanced, and for me, diagnostic observation is second nature. The inner canon elucidates that where evil gathers, there must be a deficiency in vital energy." Jiang Yu went on to articulate an extensive discourse filled with terms that were lost on his audience, while Wen Yihuan listened with a contemplative expression. In truth, she was aware of Jiang Yu's fiancé and recognized him as a prodigious disciple of an esteemed healer, but she momentarily failed to recall this fact. Su Xin, growing increasingly irritated, interjected, "Who wants to hear your nonsensical ramblings? Hurry up and leave. President Wen has documents to attend to." She pushed Jiang Yu away, to which he responded solemnly, "Traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure, and to dismiss it as mere nonsense compels me to engage you in a serious discussion. Do you have any idea how many lives traditional medicine has saved over the millennia?" Before he could continue, Su Xin forcibly ushered him out, slamming the door behind him and muttering, "How did I not notice how verbose he is before?" Now that Jiang Yu had some free time, he could not possibly remain in the office. He had to devise a plan to locate Wen Fuyo, setting aside the question of whether the engagement could be amicably dissolved. He first needed to find her. Over the weekend, Jiang Yu took to the internet to post inquiries about her whereabouts, while also discreetly gathering information. Yet he still had no news of Wen Fuyo. On Monday, he figured it was time to reach out to Han once more. So he hailed a taxi to Tianyun University. During the journey, Han Xiong called him, scolding, "What is the matter with you? Han stayed at home all weekend. And you didn't think to invite her out for a stroll?" Jiang Yu wished he could, but he understood that Han must have been feeling down after her unexpected loss of innocence. It would be reasonable for her to brood for a couple of days. "I have my own plans," he replied, refraining from elaborating. "By the way, I was just thinking of asking you. Could you help me obtain a copy of Han Ying's class schedule?" "What? Do you wish to attend classes with her? If you're just going to audit, why not let me enroll you? You could truly experience campus life, and I assure you, university life is splendid." "Not necessary," Jiang Yu swiftly declined, not wanting to owe Han Xiong any favors. "As for the schedule, I will send it to you shortly. By the way, I have some unfortunate news to share. I heard that Zhao Shuo has been pursuing Han quite aggressively lately, so you must be wary of being outpaced. Is this the Zhao heir who intends to form a marital alliance with your family? Such an alliance is merely a desire from my elder brother and the Zhao family. Han has no intention of becoming a pawn in their business dealings." However, she shifted her tone, adding, "But if Han succumbs to Zhao Shuo's advances, you will undoubtedly lose your chance. Is that so? Why do I sense a hint of glee in your voice?" Came Han Xiong's displeased response from the other end of the line. Jiang Yu indeed felt a thrill of satisfaction once the Han and Zhao families solidified their alliance. The Han family would undoubtedly take the initiative to call off the engagement, which was precisely what he desired. Presently, Jiang Yu had gained another avenue to acquire the marriage documents, and might even find himself covertly assisting Zhao Shuo in winning Han Ying's affection. "Without further ado, I have arrived at school. Please promptly send me the class schedule." Jiang Yu hastily hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, Han Ying's class schedule arrived on his mobile device. As a freshman, Han Ying had quite a few classes, with a full schedule on Monday. Tianyun University boasted splendid scenery, with lush greenery and flower petals adorning the shaded pathways. Following the indications on the schedule, Jiang Yu made his way to Han Ying's classroom, where the number of absentees among the freshmen was notably low, with the room filled to capacity. Han Ying sat in the back row, listless and apathetic. Next to her was Wang Ruoqi, whispering to her, "Han Ying, what troubles you? You haven't joined us for outings these past few days. Have you encountered some misfortune?" The mere recollection of Friday evening's events made Han Ying feel disheartened. It was not merely misfortune, but a source of great distress. Wang Ruoqi continued, "Is it because of that country bumpkin, Jiang Yu? Don't worry. I will ensure he stays away from you." Standing at the classroom door, Jiang Yu overheard this exchange, feeling an intense dislike for Wang Ruoqi. "Isn't that a bit too nosy? Don't mention him in my presence." The mere mention of Jiang Yu's name caused Han Ying discomfort. Although she could not recall the specifics of that night, her imagination ran wild. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of him at the door, grinning and waving. A chill ran down her spine, and her heart raced. Could it be that she was developing a psychological aversion? "Ruoqi, can you check if that guy is still at the door?" Wang Ruoqi turned around, her expression immediately darkening. "Is this bumpkin like a persistent adhesive plaster coming to school as well?" "What?" Han Ying's face drained of color. "Ruoqi, please help me get rid of him." She was oblivious to Jiang Yu's intentions and feared he would indiscriminately expose the events of that evening. "Leave it to me." Wang Ruoqi disregarded the furious gaze of the lecturer and dashed out of the classroom, dragging Jiang Yu down to the ground floor of the teaching building. She gave Jiang Yu a shove and scoffed, "Country bumpkin, you followed her to school. Do you really think Han Ying would be interested in you?" Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, Whether she is interested or not is not for you to decide. Wang Ruoqi let out a series of derisive laughs. You should take a look in the mirror and consider what makes you worthy of Han Ning. Let me tell you, even the scion of the Huayin group, Zhao Gongzi, failed in his pursuit of her. And you think you stand a chance? Jiang Yu shook his head defiantly. Indeed, it is precisely because of me. Don't think that just because you possess a modicum of charm, you can pursue Han Ning. This comment left Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. A modicum of charm? Why that sounds so awkward? At that moment, a group of tall, athletic students approached, noticing Wang Ruoqi's furious demeanor and calling out from a distance. Are you tired of living, daring to upset our Ruoqi? The phrase a modicum of charm might indeed apply to Wang Ruoqi, as she had several admirers, including Li Zhao, a sophomore from the physical education department. Chapter 20. The boxing match. Li Zhao stood at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, towering over Jiang Yu by a head. Clutching a basketball, he was a man of few words and little patience, and upon their meeting, he swiftly hurled the ball towards Jiang Yu. The force behind his throw was formidable. Had it struck a person of lesser constitution, they might have been knocked to the ground. However, Jiang Yu merely sidestepped, allowing the basketball to soar away with a resounding thud. Li Zhao approached, positioning himself squarely in front of Wang Ruoqi. Her expression remained indifferent, clearly unimpressed by her suitor's advances. Nevertheless, recognizing the opportunity of having a free enforcer at her disposal, Wang Ruoqi decided to make use of him. Li Zhao, you've arrived at an opportune moment. Help me escort this fellow out of the school. At your service, Li Zhao replied, seizing the chance to ingratiate himself. Turning to Jiang Yu, he barked, Kid, if you don't wish to taste my fists, you'd better scram. This school belongs to your family? You expect me to leave just because you say so? What? Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a retort from Jiang Yu. He glanced at his classmates and sneered, looking for a fight. Are we? Then allow me to oblige. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu's fist struck his nose, causing crimson blood to cascade from his nostrils. Bang! Li Zhao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Yu scoffed. With such meager skills, you dare to act tough? Yet, although Li Zhao was out cold, his classmates remained. Damn it, you dare to hit my brother. 5 or 6 athletes lunged at Jiang Yu. Most would have fled in such a scenario, but not Jiang Yu. Under Wang Ruoqi's astonished gaze, he effortlessly took down each one with remarkable efficiency. Wang Ruoqi quickly regained her composure, undeterred by Jiang Yu's display of strength. A smile graced her lips. I didn't expect you to be quite the fighter. Jiang Yu shrugged. Just average. I've trained for a few years. Wang Ruoqi raised an eyebrow. Do you truly wish to pursue Han Ning? What's that to you? Well, if you're sincere, I can assist you. Wait for my call tonight. But for now, you need to leave, as Han Ning doesn't wish to see you. Jiang Yu believed only the latter half of her statement. It was true that Han Ning did not want to see him, but the notion that Wang Ruoqi would help him was utterly preposterous. What trick is this little girl up to now? He replied, maintaining a calm facade. Why should I trust you? Wang Ruoqi retorted. Do you have any other options? Without my assistance, do you truly think you could win Han Ning's heart? Don't delude yourself. Jiang Yu simply regarded her in silence. Go ahead, keep boasting. Wang Ruoqi's disdain for his thoughts was almost palpable, and Jiang Yu would be a fool to believe her. Yet, as always in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes are rendered futile. Curious to see what trick Wang Ruoqi would devise next, he finally conceded. All right, I will trust you once more. Upon finishing her words, he turned to leave. At that moment, Wang Ruoqi donned a look of disdain, silently murmuring, Country bumpkin, just wait and see how I make you regret this tonight. She then ascended the stairs to continue her class, casting not a single glance at Li Zhao and the others sprawled on the floor. At 9 o'clock, Wang Ruoqi sent Jiang Yu an address, stating they would meet in half an hour. Jiang Yu, feeling quite leisurely, arrived at the designated location promptly at 9:30. The sign reading Xingyo Boxing Club was conspicuous, and there stood Wang Ruoqi at the entrance. Is it just you? Jiang Yu remarked, noticing the absence of Han Ning. Wang Ruoqi replied, Han Ning is already inside. Let us proceed. Jiang Yu frowned. You summoned me to a boxing club at such a late hour? Wang Ruoqi retorted. What do you know, you rustic fool? The Xingyo Boxing Club operates legally during the day, but at night, it transforms into an underground boxing arena. Only those with connections can gain entry. Are you prepared for this? I have no affection for boxing, but Han Ning does, she continued, leading Jiang Yu inside. Do not say I am not assisting you. Han Ning has a penchant for formidable fighters. I have already registered you to compete, and in about half an hour, it will be your turn. You took the liberty of signing me up? Are you being too presumptuous? Jiang Yu questioned. Do you truly wish to pursue Han Ning? Wang Ruoqi shot him a glare. This is your only opportunity. Han Ning has consented, stating that if you win the match, she will be your girlfriend. Should you falter or shy away from the challenge, you may never see her again. Did she truly say that? Do you doubt me? Indeed. Wang Ruoqi was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's blunt response. Take me to her. Such matters are best confirmed directly with the person involved. Wang Ruoqi ceased her chatter and guided Jiang Yu to the underground level 2, where a vast boxing arena was teeming with spectators, all fervently cheering for their favorite fighters. They approached a private box, where Han Ning was seated quietly within. Why did you bring him here? Upon sighting Jiang Yu, Han Ning immediately wore an expression of distaste. Jiang Yu internally scoffed, thinking of her claim that winning would make him her boyfriend. She was unwilling even to feign politeness. Wang Ruoqi explained, he doubts me and wishes to hear it from you directly. Jiang Yu interjected. She said that if I win the match, you would agree to be my girlfriend? Han Ning glanced at Wang Ruoqi with a troubled expression, while Wang Ruoqi signaled her insistently, as if to say, this country bumpkin is bound to lose. Finally, Han Ning responded, indeed. Jiang Yu smiled. Let's not force it. Instead, how about this? If I win, you will assist me with a task. How does that sound? In truth, whether Han Ning became his girlfriend was of little consequence. Jiang Yu's true aim lay in securing a marriage contract. I am a woman of my word. Should you win, I will be your girlfriend, but do not attempt to negotiate any other conditions. Han Ning glared at him, thinking, am I foolish enough to assist you with a task? The uncertainty of that is far too great. Jiang Yu had not anticipated her resolve. He shot a glance at Wang Ruoqi. It seemed she was convinced he could not possibly win. Indeed, observing her expression, it is evident that she has managed to sway my adversary, intent not only on ensuring my defeat, but also on rendering it utterly humiliating. I had anticipated some ingenious strategy from you, yet this is all you can muster? Through the window of the private booth, he glimpsed the boxers in the arena. Perhaps they are formidable professionals, yet they are certainly no match for Jiang Yu. He decisively declared, very well, it is settled. Wang Ruoqi, filled with elation, promptly urged, hurry and prepare. It's almost your turn to take the stage. Someone is waiting outside to escort you. Once Jiang Yu exited, Han Ning immediately expressed her concern. Ruoqi, have you made all the arrangements? We mustn't allow him to win. Rest assured, I have orchestrated for him a challenger who is a disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. He believes that having defeated a few athletes makes him invincible. Tonight, we shall witness his downfall. A cold smile played upon Wang Ruoqi's lips, as if everything were under her control. Chapter 21. How can he still smile? Although this underground boxing match lacks formal legitimacy, Wang Ruoqi's ability to smoothly enroll Jiang Yu for participation indicates she possesses a certain level of competence. As Jiang Yu changed into his fighting attire and readied himself, the host began to enliven the atmosphere. Esteemed audience, the next contender is truly formidable. Having achieved an astounding 13 consecutive victories, he is Zheng Feng. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, clearly comprising numerous fans of Zheng Feng. He made his entrance amidst the spotlight, a towering figure with a physique sculpted by sheer muscle, his gaze sharp and commanding. He circled the arena, reveling in the attention. The spectators buzzed among themselves. Who will Zheng Feng's opponent be? It matters not. Simply place your bets on Zheng Feng to win. I'm not so sure. Zheng Feng has won 13 matches. The boxing arena will likely assign him some formidable challengers. Let's wait and see. After Zheng Feng's grand entrance, the host's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he announced, Zheng Feng's challenger for this bout is Jiang Yu. It was merely a name, devoid of any titles accompanying Jiang Yu's introduction. This unfamiliar name piqued the audience's anticipation. However, once Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere turned to dismay. What a joke. This individual dares to challenge Zheng Feng? Is there even a need for a fight? The outcome is all too apparent. Quickly, place your bets. It's a no-brainer to back Zheng Feng. As the audience clamored to place their wagers, the host received a message and promptly announced, ladies and gentlemen, hold your bets. This match is merely an exhibition, implying that betting was not permitted. The boxing arena personnel were no fools. They could see that Jiang Yu was destined to take a beating. Allowing others to wager would lead to significant losses. Enough of this ridiculous exhibition. Disappear. We have no interest in watching a mere performance. The audience expressed their disdain, deeming this contest devoid of suspense and utterly unentertaining. In the private booth, Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi stood by the window, with Wang Ruoqi smugly asserting, "Han Ing, do you still believe that country bumpkins stand a chance?" Han Ing let out a sigh of relief and did not respond. Wang Ruoqi continued, "I have exerted tremendous effort to arrange this boxing match. Once we drive away that country bumpkin, how will you express your gratitude?" Han Ing replied, "Is there any need for thanks between us?" Wang Ruoqi pouted and said, "You shall cover all the lunches for this semester." Han Ing readily agreed, "No problem." Amidst the audience's murmurs, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. He glanced up at the box where Han Ing sat, revealing a peculiar smile. A shiver ran through Han Ing as she uneasily thought, how can he still smile? Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "He won't be smiling for long. I've specifically instructed Zhang Feng." The host, feeling somewhat powerless in light of the situation, declared that he would take his leave once the match commenced. Only Zhang Feng and Jiang Yu remained in the arena, stepping forward to meet each other's gaze. Zhang Feng's eyes were sharp as he derisively remarked, "I never expected you would actually dare to step onto the stage." When Wang Ruoqi initially invited him to take on this match, he could scarcely believe his ears. A country boy daring to challenge him. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? This is hardly a den of knives and flames." Zhang Feng sneered, "Do you know who I am?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "I am the disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. Not only you, but even professional boxers would struggle against my iron fists." Jiang Yu burst into laughter. "I thought you were impressive. Turns out you're merely the apprentice of Iron Fist Wang Qi. TSK, indeed, like father like son, both ready to take a beating." Jiang Yu's unabashed laughter tugged at Zhang Feng's nerves, making him feel provoked. At that moment, the audience shouted angrily, "Stop wasting time, get on with it. There's nothing to see here. One punch from Zhang Feng will send that kid to the hospital." In response to the audience's urging, Zhang Feng ceased his banter with Jiang Yu and launched a punch directly at his face. Zhang Feng's prowess was not mere bravado. His punch was powerful, generating a gust of wind. Moreover, his speed left no time for an ordinary person to react. The audience appeared disinterested, convinced that Zhang Feng could end the exhibition match with a single blow. However, Jiang Yu's reaction was entirely unexpected. He effortlessly sidestepped Zhang Feng's punch. Zhang Feng frowned, realizing that Jiang Yu's reaction speed exceeded his expectations. After missing his punch, he swiftly altered his approach, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu retreated repeatedly, while Zhang Feng pressed forward relentlessly. As they neared the edge of the ring, Zhang Feng coldly sneered, "Let's see where you can hide." With a leap, Zhang Feng executed a powerful downward strike, radiating an overwhelming force. The bulging veins on his arms and the sheer might of his attack sent shivers through the audience in the stands. In the VIP box, Han Ing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy and worriedly exclaimed, "Ruoqi, Zhang Feng won't kill him, will he?" Wang Ruoqi reassured her, "Don't worry. Zhang Feng knows his limits." Although the boxing match was informal, it was unlikely to result in fatalities. Zhang Feng exhibited remarkable restraint. At the moment when Jiang Yu had nowhere to retreat, his strike could have landed squarely on Jiang Yu's crown, yet he deftly redirected it towards Jiang Yu's left shoulder. The sound of impact reverberated through the arena, plunging it into an eerie silence. Remarkably, Jiang Yu did not collapse under Zhang Feng's blow. Instead, he stood resolutely, gripping Zhang Feng's wrist with unwavering tenacity. Zhang Feng's face flushed with frustration, unable to complete his downward strike. Subsequently, with a gentle push, Jiang Yu sent Zhang Feng staggering backwards, nearly losing his balance. Could it be? This lad could actually contend with Zhang Feng's strength? Were it not for the prohibition on betting in the arena, the spectators might have suspected Zhang Feng was throwing the match. The intensity of their confrontation ignited a fervor among the audience. Cheers erupted, urging them to continue fighting. In the VIP box, Wang Ruoqi frowned deeply, her expression one of displeasure. What was Zhang Feng thinking, allowing that rustic to gain ground? In her view, it was not Jiang Yu's prowess that was impressive, but rather Zhang Feng's apparent leniency. However, only Zhang Feng understood the caliber of the opponent he faced, and he felt a chill of trepidation. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Jiang Yu did not simply employ a soft technique to neutralize the blow. He had genuinely repelled Zheng Feng with his own might. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow towards the VIP box where Han Ying sat. Suddenly, Zheng Feng lunged forward. "Kid, don't revel in your triumph too soon." He clenched his fists, unleashing every ounce of his power. His iron fists were his unwavering support. He held nothing back, not daring to show any restraint. Initially, Zheng Feng had merely intended to teach Jiang Yu a lesson on Wang Ruoqi's behalf, not exerting his full strength. However, upon recognizing Jiang Yu's prowess, the significance of the match shifted. He was determined to fight for his dignity, vowing not to lose. This time, Jiang Yu did not evade. He charged forward, fists clenched, ready to engage in a clash. The sound of their collision echoed. Zheng Feng's iron fist had secured him 13 consecutive victories, instilling fear in many opponents at the sight of his calloused hands. In contrast, Jiang Yu's hands were delicate and tender, appearing far from a match for Zheng Feng. "Humph." Zheng Feng grunted, stumbling backwards repeatedly until he collided with the cage of the ring with a resounding thud. His hands trembled violently, an indescribable pain causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground, firmly planted in place. The contrast between them made their relative strengths unmistakably clear. After a moment of silence in the arena, raucous applause erupted. "Well done." The crowd erupted in cheers, while some secretly rejoiced. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Indeed, who could have anticipated the prowess of this young man? How fortunate it is that betting was prohibited for this match. Otherwise, I would surely have faced ruin. In the private box, Han Ying's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, while Wang Ruoqi seethed with barely contained fury. Had Zheng Feng lost his mind? Why did he not exert his full effort? She remained convinced that Zheng Feng was deliberately underperforming. Yet the scene that unfolded next utterly shattered Wang Ruoqi's resolve. Jiang Yu took the initiative, his punches delivered with such swiftness that they seemed to leave afterimages. Zheng Feng's reflexes paled in comparison, instinctively raising his hand to block. He failed to prevent Jiang Yu's fist from striking his left cheek. In that moment, stars danced before Zheng Feng's eyes, his mind blank, and he staggered, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The audience fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated such a swift defeat. Had Zheng Feng truly lost so quickly? Many shouted, "Zheng Feng, get up." They were not yet satisfied. In the private room, Wang Ruoqi was beside herself, stamping her feet in desperation. "Damn it, Zheng Feng. Stand up." Han Ying sat on the sofa, her face ashen. Zheng Feng yearned to rise, yet Jiang Yu denied him that chance, moving in to deliver another blow. Zheng Feng could only shield his face with his hands, feeling Jiang Yu's fist collide painfully with his arm, as if his bones might shatter. He had sensed before the match that it was not a contest of equals, and reality corroborated his suspicions. However, he never imagined he would be the one receiving such a beating. With his extensive boxing experience, Zheng Feng recognized that if this continued, his hands would be rendered useless, compelling him to concede. I surrender, I surrender." The moment those words escaped his lips, Han Ying felt as though she had plunged into the depths of despair. What did this signify? It meant she would have to become the girlfriend of the scoundrel who took away her innocence. Wang Ruoqi gazed at Han Ying, and after a long pause, managed to utter, "I'm sorry, I didn't foresee this." Not only did she fail to foresee it, no one anticipated Jiang Yu's victory. The promoter of the fight was filled with regret, wishing he had allowed betting, for this match could have filled his coffers. After winning, Jiang Yu made his way to the private box, where the atmosphere was almost frigid. He flashed a radiant smile at Wang Ruoqi and said, "I cannot thank you enough for this opportunity. Otherwise, how could I have so easily pursued Han Ying?" This statement nearly drove Wang Ruoqi to the brink of fury. Was this her intention? Certainly not. Her aim was for Zheng Feng to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, yet it had instead thrust Han Ying into the fire. Wang Ruoqi's eyes glinted with venom, her frustration palpable yet rendered speechless. Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying, languidly saying, "You wouldn't dare renege on your word, would you?" Wang Ruoqi interjected, "A man's word is his bond." Han Ying shot her a furious glare, thinking, which side are you on? However, she mused, "We are women, and we may speak without regard for promises." Wang Ruoqi suddenly shifted her tone, adopting an expression that conveyed a defiant attitude, as if to say, "What do you do about it?" I am willing to gamble and accept the consequences. Han Ning abruptly stood up and uttered a statement that left Wang Ruoqi speechless. Han Ning, are you all right? Han Ning shook her head, and Wang Ruoqi grasped her hand, leading her outside. Wait here, Jiang. I need to speak with Han Ning privately. The two women exited the private room and closed the door. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance, straining to listen, yet the outside commotion drowned out their conversation. He was acutely aware that the two women were undoubtedly scheming something. 3 minutes later, they returned to the room, their moods seemingly much improved. Wang Ruoqi declared, "Don't say we are not true to our word. From this moment forth, Han Ning is your girlfriend." Jiang Yu did not exhibit any signs of excitement. Instead, he quietly requested Wang Ruoqi, "Can we talk privately? What is there to discuss with you?" Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes, yet Jiang Yu insistently pulled her outside. "Don't touch me, you country bumpkin." Once outside, Wang Ruoqi disdainfully shook off Jiang Yu. "Speak quickly and get to the point." Jiang Yu inquired, "Why did Han Ning agree to be my girlfriend?" Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "Because you are handsome, obviously. I want the truth. That is the truth. Don't waste my time. Cherish the moments you have with your girlfriend." Her words were laden with implications. Left with no choice, Jiang Yu resorted to his trump card, retrieving his phone to reveal an album. "If you don't tell me the truth, this photo might circulate around Tianyun University by tomorrow." "You jerk." The photo depicted the scene where, after a night of drinking, Jiang Yu had placed a drunken Wang Ruoqi on the ground. "You despicable fiend. Taking advantage of someone in such a state. Delete that photo." "Hey, let us communicate properly. I did not take advantage. You willingly climbed onto him after drinking too much. I merely captured this beautiful moment. So, you still refuse to tell the truth?" This photograph was akin to a powerful weapon for the proud Wang Ruoqi, compelling her to concede. Han Ning had stated that she was willing to gamble and accept the outcome of being Jiang Yu's girlfriend, but breakups are commonplace among couples, and a simple few minutes of pretense could suffice for separation. Just a few minutes? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. You could at least say a few days. But to dismiss someone in just a few minutes is utterly contemptuous. No wonder your mood suddenly brightened. You can still smile. However, with your cunning schemes, I have my own means. Now that I am aware of Han Ying's intentions, how could I, the most handsome man of Bokushin, allow myself to be manipulated? A sly grin spread across his face as he turned and re-entered the room. Chapter 23. Is this too much? You scoundrel, the photo. Wang Ruoqi charged back inside, but Jiang Yu nonchalantly tucked his phone into his pocket, as if nothing had transpired. What photo? Han Ning eyed Wang Ruoqi suspiciously, who appeared embarrassed and stammered, "No, nothing at all." Regarding the matter of the photograph, she wished for no one, aside from herself and Jiang Yu, to be privy to it. "Are you truly willing to be my girlfriend?" Jiang Yu inquired once more. Han Ning resolutely replied, "I, Han Ning, am a person of principles and keep my word." "Very well," Jiang Yu declared, plopping down beside Han Ning and wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Han Ning let out a startled scream. "Ah, what are you doing?" Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously. "Isn't it acceptable for couples to embrace?" "It is indeed." Yet, Han Ning found herself unable to endure even a few minutes. As she contemplated breaking up on the spot, "There is something I must tell you. I believe we are incompatible." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu suddenly leaned in, grinning wickedly. "Isn't it also reasonable for couples to share a kiss?" Han Ying's face turned pale with panic. "Alas," Jiang Yu shook his head, refraining from taking action. "However, I feel a sense of guilt about employing such methods to keep you with me. So let us terminate our romantic relationship here." Han Ying's eyes blazed with fury. "You shameless fellow, and you still have a sense of guilt? Furthermore, what do you mean by this? Are you breaking up with me?" "That is clearly my line." Jiang Yu, aware of Han Ying's plans, preempted her, but he felt he could not allow her to toy with him without consequence. So he compensated himself with a kiss. Of course, this being Han Ying's first kiss caught him somewhat off guard. After speaking, Jiang Yu strode away, leaving Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi in disarray amidst the wind. Wang Ruoqi was filled with guilt. This time, she had devised a scheme for Han Ning, only to find herself losing both the lady and the battle. Han Ning finally erupted, shouting hoarsely in the private room, venting her pent-up frustration. Just as Jiang Yu exited the club, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man in a suit. "Young man, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Yang." "Wu Yang? Your name suggests you're not a good person," Jiang Yu replied coolly. "Are you finished? If so, please let me pass." "Hold on, young man. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Our boss wishes to meet you." Not interested. Young man, being noticed by our boss is a stroke of fortune. If you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it in the future. Though I am handsome, do not mistake me for a gigolo. I will not live off others. Jiang Yu declared with righteous indignation and strode away. Wu Yang stood momentarily stunned. This was utterly absurd. He hastened to catch up, blocking Jiang Yu once more. Brother, please do not make this difficult for me. Our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. This is your chance, with your skills. Following our boss will surely lead you to success. Follow your boss? Jiang Yu scoffed coldly. I, Jiang Yu, never subordinate myself to others. His indifference sparked a hint of displeasure in Wu Yang. It is commendable for the youth to have spirit, but one must not be overly arrogant. In the entirety of Tianyun City, few dare to refuse my boss, so consider your decision wisely. From this day forth, there will be one more. Jiang Yu stepped forward. Stop. Wu Yang's voice boomed with fury, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Young man, do not presume that a mere proficiency in martial arts grants you the right to act with such arrogance. Dare to take another step forward, and I swear I shall break your legs. Oh, Jiang Yu, turn around. Do you think yourself superior to Zhang Feng? Wu Yang scoffed. In the realm of martial arts within Tianyun City, Zhang Feng is insignificant. Even his master, Wang Qi, is unworthy to carry my shoes. If you possess such skill, why stand in my way? Jiang Yu understood Wu Yang's implication. His employer had recognized Jiang Yu's abilities and wished him to serve as his personal fighter. While he feigned humility, the thought of the sole heir of Boki Mountain stooping to be a mere henchman was utterly unacceptable. Should the old man find out, he would undoubtedly descend from Boki Mountain at rocket speed to deliver a stern reprimand. I am nearing 50. While youth is often associated with strength, I have only a few years left in my prime. You, however, are young and promising. With a little guidance, you could undoubtedly become the foremost fighter in Tianyun City. Coupled with my employer's financial backing, an international career is within reach. As he spoke, Wu Yang's fierce expression softened slightly. He had been observing Jiang Yu's reactions. But to his dismay, he found no trace of anticipation on the young man's face. Forgive me, but my ambitions do not lie in underground fighting, and you lack the standing to instruct me. Jiang Yu was all too aware of the old man's prowess. He had yet to encounter anyone more formidable. Having followed the old man on his travels since childhood, he had met numerous reclusive families, and even their elders treated the old man with great respect. While it is often said that great masters produce exceptional disciples, Jiang Yu would not claim that he surpassed his mentor, but in the realm of martial arts. No one in Tianyun City had the right to be his teacher. However, Wu Yang perceived Jiang Yu's candidness as sheer arrogance, and his anger ignited. A toast unrequested is to be met with punishment. You believe I lack the authority to teach you? Wu Yang assumed a fighting stance, advancing with a few steps as he executed the wild horse parts its mane, a standard Taijiquan move. He aimed to demonstrate his strength through action while imparting a lesson to this presumptuous youth. Wu Yang lunged forward with a powerful palm strike. But Jiang Yu retaliated with a swift punch, unleashing a fierce gust of energy. Bang! Their fists collided, and Wu Yang stumbled back, astonished by the force of Jiang Yu's strike. After repelling Wu Yang, Jiang Yu remarked coolly, "The martial arts widely practiced today are largely routines for physical conditioning. Perhaps to the average person, you are a revered Taijiquan master, but to me, you are merely a facade." In Tianyun City's martial arts community, Wu Yang was held in high regard, and to be dismissed as a mere facade incited his fury. "Young man, do not be so arrogant." Wu Yang charged forward, executing the 6 seals and 4 closures. Jiang Yu, grounding himself, slowly articulated, "True martial arts are techniques of lethality." Chapter 24. The Youth. Unbound by martial virtue, the concept of 6 seals and 4 closures in Tai Chi refers to the hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and hips, aimed at both advancing towards and defending against an opponent's limbs. This technique primarily seeks to render the adversary incapable of judgment, ensnaring them in a state of indecision and bewilderment. Although Wu Yang's Tai Chi skills are commendable, as Jiang Yu aptly noted, true martial arts are lethal techniques. Authentic martial arts eschew superfluous embellishments and strike directly at the vital points of life. The ancient art of life-and-death combat differs vastly from today's stage competitions, where no one holds back. Thus, the essence of ancient martial arts can be distilled into 3 words: swift, fierce, and precise. To subdue an opponent with a single strike is the goal, sparing no unnecessary exertion. Jiang Yu's strike was remarkably swift. His right index and middle fingers darted towards Wu Liang's eyes. Wu Liang was momentarily stunned. The speed of Jiang Yu's attack exceeded his expectations, leaving him with no choice but to hastily defend. While he managed to shield himself from the upper assault, he neglected the lower half. In an instant, Jiang Yu executed a kick, transforming Wu Liang into a disciple of the crotch-covering school. His features contorted in agony, his face flushed with embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, Wu Liang managed to utter, "Young man, you lack martial virtue." He could never have anticipated that Jiang Yu would resort to such a despicable tactic. I have stated before, true martial arts are lethal techniques. Leaving those words behind, Jiang Yu departed with grace. He was not mistaken. Had this been a life-and-death struggle, that kick would have been the most effective means to incapacitate his opponent. While it might not have been a fatal blow, it would certainly have rendered the adversary immobile. However, as this was not a fight to the death, he refrained from inflicting a mortal wound. Wu Liang, though in pain, would not be permanently harmed. Temporarily deprived of his ability to move, Wu Liang could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yu vanished into the night. As the darkness enveloped him, Jiang Yu pondered his next destination when a phone call from Han Xiong summoned him to a hotel. In contrast to their first encounter, Han Xiong was markedly more cautious this time. She donned a mask and sunglasses, obscuring nearly her entire face. After all, the Han family held a notable reputation in Tianyun City, and Han Xiong was quite renowned herself. Should the paparazzi catch sight of her entering or exiting the hotel, it would undoubtedly make headlines. The first time she had appeared without any disguise was due to her menstrual discomfort, a situation that had left her with no alternative. Jiang Yu had been reluctant to attend, yet the marriage contract from the Han family compelled him. Should he refuse Han Xiong, she would undoubtedly create obstacles, prolonging the acquisition of the marriage contract indefinitely. Upon seeing the fully armed Han Xiong, Jiang Yu expressed his surprise. "What happened to you? Are you being pursued?" As Han Xiong opened the door, still wearing her sunglasses and mask, she cautiously glanced around before pulling Jiang Yu into the room and carefully shutting the door. Removing her mask and glasses, she revealed a gentle smile. It must be said, despite being in her 30s, Han Xiong maintained her beauty exquisitely, her allure sometimes surpassing that of younger maidens. "No one is pursuing me. I simply wish to avoid being photographed by those paparazzi while entering a hotel with someone." "Then why did you summon me to the hotel? Where else would we meet? At my house." "Enough. My brother holds you in such disdain." Jiang Yu took out the prepared silver needles and began to treat Han Xiong. "By the way, how have you been getting along with heir?" The treatment process was somewhat awkward, prompting Han Xiong to seek a topic of conversation. Upon mentioning Han Ing, Jiang Yu appeared rather helpless. "Not very well. She seems uninterested in handsome men." "You really are full of yourself." Han Xiong rolled her eyes. "Heir is the jewel of our Han family. She has encountered all sorts of young gentlemen. There are countless more attractive than you in Tianyun City. But do not be disheartened. This is just the beginning of your acquaintance. I shall assist you. Why are you so determined to help me?" This had long been Jiang Yu's perplexity. The bride-to-be, Han Ing, disapproved, and her father was against it as well. Why was this aunt so insistent? Had she discovered some unique charm about him that even he was unaware of? But aside from being handsome, I seem to possess nothing extraordinary. Chapter 25. It seems I've encountered trouble. Han Xiong gazed at Jiang Yu with her azure eyes. "Because my brother does not wish for heir to marry you. Is that all? Do you think this reason is insufficient?" Jiang Yu's face darkened. He retrieved the silver needle and, employing a unique technique, began to massage Han Xiong. The indescribable sensation of comfort caused her to involuntarily emit soft moans. However, rather than becoming lost in her gentle sounds, Jiang Yu's frustration intensified. "You're helping me simply because your brother opposes me? Am I merely a pawn in your battle against him?" His heart felt heavy, and his grip became firmer. "Ouch!" Han Xiong exclaimed. "Why are you being so rough? Does it hurt? Good. You must feel pain for it to be effective." His pressure remained unyielding. Han Xiong endured the discomfort, frowning. "Really? But it didn't hurt this much the first time. Ouch. Are you questioning my medical skills?" "Of course not. However, could you please ease up a bit? I can hardly bear it. If you can't take it, just scream out loud." Han Xiong, not wanting to provide Jiang Yu with amusement, gritted her teeth to suppress her cries. After half an hour of massage, Han Xiong was drenched in sweat. "Jiang Yu, Seeing her condition, felt a twinge of guilt and quickly excused himself to leave. Han Xiong lay on the bed for a long time, recovering from the pain, contemplating whether to undergo a third treatment. After dressing, fixing her hair, and donning a mask and sunglasses, she made her way to the first hospital of Tianyun City. The elder of the Han family was receiving treatment there. In the upscale ward, Han Tianming was in a furious rage. What do you mean he has disappeared? What are you doctors and nurses doing? I warn you, if anything happens to my father, none of you will escape unscathed. 2 doctors and 3 nurses stood before Han Tianming, paralyzed with fear. From afar, his voice had already reached them. You are, after all, a renowned entrepreneur in Tianyun City. Is such volatility truly appropriate? Han Xiong entered the hospital room, directing a torrent of accusations at Han Tianming. Han Tianming glared at her, exclaiming, "You show no concern for the old man's disappearance, yet you come here to blame me?" Han Xiong retorted, "You didn't send anyone to search for him. What good does shouting do?" At that moment, Vice President Liu Yu arrived, sensing the commotion. "Mr. Han, please do not be angry. The old gentleman is not missing. He has merely been discharged." Discharged? Han Tianming remained furious. "Liu Yu, you are well aware of his health condition. How could you possibly allow him to leave?" Liu Yu sighed. "I did not consent to his discharge, but you know how stubborn he can be. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him. Moreover, even if he stayed in the hospital, I doubt he would last until the end of the month. It will be better for you to return home. Perhaps he is already there." As physicians, they had witnessed the cycle of life and death too often. Many who sensed their impending demise preferred not to linger in a hospital setting. "If anything happens to him, I assure you, you will regret it," Han Tianming warned, pointing an accusatory finger at the vice president before hastily departing. By the time Jiang Yu left the hotel, it was already 11 at night. Wandering the streets like a lost soul. No longer the personal bodyguard of Wen Yihuan, he could not stay at her residence. He was reluctant to check into a hotel due to the exorbitant costs, and he felt his stay in Tianyun City would not be prolonged. Thus, he had no desire to rent an apartment. Having earned some money from Wen Yihuan, he resolved to save it, for he still had matters to attend to beyond Tianyun City and wished to have some funds for unforeseen circumstances to avoid further embarrassment. Fortunately, it was midsummer and the nights were warm. He could easily find a bench to spend the night. The park was lush and abundant with benches, though the only downside was the numerous mosquitoes. By midnight, the park was devoid of people, save for the likes of him, a drifter with no employment. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and turned to see an elderly man with white hair practicing Tai Chi in the park. Jiang Yu observed closely. The old man did not appear to be a martial artist. While some might cultivate the habit of practicing martial arts at night, this elder seemed merely an amateur, engaging in Tai Chi for health and wellness. Most strikingly, the elder was visibly breathless, and in the dim light of the park, his complexion appeared somewhat sallow. This was a man in the twilight of his years, as if time could claim his life at any moment. It would be far better for him to sit quietly than to exert himself. Yet the old man persisted stubbornly, seemingly dissatisfied with 2 of his movements, practicing them repeatedly. Jiang Yu found it peculiar, and after watching for a while, he suddenly noticed the elderly man wobbling, on the verge of falling. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yu rushed forward to steady him, realizing that with the old man's frail condition, a fall could very well lead to dire consequences. Jiang Yu assisted the elderly man to sit on a nearby bench. The old man's breathing was labored, and it took several minutes for his breath to stabilize. "Thank you, young man," he finally expressed his gratitude after regaining his composure. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Curiously, he inquired, "Old sir, it is quite late. What brings you here alone to practice Tai Chi? With your condition, don't you worry about your family?" The old man chuckled softly. "After lying in the hospital for so long, I yearned to move about. But you should at least have someone watching over you. If I hadn't slowed down just now, you might have. Well, it doesn't matter, as you only have a few days left." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu scrutinized the old man. His complexion was pallid, and his eyes were devoid of life, with a pale line seemingly extending from his forehead to his ear. The old man was not severely ill. He was simply nearing the end of his life, while Jiang Yu, as a skilled healer, could cure those plagued by chronic ailments. He was powerless to save someone like this elderly man. The cycle of life and death was a natural occurrence, one Jiang Yu had long since accepted. It was no surprise that the old man was indifferent to his own mortality. "Old sir, one cannot speak so lightly. Although you may not care, Your family certainly does. Regardless of how many days you have left, they would wish to be by your side during your final moments. You are quite eloquent, young man. What is your name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? The old man paused, surprised. Are you from Mount Boki? Old sir, do you recognize me? Since you are a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong, could you assist me? The old man appeared somewhat agitated, but Jiang Yu interrupted him, shaking his head. Old sir, it is not that I do not wish to help, but your time is limited, and I am truly powerless. I do not wish for many more years. The old man became overly emotional and, unfortunately, lost consciousness. Thankfully, with a healer nearby, Jiang Yu pressed several acupoints on the old man's body, aiding him in regaining his breath. Yet the old man showed no signs of awakening. Jiang Yu wore a troubled expression, feeling the weight of the situation. Chapter 26. Am I not already dead? The unpredictability of life gave him pause. Should anything go wrong with the old man in his care, he could face unreasonable demands from the family, and the little money he possessed would not suffice for compensation. However, a healer's compassion would not allow Jiang Yu to abandon a comatose elderly man in an unmonitored location. He was young and robust, able to endure a night in the park, but the old man's condition was precarious, and if he spent the night there, the funeral dirge would likely sound by morning. With no other option, Jiang Yu decided to carry the old man to a more suitable place. The Xinghe Grand Hotel, a luxurious establishment under the Han Group, was one of the finest hotels in Tianyun City. As Jiang Yu passed by, glancing at the flickering neon sign, he hesitated. Staying in such a hotel would cost no less than 500 or 600 for a night. Ultimately, however, he resolutely stepped inside. Old man, you've lucked out this time. Given your limited time left, I'll allow you to stay in a high-end hotel. Jiang Yu murmured to himself as he approached the reception desk. The hotel clerk, a young girl, immediately frowned upon seeing the frail old man in Jiang Yu's arms. Hello, I'd like to book a room, Jiang Yu said, handing over his ID. However, the clerk's demeanor was icy as she replied, Take him to the hospital. While the old man was indeed in poor health, Jiang Yu insisted, But I am a doctor. He will be fine. Enough with the nonsense, just get lost. She snapped. What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. The clerk glared back. What's wrong with my attitude? You bring this old man to our hotel, and what if he dies here? She rolled her eyes, continuing sarcastically. These days, anyone will do anything for money. Huh? She believed Jiang Yu was attempting to orchestrate a scheme to extort money from the hotel by letting the old man die on their premises. You, despite your gentle appearance, speak so harshly, Jiang Yu remarked. Do I need to be polite to someone like you? I'll say it once more. Get out, or I'll call security. Do you think I want to file a complaint against you? Complaint? Sure. Would you like me to call our manager over? Let me tell you, don't try that with me. Our Star River Hotel is part of the Han Group. The Han Group? A faint smile crossed Jiang Yu's face. Since it was under the Han Group, things would be easier. Just then, the lobby manager approached, visibly angry as he questioned the clerk. What is all this noise at this hour? Is this how you treat guests? The clerk pointed discreetly at Jiang Yu and muttered, Manager, look, this guy is carrying a dying old man into our hotel. Isn't it obvious he is trying to set us up for a scam? If we let them stay and the old man dies here, we'll not only incur losses, but also face bad luck. The lobby manager glanced at the old man in Jiang Yu's arms and felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't place it. Feeling uneasy, he waved dismissively. Get lost, and if he is going to die, let it be far from here. Jiang Yu chose not to argue further and pulled out his phone, dialing Han Xiong's number. What do you want at this hour? I'm busy. Han Xiong's voice came through as she was still searching for the old man. Sister Qiong, don't hang up. Jiang Yu's call caught her attention. What is the matter? Facing difficulties? Just a small issue. I'm at your Star River Hotel under the Han Group, but your lobby manager refuses to let me check in. This is it. You can't handle such a trivial matter? Hand the phone to the lobby manager. I'll speak with him, Han Xiong replied, her tone sharp. Jiang Yu walked straight towards the lobby manager, who, feeling superstitiously uneasy, took a couple of steps back and barked, You're still here. Huh? Stand there. Jiang Yu extended the phone, saying, Take the call. His confident demeanor left the lobby manager somewhat bewildered, causing him to involuntarily reach for the phone. Who is this? It's me, Han Xiong. I heard you are refusing him accommodation. The lobby manager was momentarily taken aback, and after glancing at the caller ID, he saw the name Sister Qiong. Jiang Yu said coolly, So, Can you arrange for my check-in now? The lobby manager regained his composure and suddenly let out a few mocking laughs. Huh, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Just a phone call, and you claim to be General Manager Han? He held the phone to his ear, dripping with sarcasm. Stop pretending to be a big shot here. You are Han Xiong, and I am still Han Tianming. Now, it was Han Xiong on the other end of the line who was left in shock. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Han Xiong was seething with rage. You insolent fool, I have no time for your nonsense. The lobby manager abruptly tossed the phone to Jiang Yu. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yu was taken aback, thinking that this lobby manager had truly overstepped by disregarding even Han Xiong. He intended to say a few more words to Han Xiong, but the line was already filled with the sound of a disconnecting tone. Within 10 seconds, the lobby manager's phone rang again. He picked it up, and his expression shifted dramatically, instantly becoming respectful. Hello, General Manager Han? It's the middle of the night. What brings you to call me? Han Xiong had directly dialed the lobby manager's personal number. The lobby manager wore a fawning expression. Although Han Xiong was not in front of him, he still made gestures of deference. The voice of Han Xiong erupted over the line in fury. General Manager? Am I not the insolent fool anymore? What kind of joke is this? Who would dare to say you are an insolent fool? The lobby manager's face suddenly turned to one of despair. General Manager, just now, was that really you? The lobby manager regretted his previous words, realizing that the seemingly impoverished young man was indeed a friend of Han Xiong. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. The sound crisp and clear. I am so sorry, General Manager. I truly did not know it was you. I was wrong. I genuinely admit my mistake. I am quite busy now. I will deal with you later. First, arrange for my friend to check in. General Manager, you might not be aware of the situation. The lobby manager stepped aside, covering his mouth and speaking softly. It's not that we are refusing your friend accommodation, but he is carrying an almost lifeless old man. If something were to happen, it would greatly affect the hotel. He spoke in a tone that suggested he was considering the greater good, but was immediately silenced by Han Xiong's retort. Even if you were carrying a corpse, you should treat me as a guest. The lobby manager felt tears welling up. Han Xiong's words highlighted Jiang Yu's esteemed status. The lobby manager not only offended Han Xiong, but he also realized he had wronged someone of even higher standing. No one knows the content of the lobby manager's call, while the front desk continues to remind him, Manager, this person still hasn't left. Should we call security? The manager, overwhelmed, retorted, Call your mother as security. Chapter 27. The reflection of the broken needle. Ultimately, Jiang Yu successfully checked in and was assigned to the highest standard presidential suite. The lobby manager's attitude underwent a complete transformation, almost treating Jiang Yu like royalty. After all, he hoped Jiang Yu would speak favorably on his behalf to secure his position. This was Jiang Yu's first experience in a presidential suite, an epitome of luxury, offering breathtaking views of the nightscape of Tianyun City from the window. How delightful it is to be wealthy. Standing by the window, Jiang Yu marveled at his fortune. Merely knowing a wealthy individual like Han Xiong had afforded him such treatment. No wonder people often say the joys of the affluent are beyond imagination. After dozing off for about an hour, the elderly gentleman finally awoke, surveying his surroundings and asking in a frail voice, Where am I? Old sir, you're awake. Jiang Yu hurried over. This is the presidential suite of the Han Group. Isn't it luxurious? The old man nodded, but staying here must cost a fortune. You've just stepped into the world. How can you afford such extravagance? Not to worry. Consider it an act of kindness. One ought to enjoy life at least once, don't you think? What Jiang Yu didn't mention was that, due to Han Xiong's arrangements, the lobby manager dared not charge him. Otherwise, he would dream of spending several thousand for a single night. Jiang Yu helped the old man sit up and asked, Are you hungry? Shall I have someone bring you some food? Let's not rush. We should discuss my matters first. Old sir, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but with my current abilities, I am not yet at a stage to confront the king of hell for someone else's life. You are the sole disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong. I have faith in your medical skills. Belief alone is insufficient. The crux is I lack faith. I do not wish to live for many more years or even months, but at the very least, I must survive until the 3rd day of next month. Yet, I fear my body may not endure until then. Thankfully, I have encountered you. The 3rd day of next month, Jiang Yu pondered, realizing he could perhaps help the old man attain that time. Is that day significant to you? It is my birthday. Jiang Yu was speechless. One would think at such an advanced age, the elderly would not concern themselves with such matters. The old man seemed to see through Jiang Yu's thoughts and continued, "Recently, my son advised me to take good care of myself, as he plans to celebrate my birthday on the 3rd day of next month and arrange for my granddaughter's marriage. I wish to see her wed, or at least hold on until her engagement day. That is my only wish. Can you assist me? I can certainly try. Do you require any rare Chinese herbs? Not necessary. For your condition, aside from elixirs, nothing else would suffice. Then how can you help me? Old sir, please wait." Jiang Yu hurriedly descended the stairs, traversing 3 streets until he discovered a still-operating apothecary, where he procured some silver needles. When these needles were presented before the elderly gentleman, he inquired with palpable excitement, "Are you to administer the 7 stars life-extending needle to me?" Astonished, Jiang Yu replied, "Ah, you are familiar with the 7 stars life-extending needle? This is a closely guarded secret of our Baiqi mountain. I have had the honor of witnessing the esteemed physician Zhong employ it." The elder, having encountered Jiang Yu's master, who had saved innumerable lives, did not find this revelation particularly astonishing, prompting Jiang Yu to refrain from further contemplation. He then stated, "Extending life is a defiance of the heavens and should not be undertaken lightly. The technique I shall employ is known as the broken needle reflection." "What does broken needle reflection entail?" the elderly man inquired. Jiang Yu explained, "This technique is exclusively suited for those on the brink of death. Any recipient of this needle will experience a revival akin to the return of light within half a month." The elder pressed further, "And what follows that half month?" "Inevitably death." Jiang Yu responded, gazing intently at the elder. "Have you considered this carefully?" The elder's gaze became somewhat vacant as he murmured to himself, "Half a month is sufficient for me to endure until the 9th of next month." He then resolutely nodded at Jiang Yu. "I would appreciate your assistance." The broken needle reflection was not a complex procedure, comprising merely 3 needles, one for the Baihui point, one for the Fengqi point, and one for the Rening point. Each needle was to be inserted 3 inches deep, gently kneaded for a quarter of an hour, then withdrawn 2 inches before being broken. Jiang Yu executed the technique with remarkable finesse. A white halo emanated from the tips of his fingers, and the elder felt a warmth emanating from his skin. Jiang Yu deftly pinched the silver needle, giving it a slight tremor, causing it to snap cleanly at the skin's surface. The elder, who had previously appeared dull and spiritless, suddenly radiated vitality, reminiscent of a dying man experiencing a final flicker of life. "I suddenly feel a bit hungry," the elder remarked cheerfully, though he was acutely aware that he would meet his demise in 15 days. Nevertheless, he felt an unexpected sense of joy. Jiang Yu promptly called for the waiter to bring a sumptuous meal, befitting their stay in the presidential suite. "Shall you come here?" the elder beckoned, his tone growing more affectionate. Jiang Yu settled beside him, silently observing. "I have a humble request," the elder began. "What is it, sir?" Jiang Yu responded. "On the 3rd of next month, my birthday, you must be present." Jiang Yu countered, "Sir, your family should enjoy their time together. I would rather not intrude. This opportunity has been granted to you. You must attend. Moreover, this celebration cannot proceed without you," the elder insisted. Jiang Yu found the elder's words to be excessively flattering, uncertain when he had become so significant. However, unable to resist the elder's earnest invitation, he ultimately acquiesced. The elder requested his phone number, promising to notify him once the hotel arrangements were confirmed. The two conversed about a myriad of topics until the early hours of the morning, finally succumbing to slumber around 3 o'clock. Jiang Yu awoke at 9 to discover that the elder had already departed. Upon inquiry, he learned that the elder had left at 6, having only slept for 3 hours, with just half a month remaining. The elder chose not to squander his precious time on sleep. Jiang Yu regarded this matter merely as a fleeting episode in the grand tapestry of life, departing the hotel to pursue his plan to annul his engagement. Perhaps good deeds do indeed receive their just rewards. Having assisted an elderly gentleman the previous night, he was met with promising news today. Someone online responded to his post, claiming to know an individual named Wen Fuyao. Elated, Jiang Yu promptly sought out the respondent. This individual, Yang Wei, was in his 20s and worked at a construction site. Due to his commitments, Jiang Yu personally sought him out. Fortune favored Jiang Yu, as he encountered no deceitful characters. Yang Wei, pressed for time, took a brief 10-minute break, thus avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution. "When I resided in my hometown, I had a neighbor whose daughter was named Wen Fuyao, though their family relocated over a decade ago. Do you know where they currently reside? I do not. But you might inquire in my hometown. It seems there is still a relative of the Wen family residing there. Would you be able to call and assist me in making contact? I apologize, but after my parents passed 7 years ago, I left my hometown and, lacking relatives there, I have no contacts from that area. Ultimately, Yang Wei provided Jiang Yu with the address of his hometown. Jiang Yu intended to offer him a few hundred yuan as a token of gratitude, but Yang Wei declined the gesture. Qingping Township, Yulong Village. This was the address of Wen Fuyao's ancestral home. Eager to annul his engagement, Jiang Yu set forth without delay. Chapter 28. The history of the Wen family. Jiang Yu was utterly unprepared for the considerable distance to Wen Fuyao as home. After a 40-minute bus ride from the city to Jiufeng Mountain, he commenced his arduous trek over the mountains. The treacherous mountain paths, even for someone accustomed to the rugged terrain like Jiang Yu, proved exhausting. The remoteness of Wen Fuyao's hometown was striking. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a secluded wilderness. He set off in the morning and, only after numerous trials, arrived at Yulong Village late into the night. A decade or so ago, Yulong Village boasted a population of around 100, but as the national economy prospered, an increasing number of young people ventured beyond the mountains, leaving behind primarily the elderly and infirm. Scattered along the steep mountain slopes were over 30 wooden structures, each bearing the marks of time. Most of these homes had long been abandoned, falling into disrepair. At 2 in the morning, the deep woods echoed with the occasional low growl of wild beasts. The villagers, accustomed to early slumber, had extinguished all lights. Jiang Yu could see no sign of life. He could not possibly knock on doors at such an hour in search of Wen Fuyao as relatives, so he opted to find a vacant house to rest temporarily. Intending to seek out individuals at dawn, the dwelling contained numerous wooden planks. After a brief cleaning, he managed to rest for a few hours. As the first light of dawn seeped into the mountains, accompanied by the distant barking of dogs, the smell of smoke began to waft from a nearby home. The mountain folk, who slept early, naturally rose with the sun. The crisp mountain air invigorated Jiang Yu as he stretched and stepped out of the dilapidated house, following the trail of smoke. Before him stood an old wooden cabin, where a hunchbacked elder with a face lined like a weathered map sat on the porch, smoking a pipe, his skin glistening with a deep, rich hue. In the kitchen, an aged matron with silver hair busied herself, while an elderly man idly puffed on his pipe, occasionally inquiring if the meal was ready. Life unfolded in tranquil simplicity. The mountain dwellers seemed to have been forgotten by the world. Those with family could only reunite for a meal during the new year, while those without kin might go years, even decades, without exchanging a word with outsiders. The old man's eyes sparkled brightly as he spotted Jiang Yu from afar, rising immediately to observe him. It was a rare occasion for an outsider to visit the village. "Good day, sir," Jiang Yu greeted politely. The elder, in a voice weathered by time, asked, "Young man, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for someone," Jiang Yu replied. "Who might that be?" "A relative of Wen Fuyao." "Do you know him?" "Wen Fuyao?" The name seemed to echo from a distant past. After a lengthy pause, the elder remarked, "You must be searching for Wen Shusheng. Am I correct?" Jiang Yu nodded, thinking that Wen Shusheng was indeed a relative of Wen Fuyao. "Do you know where he is?" The elder remained silent, turning to enter the main room. He soon emerged with a bamboo basket, covered by a black cloth, its contents unknown. "Follow me," he instructed. Despite his advanced age, the old man navigated the mountain path with remarkable ease. He called to the kitchen, "Wife, I'm stepping out for a moment." "Where are you off to?" "Dinner is nearly ready." "I'm looking for Old One." The busy matron paused, then muttered, "What nonsense is this? Old One has been dead for several years." Unaware of Wen Shusheng's passing, Jiang Yu only realized the truth upon arriving at a grave. The elder set down the basket and lifted the black cloth, revealing incense, candles, and paper money. After all these years, someone had finally come to pay respects. He lit 2 candles and signaled Jiang Yu to burn the paper money. Jiang Yu felt bewildered. After a long journey to Yulong Village, this was the outcome? However, given the elder's thoughtful preparation of the offerings, he felt compelled to stay. He resolved to honor the memory of his unseen fiancée. As he burned the paper money, the elder inquired, "Young man, how are you related to Old One?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In truth, I have no connection." "No connection? Yet you traversed mountains to find him?" "Actually, I am searching for Wen Fuyao. A friend mentioned that she has a relative here, which is why I came. I did not expect. Wen Fuyao, Was she the little girl with two pigtails? That should be her. Do you know where they moved? Where else would they go but to the city? The young people from the village have all left for urban life, the elder replied, his words seemingly as vague as the countless cities scattered across the world. He continued to muse aloud. The last time I saw that girl was years ago. Oh, yes, I remember. I saw her the year old one passed. She truly blossomed into a remarkable young woman. Jiang Yu inquired eagerly. Since you encountered her several years ago, do you know which city they have relocated to? It is Tianyun City, just beyond the mountains. After their departure, it seems fortune has finally smiled upon them. You're unaware, but the Wen family was once among the poorest in this region. The elderly man appeared to have not conversed with outsiders for quite some time, and once he began to speak, he could hardly contain himself. Old Wen had a nephew named Wen Qiyun, who was frail and sickly from a young age. At 20, he finally married and had a daughter, yet his health was in dire straits. By what fortune or virtue of the Wen ancestors? A miraculous healer arrived in the village when his daughter was 5, accompanied by a young boy. Jiang Yu mused that the boy now stood before him. Though at that time, he was too young to remember anything. The old man continued. The healer's medical skills were truly remarkable. After just a few doses, Wen Qiyun's ailments were cured, pulling him back from the brink of death. His gratitude was immense. He promised his daughter to the healer's apprentice on the spot. You cannot imagine the scene. We were all present, and Wen Qiyun did not rise until the marriage contract was drawn up. After his recovery, he moved with his family to the city for work. In the early years, he often returned, each time transformed. I heard from Old One that he had started a business in the city, earning a considerable income. The village's youth, inspired by him, flocked to the city. Yet few achieved his level of success. In my opinion, it was the old healer who altered the feng shui of the Wen family's ancestral grave. Otherwise, Wen Qiyun would not have prospered so swiftly. The elder, well-versed in the cosmos and earthly matters, had delved into feng shui. Though Jiang Yu primarily focused on traditional medicine, he had also studied feng shui, albeit not as adeptly as the elder. Sir, might you take me to see the Wen family's ancestral grave? Jiang Yu expressed his curiosity, eager to witness how the elder had assisted the Wen family. Follow me, came the reply. After traversing approximately 2 miles along the mountain path, Jiang Yu beheld the ancestral grave of the Wen family. It was an imposing ancient tomb, with 2 lifelike stone lions guarding its entrance. Jiang Yu surveyed the terrain. Behind the grave, verdant woods resembled a crouching white tiger, while in front, the view opened to the base of the mountain, revealing a spacious Ming Tang. A river meandered around the Ming Tang below, marking it as a site of exceptional feng shui. Chapter 29. The search for Wen Qiyun, quite astonishing, is it not? The old man took a puff from his pipe and remarked, in fact, the Wen family was once a distinguished household, but their fortunes waned over time. Otherwise, do you think they could have named that little girl Wen Fuyao such a fine name? Jiang Yu scrutinized the Wen family's ancestral grave at first glance. It appeared unremarkable, save for an unusual symbol, 3 fingers wide, etched into the steel. Jiang Yu recognized it instantly as the elder's handiwork. The elder mused, do you see that symbol? Before the healer's arrival, there was no such marking on the steel. Suddenly, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he approached to examine it closely, his anger igniting. Who dares to deface a grave with such scribbling? The symbol on the steel bore a diagonal slash. Perhaps it was the claws of a beast from the mountains, Jiang Yu speculated, though his countenance remained grave. The old man had drawn a zheng shafu, and in such a prime location, why would he resort to such a talisman? Was there something concealed within the ancestral grave of the Wen family? Moreover, the slashes on the talisman could not have been made by mere wild animals. It was likely a sign of malevolent energies encroaching upon their domain. The damage to the zheng shafu foretold impending calamity for the Wen family. It seemed imperative to locate Wen Fuyao swiftly, to aid in averting this impending crisis and to resolve the karmic ties, to procure the marriage certificate and depart. Sir, do you have any means to contact Wen Fuyao's family? Unable to reach them, alas. When Old One was alive, they would occasionally return, but since his passing, they have not graced us with their presence again. Are you certain they have relocated to Tianyun City? I, an old man, never speak falsehoods. Then the Wen Qiyun you mentioned earlier is indeed Wen Fuyao's father? Precisely. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your efforts. Allow me to escort you home. After returning the old man, Jiang Yu was graciously treated to a modest breakfast of congee and pickled vegetables, which, though simple, surpassed any delicacy one might find. Upon emerging from the mountains, Jiang Yu promptly posted a new message online, seeking Wen Qiyun, convinced that finding him in Tianyun City would be far easier than locating Wen Fuyao. After posting, he boarded a bus back to Boqi Mountain. He had not delved deeply into the study of talismans, and it was essential to consult the old man regarding the additional slash on the Dengsha Fu and what it might portend, wondering if the Wen family might face a dire fate. Should misfortune befall them, the marriage certificate he sought might remain forever out of reach. Old man, I have returned to see you. Jiang Yu called out loudly from a distance, but received no reply. He approached the bamboo cottage, finding it desolate and covered in a layer of fine dust, indicating it had not been inhabited for some time. After searching the mountains thoroughly, he encountered naught but silence. He waited in the bamboo cottage for an entire day, ultimately concluding that the old man had vanished. You old coot, claiming it was for my benefit to descend the mountain. It seems you merely wished to send me away while you frolicked in freedom. I curse you to fall into a pit of filth. Upon realizing the old man had departed Boqi Mountain long ago, Jiang Yu came to a profound understanding. One cannot always rely on others for support. Moving forward, he would need to depend solely on himself. What vexed him further was that the old man had emptied all his collections before leaving Jiang Yu with a sense of regret for his lack of knowledge. There was no time for such musings now. The immediate priority was to find Wen Qiyun. As he left the mountain and returned to Tianyun City, he found responses to his post. Someone inquired if he sought Wen Qiyun of Jiang Company. Jiang Yu quickly searched for Jiang Company online and followed the provided address. Jiang Company specialized in building materials and was regarded as a leading entity in that industry. It was located on the 17th floor of the Baishan building, which Jiang Yu aimed to reach. As it was not rush hour, the elevator was relatively uncrowded. Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Upon entering the lift, Jiang Yu heard someone greet him. Turning around, he was surprised to encounter Wen Yihuan's father. Wen Yihuan, whose birth name is Wen Fuyao, meant that the gentleman before Jiang Yu was indeed the person he was seeking, Wen Qiyun. Wen Qiyun feigned ignorance, knowing full well that Jiang Yu's presence here could only signify he was searching for him. Uncle, it's you. I'm here looking for someone. What about you? I work here. By the way, whom are you looking for? Perhaps I know them. I'm looking for Wen Qiyun. What business do you have with Mr. Wen? Do you know him? Of course I do. I work on the 10th floor, and we often cross paths during office hours. As they spoke, Wen Qiyun discreetly pressed the button for the 10th floor. When the elevator reached its destination, he stepped out, waving goodbye to Jiang Yu. I'm off to work now. Uncle, attend to your duties. As the elevator doors closed, Wen Qiyun promptly dialed his secretary. Xiao Zhang, go to the front desk immediately. A young man named Jiang Yu is looking for me. Tell him I'm out of the province on business. If he inquires about my daughter, inform him she is studying abroad and that you know nothing else. In his efforts to shield his daughter, Wen Qiyun went to great lengths, even avoiding his own company. Upon arriving at the Jiang Company's front desk, Jiang Yu found a poised and intellectually graceful secretary, Xiao Zhang, waiting for him. Is Mr. Wen Qiyun available? Jiang Yu asked directly. The receptionist scrutinized him briefly before politely inquiring, do you have an appointment? No, I'm sorry, but our boss's schedule is fully booked. Please make an appointment and return. The receptionist attempted to usher him away, but Xiao Zhang stepped forward. May I ask who you are? My name is Jiang Yu. Please call your boss. He should know me. Unfortunately, Mr. Wen is currently out of the province on business. Perhaps you could wait for his return? The receptionist looked at Xiao Zhang in confusion, thinking she had just heard the manager mention that the boss would arrive shortly, urging them to stay alert. However, given Xiao Zhang's higher status, the receptionist refrained from interjecting. Since Mr. Wen is unavailable, could you assist me in contacting his daughter, Wen Fuyao? Or perhaps provide me with her phone number? Jiang Yu inquired about Wen Fuyao, but Xiao Zhang was prepared with her response. Mr. Wen's daughter is not involved in company affairs. We have no contact information for her. Do you know where she resides? She has been studying abroad for the past 2 years. This information is likely known only to Mr. Wen himself. Jiang Yu appeared somewhat disheartened. When will Mr. Wen return? That is uncertain. Sometimes he is away for 3 to 5 days, and at other times, 1 to 2 months. Could you provide me with Mr. Wen's contact details? Certainly. Wen Qiyun is a businessman, and his phone number is no secret, so Secretary Zhang readily provided it to him. Chapter 30. Ominous signs as Jiang Yu descended the stairs. Wen Qiyun was already in the lobby. His phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Noticing Jiang Yu was on a call, he swiftly hung up. Hello. The The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Is it because it was an unknown caller? He continued to dial, only to be cut off again by Wen Qiyun. He tried once more, but this time Wen Qiyun simply turned off his phone. After powering down, Wen Qiyun approached with a concerned expression, asking, "Have you found him?" Jiang Yu shook his head. They said that President Wen has gone to another province for business. Wen Qiyun comforted him. That's how it is in business. They're always on the move. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him? Since this was a matter concerning Wen's family, Jiang Yu felt it inappropriate to divulge to outsiders. So he shook his head, indicating there was nothing pressing. By the way, how are you getting along with Yihuan? Upon seeing the hopeful look in Wen Qiyun's eyes, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Does he genuinely believe that I am with Wen Yihuan? Uncle, that day was a misunderstanding. There is nothing between President Wen and me. I know. Uncle is not mistaken. Love is much like business. Familiarity breeds comfort. Take your time. Uncle, I assure you, President Wen and I are not what you think. I understand. Young people can sometimes be a bit more open-minded. I can comprehend that. Jiang Yu was left in a whirlwind of confusion. Where was this conversation even heading? Just then, Wen Yihuan called him. Wen Qiyun glanced at the screen and wore a sly smile. You said there was nothing going on. Uncle, truly there is nothing. Enough talk. Hurry and answer the phone. Jiang Yu reluctantly picked up the call. President Wen, what can I do for you? It's nothing much. I prepared a few dishes at home, and it's quite dull eating alone. Why don't you come over and join me? What? Jiang Yu momentarily thought he had misheard. Why was Wen Yihuan suddenly inviting him to her home for dinner? Wen Qiyun patted his shoulder, meaningfully stating, have a good chat with Yihuan. If both of you are willing, I wholeheartedly support it. He then stepped into the elevator and ascended. To decline someone's earnest invitation is rather ungracious. Although Jiang Yu was surprised by Wen Yihuan's invitation, he readily accepted. He had not eaten much these past few days, and his stomach was already protesting. Before long, Jiang Yu arrived at Wen Yihuan's home. Please, have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. Wen Yihuan, donned in a floral apron, opened the door for him and dashed into the kitchen, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Jiang Yu indeed held a deep admiration for Wen Yihuan. She was graceful in both the parlor and the kitchen, kind-hearted and beautiful. If his heart were not so fixated on his junior sister, Dodo, he might have already harbored feelings for Wen Yihuan. Soon, the table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Wen Yihuan wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and remarked, these are just a few simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you don't find them lacking. Mr. Wen, what are you saying? These dishes are a feast for the senses, and just looking at them makes my mouth water. The aroma alone suggests they must taste far superior to those served in 5-star hotels. Wen Yihuan smiled sweetly. It seems that in just a few days, you become quite the smooth talker. She retrieved bowls and chopsticks, removed her apron, and asked, would you like to have a drink? Jiang Yu nodded. Red or white? Beer. Of course. Nothing beats a chilled beer in the summer. Wen Yihuan took a few bottles of cold beer from the refrigerator and poured one for him, filling her own glass as well. Do you drink, Mr. Wen? I indulge occasionally. Business can be quite overwhelming at times, and a drink in the evening often helps me sleep better. Wen Yihuan raised her glass. Allow me to toast you first, in gratitude for your company this evening. Jiang Yu downed his drink. Mr. Wen, it is I who am honored to enjoy your home-cooked meal. Her laughter was light and airy, as if a gentle spring breeze swept through the room, stirring one's spirit. She was truly beautiful when she smiled, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something troubling. Wen Yihuan's complexion appeared darkened, and a faint aura of misfortune seemed to hover above her head, an ominous sign suggesting she might face a calamity. Mr. Wen, has anything untoward happened to the company lately? Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Not all. Ever since you helped me resolve that issue, everything has been running smoothly at the company. The people from the Black Tiger Hall have not troubled me again. However, you should remain cautious of He Qingyuan. Jiang Yu suspected that Wen Yihuan's misfortune might be linked to He Qingyuan. I will, but let's not dwell on such disheartening matters today. Come, let us drink. An hour later, Wen Yihuan, feeling slightly tipsy, reclined on the sofa while watching television, her graceful figure exquisite and her legs as fair as jade. She patted the sofa and looked at Jiang Yu with dazed eyes. Come sit closer. It's not like this is your first time here. Why the formality? Jiang Yu cautiously moved closer, careful not to encroach upon her personal space. His heart raced, and with the influence of alcohol, he worried about losing control. He resisted the urge to gaze upon her. By the way, Have you given any thought to my previous suggestion? Which suggestion? To be my bodyguard. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well compensated. I agree, but I have one condition. What condition? No contracts. Without the constraints of a contract, he could leave whenever he wished. His agreement stemmed from a desire to protect Wen Yihuan from her impending misfortune. She was a kind and beautiful girl, and Jiang Yu wished for her to avoid a tragic fate. That's acceptable, but I have a condition as well. What condition? Since you are new to Tianyun City, you probably haven't found a place to stay yet. Why not reside here with me? Huh? What do you mean by that? Are today's young women so straightforward? Wen Yihuan is well aware that Jiang Yu is her fiancé. She wishes to assess his character, believing that residing under the same roof will provide her with a clearer understanding of his multifaceted nature. However, Jiang Yu harbors a different perspective. His current role is that of a bodyguard, not a personal attendant, yet Wen Yihuan has invited him to live with her, which is rather suggestive. If Jiang Yu possessed a mirror at this moment, he would surely admire his reflection and lament his own irresistible charm. Since Wen Yihuan seems unperturbed by the arrangement, Jiang Yu readily accepts. Who wouldn't want to be in close proximity to a beauty? Moreover, there is no rent to pay. Ms. Wen, I shall step out to procure some items and return shortly. He believes in repaying even the smallest kindness, and since Wen Yihuan has treated him well, he feels compelled to reciprocate. This is the principle of sowing good deeds and reaping positive outcomes. After wandering through Tianyun City, he purchased yellow paper and vermilion, crafting a talisman with his own hands. Although his skills in talisman making do not rival those of his mentor, they still possess a certain efficacy. Carry this talisman. It may very well save your life in a critical moment. Even as Wen Yihuan's bodyguard, he cannot guard her every hour of the day. Thus, he created the talisman for her protection. He presented it with utmost seriousness. Yet Wen Yihuan chuckled lightly. What era are we in? You still believe in such things? Despite her words, she cautiously tucked the talisman away, clearly valuing the seemingly whimsical gift from Jiang Yu. Chapter 31. Does harboring feelings for someone count as ulterior motives? While Wen Yihuan does not truly believe in the talisman's life-saving abilities, she treasures it and even binds it with a red string to wear around her snowy white neck. That day, Jiang Yu settled into Wen Yihuan's home. The following day, he accompanied her to work, and when Su Xian saw him again, her face was a picture of surprise. What brings you here? I am now Ms. Wen's bodyguard, so I must be present. Su Xian looked at Wen Yihuan with bewilderment. Ms. Wen, you really did hire him as your bodyguard? Jiang Yu smirked. Is it just me? Or do I sense a hint of jealousy in your tone? You are a girl. After all, could it be that your preferences differ from the norm? Jiang, don't spout nonsense. If I hear such talk again, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Goodness, look at how furious you are. Have I struck a nerve? Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously, though he was also quite perplexed. Su Xian's reaction was overwhelmingly intense. Could it be that she harbors feelings for Wen Yihuan? How curious the world can be. All right, I need to get back to work. You carry on with your business, Wen Yihuan said softly, waving her hand. She understood that Jiang Yu needed to find someone, so during her working hours, he was free to go wherever he pleased. Indeed, General Wen, as a businessman, I wonder if you have any connections with the CEO of Jian Company. Jiang Yu has been unable to reach Wen Shiyun. His calls either go unanswered or are met with disconnection, which leaves him quite frustrated. With no alternative, he resorts to seeking assistance from Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan is momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Has he found my father so swiftly? Could he suspect my true identity? General Wen, is something troubling you? Su Xian inquires, noticing the peculiar expression on Wen Yihuan's face. And no, it's nothing. She dares not meet Jiang Yu's gaze and cautiously probes. I am in the cosmetics business, and as such, I have little interaction with the construction materials sector. Have you met him? Not yet. I visited, but the company's secretary informed me that he is out of the province on business. Wen Yihuan breathes a sigh of relief. It seems her secret remains intact. However, Su Xian's tone becomes oddly mocking. So you've seen your fiancée? She must have found you quite lacking, hasn't she? If I were a wealthy heiress, I certainly wouldn't look twice at you. Jiang Yu's brow furrows. This Su Xian has not changed, her words still sharp. He replies coldly, I haven't seen her. I was told that she has been studying abroad for the past 2 years and hasn't returned. Su single fully zimat? You haven't even met her? She probably doesn't want to deal with you. Did you not hear that she is overseas? If your hearing is impaired, you should have it checked. Su Xian scoffs. There are so many handsome men abroad. I wager your fiancé must already have a boyfriend. You're clearly out of luck. I am here to call off the engagement. Her relationship status is of no concern to me. Jiang Yu shrugs, displaying indifference, which disappoints Wen Yihuan slightly. Stop pretending to be unaffected. She is a wealthy heiress. Marrying her would save you at least 20 years of struggle. Jiang Yu retorts. Surely marrying a woman like General Wan, a competent CEO, would save me 50 years of toil? At this, Su Xian's expression sours, and she angrily states, the fox's tail has been revealed, hasn't it? You clearly harbor ulterior motives towards General Wan. Jiang Yu responds nonchalantly. General Wan is both talented and beautiful, excelling in both the boardroom and the kitchen. It is only natural for her to attract admiration. Is it wrong to admire someone? Tell me, what did you just say? Wen Yihuan's cheeks flush, her heart racing even faster. Could he truly have feelings for me? Yet, such directness feels overly bold. Is this a confession? Should I accept or maintain my composure? As Wen Yihuan's thoughts drift, Jiang Yu douses her with cold water. General Wan, please do not misunderstand. I was merely using a metaphor to explain to Su Xian. With your excellence, how could I ever dare to aspire to you? At least you possess some self-awareness. Su Xian puts her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with challenge. Leave now. I have work to do. Wen Yihuan points toward the door, her sudden seriousness catching Jiang Yu off guard. What have I done to offend her? Su Xian concurred, stating, if your ears are ailing, you should seek medical attention. Did you not hear President Wan instruct you to leave? Depart at once. Jiang Yu gracefully turned and hurried down the stairs. He resumed his attempts to call Wen Qian, but predictably, the call was once again terminated. Jiang Yu felt quite vexed. Despite being an unfamiliar number, after so many attempts, Wen Qian ought to answer at least once. Shouldn't he? Unbeknownst to him, Wen Qian had already added him to the blacklist. There was no alternative, as Wen Qian was the company's proprietor, inundated with countless calls daily. It was unreasonable to expect him to keep his phone on solely for Jiang Yu's sake. And terminating each call was a nuisance. Better to eliminate the issue altogether. The marriage certificate from the Wan family concealed fragments of Jiang Yu's lineage, a mystery he could never relinquish. Since Wen Qian was unresponsive, he resolved to visit Jiang Company each day. However, he was once again received by Secretary Zhang, who reiterated the same dismissive script as before. Jiang Yu had made up his mind. He would wait at Jiang Company for an hour each day, convinced that Wen Qian could not elude him indefinitely. Meanwhile, progress on the Wan family's matters had come to an impasse. Exiting Jiang Company, he pondered strategies concerning the Han family, inadvertently wandering to Tianyun University. Brother, are you here to find Haning? Someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, Jiang Yu recognized it was the fellow he had shared drinks with previously, a rather unremarkable individual with a straightforward demeanor. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of guilt and nodded politely. Without uttering a word, the man assumed Jiang Yu had forgotten him and prompted. A few days ago at Nice Bar, we drank together. I'm Wei Yong, a classmate of Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi. You don't remember? Jiang Yu had indeed been oblivious to his name, but upon this introduction, he feigned a moment of realization. Oh, Wei Yong, what a poor memory I have. An idea sparked in his mind. Since Wei Yong was a classmate of Han Ing, why not cultivate him as an informant? Wei Yong, are you quite close to Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi? We were somewhat acquaintances, but for some reason, Wang Ruoqi has been treating me like a pariah these past few days, constantly berating me. If I approach her, she reacts as if a powder keg has been ignited. Wei Yong expressed his frustration. Jiang Yu suppressed a chuckle, knowing full well it was due to the incident with the photograph. Wang Ruoqi likely wished for Wei Yong to vanish entirely, as though he had never existed. He patted Wei Yong's shoulder and coaxed, Brother, do you know what it means to capture by letting go? Chapter 32. The Three Great Principles. What does capture by letting go mean? Wei Yong scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how he had managed to pass university with such limited knowledge. Tell me, do you have feelings for Wang Ruoqi? Who wouldn't tea like a beautiful girl? Wei Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yu whispered, Many girls, when interested in someone, tend to employ the tactic of capture by letting go. Haven't you heard of it? Wei Yong shook his head, expressing, I have yet to experience love. Jiang Yu inquired, Do you wish to win Wang Ruoqi's affection? Without hesitation, Wei Yong exclaimed, Of course. However, a wave of despondency washed over him as he muttered, How could someone like Wang Ruoqi ever notice me? Jiang Yu reassured him. Nothing is insurmountable in this world. It merely requires determination. If you possess that resolve, I shall assist you. Are you truly willing to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi? Wei Yong was nearly moved to tears. Brother, I never anticipated your kindness. Just the other day, I aided Wang Ruoqi in getting you intoxicated. I must be a terrible person. Although he and Han Ying, as well as Wang Ruoqi, were classmates, they had scarcely exchanged words throughout the semester, rendering them nearly strangers. Wei Yong harbored feelings for Wang Ruoqi, yet he was acutely aware of his own inadequacy and dared not reveal his affections. Nonetheless, Wei Yong had garnered a certain reputation in class, known affectionately as the wine immortal by his peers. A few days prior, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi had sought him out to assist in getting Jiang Yu drunk. Naturally, Wei Yong was eager to help Wang Ruoqi, although the evening had taken an unexpected turn with Jiang Yu getting the upper hand. Wei Yong believed that their bond had grown closer as a result of that event. However, he was taken aback to find Wang Ruoqi treating him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Don't worry, you didn't manage to intoxicate me either, Jiang Yu reassured him, to which Wei Yong responded with a thumbs up. Brother, you're the finest drinker I have ever encountered. I, Wei Yong, shall proclaim you as the best. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Stop watching so much anime. Such juvenile expressions. All right, I shall watch less in the future. Now, brother, how should I pursue Wang Ruoqi? Please offer me some guidance. In courting a girl, there are 3 fundamental principles. First, perseverance. Second, shamelessness. And third, the perseverance to be shameless. Wang Ruoqi is no ordinary girl. Winning her heart is not a matter of mere days. Therefore, keep a constant watch on Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying's movements in class and report back to me. Knowledge of oneself and the other is the key to victory. Jiang Yu, lacking personal experience in romance, could only offer advice gleaned from novels and television dramas. Wei Yong scratched his head in confusion. Why must I track Han Ying's movements in my pursuit of Wang Ruoqi? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Isn't that self-evident? Han Ying is my target. Of course, he could not voice this truth directly. Instead, he compassionately explained, they are inseparable best friends. A little extra effort provides a greater safety net. Oh, I see. You truly are impressive. No wonder you can compete with young Master Zhao. What do you mean by that? The school is buzzing with news. Young Master Zhao is also pursuing Han Ying. Just now, he arrived with 6 sports cars, blanketing the area beneath her dormitory with flowers, preparing to confess. Oh, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, while Wei Yong expressed his astonishment. Aren't you concerned? What is there to be concerned about? In fact, I hope Zhao Shuo succeeds. Wei Yong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It seems you're already quite prepared. That night, we all indulged a bit too much. Yet it was only you and Han Ying who left. Have you two already? He exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Yu, a look that suggested he understood everything. Jiang Yu chose not to respond, instead striding toward the school. Let us go witness how young Master Zhao confesses. Wei Yong was even more impressed. He was actually going to observe his rival's declaration of love. He quickly took the lead, making his way to the girls' dormitory, where a crowd had already gathered. Most were girls, their faces alight with envy. Zhao Shuo, the young man in question, was unremarkable, easily lost in a crowd, yet his wealth was undeniable. 6 luxury sports cars on display made it impossible not to attract attention. Many were frantically snapping selfies in front of cars, whose allure captivated both boys and girls alike. Even Jiang Yu felt the allure and couldn't help but step closer to take a look. Wei Yong followed closely behind, exclaiming, "How cool! I wish I had my own sports car." The disparity between people was staggering. Some would never afford a single sports car in their lifetime, while others could use 6 to propose. Unable to resist, Wei Yong reached out to touch one, the sensation akin to grasping Wang Ruoqi's hand. Just then, a young man clad in designer labels approached and kicked Wei Yong aside. "It's fine to watch and take pictures, but don't you dare touch. If you scratch it, you wouldn't be able to compensate for the damage." His arrogance was palpable, etched across his face. "Brother, that's too much." Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. He intended to use Wei Yong to gauge Han Ying's feelings. Feeling somewhat indebted, he couldn't stand idly by while Wei Yong was bullied. "Brother?" The young man's eyebrows shot up, clearly incredulous. "Who do you think you are to call me brother? Get lost. Is this school your family s? I'll stay right here. What do you do about it? Oh, trying to act tough?" The young man signaled to his friends, "Come over and clear out some trash." At this, Wei Yong immediately bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, young Master Zhao. It was my fault. Please forgive us. Today is your special day. Don't let this minor incident dampen your spirits. So, you're Zhao Shuo? Jiang Yu shook his head. Zhao Shuo glared menacingly. And if I am? Jiang Yu replied coolly. I suddenly find myself hoping that Haning doesn't end up with you. He had previously contemplated aiding young Master Zhao in fostering this romance, which would allow him to obtain a marriage certificate and leave. However, he had changed his mind. Zhao Shuo's character was truly unworthy of admiration. After all, Haning was his fiancée. He could not simply stand by and watch her fall into a pit of fire. What? Zhao Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into furious laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you correctly? You, a poor wretch, think you can meddle in my affairs with Haning? Who do you think you are? Master Shuo. At that moment, a group of young individuals with vibrantly dyed hair approached, inquiring, Brother Shaw, you continue with your affairs. We'll handle this impertinent fellow. No need. Zhao Shuo retorted with an air of arrogance. Let him stay here. I want this impoverished fool to witness how Han Ying consents to my advances. Is that so? Allow me to remind you, as long as I am present, Han Ying shall never acquiesce to your pursuit. Damn it. Zhao Shuo cursed, initially brimming with confidence. Yet he found himself unsettled by Jiang Yu's seemingly calm remark. Chapter 33. Why hesitate? As a prominent young master in Tianyun City, Zhao Shuo had always possessed everything he desired since childhood. Surrounded by countless women, he had never encountered rejection. Consequently, he had developed an overwhelming sense of superiority. Even in his pursuit of the equally privileged Han Ying, he believed no obstacles lay in his path. Although Jiang Yu's words instilled a modicum of unease within him, his profound arrogance led him to disregard Jiang Yu entirely. Could a mere impoverished student truly sway his pursuit of Han Ying? What an absurd notion. Zhao Shuo ignored Jiang Yu and continued arranging flowers. His friends had already begun to set the atmosphere, encouraging many to chant Han Ying's name loudly. Thousands of red roses formed a colossal heart shape, with white roses meticulously arranged to spell out Han Ying's name. Zhao Shuo's companions even unfurled a banner proclaiming undying love for Han Ying. Had it been evening, he would have surely adorned the scene with candles to heighten the romantic ambience. Jiang Yu scoffed. Is the declaration of a wealthy individual truly so cliched? Wei Yong replied, Cliché or not, if it works, it works. Jiang Yu glanced at the nearby sports car, stating, what truly holds value is that contraption. For an ordinary girl, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist Zhao Shuo's relentless charm. However, Han Ying was different. Born into the affluent Han family, she was immune to Zhao Shuo's ostentatious displays. Numerous heads poked out from the dormitory building, enviously capturing the spectacle. Inside, Han Ying lounged in casual attire, watching television, while Wang Ruoqi peered down from the balcony and announced, Han Ying, Zhao Shuo has come to profess his love. Han Ying's expression betrayed her disdain. Just ignore him. I understand you're not fond of Zhao Shuo, but you should let him humiliate himself too much. He chooses to embarrass himself, she replied nonchalantly. But he is, after all, the heir of the Ding Sheng group. If you let him suffer too much humiliation, it might affect the collaboration between your families. I believe you should go down for a moment. Indifferent, Han Ying remained unmoved as Wang Ruoqi tugged at her. Come on. Reluctantly, she was pulled down, and upon exiting the dormitory, a cheer erupted. The campus belle has emerged. Indeed, she is the belle of the campus. Her understated makeup suits her perfectly. If only I were as wealthy as young Master Zhao. Han Ying. Amidst the throng of onlookers, Zhao Shuo approached Han Ying, clutching a bouquet of roses. He knelt on one knee, producing a sparkling diamond ring from his pocket. Wow, what a magnificent diamond ring. It must cost a fortune, perhaps several $100,000. Is such extravagance truly necessary for a declaration of love? For some, such a sum is merely a drop in the ocean. Numerous female classmates gaze enviously, wishing they were the ones being professed to. However, on Han Ying's face, there is not a trace of excitement, nor a hint of joy. She appears as an impenetrable iceberg, cold and formidable. Zhao Shuo gazes deeply at Han Ying, then passionately recites a love confession he has copied from the internet. Once upon a time, I wandered aimlessly through an old time, inadvertently weaving countless helplessness into this world. In moments of solitude, I find myself inexplicably waiting, yearning for a dream-seeking woman to return. Each night of longing, I hope the moonlight will guide you to my side, where we can lean on each other and share our innermost thoughts. Han Ing, be with me. From this day forth, you shall be my wind and snow, my simplicity and splendor, my poverty and wealth, my tenderness and the object of my gaze. My remaining days shall be filled with you. This heartfelt declaration elicits a chorus of shrieks and cheers from the surrounding girls, with Zhao Shua's friends leading the call for them to be together. Jiang Yu turns to Wei Yong and remarks, "Why do I find his words so distasteful?" Wei Yong immediately gestures for silence. "Shh, keep your voice down. If young Master Zhao hears us, we are finished." In truth, Han Ing shares Jiang Yu's sentiments of distaste. Had it not been for Wang Ruoqi's firm grip, she likely would have turned and walked away. Wang Ruoqi took the bouquet of roses from Han Ing and sought to ease the tension, saying, "Young Master Zhao has put in a lot of effort. Han Ing, you should respond." The crowd continues to cheer, believing Zhao Shua and Han Ing to be a perfect match. Just as Han Ing is about to refuse, Wang Ruoqi leans in to whisper, "Don't act impulsively. If you reject him publicly, Zhao Shua will be humiliated, and if not for his sake, consider your family's business." This reasoning makes Han Ing clench her teeth. For Wang Ruoqi's words hold merit. She is aware of Zhao Shua's pettiness. Should he be publicly embarrassed, he would surely harbor resentment. Moreover, Zhao Shua's father, having fathered him later in life, is fiercely protective, and if his son suffers, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for the Han family. Zhao Shua gazes at Han Ing with longing, eagerly anticipating her acceptance, dreaming of the moment they embrace and kiss. Yet, Han Ing remains silent for an extended period, taking several deep breaths before laboriously uttering, "I will consider it." Huh. Zhao Shua is clearly taken aback by this response, his eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. What is there to consider? Is there anyone better than me? Wang Ruoqi swiftly steps in to smooth things over. "Young Master Zhao, your confession was rather abrupt." Han Ing may be momentarily taken aback. "Give her some time. Her willingness to consider indicates you still have a chance." "I must have been too forward." Zhao Shua rose, reluctantly retracting the diamond ring. "Very well. Take your time to ponder. However, might we share a meal together this evening?" Han Ing struggled to suppress the fury brewing within her. "Are you finished? I've offered you a way out, yet you still seek to push your luck?" Her eyes radiated unmasked disdain. What more is there to contemplate? At that moment, a voice that filled her with even greater revulsion echoed through the air. She didn't even need to look to know that the person she loathed had arrived. Indeed, Jiang Yu stepped into view, with Wei Yong timidly trailing behind him. Before Han Ing could erupt, Wang Ruoqi was already in a frenzy. "What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? This is none of your business. Vanish at once." Wang Ruoqi roared like a lioness, incensed by the sight of Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together. The thought of that photo falling into Wei Yong's hands sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Yu chose to disregard her entirely. Han Ing gritted her teeth. "What brings you here?" "I heard someone was confessing, so I came to see." "To my surprise, it was you," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Han Ying, you clearly have someone in your heart. Why do you still hesitate?" Zhao Shua felt a jolt of anger and bellowed, "You insolent fool, disappear from my sight at once, or I will ensure you vanish forever." As Jiang Yu approached Zhao Shua, he paused momentarily, whispering, "I've told you before, as long as I am here, you will never win Han Ying's heart." Chapter 34. Face me like a man in a duel. Jiang Yu's expression exuded an unsettling confidence that sent chills through Zhao Shua. "You dare?" Zhao Shua's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Yu continued, "Han Ing, I recall one night when you were quite inebriated and you were with someone." "Let me think." Silence. Han Ing snapped, her face a mask of resentment. Jiang Yu, sensing her ire, fell silent, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Han Ing snatched the rose from Wang Ruoqi's hand and flung it to the ground, petals scattering in disarray. "Zhao Shua, hear me clearly. I have no interest in you. There can never be anything between us." Despite her disdain for Jiang Yu, his presence oddly provided her with a reason to publicly reject Zhao Shua. Both she and Wang Ruoqi found themselves in a precarious situation, with Jiang Yu holding leverage over them. Wang Ruoqi dreaded the circulation of that photo, while Han Ing was even more averse to the revelation of what had transpired between her and Jiang Yu at the hotel that night. What was initially a highly anticipated confession now turned awkward, the atmosphere plummeting to a frigid silence. Han Ing retreated to her dormitory, yet the spectators refused to disperse, eager for the unfolding drama. Jiang Yu's entrance had left Zhao Shua publicly humiliated, his dignity shattered, and it seemed a chaotic showdown was imminent. Without needing Zhao Shua to speak, his friends surged forward, encircling Jiang Yu, as if fearing his escape. Oomph! Zhao Shua spat onto the ground, his gaze fierce, as if he were ready to devour his adversary whole. He never anticipated that Jiang Yu could truly disrupt his plans effortlessly, leaving him utterly humiliated. There was no way he would let Jiang Yu off the hook. Wei Yong, not daring to offend Zhao Shua, could only stand by and cast an expression of helplessness towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face remained as calm as a tranquil pond, showing no hint of fear. Zhao, a prominent figure in Tianyun City, would not dare to resort to violence in front of so many witnesses, would he? Humph! Striking you would only soil my hands. Dealing with you is merely a matter of my command. He possessed the power, and should he speak, there would undoubtedly be many willing to come to his aid among the students present. However, Zhao Shua felt that beating Jiang Yu would not alleviate his grievances. Kid, I'm giving you a chance to live. Kneel down and bow 3 times to acknowledge your mistake, and I shall spare you today. What if he refused? Zhao Shua found himself momentarily bewildered. Did you really think you could choose a second option? Listen well, if you do not kneel and admit your fault, I guarantee you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Zhao Shua seemed to fear that Jiang Yu might not believe him, adding, I, Zhao Shua, always keep my word. Zhao Shua had already made his declaration, yet Jiang Yu remained unmoved. You little bastard, you wish to prolong this? I'll give you another 10 seconds. If you do not kneel and apologize, I will break your legs. You dare call me a little bastard? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, for he had no parents and had always despised being called that since childhood. Little bastard? I'll call you that if I want. And you dare to give me that look? Try glaring at me again, and I'll ruin you. Everyone disperse. Stop filming. Zhao Shua's friends immediately began to clear the area, and no one dared to offend him, hastily putting away their phones and retreating. Wang Ruoqi, watching from the balcony of the dormitory, saw Zhao Shua about to suffer and immediately shouted, Young Master Zhao, hurry back. Don't stoop to the level of that country bumpkin. Wang Ruoqi had witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess, with just Zhao Shua and his companions. They were not even close to being a match. Hanin called out, Ruoqi, come back. Let them fight it out among themselves. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua. She cared not who got beaten. Meanwhile, Zhao Shua remained oblivious, convinced that if he did not incapacitate Jiang Yu today, his future would be bleak. He took a few steps back, leaning against the sports car, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. The others surged forward, with one strategist suggesting, let us beat him up and then throw him into the car. We can dispose of him in a secluded place. Although there were no spectators nearby, many girls in the dormitory building still filmed the event. Accompanied by a cacophony of wails, the entire female dormitory erupted with excitement. Wow, everyone come look. That handsome guy is amazing. 1 against 7. How incredible. That flying kick was so cool. I'm in love. In front of such a crowd, Jiang Yu did not employ any underhanded tactics. His strikes were direct and powerful. Is this handsome lad from our school? Which college does he belong to? Clearly, he has undergone training. He must be from the sports academy specializing in martial arts. I've never seen him before. Could he be a freshman this year? No way. I must go down and ask for his WeChat later. Come on now. Regardless of whether he can defeat young Master Zhao, he has undoubtedly offended him, and you still dare to befriend him? Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Good looks 1T fill 1S stomach. Amidst the murmurs of the girls, Zhao Shua's friends fell one by one, not lacking in capability. Yet none dared to rise again. It's absurd. This guy is so formidable. Would anyone want to get up and be beaten again? They're not fools. But Zhao Shua was dumbfounded. His adversary took on 7, and in less than 3 minutes, the battle was concluded. How could one possibly continue fighting? Young Master Zhao, it's your turn now. Jiang Yu strode towards Zhao Shua, resembling a harbinger of doom. Gulp. Zhao Shua swallowed hard, glancing left and right, but failed to spot any nearby weapon. Are you looking for this? Jiang Yu picked up 2 bricks from the flower bed beside him, tossing one casually to Zhao Shua. Here, challenge me like a man. Thud. The brick fell at Zhao Shua's feet, breaking into 2. Zhao Shua was on the verge of tears. Challenge you? Have I lost my mind? You took on 7. I certainly lack that ability. He took a few steps back, trembling, and stammered. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, I am Zhao Shua. If you dare to touch me, You will regret it. Don't want to be beaten? Fine. I'll give you a chance. I won't even demand you bow down. Just kneel and admit your mistake, and I shall let you go. Zhao Shuo was furious, dreaming of making me kneel and apologize. Moreover, aren't those my lines? The tables have turned far too swiftly. Kneel or not, Jiang Yu demanded, and Zhao Shuo, never having endured such humiliation, roared in anger. Who do you think you are to make me kneel? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yu struck him on the forehead with a brick. Crimson blood streamed down his face. Ah, you really dare to hit me. Thud. Kneel or not. You're finished. You're finished. I swear I will make you pay. Kneel or not. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Kneel or not. Chapter 35. Jiang Yu takes on 7. Jiang Yu rendered Zhao Shuo utterly devoid of temper in Tianyun City. It was his first encounter with someone bold enough to strike him with full force. Zhao Shuo, born into unimaginable wealth and privilege, led a vibrant and colorful life, relishing his existence. Thus, he had no desire for demise. Between death and dignity, Zhao Shuo could only choose to temporarily set aside his pride. Thud! Zhao Shuo fell to his knees, clutching his head in supplication. Please stop. I admit my fault. I admit my fault. He lowered his head, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Today is undeniably the most humiliating day of his life. On the balcony of the dormitory above, Wang Ruoqi turned to Han Ying and said, Zhao Shuo has knelt before that rustic fellow. What? Han Ying, indifferent to who had been beaten, was nonetheless astonished at the sight of Zhao Shuo kneeling. She rushed over and indeed saw Zhao Shuo on his knees before Jiang Yu, blood streaming down his face. How dare he? Han Ying covered her mouth in disbelief. After all, Zhao Shuo was the esteemed heir of the prestigious Dingxin Group, the sole descendant of the business tycoon Zhao Zhizhong. Though Zhao Shuo often stirred up trouble and occasionally encountered some oblivious adversaries, Zhao Zhizhong typically turned a blind eye. However, forcing Zhao Shuo to kneel was tantamount to slapping Zhao Zhizhong in the face. Who was Zhao Zhizhong? Even the Han family had to show him respect. He was a figure whose mere stomp could send tremors through the economy of Tianyun City. Jiang Yu's actions could be described in one phrase. The young man had narrowed his path. Wang Ruoqi, reveling in his misfortune, remarked, Han Ying, are you reassured now? You need not intervene. The Zhao family will ensure he disappears from Tianyun City. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of compassion. Though she despised Jiang Yu, he did not deserve such a fate, especially since it was clear that Zhao Shuo had instigated the confrontation. Wang Ruoqi funet, Han Ying. Do not let your sympathy lead you to plead for that rustic fellow. Han Ying shook her head. I do not possess such influence. She turned to leave, prompting Wang Ruoqi to ask, where are you going? Let them be cautious. This is a school, not a gang battleground. However, before she could intervene, the crowd below had already dispersed in a hurry, for the security had arrived. Jiang Yu had swiftly slipped away, leaving no trace. Only then did Zhao Shuo's friends dare to rise, gathering around him. Brother Shuo, are you all right? All right? You try it, damn it. Zhao Shuo seethed with rage. A bunch of useless fools. 7 of you can't handle one. Brother Shuo, please don't be angry. That guy is trained. We truly had no means to counter him. Brother Shuo, let us take you to the hospital first, and later we'll deal with that guy. A group helped Zhao Shuo into a vehicle, heading straight for the city hospital. Zhao Zhizhong, having received news of his son's injury and subsequent humiliation, rushed to the hospital at once. With layers of bandages wrapped around his head, Zhao Shuo looked utterly aggrieved upon seeing Zhao Zhizhong. Dad! Slap! Zhao Zhizhong struck Zhao Shuo, leaving him dazed. Why did you hit me? How dare you even ask? Kneeling before someone in public has utterly disgraced me. Dad, I had no choice. That guy is trained. If I hadn't knelt and admitted my fault, he would have killed me. What's his name? I don't know. Jiang Yu had not revealed his identity, and Zhao Shuo had not inquired. Zhao Zhizhong, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, You don't even know who struck you? I may not know his name, but he should be a student from Tianyun University. It would not be difficult to find him. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall have the Tianqing Martial Arts School address it. Father, I desire his demise. Zhao Shuo clenched his teeth, these words erupting from between his gritted jaws. The following day, individuals from the Tianqing Martial Arts School scoured Tianyun University in search of Jiang Yu, even seeking out Han Ying for information. Han Ying claimed she was not well acquainted with him, only knowing that his name was Jiang Yu, and nothing more. That day, after escorting Winnie Huan to her workplace, Jiang Yu, as per his usual routine, waited for an hour at Jiang Company before proceeding to Tianyun University, intending to inquire with Wei Yong, the undercover agent, about Han Ying's circumstances. He had become somewhat of a celebrity within the school. The video of him defeating 7 opponents and forcing Zhao Shua to kneel had circulated among the students. However, it had not made its way online, for no one dared to do so. Given the prowess of the Dingsheng group, locating the uploader would be trivial, and they feared bringing misfortune upon themselves, preferring to share the video in private. As Jiang Yu strolled through the campus, someone unexpectedly slipped him a note. "Classmate, what is this?" Surely, it was given to the wrong person. It was not a mistake. It is indeed for you. 1 against 7. If it were truly an error, I will be called Jiang Yu. You are indeed he. What is this 1 against 7 nonsense? It is your nickname at school, following yesterday's incident. Your renown for defeating 7 opponents has spread throughout Tianyun University. Students are now referring to you as Jiang 1 against 7 Yu, or simply 1 against 7. He had overheard whispers of 1 against 7 when students were pointing at him earlier, yet he had not anticipated that it would become his moniker at school. A sense of disorientation washed over him. Although he was not a Tianyun student, he had left a legend behind at Tianyun University. This note? It was given to me by someone else to deliver to you. Indeed, 1 against 7. I advise you to refrain from attending school for the time being. Individuals from the Tianqing Martial Arts School have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Tianqing Martial Arts School? That is a renowned martial arts academy in Tianyun City, with its master, Wei Xiao, among the top 10 martial artists in the city. I do not believe I have any grievances with them, do I? The Dingsheng Group sponsors the Tianqing Martial Arts School a significant sum each year. I trust you comprehend my implication. The classmate gave him a knowing look before hastily departing. Jiang Yu chuckled to himself. The Tianqing Martial Arts School? Surely Zhao Shua does not believe that simply enlisting the help of a so-called martial arts master will grant him vengeance. He slowly unfolded the note, which bore an elegant script. If you wish to survive, depart Tianyun City immediately and never return. This was not a threat, but rather a semblance of concern, and judging by the handwriting, it was likely penned by a female. To think that someone would secretly care for me. It must be one of my admirers. Jiang 1 against 7 Yu. Jiang Yu had never been one to adopt a passive stance. He would not leave Tianyun City until he had secured the marriage certificate. He was confident that the Dingsheng Group would have no difficulty locating him. Thus, there was no need to await the arrival of individuals from the Tianqing Martial Arts School. He resolved to pay a personal visit and meet this so-called martial arts master. 10 minutes later, Wei Yong rushed breathlessly before Jiang Yu. Please recount the movements of Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi from yesterday. Wei Yong, having caught his breath, glanced around furtively and pulled Jiang Yu into a small grove, whispering, "Brother Yu, let's stick to phone communication from now on. This place is far too perilous. Is it because of the Tianqing Martial Arts School? Oh, you're already aware? Not only am I aware, but I intend to seek them out shortly." Chapter 36. The challenge to the school. The Tianqing Martial Arts School is situated in the bustling district of Tianyun City, and due to its renowned reputation, countless disciples flock to it in pursuit of martial prowess. After reporting on Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's whereabouts, Wei Yong decided to accompany them, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Yu's audacity to challenge the school. There is also a second reason for his presence. He believed that Jiang Yu would likely face defeat, and in such a case, it would be prudent for him to be on hand to call for medical assistance. The martial arts school was spacious, equipped with an array of training apparatus, and at its center stood a grand arena where disciples often engaged in friendly sparring. They were greeted warmly upon entering, despite being strangers. "Are you two here to learn martial arts? You've arrived at a fortuitous time. Our school is currently running a promotion with a 20% discount on tuition," a staff member exclaimed enthusiastically while brandishing a flyer, extolling the virtues of the Tianqing Martial Arts School. Jiang Yu promptly declined, stating, "I'm not here to learn martial arts." The staff member's smiling countenance vanished in an instant. "Then what brings you here?" "To challenge the school." The calmness of those 2 words nearly caused Wei Yong to choke. He hastily stepped back, shaking his head vigorously. "He is the one challenging the school. It has nothing to do with me." This was no jest. Just looking at the muscular apprentices, any one of whom could easily overpower him, he had no desire to leap into the fire. The staff member's expression soured, dark clouds gathering as if a storm were about to erupt. "Brothers, we have a challenger," he bellowed, prompting the apprentices to abandon their training equipment and converge around them. each one exuding a fierce demeanor. Wei Yong, filled with trepidation, cowered in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. One bald-headed apprentice raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Yu with disdain. "You dare to challenge the school with that physique?" Jiang Yu replied, coolly, "You are permitted to seek me out across the world. Yet I am forbidden from challenging your school? Who do you think you are?" "I am Jiang Yu. Senior brother, that is Jiang Yu," someone shouted. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as they flexed their fists. The bald-headed apprentice smirked coldly. "You certainly have guts, publicly forcing young Master Zhao to kneel. And now you dare to seek us out. Truly, you have chosen a path to hell when there was a road to heaven available." The bald-headed apprentice paused, then narrowed his eyes, thinking, "You dare to steal my lines?" However, further words seemed futile, since Jiang Yu had come to their doorstep. The school must provide a response to the Dingsheng group. Let us give him a beating first, and I will consult with President Zhao to see how he wishes to handle this. The bald-headed apprentice beckoned with his fingers and turned toward the storage room to retrieve his phone. "Wait," Jiang Yu called out. The bald-headed apprentice turned back. "What? Are you afraid? When you initially struck young Master Zhao, did you ever foresee this day would come?" Jiang Yu shook his head, asserting, "You are not my match. If you wish to avoid bodily harm, it would be prudent to summon your master. How dare you demand our master to appear? You think too highly of yourself. Young man, despite your youth, your arrogance is staggering. I detest pretentious individuals like you. A master, you say? Against a weakling like you, I alone am more than sufficient." A young man leaped onto the stage, pointing a finger at Jiang Yu and taunting, "You claim to be quite the fighter. Come and face me in a few rounds." "Since you seek a beating, I shall oblige," Jiang Yu replied, shrugging nonchalantly as he walked up to the arena. The surrounding apprentices were eager for an entertaining spectacle. Brother Feng Yang had been training for 3 years. Regardless of his slight frame, even a burly man would not withstand one of his punches. "Feng Yang, show this kid what he's in for. It's outrageous that anyone dares to challenge us here. Indeed, teach him a lesson, so he knows why flowers bloom so vividly." The apprentices cheered, while the bald senior brother cautioned, "Feng Yang, don't kill him. I'll consult with Master Zhao first." Feng Yang waved dismissively. "Rest assured, senior brother, I'm aware of my limits." Meanwhile, Wei Yong had his phone ready, poised to call an ambulance the moment Jiang Yu fell. Feng Yang bounced on the spot, twisting his neck to loosen up, and without any warning, he launched a flying kick aimed at Jiang Yu's face. The move was executed flawlessly, with considerable force. Feng Yang is truly ruthless, targeting the face directly. Will that kick not leave the lad dazed? Feng Yang harbored a disdain for those more handsome than himself, likely intent on disfiguring the youth. Isn't it a bit excessive to strike so hard right off the bat? Someone jeered. You might knock him out, and that wouldn't be amusing at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu remained as still as a maiden, but moved like a startled rabbit. The instant Feng Yang launched into the air, Jiang Yu executed a knee strike. Bang! His knee collided squarely with Feng Yang's waist, sending the latter hurtling backward a few meters before crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the martial arts hall fell into stunned silence. Feng Yang lay on the ground, clutching his waist in agony, his face contorted, nearly turning green. A decisive blow. The apprentices could hardly believe their eyes. After a prolonged moment, some regained their senses and rushed to the stage. "Brother Feng, are you all right? Damn, that was brutal. This could affect Brother Feng's future marital life. Brothers, let's avenge him." The apprentices of the martial arts hall had one redeeming quality: their unity. At a single call, they rallied together, ready to confront Jiang Yu. The solitary struggle has devolved into a chaotic melee, the arena no longer confined to a designated space. Jiang Yu, agile and nimble, resembles a mountain ape as he leaps and bounds within the martial arts hall, delivering punches, slashing palms, and executing swift kicks. The hall is filled with anguished cries. Dealing with Jiang Yu is not a matter that can be resolved merely by sheer numbers. One by one, the apprentices find themselves battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground. Rolling about in agony, they display a modicum of sense. Once felled, they make no attempt to rise again, as none wish to endure further punishment. The chaotic fray draws to a hasty conclusion in under 5 minutes, leaving behind a cacophony of wails. What on earth is happening? The bald senior brother, having returned with his phone, chastises from a distance. When he beholds the sight of his fallen comrades littering the ground, he is rendered momentarily speechless. What on earth is going on? Rubbing his eyes, as if awakening from a dream, he struggles to comprehend the scene. Wei Yong, already taken aback, understands that the name Jiang Yu, renowned for defeating 7 opponents at once, has spread throughout the school. Yet, he was merely contending with a group of debauched young masters. Today, however, Jiang Yu faces practitioners of martial arts, whose prowess, both in number and skill, far surpasses that of Zhao Shuo and his ilk. Senior brother, quickly summon the master. Chapter 37. The Hall Master Feng Yang had long since regained his composure, though he remained slumped at the side, clutching his waist. With a loud shout, the bald one immediately dialed the Master Wei Xiao. Not a fool, he understands that, as the senior brother, he is indeed stronger than the others. Yet he is far from capable of taking on Jiang Yu single-handedly. Master, there's trouble. Sun Yu, what is the matter that you sound so panicked? A resonant voice echoes from the phone. Master, that rascal Jiang Yu has come to challenge us. Oh, he dares to provoke us directly? Hold him off. I'll return as soon as I conclude my business. Master, I cannot match him. All of us senior brothers have been knocked down. Please return quickly. What? Wei Xiao's voice shifts from surprise to rage. Find a way to detain him. I'll be right back. Upon hanging up, the bald Sun Yu finds himself in a predicament. How can he possibly restrain Jiang Yu? 1 against over 10. What can he leverage to hold him back his life? The sound of footsteps approaches, and Sun Yu looks up to see Jiang Yu striding toward him. He hastily steps aside. There is no way he will risk his life. He hasn't lived enough yet. Nevertheless, he gathers his courage to utter, Kid, my master will return shortly. If you have the ability, don't run. Run? Jiang Yu scoffs, casually pulling over a chair to sit. Tell your master, I shall wait for him. After Jiang Yu sits down, the apprentices gradually rise. Clustering together while maintaining a respectful distance from him, their voices hushed. The atmosphere is palpably tense, as if the very air has thickened. Wei Yong approaches Jiang Yu, whispering, Brother Yu, perhaps it's time we leave? Why depart? Wei Xiao has yet to arrive. Brother Yu, are you truly willing to confront Wei Xiao? He is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Tianyun City. Incredibly formidable. Do you believe I cannot contend with him? Wei Yong was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the apprentices in the martial arts school and then at Jiang Yu's confident smile, feeling somewhat disoriented. Could it be that Brother Yu is indeed superior to Wei Xiao? Surely not. After all, Master Wei has practiced martial arts for decades, while you are still so young. Though there is a saying that youth strikes fear into the hearts of the elderly, Master Wei is hardly old. Wei Yong felt an unsettling anxiety in his heart. The moment Wei Xiao made his entrance, he trembled, nearly retreating. Wei Xiao, in his 40s, possessed a robust physique, his muscles bulging, exuding a sense of formidable strength that suggested he could fell a bull with a single punch. Master, Sun Yu and the other apprentices finally glimpsed the dawn of hope and rushed to Wei Xiao's side in unison. Upon noticing that his disciples bore injuries, a fierce anger surged within Wei Xiao. All inflicted by Jiang Yu? The disciples nodded awkwardly, feeling the shame of the situation. Wei Xiao pointed at Wei Yong. Are you Jiang Yu? You possess some skill. No wonder you dare to challenge my dojo. Wei Yong was already sweating profusely. Master Wei, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary student. How could I possibly dare to intrude upon your dojo? Jiang Yu rose to his feet. I am Jiang Yu. Wei Xiao furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. You, a young man unaware of your own limitations, dare to challenge my dojo after just a few years of training? Truly audacious. Feng Yang whispered. Master, you must avenge us. Yes, Master. If we do not make him leave on a stretcher today, how can our dojo survive in the future? With Wei Xiao present, the group found renewed courage. If I did not seek you out, you would undoubtedly search for me everywhere, would you not? Jiang Yu calmly regarded Wei Xiao. I have come today merely to inform you that there is no need to look for me. I am not a currency note. Wei Xiao's expression darkened. Do you believe yourself to be humorous? Mediocre at best, Jiang Yu replied. Wei Xiao gestured for his disciples to step back and, with deliberate steps, advanced towards Jiang Yu, emanating the aura of a martial arts master, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure. This oppressive atmosphere caused Wei Yong, standing beside Jiang Yu, to breathe rapidly, filled with trepidation. Jiang Yu signaled to Wei Yong, you should step aside. As soon as he uttered these words, Wei Yong swiftly retreated behind a weapon rack. Wei Xiao slightly bent his legs, focusing his energy, and exhaled softly. Today, you shall pay the price for your actions. He was genuinely enraged. This battle was no longer merely for the sake of the Dingshan group, but rather for the honor of the dojo. Having trained in martial arts for many years, Wei Xiao possessed considerable experience and discerned Jiang Yu's exceptional abilities. Thus he approached the situation with utmost caution, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. Sun Yu and the other disciples were astonished, for they had not witnessed their master in such a serious demeanor for quite some time. Tianyun Martial Arts School. Wei Xiao, I seek your guidance. Wei Xiao, exhibiting some martial ethics, refrained from launching a sudden attack. Instead, he clasped his hands in greeting before introducing himself. Jiang Yu returned the gesture coolly. Jiang Yu, I humbly request your guidance. As the words fell from his lips, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a gust of wind. Wei Xiao's fist was hurtling towards him, causing his pupils to dilate abruptly. Jiang Yu immediately took a step back, becoming somewhat more serious. This Wei Xiao was indeed formidable in martial arts. A practitioner of martial arts generates an inner force within, and the greater the inner force, the more powerful the individual. Wei Xiao had already reached a level where he could externalize this inner force. To call him a master of martial arts would not be an exaggeration. Jiang Yu sidestepped gracefully, evading Wei Xiao's punch, and then struck towards Wei Xiao's shoulder with an open palm. Wei Xiao reacted swiftly, sweeping his arm across while simultaneously raising his foot to attack Jiang Yu's midsection. Jiang Yu pressed down with his other hand, leveraging the force to leap over 3 feet into the air, executing a backflip to create some distance from Wei Xiao. Impressive. Indeed, Wei Xiao advanced with great strides, his martial prowess robust and powerful, his techniques both domineering and fierce, pressing forward relentlessly. The disciples, including Sun Yu, watched in awe. Among them were individuals who had trained for over a decade, yet none could match Wei Xiao's skill, as they would invariably be defeated within 3 exchanges. However, Jiang Yu faced Wei Xiao's relentless assault with remarkable composure, responding with ease. For dozens of exchanges, it was Wei Xiao who pressed the attack, leaving Jiang Yu primarily in a defensive stance. Yet, as the battle wore on, Wei Xiao grew increasingly astonished. Although his martial skills were not merely rudimentary, the longer the confrontation continued, the more his strength waned. A protracted battle was decidedly unfavorable for him. If the head of the martial arts school possessed only this level of skill, his chances of victory were bleak. Having discerned Wei Xiao's weaknesses, Jiang Yu began to counterattack. He struck with ferocity, his energy swirling like the wind, delivering a palm strike aimed at Wei Xiao's face. Wei Xiao was taken aback, retreating rapidly. This young man was also a master of martial arts. The ability to externalize inner force was a hallmark of a master. It was hard for Wei Xiao to believe, for such a feat typically required no less than 30 years of dedication. Jiang Yu appeared to be no older than 20. How could someone so young achieve such mastery? Wei Xiao narrowly evaded Jiang Yu's palm strike, but before he could catch his breath, he noticed the peculiar smile on Jiang Yu's face. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his face had been sliced by a blade, burning with pain. Though Jiang Yu's punch did not make contact with Wei Xiao, the inner force had indeed surged against Wei Xiao's face, akin to a laceration. Inner force causing harm. How could this be possible? Wei Xiao was filled with dread. If externalizing inner force was a sign of a martial arts master, then inflicting harm with inner force marked one as a grandmaster. Throughout Tianyun City, there were only 3 martial arts grandmasters. However, the general populace was often unaware of the distinctions between masters and grandmasters. The top 10 martial practitioners in Tianyun City were collectively referred to as masters. Seizing the opportunity while Wei Xiao was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yu unleashed 2 punches to his abdomen. Wei Xiao grunted in pain, staggering back a few steps. Jiang Yu, however, did not pursue the advantage, but instead stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The expressions of Sun Yu and his disciples were grim. After their master endured several blows, their shouts faded into silence. Master Wei, shall we continue? The arrogance and dominance that once filled Wei Xiao's eyes had vanished, leaving only a shadow of defeat. He shook his head. There is no need. I concede. Concede. The disciples protested vehemently. Master, why would you concede? He merely struck you by chance. It has no impact on you. Indeed, Wei Xiao appeared unscathed. Silence. Wei Xiao's furious rebuke rendered the disciples mute. Do you recall what I stated earlier? The Tianyun Martial Arts School shall henceforth refrain from engaging in the feud between you and the Dingshan group. Very well. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Speaking with a person of understanding is always a relief, and thus I shall not impose further. Sun Yu, see Master Jiang out. Master Jiang? Sun Yu was taken aback. The youth who appeared to be no more than 20 was, in fact, a martial arts master? He swallowed hard and approached Jiang Yu with trepidation. Master Jiang, please. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I know the way. He brushed his sleeve and departed. As he reached the doorway, he glanced at the weapon rack. Wei Yong, do you wish to stay for lunch? The impact Jiang Yu had on Wei Yong was profound, each encounter more astonishing than the last, leaving him in a daze. Regaining his senses, he hurried after Jiang Yu. The first words out of his mouth being, Brother Yu, are you truly a martial arts master? Once Jiang Yu left, Wei Xiao gestured for Sun Yu. Assist me back to the office. Sun Yu hurried to support Wei Xiao, while the disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Upon returning to the office, Sun Yu, filled with reluctance, spoke. Master, why did you concede? If word gets out, where will the dignity of our Tianyun martial arts school lie? Even if that lad is formidable, you need not. Before he could finish, Wei Xiao, seated in a chair, coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving Sun Yu in a state of panic. Master, what is wrong? I shall call for an ambulance. Though Wei Xiao appeared fine on the surface, Jiang Yu's strikes had inflicted severe internal injuries. Continuing further could very well lead to a dire outcome. No need. Arrange for someone to drive. I shall go to the hospital myself. Understood. Sun Yu immediately flung open the office door, urgently calling out, Feng Yang, prepare a car at once. Turning back, he found a towel to wipe the blood from Wei Xiao's lips and clothing, exclaiming in shock, Master, did that Jiang Yu inflict this injury upon you? Wei Xiao shook his head in resignation, sighing, talents emerge in every generation. However, Sun Yu had no time for such reflections. He was incensed. That lad dared to injure you so grievously. We cannot let this go unpunished. And what do you propose? How could you possibly defeat him? Sun Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he said, Master, we can seek help from our senior apprentice. He is the foremost expert in Tianyun City. He will undoubtedly assist us in avenging this grievance. The master replied, A man's word is his bond. I have declared that the Tianyun Martial Arts School will not involve itself in the feud between the Dingxin group and Jiang Yu, and I will not go back on my word. Sun Yu countered, But Master, this is a matter between our martial arts school and him. Enough. Wei Xiao's countenance darkened, prompting Sun Yu to obediently fall silent. After a considerable silence, he inquired, Then, Master, how shall we address the situation with the Dingxin group? The master responded, I will handle this matter. You are to instruct everyone that what transpired today must not be disclosed. This concerns the reputation of the Tianyun Martial Arts School, as well as your own dignity, Wei Xiao. Naturally, if Jiang Yu chooses to leak this, there is little we can do. He must manage his own disciples. I will convey the message immediately. As Sun Yu exited the office, his eyes were still filled with reluctance. There are some matters where the master cannot lower his dignity. But as a disciple, he feels no such burden. Wei Yong incessantly probed, Brother Yu, are you truly a master of martial arts? Jiang Yu chuckled. Just take my words lightly. Do not spread them. This implied acceptance left Wei Yong overjoyed. Brother Yu, may I become your disciple? Huh? No. I wish to learn martial arts from you. If I were as formidable as you, Ruoqi would surely take a liking to me. Jiang Yu glanced at him. You lack the talent. Not to mention that Wei Yong had already surpassed the prime age for martial training. Jiang Yu was also too busy to teach anyone. Wei Yong's face fell. Growing up watching martial arts films, who did not harbor a dream of becoming a hero? Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. A person's allure does not lie in their fighting ability. Making money is the true path. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. When I traveled with the old man, did we not often go hungry? Wei Yong remained dejected for about 3 minutes before dismissing the idea of learning martial arts. Brother Yu, what should I do next? What do you mean? What should you do? Did you not promise to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi? Oh, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly earlier. You mentioned that Wang Ruoqi and her friends are going to sing at the KTV tonight? Yes, it's Zhou Hao's birthday, and he is treating everyone. Prepare yourself. We shall go together tonight. But Zhou Hao did not invite me. And besides, I am not well acquainted with him. If I suddenly show up, Ruoqi will surely give me a cold shoulder. Have you forgotten the principle I taught you? Persevere without shame. If you wish to pursue Wang Ruoqi, how can there be a follow-up without interaction? In truth, he wanted to gauge Han Ying's reaction. If she had already come to terms with what had transpired, he could then devise his subsequent strategy. Wei Yong appeared enlightened. I understand now. I will prepare right away. His so-called preparation entailed purchasing a birthday cake, as arriving empty-handed would lead others to think he was merely there to mooch drinks. In the evening, after Jiang Yu safely escorted Wen Yihuan home, he hurriedly made his way to the Dihao KTV, where Wei Yong was already waiting for him, a cake in hand. Brother Yu, you finally made it. They'd been inside for half an hour. As they ascended to the second floor, they passed a private room where a man with yellow hair stared at Jiang Yu for a moment before swiftly darting into the room. You go. I've spotted that kid. Chapter 39. Uninvited guests inside the emerald room of the KTV. Wang Yu was reveling with a group of rowdy friends, singing and drinking, while his hands roamed over a captivating woman. Which kid are you so worked up about? One asked. It's that kid who beat us up last time. At the mention of Jiang Yu's name, Wang Yu shuddered. The boy was undeniably formidable. However, being humiliated without retribution was intolerable. He tossed the microphone aside and immediately pulled out his phone. Keep a close watch on that kid. I'm contacting my brother to bring some backup. In the choral room, around 15 or 16 young men were singing boisterously, with a variety of expensive wines on the table that Jiang Yu did not recognize. Zhou Hao, the son of a restaurant owner, was somewhat of a wealthy second generation. Otherwise, he could not afford such lavish drinks. There were few girls present, only 3, while the rest were all male. Zhou Hao had invited Han Ning to sing, largely thanks to Jiang Yu's influence. Many at school had heard rumors of a potential alliance between the Han and Zhao families, and who would dare compete for Zhao Shua's affections. However, with Jiang Yu's meddling, Han Ning had publicly rejected Zhao Shua, dispelling the gossip. Thus, suitors like Zhou Hao felt they once again had a chance. Had it not been for Han Ying's presence, Zhou Hao would have invited at least 7 or 8 girls. Even if they did not attend, he would have called in a few hostesses to keep him company. Aside from Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, the only other girl present was Li Shui, the girlfriend of Zhou Hao's close friend, Shen Fei. Though still a student, Li Shui was heavily made up and appeared more mature than her age, especially when compared to the more naturally adorned Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, who exuded a more pleasant aura. The uninvited guests, Jiang Yu and Wei Yong, were met with disdain by those present. Zhou Hao, I heard today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Wei Yong exclaimed, pushing open the door to the room with a beaming smile and offering up the cake. In truth, Zhou Hao didn't spare a glance at the $100 gift. He maintained a stern expression and replied, What are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you. His face contorted with disdain, bordering on annoyance. They were classmates, and while Zhou Hao and Wei Yong were not particularly close, there hadn't been any animosity until Zhou Hao's feelings soured after Wang Ruoqi and Han Ning had invited Wei Yong for drinks. Zhou Hao thought to himself, What give you the right? I am dashing, and, while my family may not rival the Han group, we are not lacking. In what way are you superior to me? Wei Yong, why were they pleased to invite you, but not me? Unaware of the underlying reasons, Zhou Hao nurtured his jealousy and continued to resent Wei Yong. The moment Wang Ruoqi spotted Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together, her irritation flared. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, uninvited, bringing a shabby cake. Hoping to indulge in our feast? Wei Yong, caught off guard by the scorn of the woman he admired, felt a flush of embarrassment, his smile faltering. Zhou Hao's close friend, Shen Fei, chimed in mockingly. Oh, that cake must be quite expensive, over 100, right? It rivals the cost of our half glass of wine. Shen Fei's girlfriend, Li Shui, joined in. Not only did he come to mooch, but he also brought someone along. How brazen! Wei Yong felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially as Jiang Yu remained silent, leaving him in a state of awkwardness. Fortunately, a few other classmates were present, attempting to ease the tension. Zhou Hao, we VE shared this academic journey. Since he is here, let him sit and join us for a while. Zhou Hao, not wishing to appear petty before his goddess, coolly replied, It's one thing for you to come, but who is this fellow? Do I know him? At that moment, a classmate whispered in his ear, Zhou Hao. He asked the renowned one against 7, a friend of Han Ning's. If you wish to pursue her, you can't disregard her friend. Indeed, were it not for his interference that led to Han Ning rejecting young Master Zhao on the spot, Zhou Hao might never have had this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao frowned. So you are the infamous one against 7? Jiang Yu replied coolly, I am Jiang Yu. Zhou Hao, indifferent, said, Since you are Han Ning's friend, feel free to sit. Although he had heard of Jiang Yu's reputation, he dismissed it. There were many skilled individuals in Tianyun City, and prowess alone does not guarantee sustenance. Furthermore, With Jiang Yu having offended young Master Zhao, he was destined for trouble. Were it not for his connection to Han Ning, Zhou Hao would have likely expelled him immediately to avoid any complications. Thus, Jiang Yu should not expect any kindness from him. However, Jiang Yu's primary intention for attending was to gauge Han Ning's reaction, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential. He casually settled into a corner of the sofa, ignored by all, choosing not to initiate conversation, instead quietly observing Han Ning. To mask his own discomfort, Wei Yong lifted his glass and began to toast each person present. Thankfully, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. From the moment Jiang Yu entered, Han Ning regarded him with a frosty glare, remaining silent and as cold as ice. Shun Fei leaned closer to Zhou Hao, whispering, "Brother Hao, that guy has offended young Master Zhao. We should steer clear of him." Zhou Hao replied, "I understand, but he is, after all, Han Ning's friend. If I were to expel him outright, Han Ning might be displeased. Let us give him some time. If he doesn't take the hint and leave on his own, I'll deal with him." After exchanging a few words, they treated Jiang Yu as if he were invisible, engaging in drinking games, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, the quiet Jiang Yu felt distinctly out of place. As for Wei Yong, knowing Jiang Yu was present, Zhou Hao seized the opportunity to make him drink, fully aware of his ability to hold his liquor, intent on embarrassing him. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Wang Ruoqi was the first to take the initiative to speak to him. "Hey, now that we're all here, isn't it dull just sitting around? Come, let us have a couple of drinks." Her words lacked sharpness, leaving Jiang Yu feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "What? Are you trying to get me drunk again?" A sly smile curved at the corners of Jiang Yu's lips. "Knowing your capacity, I wouldn't dare seek my own amusement at your expense. Is this not your style? Do you look down on me, unwilling to share a drink?" Jiang Yu raised his glass and drained it in one go, while Wang Ruoqi merely took a small sip. "Speak plainly, if you have something to say. No need for convoluted hints." Wang Ruoqi glanced at Wei Yong, biting her lower lip, and after a long pause, asked, "You didn't show that photo to Wei Yong, did you?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "Ah, so that's why your attitude is so amiable today." "No, Wei Yong is still unaware of this matter." Wang Ruoqi let out a sigh of relief and then asked in a subdued tone, "What will it take for you to delete the photo?" Jiang Yu remained silent. "At least say something. If you delete the photo, I'll do anything you ask." "Anything?" Jiang Yu's gaze roamed over Wang Ruoqi, revealing a mischievous grin. "That's quite an intriguing proposition." Although Wang Ruoqi was the belle of Tianyun City, trailing slightly behind Han Ning, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Her figure accentuated by a strapless dress that revealed a deep neckline. Wang Ruoqi swiftly covered her chest with her hand, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, where are you looking?" Even a glance seemed unwelcome, yet she uttered anything as if it didn't encompass sacrificing her own body. She harbored no fondness for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shrugged. "Then what is there left to discuss with a scoundrel like me?" Wang Ruoqi glared at him, her teeth clenched. "Are you really not going to delete it? If you want it deleted, you can kiss Wei Yong right now, and I'll erase the photo." "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Ruoqi wanted him to delete the photo to distance herself from Wei Yong. If she were to kiss him publicly, it would spread like wildfire throughout the school, leaving her reputation in tatters. Jiang Yu was aware she would never agree, which was precisely why he said it, for he had no intention of deleting the photo. Of course, he also had no plans to make the photo public. Keeping it would serve as a suitable leverage against Wang Ruoqi, preventing her from scheming against him behind his back. If it truly came to deleting the photo, it would likely be when Jiang Yu had already secured 2 marriage certificates and departed from Tianyun City. "Just you wait." Wang Ruoqi threatened weakly before angrily returning to Han Ning's side. "Han Ning, that bumpkin has been bullying you. Why don't you do something about it? Have Zhou Hao throw him out." Han Ning shot Wang Ruoqi a glare. "There are so many people here. On that fateful night at the hotel." Wang Ruoqi remained oblivious to the events that transpired, yet she had witnessed Jiang Yu steal her first kiss. If she were to accidentally let this slip, Han Ning would be too embarrassed to show her face at school. It would be better if he simply did not exist, having already suffered twice at Jiang Yu's hands. Han Ning harbored a deep resentment towards him, but dared not provoke him easily. Both women felt vulnerable, knowing they held secrets that Jiang Yu could exploit, a sensation that was decidedly uncomfortable. Noticing their somber expressions, Zhou Hao approached with a glass in hand. "Han Ning, Ruoqi, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast. Who has wronged you? Speak up, and I shall defend you." Both women cast fierce glares towards Jiang Yu in the corner before Han Ning replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Just share a drink with me." Zhou Hao poured each of them a glass of Remy Martin Louis XIII, a bottle worth tens of thousands. Today, he was treating Han Ning and was willing to splurge, though he typically refrained from such extravagance as a wealthy heir. Wang Ruoqi graciously took a symbolic sip, but Han Ning resolutely refused to touch her glass. "I absolutely cannot drink. The last time I did, I suffered greatly, and with Jiang Yu present today, I dare not imagine the consequences of overindulgence." Zhou Hao's expression soured slightly. "Han Ning, it is my birthday today. Is it too much to ask for some courtesy?" Han Ning replied coolly, "I apologize, but I am feeling somewhat unwell today, so I shall abstain." At that moment, the heavily made-up Li Shui approached with a peculiar tone. "Weren't you just drinking? Why the sudden change? Do you not wish to drink with Hao Ge?" Han Ning shot her a sidelong glance. "Is it not permissible to change one's mind? The circumstances have shifted. Jiang Yu was not present before, was he? Do not be upset, Miss Han. Blame me for my ignorance of the whims of the wealthy," Li Shui retorted, her jealousy evident as she attempted to undermine Han Ning. Wang Ruoqi interjected, "Is there something wrong with being wealthy? What of it?" Zhou Hao, noticing Han Ying's lingering gaze towards Jiang Yu, speculated, "I suspect her sudden refusal to drink has something to do with that guy." Shun Fei, perceptive as he was, caught on to the underlying tension. "Get him away from here, quickly." Zhou Hao shot a glare at Jiang Yu, his displeasure palpable. Han Ning's refusal to drink posed a threat to his plans. Without her intoxication, where would he find an opportunity? Aware of his limitations, especially after being rejected by the Zhao heir of the Dingxin group, he devised a scheme to have Shun Fei and the others intoxicate Han Ning, hoping to exploit the situation for his own gain. Shun Fei settled next to Jiang Yu and patted his shoulder. "Brother, care for a drink?" Jiang Yu shook his head in refusal. Shun Fei, indifferent, had never intended to offer Jiang Yu a sincere toast. "Brother, take a look around. Those present are either classmates or dear friends. Since everyone is well acquainted, we can have a great time together. Sitting here alone must be quite dull for you. Would it not be better to step out for a bite to eat?" Shun Fei, with a grand gesture, produced 100 yuan and extended it towards him, declaring, "It's on me." Jiang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, internally musing that this was rather presumptuous. Was he to be dismissed with a mere 100 yuan, as if he were a beggar? Noticing Jiang Yu's lack of engagement, Shun Fei continued, "How about this? You and that Wei Yong reserve a private room again, and invite a couple of ladies to keep you company, with all expenses covered by us. What do you say?" However, Jiang Yu shook his head. He had caught a glimpse of Zhou Hao's peculiar gaze. Men understand men best. How could he be oblivious to Zhou Hao's ulterior motives? That was his fiancée, and until the engagement was annulled, no one would dare to lay a hand on her. Seeing Jiang Yu remain unmoved, Shun Fei's expression immediately soured. With a threatening tone, he remarked, "Brother, in light of your friendship with Han Ning, I have been quite cordial. Do not make the mistake of rejecting my kindness." Suddenly, Jiang Yu stood up, prompting Shun Fei to smirk coldly. "At least you know your place." Yet, Jiang Yu's subsequent actions made Shun Fei clench his fists. He walked directly to Han Ning, lifted her wine glass, and drained it in one go. "Han Ning is unwell. I shall drink her wine." Before Zhou Hao could erupt in anger, Wang Ruoqi interjected, "Oh, Jiang, how brazen you are. What gives you the right to drink on her behalf?" Jiang Yu turned to Han Ning and winked. "Han Ning, what is our relationship? Am I permitted to drink for you?" Infuriated, Han Ning mentally cursed Jiang Yu's ancestors, recognizing his blatant threat. "He is my friend. Let him drink for me," she muttered reluctantly through clenched teeth. "Very well. Since you wish to drink for Han Ning, I shall grant you that opportunity." Zhou Hao, struggling to suppress his fury, exchanged glances with Shun Fei and the others, prompting them to shift their focus and eagerly seize the bottles of wine. With a loud belch, Wei Yong, already half filled with alcohol, expressed his gratitude. "Brother Yu, I cannot thank you enough." Finally, someone had drawn the fire away from him. Li Shui swirled her wine glass provocatively, tauntingly saying, "Handsome, I've heard you boast of taking on 7 at school. I wonder if your drinking capacity matches your fighting prowess?" Li Shui's remarks were always tinged with sarcasm, making her unpopular with both Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi. As she prepared to challenge Jiang Yu, Wang Ruoqi gleefully remarked, His drinking is mediocre. He can manage only a little." Chapter 41. Who is Jiang Yu? Wang Ruoqi and the others had witnessed Jiang Yu's drinking prowess. Even Wei Yong, who was renowned as the drunken immortal in class, had to concede defeat. Li Shue's provocation was akin to voluntarily walking into a fire pit. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu's drinking was average, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. I was troubled by the presence of that bothersome fellow, but fortuitously, I managed to tip him over with a few swift moves, thus eliminating the inconvenience. Brother, the young lady has taken the initiative to speak. Surely you wouldn't dare to disregard her, would you? Of course, one must show respect, yet I harbor a fear. Fear? Zhou Hao teased. How could a formidable man like you express fear in the presence of a woman? Jiang Yu glanced at the liquor before him and replied languidly. I fear there may not be enough drink. Today, I am treating, so there will be ample supplies. My concern is whether you can keep up. Zhou Hao thought to himself, how much can this brat truly drink? Do you think I cannot afford it? With Zhou Xiao's assurance, I felt at ease. Subsequently, Jiang Yu unceremoniously opened bottles of fine wine, each worth tens of thousands, and said to Li Shue, let us not prolong this. I shall down 3 bottles first. Jiang Yu gulped the liquor as if it were mere water, leaving Zhou Hao utterly astonished. That was indeed wine, not the free-flowing water. With this reckless action, Jiang Yu had effectively drained Zhou Hao of nearly 100,000 yuan. Zhou Hao felt a pang in his heart. Yet he could only grit his teeth and begrudgingly compliment commendable drinking capacity. Li Shue, too, was taken aback. She had never encountered someone who could drink so voraciously. After 3 bottles, she imagined she would be lying in the mortuary. A sense of dread crept over her as Jiang Yu's gaze fixed on her. Beautiful lady, it is your turn. Li Shue was on the verge of cursing. The others watched Jiang Yu in shock, wondering if this was a drinking contest or a matter of life and death. Li Shue hesitated to accept the challenge, and Jiang Yu surveyed the table with a feigned oblivion. Ah, it seems we have run out of wine. He then fixed his gaze on Zhou Hao, the implication clear. Did Zhou Xiao not say there would be plenty of liquor? Zhou Hao felt a sting in his heart, but words once spoken cannot be taken back, especially in front of Han Ning. Shun Fei summoned the waiter for more wine. He ground his teeth, silently cursing. I wonder how much this brat can truly drink. Zhou Xiao, let us not be too extravagant. Just bring 10 or 8 bottles for now, and we shall see after we finish. Jiang Yu feigned concern for him, pushing Zhou Hao to the brink of fury. Just temporarily 10 or 8 bottles. Why not drink yourself to death? He forced a strained smile. I have stated, there will be ample liquor. Upon hearing that Zhou Hao was ordering more wine, the waiter was overjoyed and soon brought 10 more bottles of fine wine. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at Li Shue. It's your turn. Li Shue looked to Shun Fei for help. How could she manage 3 bottles? Now, it was Wang Ruoqi's turn to be sarcastic. What is this? Just now you were quite proactive, and now you're shrinking back? I thought you were formidable. Li Shue gritted her teeth in frustration. Who was it just moments ago that claimed he could only drink a little? Naturally, Zhou Hao held the same sentiment. Just a sip of wine, and 3 bottles down, and you still appear unfazed? As Li Shue's boyfriend, Shun Fei could not stand idly by. Thus he echoed Wang Ruoqi, invoking the so-called drinking rules. Brother, our drinking custom here is 1 woman to 3 men. Jiang Yu refrained from engaging in banter. Nodding in agreement, I understand. Just 1 bottle for you, my dear. Shun Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Li Shue, who, trembling slightly, reached for a bottle of liquor. Today, she decided to let loose. With a reckless spirit, Li Shue thought, who is afraid of whom? Gulp after gulp, she consumed the entire bottle over 5 minutes, pausing several times. At last, she finished, only to feel her stomach churning violently. She set down the bottle and dashed to the restroom. A valiant sacrifice. Onward. Zhou Hao cast a glance at Shun Fei and muttered, I refuse to believe he can't drink him under the table. Frankly, everyone present was astonished by Jiang Yu's drinking prowess, yet they hesitated to challenge Zhou Hao's pride. Shun Fei picked up another bottle and approached, with several others waiting eagerly. With 9 bottles remaining, Jiang Yu placed 5 in front of himself and pushed the other 4 towards Shun Fei and the others. Let us not take turns. Each of you finish a bottle while I handle these 5. This proclamation detonated like a bomb in the minds of the onlookers, stirring up a tempest of apprehension. Who would dare to match his capacity? The crowd grew timid, reluctant to respond. Zhou Hao scoffed. What are you trying to prove? 5 more bottles? I refuse to believe you can handle it. He boldly opened a bottle, declaring, brothers, don't let him intimidate you. Setting an example, he downed a bottle. Almost immediately, Zhou Hao felt lightheaded, as though the ceiling were spinning around him. Reluctantly, Shun Fei and the others steeled themselves to drink, their expressions resembling those of men consuming poison. Wang Ruoqi observed the spectacle with barely contained amusement, while Wei Yong sat silently beside her, still burping. After considerable effort, they managed to finish 4 bottles. And now it was their turn to be audacious. We've finished our drinks. Now it's your time to perform. Come, help Jiang Yu open the remaining bottles. They may not excel at drinking, but they were adept at uncorking. Each rushed to pop open the 5 bottles. The liquor is open. And if you don't finish it all today, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Hao's tone dripped with menace. 5 bottles amounted to quite the fortune. I want to waste a single drop, but I must make a trip to the restroom first. After consuming so much, Jiang Yu needed to utilize the 100 relief finger once more. What planning to escape? Let me assure you, it won't be that easy. The restroom in the private room was occupied by Li Shui, leaving Jiang Yu with no choice but to seek the public restroom outside. Zhou Hao wouldn't allow Jiang Yu to evade him. He placed his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder, his gaze sharp, perfect timing. I need to relieve myself too. Let us go together. The two exited as if they were close friends. Ruoqi, perhaps we should leave? Hanning felt restless with Jiang Yu present, an unease gnawing at her. Yet Wang Ruoqi was intrigued. Why the rush? Don't you find this entertaining? Stay with me a while longer. Entertaining? Quite the contrary. Since you are not leaving, I shall return alone. Just as Hanning rose, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and a dozen ruffians stormed in, launching an unprovoked assault on the occupants within. Apart from the 3 girls, there were still 7 or 8 individuals lingering outside the door who had not yet managed to squeeze in. These were all brought by Wang Yu's brother. Wang Yu cowered at the back, apprehensive of Jiang Yu's prowess, thus refraining from leading the charge. The dimness within the room, coupled with the crowd, rendered it impossible for Wang Yu to spot Hanning, who had taken refuge in a corner. One by one, the students found themselves battered and bruised, ultimately huddled against the wall, heads cradled in their arms, under the wrathful admonitions of a tattooed, crew-cut youth. Now tell me, who is Jiang Yu? Chapter 42. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? The tattooed, crew-cut youth was none other than Wang Yu's elder brother, Wang Shou, notorious as the tyrant of Chapan Street. Located near the Dihao KTV, Wang Shou had swiftly gathered a group upon receiving the call. His modus operandi was straightforward. Enter a venue and deliver a thorough thrashing before addressing the principal matter at hand. The room fell silent, and the onlookers finally entered. Hanning, too, crouched against the wall, remaining unnoticed by Wang Yu. The adage that a wise man avoids immediate peril held true. Despite being the daughter of the Han family, Hanning was notably subdued at this moment. These brash youths were the most formidable, brimming with youthful vigor. They cared not for status or identity when provoked, often resorting to violence in a fit of rage. With Wang Shou backing him, Wang Yu felt emboldened. He surveyed the room and smugly declared, Jiang, you country bumpkin, are you not quite the fighter? Let us see if you dare to lay a finger on me. Shun Fei stood up, a mournful expression on his face, and implored, brothers, Jiang Yu, bang. Wang Shou delivered a swift kick that sent Shun Fei reeling, almost in tears. Shun Fei exclaimed, brother, Jiang Yu is not here. You have the wrong person. Has he fled? Wang Yu stepped forward and slapped Shun Fei, the force causing blood to spurt from his nose. Blood. Shun Fei's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Shou cursed, fainting at the sight of blood and still trying to join the fray. Someone carry him to the sofa. He then settled on the sofa, poured himself a drink, and mused aloud, these little brats are quite affluent, indulging in such fine spirits. Come, brothers, let us each have a glass of this too, to 3,000 yuan wine. The table still bore 5 untouched bottles, and the gang of ruffians had never tasted such luxury. They clamored to partake, with some even clutching bottles to guzzle straight from them. After drinking, they complained, this is truly terrible. Meanwhile, Shun Fei and his companions watched Wang Shou and his crew with a mix of anger and helplessness. Wang Shou took a sip of his drink and turned to Shun Fei, saying, call that fellow named Jiang Yu. If he does not come, none of you shall leave today. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yu's voice echoed from outside. Is this grand spectacle truly necessary to find someone? As Jiang Yu and Zhou Hao entered, the scene immediately provoked Zhou Hao's anger. Who are you? Who are you? We are from the Black Tiger Hall, and the leader of the Black Tiger Hall is my boss's godfather. The arrogance of Wang Shou was bolstered by the backing of the Black Tiger Hall. Otherwise, He would never have dared to stir trouble at the Emperor KTV. It was precisely because of this connection that no one had intervened from the moment he entered and began to assault others. The mention of the Black Tiger Hall caused Zhou Hao to cower. Brothers, I have no grievances with you. You're looking for Jiang Yu. And this has nothing to do with us. What a coward. Wang Ruoqi suddenly stood up, disdain evident in her voice. She had remained silent earlier due to Jiang Yu's absence, but now that he was present, her confidence surged. Regardless of her disdain for him, the fact remained that Jiang Yu was formidable. Yes, I'm a coward. Isn't he known for taking on 7 at once? Let him handle it himself. Haning added, standing up to chastise Jiang Yu. You brought this upon yourself, yet others are suffering because of you. Can you live with that? The others also rose, bearing bruises and filled with resentment towards Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, you must avenge us. That guy over there hit me the hardest. He pointed at a small-haired boy, his grievance palpable. Among those present, only Wei Yong understood Jiang Yu's true prowess. A master of martial arts, Jiang had already subdued the warriors from the Tianjin martial arts school, let alone these petty thugs. With a crash, Wang Shou hurled a wine glass at Wei Yong, bellowing, "Shut your mouth, or I'll ruin you." He then looked down at Jiang Yu with an air of superiority. So you're Jiang Yu? How do you intend to resolve the conflict between you and my brother? Upon entering, Jiang Yu had already seen the unconscious Shen Fei and understood the situation completely. How to resolve it? You barged in and left him like this. What do you think should be done? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly lunged forward, seizing a wine bottle and smashing it over Wang Shou's head, causing blood to flow profusely. He then pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against Wang Shou's neck, stating, "The solution is simple. You will compensate each of them 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress, and I will let you go." Damn it, you little brat. Are you tired of living? Let go of our brother Shou. You're playing with fire. Our boss is the godson of Tiger. Let him go, Jiang. Zhou Hao shouted, drenched in cold sweat, fearing the repercussions from the Black Tiger Hall. Wang Shou, however, showed no signs of fear, retorting, "Kid, if you have the guts, stab me in the neck. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." You think I won't? Jiang Yu pressed harder, drawing blood with the glass. "You dare," the thug shouted. Yet none dared to make a move. At that moment, a woman clad in a vibrant red dress and adorned with crystal-high heels entered the room, prompting the ruffians to part ways respectfully, exclaiming, "Sister Hong." Xiao Hong, the mistress of the KTV owner, held sway over both the legitimate and illicit realms. And in this locality, everyone acknowledged her presence with reverence. What is this? We're all here to enjoy ourselves, seeking nothing but merriment. Why create such a tense atmosphere? She remarked with a charming smile as she settled beside Jiang Yu, pouring 2 glasses of liquor and extending one toward him. "Little brother, I am the proprietress of this establishment. For my sake, why not drink this glass? Let us put an end to today as troubles." Not a chance. Jiang Yu refused to yield an inch. When they barged in to assault me, were you to mediate? Now that I intend to retaliate. You wish to play the peacemaker? My friends suffered for nothing? Very well. What if Wang Shou offers you an apology? If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Jiang Yu remained obstinate. At this juncture, Wang Ruoqi approached, interjecting, "Let us heed Sister Hong's advice." The infamous Black Tiger Hall had a notorious reputation, and even Wang Ruoqi was reluctant to confront them. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Yong and the others, who all hung their heads in resignation. Yet, he knew they harbored resentment and were likely cursing him under their breath, as they had been ensnared in this predicament due to his actions. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu declared, "The only resolution to this matter is compensation of 10,000 yuan each for medical expenses and emotional distress." Sister Hong set down her glass, her expression darkening. "So, you intend to disregard brother who has standing? If brother who were here, I assure you, he would not be as accommodating. Is that so? Call Jiang Yu right now. I am eager to witness just how unyielding he can be." Chapter 43. Han Ying takes action. Jiang Yu, the individual who, in a desperate bid for survival, had severed a finger in front of him as an apology? Jiang Yu was curious to see how Jiang Yu would contend with him. However, the others appeared utterly daunted, particularly Zhou Hao. "Have you lost your mind, Jiang? Do you understand the implications of your words? If you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you." After chastising Jiang Yu, Zhou Hao plastered a forced smile and turned to Xiao Hong, saying, "Sister Hong, this matter really does not concern us. It was all instigated by Jiang Yu. Perhaps we should take our leave and not trouble you further." Everyone was eager to vacate this contentious locale. A group of students feared entanglement in such conflicts. Yet, before Sister Hong could respond, Wang Shou interjected, "No one is leaving until this matter is resolved. Sister Hong, please assist me in contacting my godfather." Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Little brother, are you truly unwilling to let this go? Make the call. I shall await Jiang Yu's arrival." Jiang Yu had nothing further to discuss with them. Xiao Hong retrieved her phone and dialed Jiang Yu. "Brother Hu, please come to my establishment. Your godson is being threatened with a shard of glass to his throat." With a mere phrase, Xiao Hong abruptly terminated the call. Yet, she did not leave. She needed to keep Jiang Yu steady to prevent any unforeseen complications from Wang Shou. "My young brother, I made my call as well. We cannot simply wait idly. Why not join me for a couple of drinks? I beg your pardon, but I do not have the habit of drinking with strangers." Jiang Yu replied firmly. One of the younger brothers angrily interjected, "Damn it, don't take it for granted." Xiao Hong waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to refrain from provoking Jiang Yu. In a calm tone, she remarked, "I understand that youthful exuberance can lead to impulsive behavior, but you must realize that some individuals cannot be dealt with through sheer force. Your actions may not only jeopardize your own safety, but also endanger your friends." Pointing at Wei Yong and the others, she continued, "They may have endured some blows, but they are not grievously harmed. In a few days, they will be lively as ever. If Brother Hu arrives, I fear that you may not leave this place without some serious injuries." A blatant threat, indeed. Jiang Yu, the principal party, merely scoffed, while Zhou Hao and Wang Yu were visibly terrified. "Red Sister, please help us. We truly have nothing to do with this matter." "Weren't you friends?" "Absolute nonsense. I am hardly acquainted with that fellow. He merely came to mooch food and drink." "Is that so? When Brother Hu arrives, you may explain it to him. He is not unreasonable." "Red Sister, this." Zhou Hao was on the verge of tears. He knew he could not speak to Jiang Yu. However, Han Ying remained relatively composed. After all, she was the daughter of the Han family. A hot-headed youth might be troublesome, but that did not imply Jiang Yu was any less formidable. Having risen through the ranks for years to become the head of the Black Tiger Hall, he would not act impulsively like the younger brothers. The Han family's reputation still held weight with him. Observing her panicked classmates, Han Ying finally stepped forward. "Red Sister, may we have a word?" She approached Xiao Hong and poured her a drink. Xiao Hong appraised her and complimented, "This young lady is quite striking. What is your name?" "Han Ying." "Han Ying." Xiao Hong's brow furrowed. Although she did not know Han Ying personally, she had heard of the esteemed daughter of the Han family. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is Chairman Han Tianming of Han Corporation your father?" "Indeed." With that succinct response, Xiao Hong's demeanor shifted dramatically. She immediately grasped Han Ying's hand, her face radiating warmth and goodwill. "Ah, so you're the daughter of the Han family. No wonder you possess such poise. Come, sit with us." "Sitting is not necessary. Red Sister, I believe this situation is merely a misunderstanding. My classmates suffered unnecessarily due to someone's actions. We acknowledge it. We are all students and do not wish to be embroiled in societal conflicts, so—" I understand. May we leave now?" "Truth be told, I have no objections. However, I have already contacted Brother Hu. If you all depart, I will have no explanation to provide. Perhaps you could stay a while longer and wait for Brother Hu?" Han Ying raised her eyebrows in concern. "Miss Han, please do not fret. Brother Hu will certainly grant you face. When he arrives, engage him in earnest conversation. If you plead a little, perhaps Brother Hu will even release him as well." Han Ying stepped forward, and Xiao Hong's demeanor changed significantly. Her word provided reassurance to Zhou Hao and the others. At least, in light of the Han family's reputation, they need not fear losing limbs. As for Jiang Yu, who had endured a beating, Shun Fei, harboring a swell of indignation, immediately exclaimed, "Sister Hong, we have already stated our unfamiliarity with that brat. When Brother Hu arrives, let him decide the course of action." Wang Ruoqi approached, pouring more wine for Xiao Hong. "Sister Hong, we are but students, lacking in eloquence. When Brother Hu comes, we hope you will support us." The young girl displayed remarkable sensibility, which pleased Xiao Hong immensely, akin to how one would treat a beloved niece. Just then, Wei Yong interjected, "Ruoqi, do not lower yourself before her. Trust in Brother Yu. He is capable of resolving this." "Silence," Wang Ruoqi retorted angrily, turning her face away. "I do not wish to see you." Wei Yong obediently turned to face the wall in contemplation. Han Ying abstained from alcohol, while Wang Ruoqi accompanied Xiao Hong. sipping the spirits and engaging in light-hearted banter, occasionally bursting into laughter. Xiao Hong suddenly glanced at Jiang Yu, holding that shard of glass aloft. Does your hand not tire? Your concern is unwarranted. In truth, Jiang Yu possessed the prowess to forego such measures entirely, yet he chose not to release Wang Shou. He aimed to instill in Wang Shou the dread of having his life precariously held in another's grasp. Although Wang Shou exuded bravado, to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Cold sweat had already drenched his attire. Han Ning glared at Jiang Yu, pondering how stubborn he was, insisting on cornering himself. Gritting her teeth, she said, "If you continue down this path, I may not be able to protect you." Jiang Yu chuckled. "Are you worried about me? I am concerned that there will be no one to collect your remains." Han Ning, inexplicably filled with compassion, did not wish for Jiang Yu to perish here. She had resolved to speak a few kind words on his behalf, but upon seeing his smiling face, she felt a mix of anger and frustration. Moments later, a loud voice resonated at the door. "Brother Hu." Instantly, all the younger brothers in the private room turned to face the entrance, bowing respectfully and greeting. "Brother Hu." Jiang Yu made an imposing entrance, clad in a martial arts uniform, exuding the aura of a formidable leader. Notably, on this sweltering day, he wore a leather glove on his left hand. Before he even stepped inside, his voice reached everyone's ears. "Who dares to lay a hand on my godson?" Chapter 44. Am I to apologize? Is he worthy? Jiang Yu's visage was laden with raw power, his eyes harboring the accumulated ferocity of years. Even a fleeting glance from ordinary students would send shivers down their spines. The authority of the Black Tiger Hall leader was undeniably formidable. The voices of the younger brothers rang out robustly, as if merely being present alongside their leader was a privilege. Zhou Hao and the others dared not meet Jiang Yu's gaze, bowing their heads low in deference. "Ah, Brother Hu, you have finally arrived. It seems this mess is yours to resolve. Xiao Hong, this is your territory. Is there anything you cannot handle?" "Brother Hu, there is indeed a distinguished individual present." She gestured subtly towards Jiang Yu, her smile radiant and captivating. Han Ning stepped forward with a tone of utmost respect, saying, "Hello, Brother Hu. I am Han Ning." "Han Ying," Jiang Yu echoed, as if searching his memory. Xiao Hong interjected, the heiress of the Han group. "So it is Miss Han. I did not expect to see you here." Jiang Yu's fierce demeanor softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, but that was the extent of it. Had Han Tianming been present, Jiang Yu might have adopted a more humble stance, but evidently, Han Ying's status had not yet reached the level that would cause Jiang Yu to lower himself. Han Ying politely remarked, "Brother Hu, my classmate is celebrating a birthday here, and there has been some misunderstanding with your brothers. I am here to apologize on their behalf, and hope you will not hold it against us younger ones." Jiang Yu, still respectful, replied, "Since Miss Han has spoken, I shall certainly show consideration. However, I have heard that my godson was threatened with a glass bottle to his neck. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao quickly stepped forward, bowing and scraping. "Brother Hu is absolutely correct. That boy is ungrateful and deserves to be taught a lesson. After all, we are not acquainted. You may handle him as you wish." Jiang Yu glanced at Zhou Hao with indifference, choosing to disregard him. "What of Wang Shouren?" Jiang Yu inquired, prompting several underlings to shift aside, revealing Wang Shouren. Alongside him appeared Jiang Yu. "Godfather, this matter cannot be resolved lightly. This wretch shows complete disdain for our Black Tiger Hall. I at least want to break both his arms." With Jiang Yu's arrival, Jiang Yu kicked Wang Shouren aside, sending him sprawling to the ground. The younger brothers, filled with anger and shock, hurried to assist him. Wang Shouren touched his neck, where a painful cut from the glass throbbed. Han Ning shot him an angry glare. The leader of Black Tiger Hall was present, and he still dared to resort to violence? Zhou Hao and Wang Yu exchanged gleeful looks, thinking, "You're just waiting to be dealt with. Damn it, you dare kick me." Wang Shouren cursed, grabbing a bottle to retaliate, only to hear Jiang Yu's furious shout. "Hold it. What is it, Godfather?" Wang Shouren asked, bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Yu's expression was one of bitterness. Why must he encounter this calamity everywhere? Jiang Yu slowly rose, casually stating, "Brother Hu has arrived, as the leader of Black Tiger Hall. Why don't you tell us how this should be resolved?" "Kid, what kind of attitude is that?" shouted the younger brothers. "How dare you speak to our brother Hu like that? This kind of person deserves a lesson. Everyone, shut up." Jiang Yu bellowed, and in an instant, the younger brothers fell silent. They were all somewhat perplexed as to why their superior constantly reprimanded them. It turned out that Brother Jiang was also present, akin to a flood washing over the Dragon King Temple, where kin no longer recognized each other. Jiang Yu's tone suddenly shifted to one of politeness, even verging on reverence. Kin? Everyone felt astonished, realizing that Jiang Yu was acquainted with Jiang Yu. No wonder he seemed so unrestrained. However, Jiang Yu's ensuing remark left them utterly astounded. Who is your kin? I demand to know how you intend to resolve this matter. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of authority, which instantly froze the atmosphere. To prevent the situation from escalating, Han Ning quickly stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Yu, how can you speak to Brother Hu like that? Brother Hu, please don't take offense. Don't lower yourself to his level. Wang Ruoqi muttered, Han Ning, why are you defending him? Han Ning shot Jiang Yu a glance and whispered, aren't you going to apologize to Brother Hu? Apologize? Does he even deserve it? Jiang Yu retorted. Han Ning was rendered speechless, her anger surging as she thought, I've never seen someone so intent on self-destruction. She felt she could no longer assist Jiang Yu. Turning back, she noticed Brother Hu's smile had become stiff. He politely remarked, we are all on the same side. Why bother with apologies? Enough of the pleasantries. I demand to know how you plan to resolve this. Of course, it depends on Brother Zhang's wishes. Whatever you say goes, Jiang Yu replied. This proclamation left everyone dumbfounded, including the KTV owner, Xiao Hong, who wore an expression of disbelief. What was happening? The formidable Jiang who was actually displaying such humility? Zhou Hao's expression was akin to someone who had just consumed a dead rat, utterly miserable. That kid had managed to make the head of the Black Tiger Hall bow his head in submission. What in the world was this? Wei Yong, who had been facing the wall, strode over to Jiang Yu's side, exuding an air of triumph. He smugly told Wang Ruoqi, I told you, brother, you could handle this. Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes. Don't talk to me. Jiang Yu pointed at Wei Yong and the others who had been beaten, calmly stating, it's quite simple. Compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress. And then he pointed at Wang Shou. He must sincerely apologize. I want to apologize to your mother. Wang Shou, still somewhat unclear about the situation, erupted in curses. Slap. Jiang Yu turned and delivered a resounding slap to him. Do you think you have say here? This blow rendered Wang Shou speechless, leaving him too intimidated to make any further outbursts. Subsequently, Jiang Yu donned a smile once more, addressing Jiang Yu. Let us proceed as you suggest. I'll cover the costs. Jiang Yu replied, cash only. And you have 10 minutes. Jiang Yu immediately sought Xiao Hong's assistance. I don't have that much cash on me. Xiao Hong, could you lend me some? The KTV's nightly revenue was substantial, with cash in abundance. Yet Xiao Hong hesitated, murmuring, Brother Hu, are you really going to do this? Stop dawdling. Consider it a personal favor I owe you. Jiang Yu couldn't help but touch the empty little finger beneath his leather glove. If he dared to express even the slightest discontent, the consequence would be far more severe than merely losing a digit. Xiao Hong turned to leave, heading off to fetch money for him. Jiang Yu then turned around, smiling amiably as he said, Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. Today, my younger brother has disrupted your enjoyment, so allow me to offer you a toast as an apology. Jiang Yu's demeanor left Han Ning quite astonished. Not only had he compensated financially, but he was also extending a sincere apology. This action draped Jiang Yu in an aura of mystery, igniting Han Ning's curiosity about his true identity. Chapter 45. I am not acquainted with him. Jiang Yu did not contest Jiang Yu's courtesy. Since he was willing to resolve the matter in his own way, it would not be unreasonable to share a drink with him. When Jiang Yu raised his glass, he held it low to signify respect. The younger men around them were perplexed, unable to comprehend why their boss, a prominent figure in Tianyun City who commanded respect from numerous distinguished individuals, was so subservient in front of Jiang Yu. They felt a simmering frustration but dared not voice it. As for Zhou Hao and the others, they were on edge, each displaying increasingly grim expressions. Wei Yong, who had come with Jiang Yu, was reveling in the moment, standing tall with immense pride. It was a rare occasion for him to feel so confident in front of Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi was murmuring to herself, puzzled by how Jiang Yu had established a connection with Jiang Yu. No, it seemed more accurate to say that Jiang Yu had forged a connection with Jiang Yu. Although she was merely a student and kept her distance from the underworld, she was still aware of the Black Tiger Hall, especially since her relationship with the renowned enforcer. Wang Qi was rather amicable. She was bewildered as to what justified Jiang Yu's position. She recognized his fighting prowess, knowing that even the professional boxer, Zhang Feng, could not match him. Yet, there was also the formidable Wang Qi of Black Tiger Hall. Why was Jiang Yu so subservient? The sight of Jiang Yu, elevated and triumphant alongside Wei Yong, stirred her irritation. Xiao Hong swiftly returned with a cloth bag containing over 100,000 in cash, causing her to re-evaluate Jiang Yu with a serious expression. Brother Jiang, the money has arrived. Please accept it. Jiang Yu, still smiling, pushed the money towards Jiang Yu, who shook his head. I do not require medical expenses. Why are you giving this to me? Understood, understood. As Jiang Yu stood up with the money bag, Jiang Yu pressed him down. He instructed him to bow and apologize when handing over the compensation. Jiang Yu pointed at Wang Shou, whose gaze was venomous, feeling utterly humiliated. Foster father, enough of this chatter. Did you not hear Brother Jiang instructing you to go? Foster father, if you dare utter another word, I shall sever your hand. Jiang Yu's words held a formidable weight, causing Wang Shou to retract his neck, cold sweat forming on his brow. Wang was all too aware of Jiang Yu's ruthless nature. With no other recourse, Wang Shou reluctantly set aside his dignity and approached, clutching a pouch of money. He handed a classmate wearing glasses 10,000 yuan, muttering an insincere apology. Excuse me. Jiang Yu's expression soured, revealing his displeasure. In an instant, Jiang Yu rose and struck Wang Shou on the back of the head. Apologize properly. Wang Shou clenched his fists but dared not defy Jiang Yu. He bent at a 90-degree angle, gritting his teeth as he uttered, I'm sorry. Satisfied, Jiang Yu nodded, and Jiang Yu returned to his seat. Wang Shou proceeded to apologize and compensate each student, who were already elated. Despite enduring a couple of punches, they deemed it worthwhile. For they were not privileged like Zhou Hao. 10,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to their living expenses for an entire semester. As for their pride, Jiang Yu had already restored it. Previously, they had harbored resentment and wished to enact vengeance on Jiang Yu, the instigator, but now they were filled with gratitude. When it came to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu interjected, he is injured more severely. Compensate him with 20,000. No problem, no problem, Jiang Yu replied, signaling Wang Shou, who obediently retrieved 20,000 from his pouch to give to Wei Yong, bowing in apology. At this juncture, the others began to regret their earlier restraint, realizing they could have potentially secured an additional 10,000 had they resisted more vigorously. As Jiang Yu approached the trio of girls, Wang Ruoqi, Hanning, and Li Shui, Jiang Yu stated, they are uninjured. A simple apology will suffice. Wang Shou complied, for 3,000 yuan was a sum not to be squandered. While Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi showed no interest in the 1,000, Li Shui protested vehemently. Why am I only receiving an apology? I was injured as well. Where are you hurt? Look at my hand. These are cuts from shattered glass. Li Shui displayed a few red spots on her hand, clearly seeking compensation. Jiang Yu, eager to avert disaster, gestured for Wang Shou to compensate Li Shui with 1,000 yuan, but Jiang Yu intervened. She need not be compensated. Just ignore her. Li Shui nearly exploded with rage, while Wang Ruoqi mocked her. Ultimately, Wang Shou approached Shen Fei, who had also endured a beating and had been kicked while cowering in the corner. Wang Shou inquired if he should give an additional 1,000. Jiang Yu shook his head. He need not pay. Why not? What gives? Li Shui erupted like a furious tigress. Not only am I being denied compensation, but my boyfriend was also severely beaten because of you. Look at his face. Jiang Yu coldly responded with a smile. Why should I assist you? We are hardly acquainted. He rose and addressed the others. Are you all satisfied with Brother Hu's compensation? Yes, satisfied, they replied. The corners of their mouths bore an unmistakable smile, even though the act of smiling brought a twinge of discomfort to their faces. Now that the matter had been splendidly resolved, it was time to disperse. With a grin, he jested with Hanning. Do you wish to sing another song? Mind your own business. Hanning retorted sharply, then pulled Wang Ruoqi away. Wei Yong and the others gradually departed, yet Zhou Hao and Shen Fei remained, as they still needed to settle the bill. Jiang Yu once again expressed his apologies. Brother Jiang, I sincerely apologize for today. Allow me to cover this round. Zhou Hao's heart soared at the prospect, for he had procured 10 additional fine bottles of wine in hopes of inebriating Jiang Yu, and he was certain that the evening would not conclude without a minimum expenditure of 200,000. Just as he reveled in the thought of saving that sum, Jiang Yu doused him with a bucket of cold water. No need, Boss Jean. Today is young Master Zhou's birthday. He is treating us. Jiang Yu stepped outside, and as he passed by Wang Shou, he candidly remarked, I understand you're feeling irked and need a vent. Let me remind you once more. I'm not well acquainted with them. Jiang Yu comprehended the underlying message in Jiang Yu's words, and as Jiang Yu exited, Jiang Yu's expression darkened, causing Zhou Hao, Shun Fei, and Li Shui to feel as though they had plunged into despair. What transpired next in the private room became a mystery to Jiang Yu, as it no longer concerned him. Wei Yong and his classmates hailed cabs back to campus, while Han Ning returned promptly to Guanhu residence. At 9:30 in the evening, Han Tianming had yet to retire for the night, seated on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper. Upon seeing Han Ning, he set the paper aside and remarked with discontent, "So, you finally decided to come home? Approach me. I have something to discuss. I'll talk to you later. I need to see Andy." She hurried upstairs and barged into Han Xiong's room, her first words being, "What exactly is Jiang Yu's background?" Chapter 46. The origin of the ironclad masculine figure. Han Xiong lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone, clad in a delicate nightgown that subtly accentuated her alluring figure. "Oh, isn't this our little darling who has already moved out? What brings you back in such a rush at this late hour?" Han Xiong set her phone down, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Han Ning. Though she often clashed with her elder brother, her relationship with this niece was quite amicable. "Andy, who exactly is the person you introduced to me last time? What is his true identity?" "Ah, so you've developed a curiosity about him so soon? Why not ask him yourself? I can't be bothered to speak with him." Noticing her flustered demeanor, Han Xiong raised an eyebrow and teased, "What's this? Did he bully you? Tell Auntie, and I shall stand up for you." "Not at all." Han Ying's face flushed crimson, the memory of that night at the hotel igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. Although Han Xiong was single, she possessed considerable insight and experience. Immediately sensing the underlying tension, yet she refrained from pressing the issue. "Well, he is indeed a disciple of a renowned physician. Is that all?" "That is all." Han Ying pouted, clearly skeptical. How could a mere doctor compel the leader of the Black Tiger Hall to bow and scrape? At that moment, a voice resonated at the entrance of Han Xiong's chamber. "Is that you, Xiaoying, grandfather?" Han Ying was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly dashed out, her heart brimming with joy. "Grandfather, you've been discharged." Old Master Han had disregarded the doctor's objections and left the hospital on his own accord. Han Tianming had searched for him all night without success, yet the next morning, the old gentleman returned home by himself. This was something Han Tianming had not disclosed to Han Ying. Han Ying leapt into her grandfather's embrace, to which he exclaimed, "Oh dear, are you trying to crush these old bones of mine?" He affectionately ruffled Han Ying's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Grandfather, you look radiant and full of life. How could you be old?" Han Tianming and Han Xiong were equally perplexed, for the doctors had declared the old man near death, yet upon his return, he appeared vibrant, far from someone on the brink of demise. Old Master Han chuckled, "My dear, you're growing more beautiful by the day. That must be due to your excellent genes." "Grandfather," Han Ying replied, grinning, "only you would say such things. It's been so long since we last met. Come, keep your grandfather company." Though he had intended to retire for the night, upon hearing Han Ying's voice, his drowsiness vanished. He took her downstairs, and Han Xiong had no choice but to follow them. Han Tianming immediately set aside his newspaper and inquired with concern, "Father, why are you up?" "It has been ages since I've seen my granddaughter. I must have a good chat with her." He glared at Han Ying. "Grandfather, look at my dad. He has scolded me again." Han Ying pouted as she clung to her grandfather's arm, prompting him to admonish, "Can't you refrain from saying such things? Must you drive my granddaughter away for your own amusement?" Han Ying made a face at Han Tianming, embodying the spirit of a victor. Han Tianming, unfazed, rolled up his newspaper and declared in an irrefutable tone, "On the 3rd of next month, it's your grandfather's birthday. No matter what you have going on, you must be present." With that, he ascended the stairs. As he passed Han Xiong on the staircase, she whispered, "Aren't you going to inform her in advance about the engagement?" "That's none of your concern," he retorted. Han Xiong rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, "Just because you don't want me to meddle, a 1T? Dream on." Han Ying was left in confusion. What does my dad mean? Of course, I'll be there for grandfather's birthday. Little did she know, she was the true guest of honor at the forthcoming celebration. At 10 o'clock that night, Jiang Yu stealthily returned to Wen Yihuan's residence, careful not to disturb her rest. Upon entering, he cautiously closed the door, striving to make as little noise as possible. Yet the lights in the room flickered on immediately. Wen Yihuan, clad in a white nightgown, gazed at him. "Have you been drinking?" she inquired, detecting the scent of alcohol from afar. "Just a little," Jiang Yu replied, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Ms. Wan." Rather than reproach him, Wen Yihuan moved towards the kitchen and, after rummaging through the refrigerator, said, "Why don't you go wash up? I'll prepare something to help with your hangover." Jiang Yu could only respond with a bewildered expression. Is this the treatment a bodyguard deserves? What are you still standing there for? Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing a robe from the room before darting into the bathroom. Gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he narcissistically remarked, "Such damnable charm." Within 10 minutes, Jiang Yu promptly concluded his preparations and, donning his robe, made his way to the living room. There, he observed Wen Yihuan bustling about, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What more could a man desire than a wife like this?" If it weren't for the significant place his junior apprentice, Do held in his heart, he might have nearly fallen for Wen Yihuan. Soon, Wen Yihuan brought over a steaming cup of ginger tea. "Drink this and rest up," she urged. "Gingertea." Truth be told, it offers little in the way of sobering effects. A cup of vinegar would be more beneficial. Numerous articles online tout ginger tea as a remedy for intoxication, but Jiang Yu, as a doctor, understood that this was a fallacy. Just as he was about to enlighten Wen Yihuan further, he sensed a wave of hostility emanating from her eyes. Where did this iron-willed man come from? Chapter 47. Su Xian's request the following day. After dropping Wen Yihuan at her company, Jiang Yu followed his usual routine and visited Jiyun Company. As expected, he still did not encounter Wen Qiyun. He then called Wei Yong to inquire about Han Ying's whereabouts. Wei Yong mentioned that Han Ying returned home the previous night but had not been seen since. He rambled on about Wang Ruoqi instead. He recounted how Wang Ruoqi had visited the Xinyo Boxing Club to meet Zheng Feng the night before and then accompanied him to a posh residential area. Emerging with an air of disappointment, "You followed Wang Ruoqi all night. Weren't you worried about being mistaken for a stalker?" Jiang Yu teased. Although he could surmise Wang Ruoqi's intentions, after the KTV incident, she must have been curious about her own standing. Too timid to inquire directly with Jin Hu, she resorted to probing through Zheng Feng. Naturally, Zheng Feng had little understanding of him, leading Wang Ruoqi to seek out Wang Qi instead. However, Wang Qi had long since fled after Jiang Yu rendered him incapacitated, leaving Wang Ruoqi disheartened at her fruitless search. "Brother Yu, do you think her late-night visit to Zheng Feng indicates she has feelings for him?" Wei Yong's tone was tinged with jealousy. Jiang Yu reassured him, "Fear not. Wang Ruoqi and Zheng Feng are merely friends. You still have a chance." "Really? What should I do next?" "Adhere to the principles I've taught you. Stick to her like a plaster. But she finds me repulsive and tells me to leave whenever she sees me. Have you forgotten the principle of shamelessness? If she tells you to go, you should go. How else can you pursue her? I'm afraid she will grow to detest me even more. You seem to overlook a saying, love breeds hatred, and vice versa. If you follow her daily, and she becomes accustomed to your presence when you're not around, she will undoubtedly feel an emptiness in her heart. Brother Yu, your insights are profound. I shall seek out Wang Ruoqi immediately." Jiang Yu, with his usual charm, sought to use Wei Yong as a means to restrain Wang Ruoqi, preventing her from incessantly stirring trouble in Han Ying's presence. Today, he chose not to attend school, as it was evident from Han Ying's demeanor yesterday that she remained upset. His frequent appearances would likely exacerbate the situation. Though he encouraged Wei Yong to embrace shamelessness, he himself was unwilling to do so. The day passed languidly, monotonous as still water. To Jiang Yu's surprise, an elderly gentleman he had assisted days prior called to inform him that the location for his birthday banquet had been set at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, urging Jiang Yu to be present. As the evening approached and he was preparing to escort Wen Yihuan home, Su Xian hurriedly sought him out. "Jiang Yu, I have a favor to ask of you," she stammered. Typically, Su Xian was sharp-tongued and sardonic towards Jiang Yu, so her sudden request felt somewhat awkward. Jiang Yu teased, "What is this? Can't sleep alone at night and wish for me to warm your bed? How dare you?" Su Xian shot back, her eyes wide with indignation. "Stop spouting nonsense. Is this truly the attitude one adopts when seeking assistance?" Jiang Yu quipped, raising an eyebrow. Su Xian fell silent, at a loss for words. Beside them, Wen Zihun Smike and Li, Anzai, Jiang Yu, stop teasing Su Xin. Only then did Jiang Yu temper his playful demeanor, adopting a more serious tone. "Speak. What is it that you require my help with?" "Well, you do call yourself a miraculous doctor, don't you? My uncle has been afflicted with a peculiar illness for months, seeking treatment at several major hospitals without success, draining his family's savings in the process. They are at their wits' end and asked me to inquire if there are any folk healers in the city. Naturally, I thought of you first. A peculiar illness? Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, his interest piqued. As a miraculous doctor, he relished the challenge of tackling enigmatic ailments. When Yihuan interjected, "Since it's Su Xin's relative who is in need, Jiang Yu, please lend your assistance." "Since Ms. Wan has made the request, I cannot refuse," Jiang Yu replied. Su Xin hesitantly added, Your fees aren't exorbitant, are they? If her uncle's family were affluent, they wouldn't be seeking a folk doctor. Thus the cost was a paramount consideration. Should Jiang Yu's fees be too high, she would have no choice but to decline. Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly, "It's merely a favor among friends. I charge nothing for the consultation. However, any medicinal expenses will need to be borne by you." "Really? Thank you so much." Su Xin exclaimed, her joy palpable, a heartfelt expression of gratitude that elevated Jiang Yu's standing in her eyes for the first time. "Then, Jiang Yu, you may accompany Su Xin. There's no need for me to be escorted home." When Yihuan yawned, exhaustion evident from a day filled with demanding work. "Perhaps I should escort you home first?" Jiang Yu proposed. "No need. Saving lives is a priority, and besides, I have plans to dine with a friend tonight." "All right. Take care of yourself, and call me if you need anything." With that, Jiang Yu departed in Su Xin's vehicle, while when Yihuan drove alone towards the Lutong Villa, located on the outskirts of the city, a splendid retreat for summer respite. At 8 in the evening, on the winding mountain road, when Yihuan was ascending in her vehicle, her demeanor reflecting a hint of fatigue. As she reached the midpoint of the ascent, a sudden commotion seized her attention, with a thunderous crash. A massive boulder tumbled down from the peak. Despite the numerous vehicles surrounding her, the boulder seemed to possess a malevolent awareness, plummeting directly onto the roof of Yihuan's car. Chapter 48. Marrying off a daughter is not selling her. Su Xin's cousin's family resided in the outskirts of the city, and the two of them drove for half an hour to reach Inlu village. The urban landscape had long given way to the sight of towering buildings, replaced instead by quaint rural homesteads, characterized by an assortment of tiled houses. Su Xin's family were ordinary farmers who had toiled for the better part of their lives to save a modest dowry for their daughter, only to find their savings depleted by the sudden onset of a mysterious illness 6 months prior. 6 months ago, Su Xi began suffering from severe pain in his temples, and his vision gradually deteriorated. A visit to the ophthalmologist yielded no significant findings. Yet his eyesight continued to decline until he was ultimately diagnosed with temporal arteritis and referred to the rheumatology department. After receiving a course of corticosteroids, his condition showed slight improvement, allowing him to return home to recuperate. However, contrary to expectations, Su Xi's health did not restore. Instead, it worsened progressively, leading to kidney complications, joint pain, and nearly total blindness. They sought treatment at numerous hospitals, yet no conclusive diagnosis emerged, and his health continued to decline. Their savings evaporated, leaving them with considerable debt, forcing them to discharge him from the hospital. Nonetheless, the family did not abandon him and sought the help of various folk healers, though with little success. When Su Xin visited, her aunt, Jiang Yu, mentioned that she worked as a secretary for a prominent businessman in the city and likely knew many individuals who could assist in finding a miraculous healer for her husband's peculiar ailment. Su Xin, having had little contact with the medical community, recalled a recent incident when 3 women caused a stir at her company, during which Jiang Yu had claimed to be a miraculous doctor. With a sense of desperation, she decided to inquire. The outskirts of the city were predominantly rural, devoid of the urban clamor, and by around 9 o'clock, the streetlights were nearly non-existent. However, in Su Xi's household, the lights burned brightly through the night. Due to Su Xi's near blindness, he constantly complained about the darkness, prompting the family to keep the lights on throughout the night for his psychological comfort. Additionally, suffering from severe joint pain, the family members took turns watching over him, applying warm towels to alleviate his discomfort. This relentless vigilance took a toll on the family, with Jiang Yu losing considerable weight. They had a daughter named Su Wan, who worked at the Shangya group in the provincial capital. She had taken leave to care for her father and appeared equally haggard. In Inlu village, there was a nouveau riche named Qian Dahai, whose son, Qian Lai, lived a life of leisure, shirking work and indulging in mischief. Qian Lai had been infatuated with Su Wan since their elementary school days, but his numerous attempts to confess his feelings had all ended in rejection. Su Xi's illness, however, provided Qian Lai with a glimmer of hope. He had been closely monitoring the situation, biding his time until Su Wan's family found themselves in dire straits before re-emerging. That very evening, Qianlai arrived at Su Wan's home accompanied by a childhood friend, bringing along some nutritional supplements. What has happened to Uncle? It has been half a year, and there is still no improvement. Perhaps it would be wise to seek treatment at a larger hospital in the province? Qianlai merely cast a fleeting glance at the ailing Su Daisai in the bedroom, lacking any genuine desire to inquire. His infatuation with Su Wan was a well-known fact in the village, but he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a hand that offers a smile. Thus, he presented the nutritional products as a gesture of goodwill, and both Jiang Yu and Su Wan felt compelled to entertain him in the living room. Jiang Yu sighed heavily. Who wouldn't wish to seek treatment at a prestigious hospital? If circumstances permitted, they might have sent Su Datsai to the provincial capital or even the capital city for medical care. However, they were merely ordinary farmers. Although Su Wan had received some education, she had only recently graduated and was renting a place in the city, barely able to save any money after covering her expenses. Merely seeking treatment in Tianyun City had left them financially drained. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a problem at all. It's just a matter of lacking funds. Just let Brother Lai know. Given his relationship with Su Wan, he would surely be willing to assist. Qianlai's friend, Zhu Chao, chimed in, his face jiggling as he spoke, a hefty figure weighing around 180 pounds. This is not a trivial sum. Jiang Yu shook her head, her sighs persistent. Qianlai confidently proclaimed, "A few 100,000 is nothing to me. That simply won't do." Jiang Yu firmly declined. "I will manage our affairs. It is getting late. You both should head home and rest." The intentions of Qianlai were transparent to all. Could he truly lend them such a substantial amount without any ulterior motive? Perhaps he was merely seeking a bride price for marrying off a daughter. If that were the case, it would not be a matter of marriage, but rather selling a daughter. Few parents would stoop to such depths. Jiang Yu stood to see them off, but Su Wan called out to Qianlai. "Wait a moment." She was visibly conflicted, while Qianlai's gaze roamed her figure unabashedly. Su Wan was strikingly beautiful, even more so than Su Xian, and her figure was notably more voluptuous. The buttons of her short-sleeved shirt appeared precariously close to bursting open. Although she had lost weight, she remained breathtakingly alluring, leaving Qianlai in a state of longing. After a moment of internal struggle, Su Wan spoke softly. "Qianlai, would you truly be willing to lend me money for my father's treatment?" "Of course, we're friends for." He replied, "Thank you. If you extend your hand, you will be my benefactor for life. I promise to repay you with the highest legal interest in the shortest possible time." Su Wan, money cannot simply be given away. We're talking about several 100,000, not just a few thousand. But what is the proper way to borrow? Su Wan in guit, ze gongdin yu jiao. Zhu Chao smirked mischievously. Su Wan, are you genuinely confused or merely pretending? Surely you understand Brother Lai's intentions towards you. As long as you are willing to marry Qianlai, it would not be impossible for me to give your family hundreds of thousands, even if it means borrowing. Qianlai's words elicited a satisfied smile from Qianlai, who readily acknowledged Zhu Chao's sentiments. This only deepened Su Wan's inner turmoil. She harbored a disdain for Qianlai, even to the point of detestation. His idle lifestyle was fraught with trouble and conflict, and marrying him would be akin to leaping into a pit of fire. Yet, she could not bear to watch her father suffer. Their family had already accrued significant debts, and no one was willing to lend them any more money. "Qianlai, cease your pursuit of my daughter. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow Su Wan to marry you." It was unclear when Su Daisai had emerged from the room. Though blind, he was not deaf. He had listened intently to the conversation in the living room. "Dad!" Su Wan rushed forward to support Su Daisai, whose face was pale, yet his words were resolute. "Gui Ru, show our guest out." Su Daisai's declaration infuriated Qianlai. "Old man, don't push your luck. Who else in Lu village can save you if not me?" "Qianlai, whom are you insulting?" Su Wan Vito. Her face flushed with anger. "Bah!" Qianlai spat on the ground. "Su Wan, don't think for a second that I am unaware of your family's desperate situation. You face two choices. Marry me, and I will fund your father's treatment, or watch helplessly as he suffers and perishes." A chilling smile spread across Qianlai's face, as if he had already secured Su Wan's compliance. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Oh, what a lively scene we have here in the middle of the night." A white Peugeot came to a halt at the Su family's doorstep, and Jiang Yu entered the courtyard alongside Su Xian. "Su Xian is here. Come in and sit. With family present, Wang Guru was notably more welcoming, hastening out of the living room to greet them. In the living room, both Qian Lai and Zhu Chao eyed Su Xian with an unsettling glimmer in their gazes. Zhu Chao teased, Su Xian, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. How about considering being my girlfriend? Su Xian silently cursed the enduring nature of one's character and chose to ignore them, guiding Jiang Yu into the living room. Qian Lai regarded Jiang Yu with displeasure, remarking, who is this young man? Zhu Chao, do you know him? I have never seen him before. Wang Guru scrutinized Jiang Yu before inquiring, Su Xian, is this your boyfriend? He certainly is a handsome fellow. Su Xian muttered, Aunt, what are you talking about? He is just a friend. Zhu Chao chimed in sarcastically, bringing him home late at night. Who would believe that? To think, Su Xian, you seem so innocent. Yet you're so brazen in private. Fatty, watch your words. If you dare tarnish my reputation in the village, I will not let you off easily. Su Xian, having grown up in Yinlu village, was familiar with her peers and was not one to hold back in her retorts. Zhu Chao's expression soured. Aware of Su Xian's sharp tongue, and wisely refrained from further argument, lest he embarrass himself. Su Xian, it is quite late for you to return. Is there something amiss? Su Wan merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yu. Cousin, I certainly have matters to discuss. Did Aunt not ask me to inquire about any renowned physicians in the city? I have indeed found one for you. If I am not mistaken, the esteemed doctor you have invited must be him, correct? Qian Lai and Zhu Chao exchanged knowing glances, barely containing their laughter. Su Xian shot them an exasperated look. Is there even a need for speculation? Their laughter erupted uncontrollably. Su Xian, you, who have attended university, how could you be so easily deceived? Just look at him. Does he possess any semblance of a divine healer? Qian Lai's grin dripped with sarcasm. Zhu Zhao Timet in Su Xin. You cannot possibly have fallen for his tricks regarding wealth and affection, can you? If it's merely about money, that can be reclaimed. But if he has swayed your heart, well, your future expectations of a husband may need considerable adjustment. However, fear not. My good friend Zhu Chao is magnanimous. He would not mind at all. Just a mere caretaker. I am indifferent. Their banter nearly drove Su Xian to the brink of exasperation. Shut your foul mouth, Zhu Chao. Do not presume that even if I were divorced with 2 children, I would ever consider you as a suitor. And you, Qian Lai, do not think your family's meager wealth makes you remarkable. Do you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? As if you could ever aspire to marry my cousin. Ahem. Both men were left coughing from her retorts. Wang Guru regarded Jiang Yu with skepticism, tentatively asking, young man, are you truly a doctor? Indeed, without a doubt. Then, what about my husband's illness? No need for haste. Let me assess the situation first. Husband, come lie down in the room. Su Xian has brought a divine healer for you. Wang Guru hurriedly assisted Su Datsai back to their quarters. Qian Lai stood at the doorway, teasing, you really believe him? This lad appears to be nothing more than a charlatan. If he can heal, then pigs could surely climb trees. Zhu Chao echoed, even if he possesses genuine skills. Can your family afford his fees? The mention of money troubled Wang Guru. Their home was barren, devoid of even decent furniture or appliances, having sold everything of value. Su Wan bit her lip and asked, are you truly a divine healer? Jiang Yu replied calmly, it is merely a title. Can you genuinely cure my father's ailment? Currently, I have a 70% confidence. Through his initial examination, Jiang Yu had gleaned a rough understanding of Su Datsai's condition. Whether he could guarantee a complete recovery awaited further scrutiny. A 70% chance was monumental hope for Su Wan. Suddenly, she knelt before Jiang Yu, exclaiming, divine healer, we truly have no money left. I cannot offer you any reward, but if you can heal my father, I am willing to offer myself in gratitude. Qian Lai was taken aback, bewildered. What do you mean? When I was trying to assist you earlier, you did not say such things. Damn it. Who is this young dandy daring to compete with me for a woman? Qian Lai was consumed by rage, clenching his fists tightly. Zhu Chao also berated. You despicable con artist, get the hell out of here. How dare you swindle in our Silver Willow village? Do you know whose territory this is? Believe me, I'll break your legs. Jiang Yu, unfazed by their threats, calmly inquired, are they family members of the patients? Su Xian replied, not at all, just 2 good-for-nothings. Oh, then irrelevant parties should step aside and not interfere with my treatment. His nonchalant remark infuriated Qian Lai. You bastard, a con artist dares to expel us? Are you tired of living? Zhu Chao, let us go. The two rolled up their sleeves and charged into the bedroom. In a flash, Jiang Yu effortlessly tossed Qian Lai out into the courtyard as if he were a mere chick. His speed was astonishing. By the time Zhu Chao realized what had happened, Jiang Yu was already sizing him up. Zhu Chao, with his considerable bulk, was pushed into the living room by Jiang Yu, who then delivered a swift kick. Ouch! Zhu Chao howled in pain, rolling right out into the yard. Bang! Jiang Yu promptly closed the door, finally bringing peace to the world. Su Xian had already helped Su Wan her feet and said, "Cousin, what was that about offering yourself?" With the door shut, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong? Am I unworthy?" "Of course you are." Wang Guru hastily intervened. "Young doctor, you are quite the catch. If my daughter were to marry you, she would certainly not be at a loss. Besides, with a healer's benevolence, I believe you are a good man." Su Xian glared at Jiang Yu. Hands on her hips, "Didn't you promise treatment would be free? Now that you see my cousin is beautiful, are you changing your mind and trying to steal her away? Free." Wang Guru and Su Wan exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat disheartened. "What's wrong, Aunt? Isn't free treatment a good thing?" "It's not that," they replied, "but if Jiang Yu truly desired some form of compensation, that would be better." The moment he mentioned free treatment, we began to wonder if he was merely trying to win Su Xian's favor. After all, who in this world offers a free lunch? Thus, Wang Guru inquired once more, "Su Xian, he really to your boyfriend?" Chapter 50. Two scoundrels. Su Xian was on the verge of losing her composure. No, Aunt, how many times must I say it?" Jiang Yu noticed the skepticism from Wang Guru and her daughter, accustomed as he was to the doubts of patients and their families. Some relatives, suspicious of their qualifications as doctors, would never allow them to touch the patient. Others, unreasonable, would chase them away with a broom. Strangely enough, the higher the fee, the more they believed in you. When you offered your services for free, trust seemed to vanish. Therefore, he declared loudly, "How could it be free? I am a miraculous healer, not a deity. I need to eat too. Hey, what is wrong with you? You clearly promised before. Are you not a man of your word?" Su Xian exclaimed in frustration. However, Wang Guru and Su Wan revealed smiles. Wang Guru eagerly said, "Little divine doctor, please state your conditions. We will certainly find a way to meet them." Jiang Yu was uncertain about their financial capacity and inquired, "What do you believe is a reasonable consultation fee?" Su Wan pondered for a moment and replied, "I can manage within 100,000. 100,000? Wang Guru exclaimed in astonishment. "Wanner, where would you find such an amount?" Jiang Yu responded, "Then let it be 100,000. But considering Su Xian's situation, I shall offer you a 20% discount." Su Xian was nearly exasperated. 800,000 for a medical consultation? Why don't you just rob a bank? Su Wan Uget? Cousin, this is what we ought to pay. Do not blame the doctor. However, she hesitated and, somewhat bashfully, turned to Jiang Yu and said, "I cannot produce that much money all at once. Could we arrange for installment payments? I assure you I will repay the amount within 2 years. "No problem." Jiang Yu readily agreed, for his true desire was not the money but the trust of the family. Only with their trust could he expect their unconditional cooperation in treating the patient. He then began to thoroughly examine Su Dutsai, inquiring about his health. Finally, he thoughtfully remarked, "Insufficient liver and kidney function, deficient qi and blood, stagnation of qi and blood leading to lack of balance, and a blockage in the spirit pathways. We should focus on brightening the eyes and opening the orifices, resolving blood stasis, and unblocking the meridians, primarily targeting points such as Chioho, while also nourishing qi and blood and soothing the liver." Although Su Wan and her son were bewildered by this explanation, it resonated with them as one word: professional. Enough of the elaborate jargon. What is truly wrong with my uncle? Su Xian voiced the confusion shared by Su Wan and her son. Jiang Yu replied, "To put it simply, the meridians are obstructed, and the qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. Is that all? Who are you trying to fool? If it were that simple, wouldn't all those hospitals have identified the ailment?" The concept of meridian points is a culmination of thousands of years of traditional Chinese medicinal wisdom. Yet it remains elusive to Western medicine. How could instruments possibly detect it? You speak as if it were true. How shall we proceed with the treatment? I will prescribe a remedy. Within 5 doses of medicine, I guarantee a cure. Jiang Yu's diagnosis was astonishingly straightforward. Su Wan, half skeptical, fetched paper and pen, and Jiang Yu swiftly penned a prescription that came to life before their eyes. This was an exclusive secret formula from Baki Mountain. Even an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, knowing Su Datsai's symptoms, might not be able to prescribe the correct treatment. Is that all? Su Xin felt a lingering sense of being deceived, uncertain whether the prescription would be effective. Su Wan and her son exchanged glances, holding the prescription, unsure of what to say. Jiang Yu reassured them. What is there to worry about? I haven't taken your money yet. You can pay me once he recovers. Su Xin replied. This is not merely a matter of money. If there's an issue with your prescription, what will happen to my uncle? Sighing, Jiang Yu scratched his head and said, Do I need to make a solemn vow? Shaowan, let's follow the doctor's advice and get the medicine. Su Datsai, lying on the bed, spoke weakly. The circumstances at home and his physical condition left him with no alternative. He could only place his trust in Jiang Yu, resigned to the possibility of adverse consequences. If he were to meet his demise, it would, in fact, be a form of liberation, sparing Su Wan and her son further burdens. All right, I shall fetch the medicine. Su Wan exclaimed in urgency, but Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, Where would you go to get medicine at this late hour? We could go tomorrow. Nothing significant will transpire overnight. He further advised, Let's change your uncle's room. This one is dark and damp, with stagnant energy, which is not auspicious. While it may not be the primary cause of Su Decay's ailment, it certainly has some impact. Su Xin was perplexed, wondering how the conversation had veered into the realm of feng shui. Are you a divine physician or a feng shui master? Is it true that a divine physician does not study feng shui? You have subjects like language, mathematics, and foreign languages, as well as politics, history, geography, physics, and chemistry. We, too, have our practices in mountain medicine, fate, and divination. One must be well-versed in all. Su Xin was rendered speechless. Very well. We shall arrange for old Su to have a different room. Zhang Guizhu immediately got to work, knowing that changing rooms was not a daunting task. It was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. All right, the ailment has been addressed. It is time for us to return. Jiang Yu turned to leave, and Su Wan swiftly took out her phone. Please leave a number, little divine physician. Once my father recovers, it will be easier for me to contact you for payment. Jiang Yu smiled, exchanging numbers with her, saying, Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. He understood the family's mindset. Su Wan's concern extended beyond mere payment. She was primarily worried about her father's medication process, though she hesitated to voice it directly. Outside the living room, Qianlai and Zhu Chao remained vigilant in the courtyard. As the notorious bullies of Yinlu village, they were embarrassed to have been expelled by Jiang Yu. They had each found a metal rod and stood at the entrance, waiting to strike Jiang Yu as soon as he emerged. Su Wan intended to see Jiang Yu off and open the living room door, but in an instant, the two rods swung towards them. Qianlai and Zhu Chao quickly realized that they had targeted the wrong person, but it was too late to retract their assault. Su Wan let out a terrified scream. In a swift motion, Jiang Yu stepped forward, enclosing Su Wan in his embrace and quickly pivoting. Thud! The rod struck Jiang Yu's back with force. You two scoundrels. Su sin et grim, ha vi feet, gu sin tem vementin. Run. Qianlai and Zhu Chao dropped their rods and fled, aware that their previous ambush had shown them the folly of confronting Jiang Yu directly. Little divine physician, are you all right? Su Wan, still in Jiang Yu's arms, looked pale, her face filled with remorse. I am fine, Jiang Yu reassured her. Thank you. But are you truly unscathed? Shall I apply some medicinal alcohol for you? Su Wan's head hung low, her voice soft and shy. Jiang Yu teased, of course, it is better to be respectful than to. Hurry, let us go. She interrupted, urgency in her tone. Before he could finish his words, Su Xin delivered a punch to his shoulder, interrupting him. Jiang Yu, filled with indignation, followed Su Xin into the car, his expression one of deep grievance. I came here to assist you, and yet I was inexplicably struck twice. Do you not care whether I am injured? Su Xin retorted. You are aware that you are here to help. Yet you demand an exorbitant fee of 80,000 for a diagnosis. Why don't you just vanish? Su Xin rolled her eyes, her mind preoccupied with Jiang Yu's exorbitant charges. Do you understand what 80,000 means to my uncle's family? Do you know how many years my cousin must scrimp and save to accumulate such an amount? I know. You know nothing. You merely open your mouth and scribble down some nonsensical prescription, effortlessly pocketing 80,000. Do you even comprehend the meaning of human suffering? Su Xin unleashed a barrage of reproaches, her words rendering Jiang Yu nearly speechless. I don't understand human suffering. When I traveled the breadth of the land with the old man, healing the sick, you were likely still playing in the mud. It was utterly unreasonable. He could not be bothered to argue with Su Xin any longer, choosing instead to cross his arms and close his eyes in contemplation. Su Xin murmured to herself for a while, receiving no response, and gradually fell silent, sensing the growing awkwardness. As the uncomfortable atmosphere lingered, Su Xin dropped Jiang Yu off at Wenyihuan's neighborhood. "Get out," she commanded, her expression far from amiable. Jiang Yu, without uttering a word, exited the vehicle, only to remark afterward, "We are family. Why is there such a disparity? You should take a cue from your cousin. At this rate, you won't be able to marry. Whether I marry or not is none of your concern," she retorted. "Look at you, acting like a fierce tigress. Dare to utter another word, and I swear I will strike you down." Su Xin seized a cushion from the passenger seat and hurled it at Jiang Yu. He caught it deftly and teased. "Is this your token of affection? Quite unique. I shall treasure it dearly." Without allowing Su Xin a chance to retort, he swiftly dashed into the neighborhood. Vanishing from her sight, Su Xin clenched her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu moved quietly, mindful of the late hour and reluctant to disturb Wenyihuan's rest. Remarkably, Wenyihuan did not make a sudden appearance that evening, and after taking a shower, Jiang Yu retired for the night. The following morning, upon rising, Jiang Yu noticed an unusual silence in the living room. Curiously, Wenyihuan typically awoke earlier than he did, often preparing breakfast. Still not awake? He knocked on Wenyihuan's door, but received no response. Mr. Wen. After calling a few more times without reply, he grew concerned for Wenyihuan's well-being and decided to enter the bedroom. The room was tidy, yet Wenyihuan was absent. Could he have assumed I didn't return last night and gone to the office? Not dwelling on the thought, he freshened up and headed to work. Su Xin was already in Wenyihuan's office early in the morning, organizing documents. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she maintained a stern expression, clearly displeased about the events of the previous night. "Where's Mr. Wen?" Jiang Yu casually inquired as he settled onto the office sofa. "Su Xin et go lim. Isn't President Wen with you? I haven't even asked you yet." "What? President Wen isn't at the company?" Su Xin sensed something amiss and immediately questioned. "What on earth is going on?" "I don't know either. I didn't see President Wen after I got up. I thought she had gone to the office first." "What kind of bodyguard are you?" Su Xin quickly dialed Wenyihuan's number, but it went unanswered. Growing anxious, she said, "What if something has happened to President Wen? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and go find her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible." Jiang Yu felt uneasy as he had long been aware that Wenyihuan might encounter misfortune. He hurried downstairs, only to receive a call from Su Xin. "President Wen was in a car accident and is in the hospital. Wait for me downstairs." In the upscale hospital room, Wenyihuan lay in bed while Wenqiyun attended to her. After a brief trip to the restroom, she had missed Su Xin's call and returned to dial back. "Dad, Jiang will be here shortly. You should head back to avoid raising any suspicions." After caring for her all night without rest, Wenqiyun, showing signs of fatigue, felt relieved knowing his daughter was not seriously injured and decided to leave. 10 minutes later, Su Xin rushed into the hospital room. "President, what happened? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? You're not injured, are you?" Her anxious demeanor left Jiang Yu astounded. This level of concern felt excessive, and he couldn't help but question Su Xin's intentions. Glancing at Wenyihuan, whose complexion was rosy and breathing steady, he noted the absence of any visible injuries, indicating she was indeed fine, which allowed him to remain composed. "Su Xin, please don't panic. I'm all right," Wenyihuan reassured her. After a thorough inspection, Su Xin finally felt at ease, only to turn her ire toward Jiang Yu. "It's all your fault. As a bodyguard, you bear no responsibility." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "I'm the bodyguard. How is the accident my fault?" Wenyihuan interjected, "Don't blame him. It's just my bad luck. On the way to Lutong Villa, my car was struck by a falling rock." Indeed, her misfortune was evident, as amongst all the vehicles, it was her car that was hit. Su Xin sighed. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters." Wenyihuan nodded. "Su Xin, I need to stay for observation for another day. I'll rely on you for the company affairs in the meantime." Su Xin hesitated. "But who will take care of you? Shouldn't I find a nurse to assist you?" "It's fine. I can manage. Besides, there's Jiang Yu, isn't there? That guy. Seriously? He's a big man. How can he care for someone?" Jiang Yu, feeling offended, retorted, "You haven't lived with me. How can you assume I can't take care of someone? Just based on my woman's intuition." "Woman's intuition? more like a tiger's instinct. All right, enough banter. This is a hospital. Su Xian, please return to the company. When Huan was eager to send Su Xian away, primarily to have a private conversation with Jiang Yu. The events of the previous night had completely upended her worldview. Chapter 52. The event that shattered worldviews after Su Xian departed. Jiang Yu approached Wen Yihuan's bedside and gently inquired, President Wen, are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch you some breakfast? Wen Yihuan shook her head. No need, please sit. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? About the car accident last night. What happened? Wen Yihuan retrieved a red thread from beneath her pillow. She had previously tied the talisman that Jiang Yu had gifted her with this thread and wore it around her neck. Now, the talisman was gone. She recounted the harrowing incident to Jiang Yu, her heart still racing with trepidation. At that moment, a massive boulder had struck her car roof with unerring precision, leaving her nearly paralyzed with fear. She believed she was on the brink of death, convinced that such a colossal rock descending upon her would reduce her to mere pulp. Alone in the vehicle, she felt utterly lost, as though she had already crossed into the realm of the dead. Yet, as the boulder crashed down with a thunderous roar, she suddenly felt a searing warmth at her neck, and a golden light flickered within the car. After the boulder created a small dent in the roof, it rebounded and plummeted into the abyss. Miraculously, she had escaped with her life. Wen Yihuan sat in the car, shaken for an extended period, only coming to her senses when the ambulance arrived. She recalled the intense heat on her chest and discovered that the talisman had turned to ash. Logically, the immense weight of the boulder should have obliterated her vehicle. Yet, astonishingly, there was merely a small dent, and she emerged unscathed, save for the fright. Both drivers who witnessed the incident marveled at her extraordinary survival, and even the attending traffic police found it hard to believe. But only when Yihuan knew that the talisman had shielded her from harm. All of this transcended her understanding, shattering her established beliefs. Jiang Yu listened intently. Yet when Yihuan could discern no ripple of emotion on his face regarding such an extraordinary occurrence. Was that talisman hand-drawn by you? Yes. Is it because of the talisman that I survived? Indeed. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yu. Wen Yihuan was certainly aware that he was Jiang Yu, a disciple of a divine healer. However, she pressed, aren't you going to explain further? President Wen, the world is vast and full of wonders. I can only say that it is not as simple as you imagine. I understand. Wen Yihuan refrained from further inquiries, fully aware that she could not unravel the mysteries of another realm. Had she not encountered Jiang Yu, she might have never experienced such bizarre events in her lifetime. Naturally, a profound curiosity had begun to stir within her, almost to the point of anticipating a union with Jiang Yu. She believed that once married, she would have the opportunity to delve into that enigmatic and fantastical world. With a light chuckle, she deftly shifted the topic with your remarkable skills. It seems I've been underpaying you. After you saved my life, should I consider promoting you? However, Jiang Yu did not smile, for Wen Yihuan's brow remained clouded with foreboding. Her misfortune had not yet passed. While the talisman could offer temporary protection, it could not safeguard her for eternity. Unless the root of the problem was addressed, Wen Yihuan would inevitably face calamity once more. Yet, Jiang Yu was at a loss as to where the source lay. Wen, it's best that you refrain from venturing anywhere aside from the company and home for the time being, Jiang Yu advised kindly, realizing that he had grown increasingly concerned for her safety. I know I've been unlucky lately. Do you still have that talisman? Wen Yihuan asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. When Jiang Yu had first gifted her the talisman, she had playfully remarked on the absurdity of believing in such things. It was unexpected that she would now take the initiative to request one. Jiang Yu shook his head. The talisman can only protect you once. No matter how many you possess, they would be of little use. Wen Yihuan felt a twinge of disappointment, though she concealed it well. After accompanying her at the hospital all day, Jiang Yu waited until the doctor confirmed her well-being before allowing her to be discharged. Su Xian had already called with a stern warning, insisting he closely guard Wen Yihuan, lest he suffer the consequences. Even without Su Xian's admonition, Jiang Yu would have acted similarly. Wen Yihuan could not have encountered such misfortune without reason, and he resolved to swiftly uncover the source. Outside the hospital, a brand new Porsche awaited them. Wen Yihuan handed the keys to Jiang Yu. You drive. She still bore a psychological shadow, hesitant to drive herself. Jiang Yu had obtained his driver's license a while ago, but seldom drove. With a playful tone, he remarked, have you already upgraded to a new car? This must have cost quite a bit. Wen Yihuan replied, this car was a gift from my father. My old one is in for repairs. Once inside, Jiang Yu fumbled for a while before managing to start the luxurious vehicle, as he was unaccustomed to such fine machinery. During their journey, Wen Yihuan appeared to recall something. She rummaged through her bag and retrieved a jade pendant inscribed with the words "Safe Passage," hanging it in the car. I didn't expect this charm from a friend would come in handy, she murmured to herself. However, upon seeing the pendant, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling sensation and promptly inquired, "Who gave you this?" Wen Yihuan answered, "A business associate. They mentioned they had sought blessings at the Gaising temple recently, and this is supposed to be a safety charm." Initially skeptical, she had forgotten about the pendant until now, prompting her to hang it in the car for protection. Yet, there was something amiss with the pendant. Jiang Yu sensed a malevolent energy emanating from it, indicating it had been tampered with. This was no ordinary safety charm. It bore the mark of a death omen. The source had been identified. What is wrong with the pendant? 1. Your previous misfortunes are likely connected to this charm. How? How could Zhou Yao wish to harm me? Jiang Yu removed the jade pendant and remarked, "I shall take care of the pendant for you. Mr. 1, please find an opportunity to summon your acquaintance for a discreet inquiry. If Zhou Yao remains oblivious to the circumstances, then so be it. However, if he is complicit, Jiang Yu will show him no mercy." Wen Yihuan was filled with indignation, having been considerate towards Zhou Yao in business dealings. She could not comprehend why he would wish her harm. Eager to uncover the truth, she arranged to meet Zhou Yao that very evening. In a private room at the Bamboo Stream Tea House, Zhou Yao arrived impeccably dressed in a suit, sporting dark glasses and a slicked-back hairstyle so smooth that not even an ant could traverse it. "Ms. 1, Zhou Yao beamed. "You summoned me so late. Are there any assignments you wish to entrust to me?" He cast a cursory glance at Jiang Yu. Wen Yihuan sat upright, her expression grave. Noticing her demeanor, Zhou Yao inquired, "Ms. 1, why this seriousness? Is something amiss? I had a car accident last night." "What? Ms. 1, are you all right?" "I am unscathed. Yet I was informed that the cause of the accident may be related to the jade pendant." "Surely you jest." "Ms. 1, do not heed such baseless claims. How could I possibly wish you harm?" Zhou Yao exclaimed, leaping to his feet in agitation. Wen Yihuan offered a cold smile. "Did I suggest it was the pendant you gifted me that was involved?" Chapter 53. The puppet master, upon hearing the mention of the pendant, Zhou Yao became visibly flustered, wearing an expression akin to one caught in a lie. He quickly donned a smile, attempting to clarify. "Ms. 1, you misunderstand. Upon hearing you mention the jade pendant, I merely recalled the one I previously presented to you, and I thought you were suspecting me." "Zhou Yao, do you not find this matter rather far-fetched? What? Could a mere jade pendant possibly cause my accident? Surely not. Indeed. Ms. 1, such notions are merely superstitions. You, a person of higher education, should not entertain such beliefs. And what of you? Are you not also an esteemed graduate of Tianyun University? Do you subscribe to these ideas?" "Of course not. I'm a staunch materialist." "Then why, upon my suggestion of a possible connection to the pendant, did you so swiftly distance yourself from any involvement, asserting that you could not harm me? How do you reconcile that?" "Ms. 1, this..." Zhou Yao faltered, caught unawares by Wen Yihuan's probing. Indeed, if he were a materialist, how could he have been the first to associate the pendant with malice? Might it not be plausible that the pendant obstructed his vision, leading to the accident? Zhou Yao fumbled, his hands restless, his eyes betraying a nervous anxiety. Wen Yihuan glanced at Jiang Yu, seeking his counsel. Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and stated, "Ms. 1, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter is unequivocally tied to him." The mere mention of the jade pendant rendered Zhou Yao visibly uncomfortable, as he engaged in a multitude of fidgeting movements, occasionally touching his nose, adjusting his glasses, and avoiding direct eye contact with Wen Yihuan. To claim ignorance regarding the pendant would be utterly implausible. However, Zhou Yao was oblivious to Jiang Yu's identity. Upon seeing his youth, he immediately erupted in a tirade. "Who is this little scoundrel, slandering my reputation with baseless accusations? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Oomph. Is he already in a state of agitation? If he cannot maintain his composure, how could he possibly inflict harm upon others or himself? "Spare me your nonsense. I conduct myself with utmost integrity and have never harmed anyone." Zhou Yao bellowed angrily, adopting a demeanor of one wronged. "Mr. 1, if you summon me today to conspire against me, then I shall take my leave." Enraged, He turned on his heel and stormed away. In an instant, Jiang Yu moved with agility, blocking the doorway. Did I permit you to leave? You dare obstruct my path, you little scoundrel? Have you a death wish? Zhou Yao raised his leg to kick Jiang Yu. With a deft sidestep, Jiang Yu swiftly pointed, and Zhou Yao emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his chest in agony, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, Jiang Yu placed Zhou Yao's left hand on the coffee table and casually picked up an ashtray. Wen Yihuan, taken aback, exclaimed, Jiang Yu, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yu replied coldly, Mr. Wen, without resorting to extreme measures, this type would never yield easily. Zhou Yao, terrified, stammered, what do you want from me? Jiang Yu gently tapped the ashtray on the table. For each lie you tell, I shall break one of your fingers. You have 5 opportunities to confess. Now tell me, does the matter of the jade pendant pertain to you? Let me go. This has nothing to do with me. Thud. Jiang Yu forcefully smashed the ashtray down, producing a sharp sound of shattering glass. I'll talk. Zhou Yao, nearly trembling in fear, quaked uncontrollably. Jiang Yu wore a wicked smile. He had no intention of breaking Zhou Yao's fingers. He recognized Zhou Yao as a spineless individual, easily intimidated into confessing. Mr. Wen, please allow him to loosen his grip on me. Zhou Yao, drenched in cold sweat, trembled violently. At Wen Yihuan's signal, Jiang Yu released Zhou Yao and stepped to the doorway, obstructing his escape. Wen Yihuan's expression darkened. Now, explain yourself. Why did you conspire against me? Zhou Yao, with a woeful countenance, lamented, Mr. Wen, I truly never meant to harm you. I was merely acting on someone else's orders. Whose orders? He stammered, unable to utter the full name. Qingyuan? Wen Yihuan provided the answer. Zhou Yao nodded. He approached me before, offering 100,000 yuan, instructing me to deliver that jade pendant to you. I thought, what an easy sum for just delivering a piece of jade, so I agreed. I had no idea he intended to harm you, Mr. Wen. I swear, it has nothing to do with me. You had no idea? You are fully aware of my relationship with Qingyuan. Do you truly believe he would be so benevolent as to send me a jade pendant for my safety without ulterior motives? Did you truly not foresee this? Mr. Wen, I was wrong. Grant me another chance. I promise I shall never dare again. Zhou Yao was quite sincere in his admission of wrongdoing. He was not afraid of Wen Yihuan, but rather of Jiang Yu, who stood at the door. From today onward, our company will terminate all cooperation with you. This time, I shall not pursue your culpability. I hope you will take heed. Please, President Wen, I have already signed contracts with others. If you do not provide me with the goods, I will face ruin. Isn't your relationship with Qingyuan quite amicable? Seek his assistance if you encounter difficulties. President Wen, grant me another chance. I truly recognize my mistakes. He clung desperately, refusing to leave. Jiang Yu opened the door and declared sternly, you have but one opportunity. If you wish to keep your hands intact, disappear from my sight within 10 seconds. A fierce glint of menace radiated from Jiang Yu's eyes, causing Zhou Yao to tremble and hastily flee. Once outside, Zhou Yao felt as though he had plunged into the ocean, liberated. He spat out a venomous remark. You wait? You little rascal. Wen Yihuan suddenly felt deflated. It was, after all, Qingyuan who had orchestrated this treachery. How despicable. President Wen, what enmity exists between you and Qingyuan? Truth be told, it cannot even be classified as enmity. We are merely competitors, she explained. Wen Yihuan and Qingyuan both operated cosmetics companies. Yet Qingyuan's enterprise was larger and more renowned in Tianyun City. The Dream Butterfly Group from the provincial capital sought to expand into Tianyun City and was in search of a general agent, with both companies vying for a partnership. After several negotiations, it was Wen Yihuan, despite her comparatively weaker position, who ultimately secured the agency rights. Qingyuan harbored resentment over this defeat. When Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan first met, it was due to representatives from the Dream Butterfly Group approaching her to sign a contract while she was abroad. In a rush, she hurried back, and though Qingyuan attempted to obstruct her, Jiang Yu intervened. Wen Yihuan's successful contract signing only fueled Qingyuan's ire, prompting him to resort to such vile tactics to undermine her. Should Wen Yihuan meet her demise, Yi and Company would undoubtedly collapse, compelling the Dream Butterfly Group to find another partner, with Qingyuan logically positioned as the prime candidate. Chapter 54. An unassailable adversary. Jiang Yu, unfamiliar with the intricacies of business, found it astonishing. Is it truly necessary to engage in such life-and-death struggles over an agency, right? That may be your perspective, But He Qingyan views it differently. He is well known for his insatiable greed, she replied. What does avarice have to do with this? You may not realize. But once my collaboration with the Dream Butterfly Group is firmly established, the annual profit will be no less than 8 figures. For an ordinary person, such a sum is astronomical. One could hardly amass that amount over several lifetimes. Jiang Yu's expression shifted to understanding. I see. Defeating He Qingyuan is tantamount to severing his financial lifeline. For someone who covets wealth as he does, that would be akin to taking away his parents. He would undoubtedly fight to the death against Wen Yihuan. He Qingyuan's unscrupulous tactics left one defenseless, which was a significant source of worry for Wen Yihuan. How should I deal with He Qingyuan? Jiang Yu, can you help me devise a strategy? To deal with a person like He Qingyuan, the most satisfying approach would be to bring him to financial ruin. Given He Qingyuan's substantial wealth and resources, it seems improbable that he could ever face bankruptcy under normal circumstances. Hence, we must resort to some unconventional methods. What kind of unconventional methods? I'm not a businessman. You are more knowledgeable in this area than I am. What do you think is the key to his downfall? Wen Yihuan pondered for a moment and replied, a broken capital chain. My company, like He Qingyuan's, acts as an intermediary, serving as a bridge between manufacturers and lower-tier clients, signing contracts with both sides to earn a profit. However, there's a saying in our industry regarding inventory distribution, which involves paying a portion up front for goods and settling the account only after all products have been sold. Therefore, it is rare for a capital chain to falter. Furthermore, He Qingyuan possesses formidable strength, so even if a situation arises, it is unlikely he would face bankruptcy. After listening to this, Jiang Yu also believed that this matter was not easily resolved and remarked, to bring down He Qingyuan is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. We must await a suitable opportunity. This matter requires careful long-term planning. When Yihuan sighed, if he were to confront me openly, I would not be afraid. I fear his underhanded tactics. In that case, General One, please provide me with He Qingyuan's information. I will first probe him. If he is willing to back down, then all is well. If he refuses, we shall devise a strategy to deal with him properly later. That seemed the only course of action. Upon returning to the company, when Yihuan handed over He Qingyuan's dossier, complete with his home address, family members, and company development details, Jiang Yu was surprised to discover that He Qingyuan also resided in Guanheju. However, when Yihuan explained that the villa in Guanheju belonged to He Qingyuan's cousin, and his successful business endeavors were largely supported by this cousin. Unfortunately, his cousin had been imprisoned for certain matters 2 years ago and had yet to be released. Days later, Jiang Yu visited Guanheju again, approaching dusk as the sky grew dim. From a distance, he spotted a familiar face, Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes were bruised, and his lip was swollen, clearly indicating he had been beaten. The doorman, recognizing Jiang Yu, remarked, he's back again. He has ties with the Han family. This time, don't make things difficult for him. Wang Yu looked up and immediately shuddered. He touched his facial injuries, seemingly recalling the night he had been pummeled by Wang Shou. That night, when Wang Yu awoke, Jiang Yu and the others had already departed, and Jin Hu was gone. Only Wang Shou and a few of his underlings remained in the private room, sulking over drinks. Upon waking, he inquired whether Wang Shou had adequately dealt with the country bumpkin who had wronged him. Wang Shou, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and unleashed a barrage of punches, berating him as he did so. You unfortunate wretch, you nearly got me killed. That is someone even my godfather cannot provoke, and you dare to ask me to teach him a lesson? Damn it. Wang Shou, initially unwilling, never dared to harbor any ill thoughts towards Jiang Yu again after a thorough scolding and some wise words from Jin Hu. Although Wang Yu did not witness Jin Hu's submissive demeanor, the beating made him realize that Jiang Yu was an unassailable figure, someone he could not provoke. After a moment of bewilderment, Wang Yu immediately donned a face full of eager smiles and jogged towards Jiang Yu, while the gatekeeper kindly reminded him, please, do not trouble him. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, is this fellow about to annoy me again? Brother Yu, you have arrived. Wang Yu's enthusiastic calls caught Jiang Yu off guard. Brother Yu, are you here to see your fiancée from the Han family? I've long since noticed that you, with your remarkable appearance, and Miss Han are a match made in heaven. There is no more suitable pair in Tianyun City. It must be said that Wang Yu is quite adept at flattery, but unfortunately, he had aimed his compliments at Jiang Yu's hoofs. Are we familiar with each other? Jiang Yu looked at him coldly. Familiarity breeds fondness, Brother Yu, I was foolish before. You're magnanimous, so please do not hold it against me. In the future, when you marry into the Han family, we will surely meet often. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Who told you I was marrying into the Han family? Setting aside the fact that he was there to call off the engagement, even if he were to marry, he would never do so as a son-in-law. Wang Yu, having flattered himself into an awkward position, could only sheepishly change the subject. Brother Yu, are you not here to see Miss Han today? Jiang Yu replied indifferently. What does that have to do with you? Wang Yu was rendered speechless by the retort. Jiang Yu continued walking forward, and Wang Yu dared not follow him further. Suddenly, Jiang Yu turned and asked, You are a security guard here. You must be quite familiar with the surroundings, right? Wang Yu's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly approached, smiling broadly. Familiar, of course. As familiar as my own backyard. Good, then lead me around inside. Please, Brother Yu. Wang Yu bowed deeply, his demeanor akin to a eunuch addressing the emperor, leaving the gatekeeper in astonishment. After wandering around the community for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yu and Wang Yu exchanged a few casual remarks, and finally, Jiang Yu casually mentioned, I heard Qingyuan also lives here. Are you referring to Qingyuan, the owner of Xingyuan Company? Indeed. Yes, he lives here, but in his relative's villa. Our villas are worth over 100 million, and Qingyuan cannot afford that. Do you know where his house is? Yes, it's just up ahead. Wang Yu led him forward for about 700 or 800 meters, finally stopping in front of a European-style villa. Brother Yu, this is Qingyuan's residence. Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Is there surveillance nearby? Of course. Our community has the most comprehensive surveillance in all of Tianyun City. Noblin despots. Wang Yu's eyes darted about, as if he comprehended something. Brother Yu, follow me. They circled around to the back of the villa, beneath a tree, where Wang Yu whispered, Brother Yu, if you climb over here, you can enter the backyard without being seen by the surveillance. Chapter 55 warning the backyard of the villa was adorned with lush and sprawling trees, making it quite difficult to notice anything unusual. Jiang Yu patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, satisfied, and said, All right, you can get back to your business now. Hey, Brother Yu, are you planning to confront Qingyuan? I've heard that he is not someone to be trifled with. What, do you think I cannot handle him? No. Wang Yu shook his head repeatedly, fearing to anger Jiang Yu. He timidly suggested, How about I keep watch for you? If anything goes awry, I could provide you with some cover, right? Suit yourself. As these words left his lips, Jiang Yu sprang into action, leaping into the villa's backyard. The surrounding wall was at least 2 meters high, leaving Wang Yu astonished, and after a moment, he exclaimed, What a skill! It's a pity you aren't on the national high jump team. The villa's front door was tightly shut, but a window on the second floor stood ajar. Jiang Yu, with a burst of speed, astonishingly sprinted along the wall and then slipped through the window. Such acrobatic prowess stirred a tempest of emotions within Wang Yu. So, Brother Yu is a martial arts master. No wonder even brother who dares not act rashly in his presence. Qingyuan's residence was eerily quiet, devoid of any servants, and the vast house was engulfed in darkness. As Qingyuan had yet to return home, Jiang Yu rummaged around and discovered a burlap sack in the storage room. He then quietly settled on the sofa, clutching the sack. After approximately 40 minutes, as night fully descended, Qingyuan finally stumbled home, intoxicated. It was barely 8 o'clock, yet he was already inebriated, struggling for some time to locate the light switch at the door. After finally turning on the lights, a shadow suddenly flashed before him. Jiang Yu swiftly enveloped Qingyuan's head with the sack, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Ouch! Who's hitting me? Qingyuan's drunkenness dissipated somewhat, and he howled in agony, eliciting a grimace from Wang Yu outside, as if he were the one being beaten. Qingyuan, consider this a mere warning. If you dare to employ any more despicable tactics against Winnie Huan, I shall take your life. Who the hell are you? Let me go if you have the guts. Smack! Jiang Yu delivered a resounding slap to Qingyuan's forehead. Who are you talking to? Qingyuan, nearly overwhelmed by pain, yielded. Brother, I misspoke. Please stop hitting me. Can you let me go for a moment? Remember what I just said. Do not seek your own suffering. Jiang Yu landed one final kick, sending Qingyuan rolling across the floor. Subsequently, Jiang Yu ascended to the second floor, leapt out of the window, and gracefully vaulted over the wall, strolling leisurely towards the entrance of a neighborhood with Wang Yu. Qingyuan quickly emerged in pursuit, grabbing Wang Yu and demanding, Did you see someone just run out of my house? Wang Yu feigned confusion. No, Mr. He. Are you sure you haven't had too much to drink and are imagining things? Jiang pointed at his own face. You better see clearly. I was just assaulted in my own home. What are you security guards doing? Wang Yu murmured. Could it be that you fell after drinking too much? Look at my face. I am indeed a victim of my own inebriation. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter. Jiang, filled with rage, retorted, Curse it. Take me to the surveillance room immediately. I must uncover that scoundrel. Jiang Yu nodded at Wang Yu, who promptly bowed and said, Please follow me. Jiang Yu then strolled away, swaggering right under Jiang's nose. In the surveillance room, Jiang cursed vehemently. It's utterly preposterous. He replayed the footage several times, questioning where anyone could have entered or exited in front of his home. The video revealed him returning home inebriated, and shortly thereafter, a disheveled figure burst out of the house, with no other individual in sight. The surveillance administrator muttered, Could it be that you truly fell after drinking too much and hallucinated an intruder? Hallucinate my foot. Give me the footage from around the villa. I refuse to believe he can vanish into thin air. Jiang persisted, tirelessly scrutinizing the recordings. Meanwhile, the real culprit was already home, sound asleep. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu's lesson led Jiang to intensify his efforts against Wen Yihuan. However, that is a tale for another time. After a restful slumber, Jiang Yu noted that when Yihuan still appeared troubled, sensing that the matter was far from resolved. After escorting her to her company, he dutifully visited Jiyan Company, reiterating his insistence that when Yihuan wait for his return before leaving the office. On the first floor of the building, he encountered Wen Qiyun. Wen Qiyun could not help but admire Jiang Yu's determination. He approached Jiang Yu calmly and inquired, How is Yihuan? Is she all right now? Jiang Yu nodded. Who has been discharged from the hospital. She is not severely injured. Wen Qiyun continued, Are you seeking the owner of Jiyan Company again? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. I've been here for several days and have yet to meet him. Is it truly that difficult to annul a marriage proposal? It's more challenging than dealing with the Han family. At least I could see their members. Wen Qiyun offered reassurance. The owners of companies are often quite busy. But what is your purpose in seeking one? Perhaps I can assist you. Jiang Yu considered that since he worked there, he might indeed be able to help, and thus briefly outlined his intentions. I have an engagement with the daughter of one, arranged by our elders. However, I have never met her, and we share no emotional bond, so I intend to annul the engagement to spare the young lady any further delay. Annul the engagement? Wen Qiyun frowned. He had heard when Yihuan mentioned that Jiang Yu came to Tianyun City specifically for this purpose, but he did not expect him to be so resolute. Jiang, have you ever met Wen's daughter? I have stated that I have never met her, and she is studying abroad. She may already have a boyfriend. It is not necessarily the case. I have heard that the daughter of Mr. Wen is quite innocent, having never been in a romantic relationship throughout her life. Uncle, have you met Wen Fuyao? Indeed, I have. Among all the girls I have encountered, she is the most beautiful, the kindest at heart, and possesses remarkable abilities. Truly, you would be hard-pressed to find another like her. In the eyes of a father, is not a daughter the most precious treasure in the world? Xiao Jiang, heed my advice. Do not approach Mr. Wen regarding the dissolution of your engagement in the future, lest you find yourself regretting it upon meeting your fiancée. Uncle, you seem to be acting rather strangely. What do you mean? I recall that during our first meeting, you encouraged me to foster a good relationship with Mr. Wen. Shouldn't you, therefore, be supporting my desire to call off the engagement? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. Something is amiss, very amiss. Chapter 56. The deposit. When Qiyun resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, his gaze flitting nervously, revealing an undercurrent of timidity. Were any employees of Jiyan Corporation to pass by at this moment, they would surely be left speechless. When Qiyun chuckled awkwardly, saying, Xiao Jiang, I was unaware of your engagement until now. Since I have been informed, it is only right to prioritize your engagement. As the ancient saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage. Should you and Miss Wen truly part ways, I would support your union with my daughter Yihuan. Jiang Yu's mouth gradually fell open. Uncle, are you truly this understanding? It seems you are casually offering your daughter as a backup. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, pondering whether his charm had indeed reached celestial heights. Xiao Jiang, contemplate my words carefully. I shall return to the company now. Perhaps out of guilt, Wen Qiyun hurriedly stepped onto the elevator after finishing his remarks. Jiang Yu did not dwell on it, merely murmuring to himself, still avoiding me. It seems I truly need to seek Mr. Wen's assistance. He had previously mentioned this matter to Wan Yihuan, yet she had not responded. Nevertheless, he proceeded to visit her office, only to be dismissed by the secretary, as when Tianyun was indeed present at the company. On his way back, Wei Yong called as promised, reporting on the movements of Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. He began by discussing Wang Ruoqi at length, and then casually mentioned that this morning, Han Ying had taken the initiative to inquire about Jiang Yu. Han Ying had developed a curiosity about Jiang Yu, having failed to obtain the answer she sought from her aunt, Han Xiong. Reluctant to call Jiang Yu directly, she instead sought out Wei Yong. However, Wei Yong's knowledge of Jiang Yu was limited. He merely stated that Jiang Yu was an exceptional fighter, a martial arts master. Han Ying scoffed at this. She believed Wei Yong was exaggerating. While she acknowledged that Jiang Yu possessed some fighting skills, having witnessed them firsthand, the notion that he was a martial arts master seemed utterly implausible. There were only a few martial arts masters in Tianyun City, all of whom had practiced for decades. And how old was Jiang Yu? Did he truly possess such prowess? In order to substantiate his claim of honesty, Wei Yong passionately recounted the tale of Jiang Yu's remarkable feat at the Tianqing Martial Arts School, where he single-handedly triumphed over multiple opponents, including Wei Xiao. However, Han Ying departed before he could finish. She remarked that he could almost pursue a career in screenwriting, for his embellishments were quite impressive. Though Han Ying remained skeptical, this was undoubtedly a positive sign for Jiang Yu, as it indicated that her resentment was gradually dissipating, replaced instead by curiosity. Human curiosity is a formidable driving force, compelling individuals to undertake actions they might otherwise resist. He believed that Han Ying would soon reach out to him, and in the interim, he intended to vanish from her world. The art of enticing through feigned indifference is not a tactic reserved solely for women. At Yuyan Company, when Yihuan was engrossed in a meeting, she had been exceptionally busy of late, as numerous conferences filled her schedule. Having secured a contract with the Mengdai Group, she was diligently working to penetrate the market in Tianyun City. Jiang Yu, unfortunately, possessed little acumen for business matters and found himself rather idle within the company. After spending some time practicing the unique breathing techniques of Bokushin in the office, he wandered through various departments, sales, marketing, and others, where employees toiled tirelessly to elevate the company's success. When Yihuan often took her lunch in the conference room, and during a brief interlude in her meetings, she managed to converse with Jiang Yu. Aware of his boredom, she mentioned that her schedule was packed and that she might be occupied until the early hours of the morning, suggesting that he take a couple of days off while she remained at the company. As long as when Yihuan stayed at work, Jiang Yu felt reassured about her safety. However, given her hectic schedule, he hesitated to ask for her assistance in making connections. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yu received a call from Su Wan. She expressed her desire to meet him at the Left Bank Cafe in Tianyun City. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the cafe as promised. Su Wan, with her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a black professional skirt paired with a white blouse that elegantly accentuated her figure. She appeared much healthier and radiated a newfound charm. Upon his entrance, she politely stood to greet him, and as he approached, she subtly waved and whispered, "Jiang Shini." "Over here." Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and casually took a seat, saying, "There's no need for the Shini title. You are older than I am, so just call me Jiang Yu." The initial shyness that Su Wan had exhibited during their first encounter had dissipated, and she smiled. "Very well. What would you like to drink?" "Whatever you're having," he replied. Jiang Yu was not well-versed in coffee and could not recall the myriad of peculiar names. After Su Wan ordered a cup of coffee for him, she wasted no time and directly slid an envelope from her bag across the table to Jiang Yu. "I received my salary today, so I am repaying a portion of the consultation fee I owe you." Jiang Yu responded, "It has only been 3 days. Your father's condition should not have improved yet, right?" Su Wan remarked, though she had not yet fully recovered, after taking a few doses of medicine. Her condition had significantly improved. Her vision was gradually returning, as she could now walk independently. This persistent ailment, which had resisted treatment for so long, showed marked improvement after just a few simple prescriptions, leading Su Dekai to trust in Jiang Yu's abilities. Consequently, she came to repay her debt as soon as she received her salary. Jiang Yu held a deep appreciation for those who honored their word. However, he was acutely aware of Su Wan's current financial struggles. The initial remuneration they had discussed was merely to alleviate the distrust harbored by Su Wan and her mother. Thus, he shook his head and said, "You should keep the money for now. We can discuss it again when you are in a more stable situation. This is what I promised you, and it is indeed your rightful fee. You are not in a position to spare it, especially with so many debts at home and your father needing nutritional supplements to regain his health. I do not lack this little sum, so please accept it. Su-won ceased her objections, expressing her gratitude, which was evident in her eyes. Jiang Yu took a sip of coffee and inquired. I heard from Su-xin that you work in the provincial capital. Since your father's condition no longer requires 2 caregivers, when do you plan to return? Su-won replied. In fact, I returned to work in the provincial capital this morning. Jiang Yu was taken aback. You specifically made the trip back just to repay me? It is astonishing to encounter someone so principled. Su-won smiled gently, like a refreshing spring breeze. However, my return was not solely for the purpose of repayment. As she spoke, she produced another envelope from her bag, which was significantly thicker than the previous one. Jiang Yu estimated it contained at least 20,000 yuan. What is this? He inquired. It is a deposit, Su-won explained. The vice president of my company wishes to invite you to Linzhou for treatment. Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter. A deposit of 20,000 just for your visit? What a windfall. Chapter 57. Judging by appearances, Su-won worked as a secretary at the Shangya Group in Linzhou, where she assisted the vice president with various tasks. Understanding her family's situation, the vice president had graciously granted her a leave of absence. Upon returning to work today, the vice president inquired about her father's condition. Su-won casually mentioned Jiang Yu, stating that he was treated by a miraculous doctor and was gradually improving, which prompted her early return to the office. Upon hearing about the miraculous doctor, and with tangible evidence before him, the vice president immediately instructed Su-won to bring the deposit to Tianyun City to invite Jiang Yu. No one would turn down money, and Jiang Yu, who had faced financial restrictions since childhood, was no exception. Coincidentally, Wen Yihuan had granted him a 2-day leave, which he gladly accepted, and that afternoon he accompanied Su-won to Linzhou. The prosperity of Linzhou was unparalleled by Tianyun City. It served as the economic hub of the province. After more than 3 hours of bumpy travel, they arrived in Linzhou as night fell. The night scene in Linzhou was picturesque, with neon lights flickering to create a kaleidoscope of color and brilliance. The vibrant lights adorned the uniquely shaped skyscrapers like dazzling fireworks, while the colorful lamps along the river mirrored the stars scattered within. Su-won arranged for him to stay at a 5-star hotel, beautifully situated by the river, offering a breathtaking view of the splendid nightscape. Su-won's deputy, having summoned Jiang Yu from afar for medical treatment, appeared to be in no rush, as she did not show up that evening. After spending a night at the hotel, Jiang Yu was taken to the Dream Butterfly Group by Su-won early the next morning. The Dream Butterfly Group occupies a grand 27-story building situated in the commercial heart of Ling City. At 8 in the morning, Jiang Yu awaited in the reception area, enduring a long wait that extended until 4 in the afternoon. The prolonged delay left him feeling disgruntled, and Su-won came by several times to offer reassurances, explaining that the deputy was caught up in numerous meetings and asking him to be patient. Once again, Su-won entered the reception area, carrying a cup of coffee, her face etched with apology. I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting. President Lin's meeting will conclude shortly. Could you please wait a bit longer? Wait again. I've already consumed 7 cups of coffee. He retorted. It was he who invited me for treatment, not the other way around. I understand, Jiang Yu. Please don't be upset. I assure you, President Lin will arrive within half an hour. Just half an hour more, please. If it weren't for the money, if it weren't for your sake, I would have left long ago. It was agreed upon that it would only take half an hour. If she does not arrive soon, I truly will leave. Jiang Yu took a sip of his coffee and, at that moment, spotted a familiar figure passing by outside, muttering, "What's he doing here? Who?" Su-won followed his gaze. "Oh, you mean Mr. He? He is our group's general agent in Tianyun City. The Shangya Group also deals in cosmetics, possessing its own R&D department and production line, with business spread across the nation." Jiang Yu nodded and asked, by the way, "What about President Lin that you mentioned earlier? What is her background?" Su-won responded, "President Lin is our group's vice president." "I know that. Tell me something you haven't mentioned before." "President Lin is the daughter of the group's president, and she is exceptionally capable. Now that the group's president has taken a back seat, the operations are primarily under her direction." "Oh," Jiang Yu mused, stroking his chin and involuntarily revealing a hint of a cunning smile. Su-won cast him a curious glance, but thought little of it as she returned to her duties. Half an hour later, Su-won appeared punctually. President Lin's meeting has concluded. Allow me to escort you to her office. In 3 minutes. They arrive at the vice president's office. A poised and elegant woman reclined in her office chair, eyes closed, her slender fingers gently massaging her temples. President Lin. The guest has arrived, Su-won announced, knocking softly on the door, standing respectfully at the threshold. You may leave. I can manage. The woman replied without opening her eyes, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Su-won exchanged a discreet glance with Jiang Yu and whispered, I'll be busy. You can take your time with President Lin. As Jiang Yu entered the office, his gaze swept the room, landing on a plaque on the desk that read Vice President Lin Shi. It was evident that the striking woman before him, currently massaging her temples, was indeed the group's vice president, Lin Shi. Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had expected a formidable woman managing such a large company to be at least in her 40s. Yet Lin Shi appeared remarkably youthful, seeming to be no more than 27 or 28. Mr. Lin, he politely called out, standing in front of the desk for a full minute. Yet Lin Shi remained with her eyes closed, ignoring him. Jiang Yu, simmering with frustration, thought, You invited me here for treatment, yet act so aloof? He clenched his teeth in silence, but for the sake of the remuneration, he endured. Naturally, he would not stand there like a dutiful employee awaiting Lin Shi's acknowledgement. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes in solidarity. After an additional 5 minutes, Lin Shi finally opened her eyes and softly inquired, Did you fall asleep? Jiang Yu opened his eyes and met her gaze, retorting, Weren't you the one who fell asleep first? A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Within the corporation, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. She scrutinized Jiang Yu, frowning slightly. Are you the so-called miracle doctor Su-won mentioned? Miracle doctor might be an exaggeration, but I can address certain complex ailments, Jiang Yu humbly replied, though Lin Shi perceived this as a sign of insecurity. You may leave now. She waved dismissively, leaving Jiang Yu utterly perplexed. What do you mean? After just a couple of exchanges, you wish to send me away? This is rather disrespectful. You need not question it. You heard me correctly. I am asking you to leave, Lin Shi reiterated, closing her eyes again and massaging her temples. Jiang Yu protested, slapping the coffee table. What is the meaning of this? I traveled from Tianyun City at your behest, and now you expect me to depart on a whim? The 2,000 yuan Su-won provided is merely your consultation fee, she stated without even opening her eyes. Jiang Yu felt profoundly insulted and tossed the money onto Lin Shi's desk. Do you think I am dependent on this 2,000 yuan? Let me make this clear. You may doubt my medical skills, but you shall not disrespect me. Is this the standard of a vice president in such a large corporation? Respect? Lin Shi scoffed coldly, reopening her eyes to reply indifferently. What sort of respect can I afford to a charlatan such as yourself? A charlatan? Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he had often been mistaken for a quack, but that was typically in remote areas where knowledge was limited. He sarcastically remarked, Does the esteemed vice president of Shanya Group not know how to write the characters for judging by appearance? Finally rising from her chair, Lin Shi began tapping her fingers on the desk, speaking almost to herself. 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school amounts to 12 years. Assuming I started school early, I graduated from university at 16 with a 5-year degree in traditional Chinese medicine, plus internships and clinical experience. By the time I was qualified to consult independently, I must have been at least 24, 25. And you? Are you even 20 yet? At your age? To boldly claim the title of miracle doctor, how could you not be considered charlatan? Chapter 58. Did I ever say I would treat you? Lin Shi's reasoning was sound. By conventional standards, her conclusion that Jiang Yu was a quack seemed justified. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine had waned, and those few exceptional practitioners were invariably seasoned veterans with decades of experience. As for the youth, true masters of traditional Chinese medicine were exceedingly rare. Lin Shi's assertion that one must be at least 24 or 25 years old to graduate in medicine is not mere nonsense. She has a classmate studying traditional Chinese medicine of the same age who has only just stepped out of the academic realm this year. 24 or 25 is indeed a rather conservative estimation. Since you regard me as a charlatan, why then do you invite me here? It is because of Su-won. Lin Shi, without any circumlocution, stated that Su-won mentioned her father was cured by a miraculous physician. Yet I never anticipated that this so-called miracle worker would be someone as inexperienced as yourself. As the ancient saying goes, there is no distinction in learning. The accomplished become the teachers. Accomplished? Humph. Lin, she scoffed disdainfully. I shall not engage in further debate with you. First, present your medical practitioner's credentials for my perusal. She believed him to be a quack, certain that he could not produce any legitimate medical certification. As it turns out, Jiang Yu's skills were solely acquired through tutelage under an elderly mentor. To phrase it favorably, the old man was a miraculous healer. To phrase it less favorably, he was merely a barefoot doctor. Jiang Yu had never taken any examinations, so where would he obtain a medical certificate? What? Unable to produce it? Lin, she revealed a victorious smile. The door is right there. I shan't see you out. She reclined in her office chair, closed her eyes, and gently massaged her temples. Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. As the foremost disciple of Baiqi Mountain, reputed to be a minor miracle worker, he could not believe he was being so underestimated. If this were to reach the ears of his mentor, it would be utterly humiliating. As he approached the door, he suddenly turned back. Based on my estimation, your migraine has persisted for no less than 3 years, correct? And if so, do not presume that merely naming my affliction will earn you my respect. My migraine is known by the thousands within the organization. Lin Shi's migraines had long plagued her. She had visited numerous hospitals, received various medications, and doctors advised her to rest and take care of her health, most importantly to abstain from alcohol. However, Lin Shi's daily schedule was overwhelmingly packed. With countless social engagements, she could only afford to drink less. Abstinence was a formidable challenge. She had not held the position of vice president for long, and often, her partners did not take her seriously. She had to ingratiate herself within social gatherings to secure her standing. Not only do you suffer from headaches, but you also experience accompanying symptoms of nausea and vomiting at night, alongside fatigue and insomnia filled with restless dreams. Your long-term alcohol consumption has rendered medication ineffective. He enumerated Lin Shi's symptoms to substantiate his prowess. Yet Lin, she remained unimpressed, keeping her eyes shut as she replied. These are symptoms any doctor would be aware of. The crux of the matter is that during the midnight hours, specifically between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., not only do you endure excruciating headaches, but the inner sides of your legs feel as if they are ablaze with pain. At this revelation, Lin Shi abruptly opened her eyes, exclaiming in anger, "What utter nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Your wealth and power in Lin City have rendered you reticent about these female ailments. I suspect you have privately researched online and purchased some remedies. When the pain subsides, you dismiss it. You believe it to be a complication arising from migraines. But have you considered that it may be the headaches stemming from your gynecological condition? Lin Shi bit her lip in silence, unable to respond. Jiang Yu continued, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating the root cause of illness. If the doctors are unaware of your underlying condition, how can they remedy your headache? Lin Shi's previous outburst was merely a facade, as Jiang Yu had struck a nerve. She found it difficult to articulate her true ailment. Even when visiting a reputable hospital, she merely complained of headaches. The symptoms Jiang Yu had mentioned were secrets she had never disclosed to anyone. Moreover, he had accurately deduced that she had privately purchased medicine, believing her gynecological issues were not severe, with pain occurring only occasionally. Suddenly, Lin Shi slumped into her chair like a deflated balloon and asked in a faint voice, "How did you know?" Jiang Yu stood tall and replied, "In traditional Chinese medicine, we observe, listen, inquire, and feel. If I were incapable of observation, I would be presuming to call myself a divine physician." At that moment, he shed any pretense of modesty. Can it be cured? Lin Shi recognized his skill as he had seen through her most critical ailment. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, 3 sessions of acupuncture and 10 prescriptions of herbal medicine will render you free from illness. And even after social engagements involving alcohol, you shall not relapse. Jiang Yu's confidence was palpable, almost written across his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with joy, and she swiftly rose to say, "Please wait. I will arrange time. Can we begin the first treatment tonight?" Just as Lin Shi was about to call her secretary, Jiang Yu stopped her, saying, "Did I say I would treat you?" "What?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not just assure me that I would be cured and not relapse?" "I did say that, for I possess the ability, but I never claimed I would treat you." "Why not?" Jiang Yu chuckled coldly. "Isn't the answer clear to you?" With that, he turned and left. He had merely outlined Lin Shi's symptoms to demonstrate his prowess, nothing more. Meanwhile, Su Wan, busy outside, had been observing the happenings in the office. Seeing Jiang Yu storm out, she immediately approached him. What happened, Jiang Yu? Did your conversation with General Manager Lin go poorly? Don't be upset. Although she has a temper, her heart is kind. Please don't leave just yet. As Suwon followed him downstairs, she received a call from Lin Shi, who, after much pleading and employing various methods, managed to persuade Jiang Yu to come to the hotel. In the hotel room, Suwon stood before Jiang Yu with an apologetic expression. Please, Jiang Yu, don't be angry anymore. Angry? I waited from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, and not only did she show no remorse, but she also looked down upon me. What kind of attitude is that? General Manager Lin just asked me to apologize on her behalf. Jiang Yu, just consider helping me out, will you? If you leave like this, I might lose my job. Seeing Suwon's pitiful demeanor softened Jiang Yu's heart, stirring feelings of compassion. Suwon's family was already drowning in debt, and losing her job would undoubtedly make life even more challenging. With a low voice, he stated, if an apology is in order, let her come herself. Otherwise, seek someone more capable. Suwon found herself in a dilemma. When had President Lin ever offered an apology to anyone? However, with no other options at her disposal, she tentatively called Lin Shi, only to be taken aback when Lin Shi readily agreed to come to the hotel immediately. Chapter 59. Conditions as the vice president of the Dream Butterfly Group. Lin Shi seldom humbled herself. Yet this time, she set aside her pride. She had consulted numerous doctors, both traditional and Western, all of whom merely inquired about her ailments or suggested imaging. Never had anyone seen through her affliction as clearly as Jiang Yu did. If he was not a miraculous healer, then who could claim such a title? Lin Shi cast aside all her responsibilities and hurried to the hotel. Upon entering the room, Suwon wisely excused herself, understanding that a vice president offering an apology was no place for a mere secretary. Jiang Yu noticed that Lin Shi had even changed into a different outfit. A blue office blouse paired with a white pleated skirt, complemented by her slightly tousled bob, radiating a youthful aura that belied her late 20s. Upon entering, she lifted her chin slightly, maintaining an air of superiority. After surveying the room, her gaze settled on Jiang Yu, who sat silently in a chair, their eyes locking in mutual scrutiny. About earlier, I apologize, she stammered, her gaze evasive. Is this your idea of an apology? Jiang Yu retorted. I've already apologized. What more do you want from me? Just go. I cannot cater to someone of your wealth. He waved his hand dismissively, incredulous at her haughty demeanor, even in her moment of contrition. You, Lin Shi, should not push your luck. She snapped, believing that uttering the words I'm sorry was already a significant concession on her part. President Lin, don't glare at me. I am not swayed by such tactics. 100,000, Lin Shi declared, refusing to further humble herself. Do you truly believe money can solve everything? Jiang Yu challenged. 200,000. Do you think I would bow to monetary gain? 300,000. Lin Shi spoke as if merely stating a cold, hard number, one that exceeded the annual income of an average family. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. 300,000 was undeniably tempting. Yet, he maintained a serious expression, replying, if money were effective for me, I would have acquiesced in my office. One lives by their principles, Jiang Yu thought. If Lin Shi offered an insincere apology, no amount of money would compel him to provide treatment. What do you want from me? Lin Shi demanded, visibly agitated. An apology, a sincere one. Surely, as someone who has witnessed apologies, you understand how they should be delivered? Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Shi fumed, her frustration escalating to the point of a throbbing headache. Suddenly, she pressed one hand against her temple and steadied herself on the edge of the bed, slowly sitting down. Lin, if you continue to delay your treatment, it may be beyond even the divine's aid, Jiang Yu remarked lightly. Lin Shi, filled with indignation, retorted, aren't you a physician? Shouldn't a healer possess compassion? Thus, you have no sincere apology for the benefactor who is about to save your life? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before slightly bowing. I'm sorry, is that sufficient? Although it fell short of Jiang Yu's expectations, it was passable. He nodded and said, have someone procure some silver needles. Lin Shi immediately instructed Suwon to attend to it, and upon hearing that medical supplies were being purchased, her anxieties were finally alleviated. If there's anything else you need, please let me know, and I'll have Suwon take care of it. For now, nothing else is required, but I believe we should discuss your remuneration first. Lin Shi produced an envelope from her bag, which contained the deposit Jiang Yu had tossed on her desk. This is the deposit, Once you have healed me, you shall receive the promised 300,000, every penny intact. Lin Shi's generosity prompted Jiang Yu to regard her with newfound respect. However, he shook his head. I shall not accept your money. No payment? Lin Shi regarded him sideways. Are you truly so benevolent? I am not so altruistic. I refuse your payment. But you must agree to one condition. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Do not harbor such fanciful notions. Agree to a condition? I am not so foolish. Setting aside the possibility of Jiang Yu asking her to engage in illicit activities, what if that condition was marriage? Or perhaps he might demand shares in the corporation, or even a sum in the billions. One condition was too perilous. Only a fool would acquiesce. Jiang Yu recognized her apprehensions and clarified. Rest assured, my condition bears no ulterior motives towards you or your corporation. Do not beat around the bush. State your condition plainly. I have heard that Jiang Yu is your corporation's general agent in Tianyun City. Indeed. How much merchandise does he procure from you each month? He can take as much as he can sell. Very well. My condition is... Jiang Yu whispered a few words into her ear, causing Lin Shi's expression to shift. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Just say whether you agree or not. He is merely a general agent in a prefecture-level city. Even if he were gone, others would take his place. Agreed. I accept your terms. Lin Shi smirked cunningly. If I am not mistaken, you are doing this for a woman, are you not? And she is quite beautiful. Jiang Yu smiled silently. Lin Shi continued, Winnie Huan, am I correct? You know her? We have met once. She spoke with me in the past when she competed with Jiang Yu. However, if your intention is to transfer the agency rights to Winnie Huan, there is no need for such convolutions. Jiang Yu shook his head. My intentions are far more complex. Did Jiang Yu kill your parents? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in outrage. What kind of talk is that? At that moment, Su Wan knocked and entered, placing the silver needles down before respectfully exiting. Jiang Yu promptly commenced his treatment, initially employing silver needles to alleviate Lin Shi's headache. His acupuncture technique was exceptionally skilled. After just 3 needles, Lin Shi's pain noticeably diminished. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yu removed the needles and utilized his unique method to massage her head. The unprecedented sensation of comfort rendered Lin Shi wishing for time to stand still. Chapter 60. Speak frankly, do you have paper and a pen? Jiang Yu gently inquired after the treatment concluded. In my bag, I'll retrieve it myself, Lin Shi replied, panting, momentarily too weak to move. Jiang Yu produced a piece of paper and wrote out a prescription. Prepare the herbs according to this formula. Soak each batch in clean water for 20 minutes. Then decoct it using 5 bowls of water down to 1. Take it twice daily. When shall we schedule the next acupuncture and massage session? Despite feeling a sense of embarrassment during the treatment, the indescribable comfort left her yearning for more. Even before the first session had concluded, she found herself anticipating the next. The treatments will occur once every 7 days, totaling 3 sessions. By the conclusion of the 3rd session, you should have nearly finished your medicine, and I assure you of a complete recovery. Such was his confidence as the foremost disciple of the Baiqi Mountain. Lin Shi nodded gently, and Jiang Yu continued, your treatment cannot be delayed. Yet I may not always have the time to come to Lin City. I will leave you my number, so you may find me in Tianyun City when needed. Go find you? Lin Shi furrowed her brows, taken aback that as the esteemed vice president of the Dream Butterfly Group, she would be required to lower herself to visit Tianyun City. What's the matter? Do you feel it undermines your status? He smirked, thinking, you're not an emperor. Why should I revolve around you? No issues. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Though she held a position of authority, Jiang Yu was a miraculous healer. Everyone has their pride, after all. Here, take the 20,000 yuan in the bag. It serves as your deposit and compensates for your travel expenses. I appreciate it. Vice President Lin, Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation. However, remember one thing. You must keep my treatment confidential. I do not wish for anyone else to know. Of course, safeguarding a patient's privacy is our duty as physicians. You may leave now. I would like to rest for a while. Lin Shi waved her hand, still feeling weak. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. This appears to be my room, does it not? Have Su Wan arrange another room for you, Lin Shi replied. Jiang Yu chuckled. No need. The treatment has concluded. Please have someone escort me back. Su Wan will make the arrangements, Lin Shi assured him. As Jiang Yu turned to leave, he paused at the door and returned. Is there something else? Lin Shi frowned at him, instinctively wrapping herself tighter in the blanket, as Jiang Yu's gaze seemed peculiar. He handed her a box of tissues. You might want to wipe yourself. What? Lin Shi was perplexed, unsure what he meant. Without elaborating, Jiang Yu maintained his gesture of offering the tissues. Finally, Lin Shi took 2 sheets to dab the sweat from her forehead. Thank you. Jiang Yu wore a peculiar expression. Well, never mind. You could take a shower here if you wish. What are you rambling about? Speak plainly, without any circumlocution. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Yu inquired, Are you still unmarried? Lin Shi assumed his question pertained to her illness. Thus she truthfully replied, No. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship. What is so surprising about that? Indeed, it is not. What exactly are you attempting to convey? Perhaps it's best left unsaid. I must return to Tianyun City now. Take care and rest well. As he turned to leave, Lin Shi refused to let him go. Stop. She furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu with an unyielding tone. I detest beating around the bush. What were you trying to say? It's rather difficult to articulate. Cut the nonsense and speak. Do you truly wish for me to say it? Yes. Then if I share this, promise you won't be upset. Say it. Lin Shi gritted her teeth, seemingly at the end of her patience. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. Perhaps you shall discover it soon enough. I will take my leave. He hurriedly departed, and after a while, Lin Shi appeared to grasp something, pulling back the covers to reveal her face instantly flushed with heat. Chapter 61. Luring the snake out of its hole by the time Jiang Yu returned to Tianyun City. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Upon entering the community, he noticed 2 shadowy figures swiftly darting past him. They were masked individuals, carrying a woman ensconced in a burlap sack. What on earth? Just as he was momentarily stunned, a familiar and frantic voice rang out. Help! Help! Someone's been kidnapped. Su Xian hurriedly emerged, having lost her shoes in the process. What is the matter? Ah, Jiang Yu, you're back. Quick, one has been abducted. This is terrible. Jiang Yu thought, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He dashed out of the community. At that moment, the masked figures had already entered an unlicensed black SUV, speeding away. Fortunately, a taxi had just halted at the community entrance, and Jiang Yu jumped in, exclaiming, Follow that vehicle ahead. The driver remained silent, pressing the accelerator to gradually trail behind. After 2 intersections, the driver halted at a traffic light, and Jiang Yu, seeing the black SUV grow distant, urged driver, Chase after it. Don't let it get away. Brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. Running a red light incurs points and fines. Please help me. A life is at stake. A life at stake? Is it really that serious? My friend has been kidnapped, and she is in that SUV ahead. If we lose track of it, she could be in grave danger. Is that true? The driver promptly retrieved his phone, dialing the local traffic police, and said solemnly, Hello. I am Jiang Yu, a taxi driver in Tianyun City. A passenger has reported that his friend is being kidnapped by individuals in the black SUV ahead. To avoid losing the vehicle, I may need to run a red light. Traffic Police Brigade. What is the license plate number of the black SUV? The SUV has no license plate. Please provide me with your license plate number. Lin F98433. I have completed the report here, and I will immediately notify the police. Please keep your phone accessible and stay safe. The driver, Jiang Yu, after reporting to the traffic police, suddenly appeared transformed. His expression was serious, and he stood a bit taller. Little did I expect to witness a real-life rendition of Fast and Furious in my lifetime. Brother, hold on tight. With a thunderous roar from the engine, the taxi shot forward, and Jiang Yu felt a powerful surge pushing against his back. Jiang Yu, skilled in driving, took advantage of the sparse traffic on the road at this late hour. Within a minute, the previously vanished SUV reappeared before Jiang Yu's eyes. However, the true essence of speed and thrill did not unfold. Jiang Yu merely followed the black SUV, running 7 red lights before they exited the city. After a winding journey, they finally stopped in a secluded area. The black SUV halted at the entrance of a narrow path, rendering it inaccessible. Thank you, driver. Jiang Yu handed Jiang Yu 200 yuan and walked along the path into the night. Brother, those are kidnappers. The traffic police have already reported it. It would be better to wait. His words trailed off as Jiang Yu's figure disappeared from view. Following the narrow path, Jiang Yu arrived at a grove. With a night breeze rustled the leaves. She faintly heard a sound of sobbing and eventually found Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan lay beneath a tree, her head still covered by a sack, while the 2 masked men were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu hurried over to help remove the sack from Wen Yihuan. But at the moment of contact, when Yihuan trembled and cried out in panic, Don't kill me. Don't be afraid, it's me. That voice felt like a century of darkness being torn apart, ushering in the dawn of hope. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's face, Wen Yihuan burst into tears and collapsed into his embrace. Jiang Yu gently patted her back, filled with compassion. Wen Yihuan's face was bruised and battered, a clear sign of having been assaulted. Do you know who they are? Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes betraying an unmistakable intent for vengeance. Wen Yihuan softly shook her head, stifling her sobs. Her meeting had concluded early today, and she hadn't stayed at the company. Su Xn had driven her home. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the community, she was ensnared by a sack and abducted. During the ordeal, she had been struck a few times, and she and T caught a glimpse of her captors. This doesn't seem like a typical kidnapping, Jiang Yu analyzed. If they were kidnappers, they would never abandon Wen Yihuan in such a desolate grove. It is retribution. That is the only plausible explanation, using a sack to ensnare Wen Yihuan and assaulting her. It is pure revenge. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the method. He Yuan, the name slipped through his teeth like a whisper. When he had infiltrated He Yuan's home, it was with a sack that he had subdued and beaten him. He Yuan could not uncover the true culprit, yet he suspected that the matter was undoubtedly linked to Wen Yihuan. Thus, he channeled his wrath towards her, employing similar methods for retribution. However, there was one aspect that Jiang Yu found perplexing. If it were merely a matter of vengeance, why would He Yuan resort to abducting Wen Yihuan to this location? Would it not have been simpler to confront her within the confines of the community, just as he was trying to piece together the situation? A sudden exclamation from Su Xin pierced the air. Be careful. Su Xin had also arrived, bravely traversing the narrow path to reach the woods alone. Upon her arrival, she witnessed two masked figures clashing with blades. Jiang Yu, startled, immediately rolled on the ground with Wen Yihuan, narrowly evading the clash of their sharp swords that struck the earth with a resounding clang. After rolling twice, he swiftly lifted Wen Yihuan and darted behind a tree, where she trembled in fear. Stay here and do not be afraid. I will handle them. He emerged from behind the tree, his gaze fixed on the two masked assailants. Although their faces were obscured, he could sense the chilling intent behind their eyes. In an instant, he grasped the truth. This was a ploy to draw him out. He Yuan's true target was none other than himself. Chapter 62. The assassin. How could He Yuan swallow the indignity of being assaulted in his own home without reason? Yet, despite reviewing the surveillance footage and being misled by the security guard Wang Yu, he could not identify the perpetrator. Thus, he devised this scheme. If the assailant sought to protect Wen Yihuan, then he would use her as bait, while simultaneously employing Jiang Yu's own methods to exact a beating upon her, thereby collecting a form of interest in advance. The two masked figures were not mere amateurs. They were seasoned assassins, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims. He Yuan was a man of despicable means, capable of any treachery. In the depths of the dark woods, beams of moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a starry glow upon the withered leaves scattered on the ground. Although Su Xin was equally terrified, her courage prevailed as she stealthily approached Wen Yihuan's side. Wen Yihuan's breath was rapid, and her intense fear gradually dissipated in the presence of Jiang Yu. She gently covered her mouth, striving to remain utterly silent. Who are you? The ones here to take your life. Who sent you? Although Jiang Yu had his suspicions, they remained mere conjectures. To collect a debt, you might as well ask the King of Hell. With a clang, a long knife shimmered ominously, and the two masked men separated, flanking Jiang Yu from either side. They moved with the agility of bats in the night. From their footsteps, Jiang Yu discerned their formidable skills. They had likely trained for no less than 20 years of martial arts, and even if they were not masters, they were certainly not far from it. To such assassins, attacking an ordinary person was as effortless as crushing an ant. In the blink of an eye, two long knives drew perilously close, the sound of blades slicing through the air resonating in the forest. Though the sound was not sharp, to Su Xin, it echoed like the ominous toll of a death knell. Had Wen Yihuan not been present, she might have fled long ago. At this moment, she discreetly gestured to Wen Yihuan, signaling her to exit the woods first. This was a treacherous place. Wen Yihuan, being astute, understood that Jiang Yu possessed formidable martial prowess. In a life-and-death struggle, distraction was not an option. Her presence here would only serve as a hindrance. Thus, she quietly retreated alongside Su Xin. They believed their movements were subtle enough to go unnoticed, oblivious to the fact that their actions were painfully evident to the two masked figures. However, the assassins were primarily focused on Jiang Yu and did not attempt to intervene. Once Jiang Yu, the most formidable adversary, was dispatched, Wen Yihuan and Su Xian would become mere lambs to the slaughter. Jiang Yu proved to be a formidable opponent, and the masked men realized this upon their initial clash. They attacked from above and below, wielding their blades in a synchronized assault. Anyone lacking skill would find themselves trapped and unable to evade. Yet, Jiang Yu sprang into action, leaping 3 feet into the air, executing an astonishing 90-degree spin mid-flight, and twisting through the air. The 2 long knives narrowly missed him. While evading, he did not forget to counterattack, delivering a kick to one man's shoulder. The man let out a muted groan, staggering backward a few paces, his weapon clattering to the ground. His shoulder felt as though it had been shattered, rendering him momentarily powerless. Undeterred by the setback, the other assailant swiftly altered his approach, aiming a direct thrust at Jiang Yu's midsection. As Jiang Yu retreated 2 steps, just as the masked man was about to secure his strike, there was a resounding crack. The long knife suddenly shattered. The man was taken aback. "You possess internal strength. You must be a martial arts master." Who could have anticipated that this young man they sought to eliminate possessed such capability? No, that was not correct. The man suddenly realized that mere internal strength could not shatter a long knife. This was clearly the prowess of a true master. Though they were skilled, even 2 capable fighters would struggle against a martial arts master. When faced with a true master, they were utterly outmatched. By the time he comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was too late. He felt a crushing weight in his chest, his stomach roiling violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, mingled with shattered internal organs. The other man, witnessing this horror, was filled with dread and immediately rolled behind a tree for cover. Jiang Yu casually picked up 2 broken branches from the ground and hurled them, resulting in 2 dull thuds. A faint metallic scent of blood began to permeate the forest. When he turned back, the man he had incapacitated had vanished. A sense of danger began to envelop him. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted in the woods, and a deafening gunshot shattered the tranquility, sending flocks of birds into the air. A bullet whizzed past Jiang Yu's left arm, leaving a jagged gash in its wake. "Damn it!" Jiang Yu cursed softly, darting through the woods before swiftly retreating. Within mere moments, he caught up with Su Xian and Wen Yihuan. Startled, Wen Yihuan exclaimed, "What was that sound just now?" Jiang Yu seized her hand and urged her to run. After sprinting for about 100 meters, Su Xian, panting heavily, questioned, "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you fleeing?" "I'm not quite at the level of deflecting bullets," he retorted. How could he have anticipated that the 2 assassins were armed? "They have guns?" Su Xian, fueled by an adrenaline surge, shot off like a rocket. The assassins pursued them, firing 3 shots in quick succession. When Yihuan stumbled and fell, becoming a sitting target. Bang! The gunshot echoed as a bullet sliced through the air. There was no escaping. When Yihuan's face turned pale, trembling as she seemed to brace for death's arrival. In that critical moment, Jiang Yu lunged onto her, a searing pain coursing through his body as the bullet pierced his left shoulder, blood cascading onto an Yihuan's face. She did not scream. It was as if she had forgotten how, her tears flowing freely instead. Just then, they heard the wail of sirens, the sound of salvation. "Police!" Su Xian dashed forward, finally spotting their savior. "Officer, the kidnappers are armed. Someone is hurt. Please call an ambulance." Su Xian sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing into the officer's embrace, utterly drained of strength. 2 policemen immediately called for an ambulance and escorted the injured to the hospital while others scoured the woods. Yet, apart from a few bloodstains, there was no sign of the assailants. They had fled. Nevertheless, the search continued, with police blocking numerous intersections along the route. Wen Yihuan had only sustained minor injuries, and after a brief medical examination, she remained anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Her mind replayed the scene of Jiang Yu shielding her from the bullet, tears streaming down her face. Su Xian sat beside her, at a loss for comforting words. She was Jiang Yu's fiancée and had been assessing his character. Unbeknownst to him, he was willing to risk his life for her. Such a man was deserving of a lifelong commitment. "Jiang Yu, you must not come to harm. You're my fiancée. If you die, who will marry me?" She prayed fervently, resolute that if Jiang Yu survived, she would marry no one else. Chapter 63. A sole commitment. The surgery lasted an hour, and when Yi-Huan endured that hour with torment, each second feeling like an eternity. Su Xian listened to one Yi-Huan's murmured thoughts, catching references to her fiancé, which stirred doubts within her. How could Yi-Huan be preoccupied with her own fiancé when Jiang Yu's life hung in the balance? When the doctor emerged to announce the success of the surgery, when Yi-Huan's body went limp, the tension she had held so tightly finally beginning to ease. She gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to smile, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." She had kept vigil by Jiang Yu's bedside throughout the night, and shortly after dawn, the police arrived to take a statement. The two assassins from the previous night had evaded capture. When Shiyun received the news as well, hurrying over early in the morning, upon seeing Jiang Yu giving his statement, he pulled Yi-Huan aside to the staircase. "Yi-Huan, does it still hurt?" When Shiyun gently caressed his daughter's face, his heart aching at the sight of her injuries. When Yi-Huan shook her head, "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." When Shiyun's expression suddenly turned grave, I heard Jiang Yu was shot. What exactly transpired last night? When Yi-Huan recounted in detail her abduction. "Do you have any idea who was behind it?" When Shiyun furrowed his brow, recognizing the peril of the unknown adversary, if they could not identify the enemy, when Yi-Huan would remain in constant danger. In truth, when Yi-Huan had heard Jiang Yu's speculation that it might be He Qingyuan, but they lacked any concrete evidence to make such claims public. "My dear, there is something I must tell you. A few days ago, Jiang Yu came to my office daily. Do you know why? Yes, he wishes to annul the engagement. A mere piece of paper cannot serve as the fulcrum for the bond between two individuals. Had they never met, I might have acquiesced to his request. However, Jiang Yu and Yi-Huan had not only met, but had also lived under the same roof. You said you wanted to assess him. I have concealed my identity from him for your sake, yet now he is willing to risk his life to protect you. Do you intend to persist in this course?" The memories of the previous night caused Yi-Huan's tears to flow uncontrollably. She sobbed, "Father, I've made up my mind. Once Jiang Yu recovers, I will tell him who I truly am." When Shiyun nodded, "His master saved my life once, and now he has saved yours. Such immense kindness is hard to repay. My daughter, I know it was unfair of me to unilaterally arrange this engagement. If you do not wish to marry, I shall not compel you. Father." When Yi-Huan wiped her tears and looked at him resolutely, "I will marry no one but him." When Shiyun's face broke into a smile of paternal pride, "Then I need no longer hide in the shadows." As for the company matters, when Yi-Huan entrusted them to Su Xian for the time being, remaining by Jiang Yu's side day and night. After 3 days in the hospital, Jiang Yu found the confinement unbearable and requested to be discharged. When Yi-Huan retorted sharply, "It takes 100 days to heal from muscle and bone injuries. Though your vital organs are unharmed, recovery is not a matter of just a day or two. You must stay in the hospital." While her tone was stern, her gaze was filled with gentleness. "President Wen, you're the owner of the company and have just received a significant contract. You cannot always stay by my side. Otherwise, I am more than willing." When Yi-Huan interrupted, leaving Jiang Yu to smile wryly. How could he not comprehend Yi-Huan's feelings? Over these past few days, her care for him had been meticulous, her eyes brimming with tender affection. However, he was there to call off the engagement. It would be unseemly to acquire a new girlfriend without first dissolving the existing commitment. He felt an internal conflict, unwilling to hurt such a wonderful woman. Yet, the constant proximity weighed heavily on him, prompting him to write a prescription which he handed to Yi-Huan. "Please procure some herbs from the apothecary and grind them into a powder, mixing them together." Didn't the doctor already prescribe medication? Forget it. I am a doctor myself, and possess a unique remedy that can expedite the healing of wounds. Yi-Huan, though skeptical, took the medicine and meticulously applied it to Jiang Yu's injury. As expected, within just a day, Jiang Yu's wound had healed and scarred over, astonishing the doctor with his remarkable recovery. Only after the doctor signed off on his discharge was he allowed to leave the hospital. Despite his considerable improvement, the stubborn Yi-Huan forbade him from going out, tending to him with utmost care for an additional 2 days. During this time, she prepared meals and concocted herbal remedies for Jiang Yu, embodying the essence of a virtuous and devoted woman. Yet, her attentiveness only deepened Jiang Yu's unease. If she were to confess her feelings one day, how could he possibly refuse her? Surely, a rejection would wound her heart. One morning, while Yi-Huan was preparing congee for Jiang Yu, Su Xian arrived with a document in hand. since when Huan had not been to the office in recent days. Su Xin had taken it upon herself to consult on matters requiring her approval. "You're feeling better, I trust?" Su Xin's demeanor had softened considerably, having ceased her previous antagonism towards Jiang Yu. Seated on the sofa, munching on an apple, Jiang Yu mumbled, "Much improved. General manager, one has nearly turned me into a pig." Su Xin chuckled lightly when Huan emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, and asked, "Su Xin, what brings you here so early?" Su Xin presented the document, stating, "General manager, the company plans to launch the new product in Tianyun City starting September 4th. I would like your input on any potential improvements." As when Huan reviewed the document, nodding in agreement, she replied, "Everything appears satisfactory. We will proceed with the launch as scheduled tomorrow." "Tomorrow? September 4th? Jiang Yu sprang to his feet, startling Wen Huan. "Are you so agitated that you fear your wound might reopen?" She shot him a disapproving glance. "Tomorrow is September 4th, which means today is September 3rd. What is special about September 3rd? It's not particularly special, just a friend's birthday. I promised to attend the celebration." "What friend?" "Well, how should I put it? Just a rather unique friend. It wouldn't happen to be a girlfriend, would it?" Su Xin's sudden remark caused Wen Huan's expression to shift dramatically. Having resolved to marry no one but Jiang Yu, her jealousy was entirely natural. She gazed at Jiang Yu expectantly, awaiting his definitive answer. Jiang Yu, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "That's not the case. He is an elderly man in the twilight of his years, whom I assisted previously." Wen Huan's serious expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile, as if a myriad of flowers had blossomed. She promptly retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu, saying, "This card contains 100,000 yuan. When you visit the elders for their birthday celebration, it should not be too modest. Purchase some exquisite gifts." Su Xin, taken aback, remarked, "Isn't 10,000 a bit excessive for a gift? One, are you being too generous towards him? Of course I must be kind to him, for he is my—" Her voice trailed off abruptly. Su Xin, curious, prodded, "What is he to you?" Chapter 64. The cake he is my savior. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering the phrase, "my fiancé." During this time, Wen Huan had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Yu with the truth. However, the more she pondered, the more her heart became entangled in confusion. She understood that Jiang Yu had come to annul their engagement. If she laid bare her feelings and he persisted in his decision, how would she cope? "It is merely a family gathering. I have sufficient funds to purchase gifts myself." He had earned several thousand while working as a bodyguard during this period, and he felt uneasy about using Wen Huan's money without reason. Jiang Yu's polite refusal, however, left Wen Huan feeling somewhat discontented, as her mind spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts. His reluctance to accept my money, could it signify that he does not harbor feelings for me and prefers not to owe me anything? Yet, allowing this situation to linger was not an option. She believed it was imperative to confront him soon. "Wait." As Jiang Yu approached the door, she called out to him. "What is it? I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Yu gazed at her, but she faltered, hesitating to continue. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, "Never mind. We shall speak when you return." After a stroll around the mall, Jiang Yu contemplated what gift to procure for the old gentleman. Given the limited time left, he deemed supplements a waste. The essence of the gift lay in the sentiment. Just then, the old gentleman called him, reiterating the importance of his presence that day and insisting he not bring a gift, as his mere attendance would suffice. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu could not arrive empty-handed. After much deliberation, he decided on a cake. While not extravagant, it would convey his heartfelt sentiments. Unfamiliar with the location of the royal banquet hall, he hailed a cab. During the journey, the driver chattered incessantly. "Brother, are you headed to the royal banquet hall for a feast?" Jiang Yu casually replied, "Indeed." "That's impressive, brother. You must have some well-connected relatives." "What kind of relatives?" "The affluent and influential. Who in Tianyun City is unaware that the royal banquet hall is a venue where wealth alone does not guarantee a reservation. Moreover, the expenses there are exorbitant. A single table of dishes could easily cost tens of thousands, and with a couple of fine wines, it could escalate to nearly 100,000. The royal banquet hall held considerable prestige in Tianyun City, frequented by the elite for celebratory banquets, symbolizing status. Jiang Yu found himself pondering. The old gentleman appears quite ordinary. Who would have thought he possessed such stature? Before long, he arrived at the royal banquet hall, an impressive structure exuding ancient charm. At the entrance, 16 elegantly dressed women in kipeos formed two lines, while the parking lot was teeming with luxury vehicles. The passers-by were adorned in gold and silver, embodying opulence. In stark contrast, Jiang Yu appeared somewhat shabby. The imperial dining hall boasted 9 stories, each housing grand ballrooms capable of accommodating thousands and dozens of private rooms. Although the prices here were exorbitant, it was a rarity for the establishment to have any vacant seats. The entrance was adorned with numerous promotional banners announcing various events, weddings, birthday celebrations, and full moon banquets, each indicating the respective floor. Jiang Yu was unfamiliar with the old gentleman's name and speculated that the family gathering would not be extensive, likely taking place in one of the private rooms on a particular floor. However, with several hundred private rooms scattered across the 9 floors, searching through each one was impractical, leaving him with no choice but to call the old gentleman. The elder informed him to head to the 7th floor, mentioning he would join him shortly after catching up with a few old friends. When Jiang Yu inquired about the specific room, the elder replied that it was located in the main hall. With a cake in hand, Jiang Yu ascended to the 7th floor via the elevator, where the other passengers regarded him with condescension. A young man queried, "Delivering a cake?" Jiang Yu replied, "Attending a banquet." Laughter erupted in the elevator at the sight of him, dressed as he was for such an occasion. Unfazed, Jiang Yu thought to himself, what was wrong with his casual attire of sneakers and comfortable clothing? While it may not rival their luxurious brands, at least it was neat and clean. They mocked him. "Your entire outfit must cost no more than 200 yuan. Which impoverished relative are you? What of being poor? Did I consume even a grain of your rice?" As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yu stepped out confidently, only to discover that the other passengers were also bound for the 7th floor. As he stood at the entrance, a wave of awkwardness washed over him. The hall was bustling with people, all mingling while holding high-stem glasses. A long table adorned with red cloth stood at the entrance, its rear piled high with gifts resembling a small mountain. Someone was recording the names of the guests alongside their presence, loudly announcing with the fervor of a lottery caller. Chairman Tan Ming of Yicheng Company presents a statue of the Jade Guanyin. Chairman Lu Ziwen offers a monetary gift of 88,000. Lutong Mountain Villa donates 2 renowned paintings. The gifts presented were increasingly extravagant, leaving Jiang Yu feeling out of place, cake in hand, unsure of whether to proceed or retreat. Had he wandered into the wrong venue? No, this was indeed the 7th floor. It was the main hall. Yet, it was nothing like he had envisioned. This was no intimate family gathering, but rather a lavish banquet for 1,000 guests. The young man from the elevator nudged past him to deliver his gift, at which point a voice rang out. Yuhai Club presents a pure gold Mithriya Buddha statue. The young man, named Yu Jingyao, was the son of Yuhai. As his father was occupied, he had come in his stead to present their congratulations. After delivering the gift, Yu Jingyao did not enter the hall, but instead turned back, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Yu. "Could it be that you are the impoverished relative of the Han family?" "The Han family? Which Han family? Oh, you don't even know whose birthday it is, yet you waltz in here with a measly cake to mooch a meal? Kid, do you think just anyone can come to the imperial dining hall?" Yu Jingyao mockingly raised his voice and exclaimed, "Aren't there any relatives of the Han family here to greet us?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding gazes instantly converged, and a waiter hurriedly approached, politely saying, "Sir, this way please." However, the waiter was not inviting him inside, but rather requesting him to record his name and the gift he was presenting. Jiang Yu, now the center of attention, felt trapped and could only muster the courage to walk over, silently hoping he was not in the wrong place, for that would be quite embarrassing. Seemingly eager to assist, Yu Jingyao placed the cake on a red cloth, causing the recorder to momentarily pause. "Don't just stand there. Write it down," Yu Jingyao urged. The recorder inquired, "May I have your name?" "Jiang Yu," he replied. The recorder noted down, Jiang Yu, presenting 1 cake. Suppressing laughter, Yu Jingyao prompted, "Read out loud." The announcer hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Jiang Yu, presenting 1 cake." Laughter erupted, with Yu Jingyao being the first to burst into hearty laughter, while the others exchanged bemused glances and stifled giggles. On the occasion of the old Master Han's birthday, "You bring a cake? How clever of you." Yu Jingyao chuckled, slapping Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Jiang Yu chose to ignore him, walking straight inside after presenting the gift, only to be abruptly halted by Yu Jingyao, whose laughter turned icy. "Where's your invitation?" he demanded. "What invitation?" Jiang Yu replied, bewildered. "You country bumpkin, do you really think you can just waltz in here with a shabby cake? Without an invitation, you'd best leave. Such gatherings are not open to just anyone. One must possess an invitation issued by the Han family, with countless relatives and friends in attendance. The host cannot possibly recognize everyone, hence the requirement for an invitation to enter." The attendant politely inquired, "Do you have an invitation?" Jiang Yu shook his head, thinking that the old master had merely called him and had not mentioned the necessity of an invitation for entry. He began to doubt whether he had arrived at the right place. In truth, being denied entry would not have been a problem, as he could simply call the old master again for clarification. However, Yu Jingyao's actions incited his fury. Yu Jingyao contemptuously smashed the cake onto the ground, shattering it into pieces, and sneered, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If I hadn't been cautious today, you might have slipped in unnoticed. Take a moment to reflect on your own appearance before attempting to enter such a place." Jiang Yu clenched his fists. Although the cake had only cost a little over 100, it represented his heartfelt gesture towards the old master and could not be trampled upon. "I won't quibble over the cake's cost," he declared, "but I give you 10 seconds to pick up what you have destroyed and apologize respectfully." "Apologize?" Yu Jingyao stomped on the cake with a resounding thud. "Get lost, or next time my foot will be on your face." He waved his hand disdainfully, sneering. "Where are the security guards? Why haven't you thrown this country bumpkin out yet?" No sooner had he spoken than 3 security personnel approached, and the attendant indifferently stated, "Please escort this gentleman outside." Jiang Yu gazed at him and remarked, "It was the old master who summoned me." "Old Master Han?" Yu Jingyao scoffed. "He really fancies himself important, doesn't he? Did old Master Han personally invite you? Who do you think you are? In Tianyun City, how many individuals are worthy of an invitation from old Master Han? You country bumpkin, I warn you once more, smack." Before Yu Jingyao could finish his taunt, Jiang Yu, filled with fury, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face, the sound crisp and resounding. "I mentioned you have only 10 seconds. Jiang Yu's voice was as cold as steel, his gaze reminiscent of a ferocious beast, instilling fear in all. Yu Jingyao's face was instantly marked with 5 vivid red fingerprints, the stinging pain momentarily disorienting him. Once he regained his composure, he resembled an enraged rooster. "Damn it! You dared strike me? I will make you pay," he stammered, launching a kick toward Jiang Yu. With effortless grace, Jiang Yu sidestepped, causing Yu Jingyao to miss entirely, his balance faltering as he stumbled forward. With a ripping sound, his trousers tore, inciting laughter from those around. Humiliated, Yu Jingyao scrambled to his feet, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of fury. "Stop this." Just then a clear, melodious voice rang out. A woman clad in a golden evening gown, her alluring collarbone exposed, her hair styled into elegant curls, appeared from the elevator, exuding nobility and grace. She approached, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Both were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Indeed, just a country bumpkin here to mooch off the festivities." Yu Jingyao spat, gritting his teeth. "Today is old Master Han's grand birthday celebration, and he dares to question why his own granddaughter is present. Security, throw him out. I intend to deal with him properly. Have you had enough commotion?" Han Ying's voice rose in indignation. "Who are you to cause a ruckus at my grandfather's birthday banquet?" Yu Jingyao felt the awkwardness wash over him and hastily replied, "Miss Han, I am Yu Jingyao, here on behalf of my father to extend birthday wishes to the old master." Han Ying merely nodded, then strode directly towards Jiang Yu, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. "What brings you here?" "You must leave." Jiang Yu's presence unsettled her greatly. "Leave to where?" "The old master invited me." "My grandfather?" "That seems to be the case," Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile, finally realizing the old master's true identity. "What do you mean seems to be?" Han Ying's expression darkened, her brows knitting tightly together. Jiang Yu explained, "The old master called for me, yet I did not receive an invitation. They said I couldn't enter without one. Since you are here, perhaps you could resolve this matter and spare the old master the trouble." Han Ying shot him a sidelong glance. "Your words sound convincing, as if they were true." She found it hard to believe that her grandfather would invite Jiang Yu, as they had no prior connection. She suspected Jiang Yu was merely there to vex her. However, with guests flowing in and out at the hall's entrance, their standoff was hardly significant, and Han Ying had no choice but to temporarily relent. At this moment, Yu Jingyao stepped forward with an ingratiating tone. "Miss Han, Please continue with your tasks. I shall handle this rustic fellow for you, ensuring everything is done to perfection. As he spoke, Yu shot Jiang Yu a glance as sharp as a knife. He intended to assist Han Ning, yet she was not appreciative of his gesture. What? You want to chase my classmate away, who has come to celebrate my grandfather's birthday? She retorted. What? Your classmate? Yu Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Ning, at a loss, had no choice but to fabricate an identity for Jiang Yu as a classmate. She led him inside, where no one dared to obstruct their path. Yu Jingyao turned pale, realizing the potential consequences of offending Han Ning. He would have nowhere to cry should that occur. Han Ning pulled Jiang Yu aside and said irritably, Today is my grandfather's birthday. Do not complicate matters for me. If you have something to discuss, just say it. Jiang Yu chuckled. Stop being so self-absorbed. I'm not here to seek you out. Han Ning, infuriated, bit her teeth in frustration. However, surrounded by guests, she suppressed her anger and asked, Then what are you here for? Jiang Yu replied, Haven't I already told you? Your grandfather invited me to attend the birthday banquet. Han Ning scoffed. You arrived empty-handed? Jiang Yu responded, Didn't I bring a cake? As if that is worthy of mention. Han Ning mocked, then warned, My grandfather will be here shortly. If you're not his guest, I will have you thrown out immediately. Throw me out? Jiang Yu said, confidently, That would surely disappoint you. Although I'm not fully aware of the reasons, your grandfather informed me that today's banquet cannot proceed without my presence. Oh, how presumptuous of you. Do you really think we cannot start without this carrot of yours? Do not flatter yourself. Jiang Yu shrugged, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation any further. Instead, he inquired, How has your grandfather been feeling these past few days? Radiant and full of life. You need not concern yourself, she replied curtly. Suddenly, they heard someone outside calling out, Chairman Zhao Zhizhong of the Dingxing Group presents a blue and white peony pattern vase. A commotion ensued at the entrance as people rushed to witness the event. When Zhao Zhizhong makes an appearance, it is guaranteed that the items are authentic antiques of considerable value. Many in the hall moved towards the entrance to greet him. Han Ying's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Shuo is here. You should leave quickly. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths. For hardly had Han Ying's words left her lips when Jiang Yu spotted Zhao Shuo's menacing gaze cutting through the crowd. Chapter 66. The Limits of Human Endurance. The phrase frenemies meeting is particularly fiery rang true as Zhao Shuo's fury seemed ready to erupt from his eyes. I will kill you. Impulsiveness triumphed over reason. And without regard for the surroundings, he charged at Jiang Yu like a wild beast. Fortunately, two men in suits intervened, acting on Zhao Zhizhong's instructions. Otherwise, no one present would dare to provoke his wrath. So impatient. How can one accomplish great things in such a state? Zhao Zhizhong chastised, dousing Zhao Shuo with a cold reality check, restoring his composure. The information regarding Jiang Yu had long been laid out on Zhao Zhizhong's desk. Previously, Zhao Zhizhong had instructed the Tianqing Martial Arts School to address the matter, but unexpectedly, they inexplicably ceased to take action and offered no explanation. With a meticulous mind, Zhao Zhizhong speculated that Jiang Yu might possess some background that instilled fear in Wei Xiao. Consequently, he had been contemplating alternative methods to avenge his son. Although Zhao Shuo had not inquired about the incident, it did not signify that he had forgotten. The humiliation of being forced to kneel and apologize in public was a disgrace he would never forget in his lifetime. Today marked the grand birthday celebration of the esteemed Elder Han, a significant day for you as well. Regardless of the enmity harbored in your heart, you must suppress it today. After uttering these words, Zhao Zhizhong blended into the crowd. Such a prestigious banquet attracted only the affluent and influential, serving as an opportune moment for entrepreneurs to engage in business discussions. Zhao Shuo flaunted his power, buoyed by the support of Zhao Zhizhong, rendering his father's words akin to a royal decree in his ears. He suppressed his inner fury and approached Jiang Yu step by step. Han Ning, concerned that the two might clash publicly, shielded Jiang Yu behind her. Zhao Shuo, I warn you, today is my grandfather's birthday, and you must not act recklessly. Zhao Shuo responded with a chilling smile. Of course, I wouldn't dare disrespect Elder Han's honor. Jiang Yu waved at Zhao Shuo from behind Han Ning. Young Master Zhao, how have you been? Zhao Shuo gritted his teeth, speaking each word with venom. Once you step out of this door, I want you to vanish from this world forever. Young Master Zhao, Yu Jingyao approached with a sycophantic smile. It was evident to all that Zhao Shua harbored deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu. Yu Jingyao, who had just offended Jiang Yu, was concerned about inadvertently offending Han Ning when Zhao Shua appeared. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Shua cast a sideways glance at him. Who are you? Yu Jingyao chuckled. Young Master Zhao, I am Yu Jingyao. The Golden Scale Club is owned by my family. Don't you frequent there? I've even waived your fees a few times. Have you forgotten? Oh, it's you. Zhao Shua feigned realization. But suddenly his expression darkened as he scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been to your establishment? Oh, you haven't been? My memory fails me. I must have confused you with someone else. We seem to have met a few times at Lutong Mountain Villa. Yu Jingyao feigned remorse. Han Ning coldly interjected. Spare me the theatrics. Whether young master Zhao visits the club has nothing to do with me. Please excuse yourselves. Han Ning turned away, showing disdain for both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua. Jiang Yu gazed at Zhao Shua with a smile, while Zhao Shua glared at him with fury. Yet, their confrontation was limited to mere glares. Yu Jingyao leaned in close to Zhao Shua and whispered, Young Master Zhao, has this fellow offended you? Would you like me to assist you in avenging yourself? Zhao Shua retorted, How would you do that? Today is Elder Han's grand birthday. Do you expect to beat him up? Young Master Zhao, vengeance does not necessarily require physical confrontation. Simply causing him embarrassment serves the same purpose, does it not? Yu Jingyao whispered a few more words into Zhao Shua's ear, prompting Zhao Shua to burst into laughter. Really? Indeed, it is true. Did young master Zhao not notice the attendant engaged in cleaning upon his entrance? At that moment, a few young gentlemen approached Zhao Shua to toast him. Zhao Shua raised his voice, declaring, You may not be acquainted with him yet, so allow me to introduce him. This is Jiang Yu, a distinguished guest of Old Master Han. The young gentlemen turned their gazes toward Jiang Yu, coldly remarking, Him? A penniless wretch yet deemed a distinguished guest? Surely, he must have snuck in a mooch off the feast. Yu Jingyao interjected. He himself stated that he was invited by the Old Master. Someone else chimed in. Perhaps he is merely a low-profile, second-generation wealthy heir? Zhao Shua laughed heartily. Who knows? However, the gift he presented to the Old Master is something none of you would ever guess. What gift? They inquired. A cake. A cake? That is indeed a genuine cake. Worth over 100. Zhao Shua spoke with a mocking tone. Young Master Jiang, your cake was just smashed on the floor, and your gift is lost. With time still left before the banquet concludes, why not hasten to buy another? Yu Jingyao added, that would cost over 100. It might even be all he possesses. Without hesitation, Zhao Shua tossed 1,000 yuan at Jiang Yu's face, exclaiming, Today this young master is in a good mood. So take this 1,000 to buy a cake for the old master. Yu Jingyao urged, Why are you still dawdling? Shouldn't you express gratitude for young Master Zhao's generosity? The bills that struck Jiang Yu's face fluttered to the ground, provoking snickers from those nearby. Although some disapproved, none dared to offend Zhao Shua. The limit of one's endurance is finite. As Jiang Yu picked up the scattered money, he muttered, I am giving face to old Master Han and wish to avoid conflict, yet some individuals are oblivious and insist on courting disaster. After gathering the money, he approached Zhao Shua, stating, You might as well keep the money for your hospital visit. Suddenly, Jiang Yu mimicked Zhao Shua's earlier gesture, flinging the money back at him. However, the outcome was drastically different. The bills, as if transformed into blades, swiftly carved several gashes across Zhao Shua's face. Zhao Shua felt a sharp pain on his visage and, in his moment of shock, remained oblivious until Yu Jingyao exclaimed, Young Master Zhao, your face is bleeding. Upon touching the wound and feeling the pain, Zhao Shua's rationality slipped away once more. I will kill you, he roared, swinging his fist at Jiang Yu, only to be met with a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. Zhao Shua's cries drew the attention of Zhao Zhizhong, who hurried over with his entourage, reprimanding Zhao Shua. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Holding his face, Zhao Shua stood up, lamenting, Father, it was him. He struck first. Upon seeing the wounds on his son's face, Zhao Zhizhong's fury ignited, and he fixed a steely gaze on Jiang Yu. Youth, are you testing my patience? Jiang Yu replied calmly, It is your son who does not know his place. You may inquire among the witnesses, or simply review the surveillance footage. Zhao Zhizhong sneered coldly and instructed those beside him, Remove him from here, but do so discreetly to avoid making too much commotion. The matter at hand transcends right and wrong. It is a question of establishing authority for both father and son. Chapter 67, Distinguished Guests. Zhao Zhizhong was enraged, plunging the atmosphere of the banquet into frigid silence, leaving no one daring to intervene. Brother Zhizhong, what troubles you? A deep voice resonated as Han Tianming approached through the crowd, prompting everyone to part respectfully. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Han Tianming's brow furrowed slightly before he donned a smile. Addressing Zhao Zhizhong, Brother Zhizhong, today is a joyous occasion. Why must we allow it to turn unpleasant? Zhao Zhizhong remained sullen, even with Han Tianming's intervention. He was unwilling to concede. Brother Tianming, someone has slapped my face. Do you expect me to act as if nothing has transpired? Brother Zhizhong, how about I handle this? Han Tianming proposed. It is not that I wish to disrespect you, but I also cannot allow you to be placed in a difficult position. I will take the person away, ensuring no blood is shed at the banquet. Upon hearing this, many shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Yu. Mr. Zhao. Suddenly, another individual approached, robust and imposing, garnering respect from many. He was the master of the Tianjin Martial Arts Academy, a martial arts grandmaster in Tianyun City. Though his financial prowess paled in comparison to Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming, his status was far from insignificant. Mr. Zhao, today is Elder Han's birthday. I believe it is more appropriate for Mr. Han, as the host, to address this matter. Wei Xiao discreetly signaled Zhao Zhizhong. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhizhong, Wei Xiao was aware of Jiang Yu's formidable capabilities. The two individuals accompanying Zhao Zhizhong were no match for Jiang Yu, and should he manage to escort them away, it would be their misfortune. Having navigated the business realm for many years, Zhao Zhizhong was adept at reading the room and quickly seized the opportunity to relent. Since Master Wei has said so, let us allow Brother Tianming to handle it. Dad, Zhao Shuo protested, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Zhao Zhizhong. Han Tianming turned to Jiang Yu, coldly remarking, "How did you gain entry? I do not recall extending an invitation to you for this gathering. If you wish to maintain your dignity, it would be best for you to leave." From a moment Jiang Yu first presented the marriage certificate at the Han residence, Han Tianming had harbored disdain for him, a sentiment that persisted to this day. As the host, such words were deeply humiliating for any guest. Yu Jingyao, standing nearby, mocked. Mr. Han did not even invite you. It seems you are merely a poor relative of the Han family. The term poor relative echoed through the ears of the attendees, and among the 1,000 guests were several individuals fitting that description. Yu Jingyao's words effectively offended them all, eliciting murderous glares that sent a shiver down his spine. Even Han Tianming found the remark distasteful. Had it not been for the reputation of Yu Jingyao's father, Yu Hai, he would have been promptly expelled. Realizing his blunder, Yu Jingyao quickly lowered his head, retreating several steps into the crowd. Hanning looked on, remaining indifferent. She wished for Jiang Yu to depart, to spare herself from anxiety. At that moment, Han Xiong quietly approached her and patted her shoulder. "Dear niece, did you not just claim he was your classmate? Now your father intends to expel him without regard for your dignity, and you merely stand by?" Hanning rolled her eyes. "Aunt, you should be more aware of his true character than I am. After all, it was you who introduced him to me." Han Xiong smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. "Shall we make a wager, littling? What kind of wager? Let us bet on whether your father can successfully dismiss him. Is there even a need for a wager? The birthday banquet is hosted by my father. If he wants him gone, he surely hasn't the audacity to resist." Han Xiong grinned mischievously. 1,000 yuan. I wager he will not leave. Aunt, you might as well hand the money over to me directly. Will you take the bet or not? Of course I will. If you're going to give me money, I have no reason to refuse. Then prepare to pay up, Han Xiong said confidently, leaving Hanning puzzled. Aunt, are you not getting ahead of yourself? Han Xiong replied, Littling, have you considered why he is here? Hanning thought he was surely here to vex her, but still inquired why. Han Xiong explained, today is the old gentleman's birthday. Those attending the banquet must have received an invitation. Your father did not invite him, nor did I, nor did you. So who could have invited him? Who? What are you thinking? Han Xiong chuckled and poked her forehead. How many people are there in our family? Ah, Hanning finally grasped it. Aunt, are you suggesting he was invited by grandfather? Han Xiong nodded. Well, at least you aren't completely foolish. Hanning was further perplexed. How could that be? Grandfather has been in the hospital. How could he possibly know him? In truth, Han Xiong also found this perplexing. But since the old gentleman had invited him, she was certain that he must have learned of Jiang Yu's true identity. For the old gentleman, this was a guest of utmost importance. Suddenly, she glanced towards the entrance and nudged Hanning. The old gentleman has arrived. Go assist him. The elder of the Han family entered the hall accompanied by a few old friends, and Han Ning hurried over to help him. She muttered, "Grandfather, it's your birthday? Why did you arrive so late?" The old gentleman smiled indulgently. "I was having tea and chatting with a few friends downstairs." He then surveyed the crowd and inquired, "What is everyone gathered around for?" Before Han Ning could respond, they heard Han Tianming's sharp voice, since he refused to drink the toast. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Call security and have him thrown out." "Yes, Mr. Han." A man in a suit immediately dashed outside. As he passed by the old gentleman, he respectfully bowed, saying, "Good day, elder." The old gentleman asked sternly, "Stand still and do not move." "What?" The man looked bewildered, just as the old gentleman stormed out, fuming. "What? Are you going to expel even the guests I have invited?" Han Tianming was taken aback. "Father, what do you mean by that?" The elder approached Jiang Yu, declaring, "Jiang Yu is my esteemed guest." A flicker of anger flashed in Han Tianming's eyes, feeling as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him. At that moment, Yu Jingyao in the crowd was secretly astonished. No way, he really is the elder's guest? Han Tianming dared not oppose his father's wishes and could only helplessly shake his head at Zhao Zhizhong. Zhao Zhizhong, with a smile on his face, remarked, "So it is the elder's honored guest. We were indeed remiss earlier. Playing along is a fundamental skill for a businessman." Han Tianming signaled to Han Ning, saying, "Assist your grandfather to his seat. We shall commence the banquet." The guests then dispersed, taking their respective seats. Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming proceeded toward the main table. With a hint of concern in his voice, he inquired, "Brother Tianming, there won't be any complications regarding the engagement, will there?" Chapter 68. Do not bring me trouble. In truth, the primary purpose of today's birthday banquet was to announce Han Ying's engagement. The suitor chosen by Han Tianming for her was none other than Zhao Shua, the young director of the Dingxin Group. The union of the two families had already been agreed upon by the chairman of both conglomerates. Today was merely a formality to reveal it to the public. However, Zhao Zhizhong harbored concerns, as Han Tianming had mentioned that he had yet to inform Han Ning of this arrangement. Who could predict what sort of ruckus Han Ning might create at the moment of the announcement? Moreover, the elder had inexplicably acquired an additional esteemed guest, one who had previously disrupted his son's proposal, forcing him to kneel and apologize. After assisting the elder to his seat at the main table, Han Ning took her place at a neighboring table beside her aunt, Han Xiong. The elder had initially intended for Jiang Yu to sit with him, but upon noticing Jiang Yu approaching Han Ning, he refrained from speaking up. However, at Zhao Zhizhong's urging, Zhao Shua hurried over and pulled out a chair next to Han Ning. Yet, Jiang Yu swiftly stepped forward, preemptively taking the seat. Zhao Shua, infuriated, felt the urge to strike out. Did he not understand the order of precedence? Nevertheless, being the elder's esteemed guest, Zhao Shua moderated his tone. "Indeed, since I have already taken my seat, I suggest you find another place, young Master Zhao," Jiang Yu remarked lightly, causing Zhao Shua to glare in frustration. "Don't glare at me. I am a close friend of Han Ning, so it is only natural for me to sit beside her." Upon hearing this, Han Ning wanted to retort, "You're talking nonsense." However, after some contemplation, she decided against it. She found Zhao Shua far more detestable than Jiang Yu. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Shua sat beside Jiang Yu, casting sidelong glances at him, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Observing this, Han Xiong could not help but shake her head. Her assessment of Zhao Shua was that his emotions were too transparent, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness. With Jiang Yu nearby, Han Ning felt uncomfortable and expressed her displeasure. "With so many seats available, why must you sit here? Are you deliberately trying to vex me?" Jiang Yu responded with a smile. "There are around 1,000 people here, yet I only know you and Sister Qiong. Where else should I sit?" "Sister Qiong?" Han Ying's brows furrowed in annoyance. Was it truly necessary to take advantage in such a manner? Han Xiong is her aunt. If Jiang Yu calls her Qiong Jia, how should she address Jiang Yu? "Jiang uncle?" "Dream on." Zhao Shua muttered aside. "You speak without a filter. You won't know how you'll meet your end." Jiang Yu retorted, "How I die is not for you, young Master Zhao, to worry about, especially since you won't be the one to collect my body. Instead, if you continue opposing me, I can assure you I will reveal how your demise will unfold." "Are you threatening me? Country bumpkin, do you think I can be intimidated?" Zhao Shua shot back. "Let me tell you, today my father is showing respect to old Master Han. But once we step out of this door, you will surely regret it." "And how exactly will I regret it? By begging me?" Jiang Yu was known for striking only at the face and exposing vulnerabilities when hurling insults. The notion of kneeling was Zhao Shua's greatest affront, a reminder of the time he had once knelt before Jiang Yu, which drove him to madness, filled with murderous intent. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. Just you wait. Han Ying, wishing to distance herself from the two, switched places with Han Xiong, prompting Zhao Shua to mock her. Claiming this was what they called a good friend. Delicious dishes were served one after another as Han Tianming took the microphone and addressed the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Today marks my father's grand birthday celebration. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for gracing us with your presence to honor him. Let us raise our glasses together and wish him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. 1,000 guests stood in unison, raising their glasses, chanting, wishing old master blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. Only Jiang Yu shook his head slightly. The old man had but a few days left to live. What was the point of such hollow wishes? Instead of engaging in this pretense, they ought to set aside their affairs and spend time together with the old man during his final days. Han Xiong nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Why do you look so glum? Is it because you learned about Xiao Ying's engagement?" "What? Engagement?" Jiang Yu was taken aback from Han Ying's expression. She appeared completely unaware of such news. She kept her voice low, swallowed by the surrounding noise, and Han Ying did not hear her. However, Zhao Shua, who had been glaring at him, caught the exchange. After sitting down and placing his glass down, Zhao Shua smugly declared, "Indeed, today is not only Old Master's birthday banquet, but also the day I'm engaged to Han Ying. Our parents have already finalized the arrangement. What are you, a country bumpkin? Think you can contest with me? Even if I do not contest, you should not think of marrying her. Does Han Ying even like you? You know it in your heart, don't you? Does she have the final say? Once Uncle Han announces our engagement, the media in Tianyun City will cover it extensively. Even if she hesitates, it won't be so easy for her to backtrack. Their engagement hinged on the interests of two families." Zhao Shua was not wrong. If Han Tianming unilaterally announced the engagement, it would be widely reported, and should Han Ying attempt to retract her consent without justification, she would have to face the consequences. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and immediately asked, "Han Ying, do you know about your engagement today?" "What?" Han Ying was still in the dark and momentarily at a loss for words. Han Xiong sat there watching, refraining from intervening with Jiang Yu. She intended to convey the engagement news through Jiang Yu to Han Ying. Her gaze lingered on her elder brother on stage, a proud smile gracing her lips. Jiang Yu remarked, "Just now, young Master Zhao informed me that today marks not only your grandfather's birthday, but also your engagement with him." Zhao Shua. Han Ying's expression instantly fell. She retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. An engagement between us? Do not even think about it." Zhao Shua, undeterred, gazed confidently at Han Tianming. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Han Ying as she inquired, "Aunt, is what he said true?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Han Tianming announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the celebration of the old gentleman's birthday, I have another joyous occasion to declare, my daughter's marriage. Although my daughter Han Ying is still studying, she will soon turn 20, and I wish to secure her engagement promptly." Han Tianming's words undeniably confirmed the engagement. Zhao Shua, filled with pride, rose to approach Zhao Zhizhong, as it would soon be his turn to take the stage. Han Ying, seething with anger, confronted her aunt. "Aunt, did you know about this all along? Why did you not inform me sooner? Why must you meddle in my happiness?" Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Han Xiong replied helplessly, "What can I do? Your father has declared that, as his daughter, your marriage is his decision. Xiao Ying, once your father announces your engagement to Zhao Shua, it will be difficult for you to backtrack." Tears streamed down Han Ying's face as she lamented, "Aunt, what should I do? What can I do?" Han Xiong leaned closer, whispering, "There is still a glimmer of hope. While it will be hard to retract your father's announcement of the engagement, what if you were to pursue a love of your own? It is quite common for young people to find and lose love. "But I do not have a boyfriend," she protested. "Isn't there one right in front of you?" Han Xiong's gaze slowly shifted to Jiang Yu, her eyes seemingly conveying a message of gratitude. Jiang Yu, stricken with alarm, inwardly protested, "Han Xiong, do not lead me to ruin." Chapter 69. The elder ginger is spicier. Although Han Ying had developed a certain curiosity towards Jiang Yu, it had not yet blossomed into affection. She merely found him tolerable. She was deeply conflicted. Han Xiong remarked softly, Xiao Ying, time is not on your side. Jiang Yu abruptly stood, exclaiming, aren't you all going to ask for my opinion? Han Ying, feeling cornered, pleaded, please help me. I do not wish for you to be my boyfriend for real. I just need assistance to navigate this predicament. Jiang Yu retorted, what? Do you intend for me to be your 3-minute boyfriend only to cast me aside afterward? Hey, you were the one who ended things last time. Oh, Han Xiong exclaimed in surprise. It seems you two have quite a story. On stage, Han Tianming continued. I am certain everyone is eager to know who my daughter's fiancé is. Therefore, I shall invite him to the stage. He signaled to Zhao Shuo, who turned back with a smug expression. Just as he did, he spotted Han Ying dragging Jiang Yu towards the stage, disregarding whether he consented or not. In the next moment, 1,000 pairs of eyes converged upon Han Ying and Jiang Yu. Before Han Tianming could react, Han Ying seized the microphone from his hand. She proclaimed loudly, indeed, today marks the day of my engagement. He is my fiancé, Jiang Yu. I hope everyone will extend their blessings to me. After her declaration, she suddenly cradled Jiang Yu's face, gazing at him with deep affection. Jiang Yu's eyes nearly bulged out. Miss, are you serious? How can one expect belief without authenticity? There are so many people watching. It's quite embarrassing. However, recalling that this was the first time, he thought, why fret? With that, Han Ying leaned in and kissed him, prompting an eruption of applause from the gathering. Han Tianming and the Zhao father-son duo turned pale with shock at the unexpected turn of events. Zhao Shuo was frantic. Dad, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Zhao Zhizhong, maintaining his composure, replied, calm down. Let Uncle Han handle this. Regaining his senses, Han Tianming snatched the microphone back. Raising his hand as if to strike, Han Ying stood tall, meeting his gaze, and ultimately his hand did not fall. What nonsense! Marriage is a significant matter, dictated by parental consent and matchmaking. Did you seek my approval? Han Ying retorted sharply. Then did you seek my consent to marry me off to another? Their argument rendered the hall silent, leaving the guests in an awkward state, unsure of how to respond. Han Tianming, frustrated, called out, someone take her away. Han Ying grasped Jiang Yu's hand tightly, declaring resolutely, even if you throw me out, it one team matter. Jiang Yu is my boyfriend, and he's the only one I love. You cannot marry him. Why not? Suddenly, old Master Han took the stage, walking slowly forward. Jiang Yu is a fine gentleman. He is well suited for my granddaughter. Han Tianming, exasperated, said, Dad, could you please not interfere? The old man shot him a fierce glare. Interfere? If I weren't here, would you disregard the engagement made over a decade ago? How am I to face Dr. Zhong? What are you talking about, Dad? Are you not clear on what I'm saying? I may be old, but I am not senile. Standing at the center, the old man surveyed the audience, and then spoke with authority. The purpose of today's banquet is to introduce my future grandson-in-law to everyone. My granddaughter, Han Ying, has long been betrothed to Jiang Yu, and they are genuinely in love. I trust that no one will oppose this union, will they? Silence enveloped the room. It was evident that the old man and Han Tianming had differing views on the prospective son-in-law. Choosing a side would offend someone, leading to a state of muted tension. Only Han Xiong broke the silence with applause. They truly love each other. We should be offering our blessings rather than opposition, don't you think, brother? Han Tianming, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared at Han Xiong. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice, as long as Xiao Ying is happy. I certainly do not oppose. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Zhizhong swept away, declaring, let us depart. Zhao Shuo was reluctantly dragged along, his discontent palpable. Yet, what could discontent achieve? The elder Han had made the final decision. It was evident that the couple was genuinely in love, having shared a kiss in public. Once the members of the Dingxin group had departed, the venue gradually filled with applause and blessings. Han Ying had navigated this challenge, yet she found it difficult to feel joy. The banquet continued. While Zhao Zhizhong could storm off, Han Tianming had to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. Moving from table to toast the guests, Han Xiong graciously vacated her seat, allowing Jiang Yu and Han Ying to sit together. Since the marriage has been arranged, you two must learn to coexist amicably and nurture your feelings as much as possible, she advised. Xiong, what are you talking about? I am merely a temporary shield for Miss Han. I suspect that as soon as we step out of this door, she will cast me aside, Jiang Yu replied. Do you truly believe that? Why not? Jiang Yu, do you think the elder's announcement of the marriage carries no weight? That one could simply change their mind? This was precisely what troubled Han Ying. Initially, she had intended to use Jiang Yu as a mere decoy to navigate her immediate predicament, at least to disrupt her engagement with Zhao Shua. However, she had not anticipated the elder's intervention. The elder's words were powerful, and tomorrow, major media outlets would undoubtedly rush to report Han Ying's engagement. No, it was likely that newsrooms were already drafting articles, and the word would spread throughout the city before the banquet concluded. Han Ying inquired, "Annie, did you foresee this outcome?" Han Xiong simply replied, "The older, the wiser." Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly. "It appears we have both fallen victim to the elder's machinations." In truth, Han Xiong was unaware that events would unfold in such a manner. Even without Jiang Yu's presence, she would have encouraged Han Ying to find someone to disrupt Han Tianming's plans. For she was oblivious to the fact that the elder had already met Jiang Yu. She mused, "No wonder the elder showed no reaction when he heard that my brother intended to engage Xiao Ying. He was evidently waiting for my brother to pave the way for him." Han Ying tugged at Han Xiong's arm, playfully imploring, "Annie, what should I do next? Please offer me some advice." She cast a furtive glance at Jiang Yu, her emotions tangled. She had never truly considered being with Jiang Yu. Yet following the announcement of the engagement, she felt little resistance. Han Xiong asked, "Is marrying him such a bad thing?" Both Jiang Yu and Han Ying replied in unison, "It is not." Chapter 70. The intoxicated woman. After the banquet concluded, the elder and Jiang Yu found themselves in the park where they had first met. Time had flown by. It had been over a decade. The elder sat on a bench, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Jiang Yu inquired, "Elder, when we first met, did you already know who I am?" The elder chuckled. "When you introduced yourself as Jiang Yu, I was aware. Otherwise, why would I enlist your assistance? You are a disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong, and only you can grant me a few more days of life. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Jiang Yu asked. "If I had, would you still have attended my birthday celebration?" "Han Xiong has already informed you about my intention to annul the marriage," Jiang Yu noted. "Then why did you publicly announce my engagement to Han Ying?" "That was my promise to Dr. Zhong from years past. But don't you think this is unfair to Han Ying?" "I am aware. Yet I have faith that you will bring her happiness. You are exceptionally talented and charming. With you, she shall never be mistreated. But that is merely your perspective. Up until today, it indeed was solely my opinion, yet I no longer believe so. I think Han Ying still harbors feelings for you." "Elder, you are mistaken. Han Ying neither likes me, nor perhaps even despises me. If she harbors no affection, why would she use you as a shield? It was your daughter's misguided idea. At my birthday celebration, there were many young talents. Why did she specifically choose you? Do you truly believe it was merely Han Xiong's suggestion? You are still young and perceive matters superficially. Perhaps Han Ying's actions reflect her dissatisfaction. Yet that is because she has yet to comprehend her own heart." Jiang Yu was at a loss for words, realizing the elder and Han Xiong were in collusion, insisting he marry Han Ying. After sitting on the bench for a while, the elder rose and asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" "What is it?" Jiang Yu replied, "I would like you to accompany me on an errand." "Where to?" "You shall find out in due course. I will provide you with what you desire." "Elder, are you referring to the marriage certificate?" Jiang Yu exclaimed with excitement. Yet the elder offered no response, merely leaving behind a meaningful smile. The news of his engagement to Han Ying had spread like wildfire. Upon returning home, he found Wen Yihuan seated on the sofa, her expression somewhat melancholic. "When what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Jiang Yu asked, still concerned for her, as her misfortunes had yet to be resolved. Wen Yihuan took a deep breath and shook her head slowly. Jiang Yu sat beside her and inquired, "Did you not have something to tell me?" Just before leaving, when Yihuan had intended to lay her cards on the table, but found herself unable to voice it. Now, she felt even less capable of doing so. She asked, "Are you engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family?" "You're already aware?" He responded, "The media throughout the city is reporting it. It is impossible not to know." Her expression clouded with sorrow. She lamented, "In the time it took to attend a birthday celebration, how did you suddenly become engaged? How can I possibly disclose my feelings now? I cannot be the third party disrupting someone else's relationship." Moreover, some reports featured photographs of Han Ying kissing Jiang Yu, portraying their relationship as inseparable. She regretted not having revealed her feelings sooner. She rose to her feet and spoke softly. "Given that you are already engaged, continuing to reside here may inevitably invite gossip. I have packed your belongings." She gestured towards the backpack on the coffee table, which contained a few of Jiang Yu's clothes. Jiang Yu could discern her sorrow and understood her feelings, yet he chose not to offer any explanation. Perhaps it was for the best. A short-lived pain was preferable to an enduring one. Severing when Yi-Huan's hopes with the announcement of his engagement was a relief. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Yu once again faced homelessness. He did not notice the tears streaming down when Yi-Huan's faced the moment he stepped outside. That night, when Yi-Huan found herself alone at a bar, drinking to the point of inebriation, Jiang Yu wandered through Tianyun City, unable to suppress the joy swelling within him at the thought that tomorrow would bring closure to a lingering concern. This was not merely a marriage certificate, but a key to uncovering the secrets of his lineage. As the night deepened, sleep eluded him, prompting him to seek a place for a drink. Finding solitary drinking to be dull, he called Wei Yong to join him. In Tianyun City, he truly struggled to find other friends. Wei Yong suggested heading to a bar, and as Jiang Yu was nearby, he decided to wait outside. At that moment, a group of tipsy young men emerged, brazenly discussing a woman while waiting for a taxi. That woman was simply stunning. What a pity she fell into Kong Tao's hands. I wonder what stroke of luck he had. They've probably made it to the hotel by now. Just thinking of that beautiful woman being wasted on Kong Tao infuriates me. But what's the use of being angry? Especially when Kong Tao is better looking than you. Looks don't matter. That beauty was clearly intoxicated. Anyone could have taken her home. Kong Tao merely got lucky and acted first. Hey guys, why don't we go to the hotel as well? After all, that beauty is drunk. What is the difference between one person and a group? Haha, great idea. As they leaned on each other, moving forward, Jiang Yu initially paid little heed to their conversation until he caught a name. Not only is that beauty stunning, but her name is lovely too. How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend. Dream on. If she weren't heartbroken and drunk, you wouldn't even have the chance to touch her. Haha. Although it's only for one night, I will never forget the name Wen Yi-Huan. The moment Jiang Yu heard the name Wen Yi-Huan, he rushed forward, grabbing one man's collar, and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Wen Yi-Huan was taken from the bar? Who the hell are you? Let go of me, or my friends will make you regret it. Tell me which hotel Wen Yi-Huan was taken to. When his words fell on deaf ears, Jiang Yu, growing increasingly furious, commanded, "Do it, boys. Make him talk." A group of intoxicated individuals, fueled by bravado, found themselves pleading for mercy within a minute. "Big brother, we were wrong. Can you please remove your foot? My hunt, my hunt." Jiang Yu pressed down on one man's hand, his voice sharp as he demanded, "Speak." Which hotel was Wen Yi-Huan taken to? In front of the Tinghan Hotel, Jiang Yu dashed forward with astonishing speed, resembling a fleeting wisp of smoke, startling several young patrons who trembled in fear, convinced they had encountered a ghost. He reached the front desk and urgently inquired, "Which room are Kong Tao and Wen Yi-Huan in?" The receptionist shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "Sir, that's a matter of our guest's privacy. Speak." Jiang Yu had no time for idle banter, and with a swift motion, he smashed his fist onto the counter, creating a small dent. "I said speak." The receptionist, taken aback, stammered, "Room 5503. Chapter 71. A confession after drinking in room 503 of the Tinghan Hotel. A drunken Wen Yi-Huan lay, sprawled across the bed, while a young man in his 20s eagerly unbuckled his belt beside her, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Wen Yi-Huan was utterly unconscious, and had she been aware, Kong Tao's lecherous gaze would have haunted her for a lifetime. Just as Kong Tao managed to lower his trousers to his knees, a loud bang reverberated through the room. The sound was as jarring as an explosion, causing Kong Tao to stagger backward, struggling to maintain his balance due to his trousers, and with a loud crash, he fell to the floor. In the next instant, a fist as large as a pot rapidly filled his vision. Bang! Kong Tao narrowly escaped a meeting with the Grim Reaper. "You dare to lay a hand on a woman I cherish?" Jiang Yu kicked him, sending Kong Tao crashing against the wall, the alcohol in his stomach erupting violently, splattering everywhere. The room filled with a nauseating stench, covered in filth. Kong Tao was terrified by Jiang Yu's sudden appearance and crawled away in a near sob. Jiang Yu scooped up Wen Yi-Huan and attempted to leave, only to be halted by several security guards. Kong Tao, now with his pants pulled up, stood behind the guards, shouting, "What kind of hotel is this? Allowing someone to burst into my room and assault me? I will file a complaint." The hotel manager quickly interjected, "Sir, please remain calm. We have already called the police." The front desk had promptly alerted the manager and contacted the authorities when Jiang Yu rushed upstairs. Hearing this, Kong Tao recoiled, shouting, "Call the police? Who authorized you to do that?" He was well aware of the implications of his actions, and knew that a police report would not bode well for him. The manager looked perplexed, but by then, the sound of sirens began to echo from downstairs. Jiang Yu regarded Kong Tao with indifference, stating, "I believe this minor misunderstanding does not require police intervention, does it?" The manager gazed at Kong Tao's panda-like eyes, internally questioning how this could be considered a minor misunderstanding. Kong Tao, fully aware of his predicament, resigned himself to the situation, offering a feeble smile and conceding, indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu then explained to the manager, "My friend has had too much to drink, and I was concerned for her safety, which is why my demeanor was somewhat harsh. I will cover any damages incurred by the hotel." Kong Tao quickly chimed in, "That's correct. I intended to escort her to the hotel and leave, but in her state, I couldn't possibly do so alone. Having had a drink myself, I had no choice but to ask for assistance in ensuring her safe return." The manager found it hard to believe their statements. If Jiang Yu had been summoned by Kong Tao, how could he not know which room to go to? However, adopting a prudent approach, the manager, as a hotel staff member, chose to minimize the situation. Since both parties claimed it was a misunderstanding, he was naturally inclined to downplay the matter. After the police arrived upstairs, the manager assisted in clarifying the situation. In the end, Jiang Yu compensated the hotel for its losses, and the police kindly escorted them back to Wen Yihuan's home. They were particularly considerate, given Wen Yihuan's inebriated state, and expressed concern that Jiang Yu might be a dubious character. The two officers walked them to the doorstep, feigning thirst and requesting a glass of water. Understanding their good intentions, Jiang Yu opened the door and invited the officers inside. He had previously resided there, and Wen Yihuan had provided him with a key, which he had forgotten to retrieve before he left that day. Upon seeing that Jiang Yu possessed the key and noticing a photograph of Wen Yihuan in the house, the officers felt reassured after having a drink, and then they departed. Jiang Yu gently carried Wen Yihuan into her bedroom, where she drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. "Oh, Jiang Yu, it's you. Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" she mumbled. He laid her down on the bed and softly said, "Rest for now. I will go buy some hangover medicine." Unexpectedly, Wen Yihuan wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's neck, reluctant to let go. "Jiang Yu, please don't go. Miss Wen, you've had too much to drink." "I'm not drunk," she giggled foolishly. "All right, perhaps I'm a bit tipsy, but there are things I must tell you while I still can. Let us discuss it tomorrow." "No, I want to say it now." The stubbornness of a drunken person is unyielding. Jiang Yu sighed. "All right, go ahead, I'm listening." When Yihuan leaned closer, her nose nearly touching Jiang Yu's face, her breath reeking of alcohol. I like you," she said, followed by another fit of silly laughter. "Before you attended the birthday banquet today, I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. When you returned, you were already engaged, and I found it even harder to express my feelings then. But now I've said it. However, you are engaged. Why did you suddenly get engaged? Why?" She laughed for a moment before bursting into tears. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy, but was at a loss for how to comfort her. Suddenly, Wen Yihuan turned her head and kissed Jiang Yu on the lips, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He quickly pushed her away. "Miss Wen, you've had too much to drink." If Wen Yihuan had been sober, Jiang Yu might have found it difficult to resist, but with her utterly intoxicated state, he felt that yielding even slightly would be taking advantage of the situation. Don't you like me?" "Miss Wen, I am already engaged. I have a fiancée. I am aware that it is Miss Hanning of the Han Group, but what does it matter? She is your fiancée, and I, too, am in the same position." As the words slipped from her lips, she abruptly retched, leaving Jiang Yu utterly bewildered, prompting him to dash into the restroom. Wen Yihuan was overwhelmed, nearly losing his own composure as he cleaned himself, grumbling about her excessive drinking. If one lacks the capacity for alcohol, one ought not to indulge so recklessly, leaving me in such a state. When he returned to Wen Yihuan's room, he found her already deep in slumber. Jiang Yu, resembling the diligent girl from the folk tale, meticulously tidied up the mess around her and kept vigil by her side until dawn before quietly departing. Upon awakening, Wen Yihuan was beset by a throbbing headache, with no recollection of the previous night's events, dragging her weary form out of her room. She knocked on the guest room door. "Jiang Yu, are you awake? My head is pounding. Could you perhaps brew me some ginger tea?" After making her request, she turned back, pausing at the doorway as a wave of sorrow washed over her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she recalled that Jiang Yu had left the previous day. He was now publicly engaged to another, a fact that struck her deeply. Slowly, she climbed back into bed, curling up as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why? You once said you would come to Tianyun City to annul the engagement with Han Ning. So why have you now chosen to publicly commit to her? She wept alone for a long time before picking up her phone and dialing Wen Qian, her voice trembling with emotion. Dad, he is engaged. Chapter 72. The fallen leaves returned to their roots upon learning that his daughter was heartbroken over Jiang Yu's engagement. Wen Qian hurried to console her. When he arrived, when Yi Huan was still hiding beneath her covers, the heavy scent of alcohol permeating the air. Without chastising her for her inebriation, he quietly made her a bowl of ginger tea. As he lifted the blanket, he noticed her eyes were slightly puffy. Although she had ceased crying, the sight of her father caused fresh tears to flow. Wen Qian gently reassured her, "It's all right, drink this ginger tea first." His heart ached. He had never witnessed his daughter so devastated over a man. After she sipped the tea, Wen Qian asked, "My daughter, did you not once declare that you would marry no one but him?" Wen Yihuan, in a daze, replied, "But he does not hold the same sentiment for me. Is it merely because he is engaged to Han Ning?" She continued, "What am I to do? Become the third party and disrupt their relationship?" Wen Qian stroked her head gently and said, "An engagement is not the same as marriage. After an engagement, they are merely betrothed to each other. However, you must understand that the Han family has always had a betrothal with Jiang Yu, and Han Ning is indeed his fiancée. Our family, too, has a betrothal. You're also his fiancée. How then can you consider yourself the third party?" Wen Qian's words illuminated Wen Yihuan's understanding, as she exclaimed with newfound hope, "So, I still have a chance? You must boldly tell her that your name is Wen Fuyao and that you are his fiancée. No, you must inform everyone that you are Wen Fuyao. However, he initially came to annul the engagement. If I truly reveal my identity, what if he remains resolute in his decision to withdraw from the engagement? When he arrived in Tianyun City, did he not intend to sever ties with the Han family? Yet what transpired? Did he not openly become betrothed to Han Ning? My dear daughter, I perceive that he harbors feelings for you, yet you are Wen Yihuan. Perhaps he refrains from drawing too close due to the engagement. If he were to discover that you are indeed his fiancée, Wen Fuyao, I believe there would be a turn of events. Then I shall call him right now. You intend to inform him in such a manner? Will you even be presentable? First, finish your ginger tea, then freshen up and adorn yourself, and arrange for a formal meeting with him. Very well, I shall heed your advice." After meticulously preparing herself, Wen Yihuan found that she could not reach Jiang Yu by phone. In her frustration, she returned to the company, awaiting Jiang Yu to turn on his device to reconnect. "Su Xin, please assist me in replacing the nameplate." This was her first task upon returning to the company, to replace the sign that read Chairman Wen Yihuan. Su Xin queried, "What shall we change it to?" Wen Yihuan replied, "Change my name to Wen Fuyao." "Huh? Why change it to Wen Fuyao?" "Because my true name is Wen Fuyao. Remember, from this day forth, I am no longer Wen Yihuan. I am Wen Fuyao, soaring to great heights." "Oh, then should we also change the business cards?" "Of course. We must. I will attend to it immediately." Just as Su Xin reached the doorway, she abruptly turned back. "President Wen, did you just say you're Wen Fuyao? What of it? Do you doubt it? Isn't the Wen Fuyao that Jiang Yu has been searching for you? Indeed. Is this truly happening?" Su Xin felt as if she had stumbled upon the most astonishing revelation of her life. It was simply unbelievable. "President Wen, does Jiang Yu know about this?" "Not yet. Do you wish to keep it from him? If you change the nameplate and business cards, he will surely find out. I no longer wish to conceal it from him. But I read in the news that he has just become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family. And so what? They have not yet wed." Wen Yihuan, or rather Wen Fuyao, brushed aside any gloom from her face, maintaining a gentle smile. "Life is fleeting. Why not take a chance? Without taking a leap of faith, how can one ascertain whether Jiang Yu does not harbor affection for her?" Su Xin felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking how fortunate this individual was to possess such a stunning fiancée. Had they perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life? As Wen Yihuan prepared to unveil her truth, Jiang Yu had already convened with the elderly gentleman in the park where they first met. The elder arrived alone, appearing vigorous and seemingly far from the brink of death. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement, yet the elder hesitated to present the marriage certificate. The elder specifically instructed, "Jiang Yu, please turn off your phone." "Why must I power it down?" Jiang Yu inquired, perplexed. "The family may attempt to contact me if they cannot locate me," the elder replied. "Have you snuck out?" Jiang Yu was taken aback, yet complied, which was why Wen Fuyao could not reach him by phone. Let us depart, the old man said, leading Jiang Yu to the bus station. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yu longed to inquire about the marriage certificate, but hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. It was only when they boarded the inner-city bus that the old man remarked, "Do not worry. I have brought what you seek. When will you give it to me?" Jiang Yu pressed. "Are you in such a hurry?" "Indeed I am." The old man chuckled. 18 years without knowing who your parents are. I understand your urgency. But is it truly imperative at this moment? How do you know the secret of the marriage certificate? When I made the engagement with Dr. Zhong, he mentioned that the back of our marriage certificate conceals clues about your lineage. He instructed me that regardless of whether you come for marriage or to annul it, I must ensure you receive the certificate. That old man has some conscience. At least he didn't lead me astray. In what way has he led you astray? Think about it, old man. He could have simply told me who my parents are. That would have sufficed. Instead, he made it so convoluted, requiring me to annul each of the 9 certificates individually. Dr. Zhong acts in your best interest. Spare me. If he isn't leading me astray, I'll be thankful. There is a reason for your master's actions. With your current abilities, you are not yet equipped to face future challenges. You speak in riddles, old man. I merely wish to know who my parents are. Is that such a challenge? Suppose, hypothetically, you were to learn the identities of your parents, only to discover they had met a tragic fate. Would you seek vengeance? Of course. The enmity of parents is not to be borne lightly. But what if your adversary is formidable enough to extinguish your life with but a single finger? What exactly do you know, old man? Old Master Han shook his head. I know nothing. I am merely positing a scenario. Enough now. I am weary and shall take a brief nap. Jiang Yu and Old Master Han settled into their seats on the bus. After 2 hours on the road, Jiang Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Old man, where are we headed? To the place of my birth, he replied calmly. What for? To return to one's roots. Chapter 73. The first marriage certificate acquired Old Master Han's hometown lay in the remote mountains at the border of Tianyun City and Linzhou City. Years ago, before rapid economic growth swept the country, many villagers inhabited the mountains. 30 years prior, a catastrophic flood obliterated the old man's home, claiming the life of his wife in the calamity. Left with no choice, he took his son and daughter far from their homeland to seek a livelihood in the city. After decades of relentless effort, he finally established the Han Group. Despite the long journey, the old man returned to his hometown yearly to pay tribute to his deceased wife. After traversing mountains for 27 hours, they arrived in the desolate, uninhabited mountains. Here, no one remained. Only a few solitary graves dotted the hillside. Those who perished in the flood were buried here, while the survivors had long since departed to seek new lives elsewhere. Several graves were merely mounds of earth, except for one that stood out, constructed of stone bricks, resembling an inverted bowl, towering at nearly 2 meters. Before the grave lay a tombstone inscribed with the names of the deceased, Han Yongchuan and his late wife, Chengwan. Clearly, this was a shared burial site. Chengwan was the old gentleman's departed spouse, while Han Yongchuan was his own name. A few years prior, he had commissioned a restoration of this grave, having long contemplated that he wished to rest beside his beloved wife after his passing. To avoid any complications, he had even prepared the tombstone in advance. They had not brought incense, candles, or paper offerings. Han Yongchuan gently wiped the dust off the tombstone with his sleeve, murmuring affectionately, "My dear, I have come to be with you. It has been 30 years. I am sorry to have kept you waiting." Though the old gentleman had only a few days left, he chose not to spend them with his children. Jiang Yu inquired, "Old sir, aren't you afraid that your family will worry about your sudden departure?" The old man chuckled. "I left a note saying I was going on a solo trip, advising them not to search for me." Jiang Yu replied, "I doubt they will believe that." The old man said, "The pain of parting in life and death is the most profound. I have little time remaining, and I do not wish for them to witness my demise and suffer." Jiang Yu countered, "But this cannot be a permanent solution." "I understand," the old man responded slowly, producing a letter from his bag and handing it to Jiang Yu. "In due time, find an opportune moment to deliver this letter to them. The longer the separation, the less painful the parting in death will be." Afterward, the old gentleman circled the grave and pressed down on a stone brick at the lower left of the tomb. With a resounding boom, a passage measuring 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter high opened in the grave. Light streamed into the dark tomb, revealing 2 coffins within, one fully covered, the other partially exposed. The old man bent down and entered, turning to wave at Jiang Yu. "What are you dawdling for?" Come in and lend a hand. Jiang Yu, unperturbed by the circumstances, bent down and stepped inside. With his assistance, the old gentleman lay comfortably in the coffin. Please close the lid for me. There's a mechanism outside that, when pressed, will seal the grave permanently. The old man wished to spend the final phase of his life here, and Jiang Yu did not oppose this. However, he hesitated for a long time, as he had yet to obtain what he desired. Old sir, have you forgotten something? The old gentleman suddenly realized, oh, how could I be so forgetful? I almost overlooked the most important matter. He rummaged in the coffin and finally produced a wedding certificate, the paper already yellowed with age. Jiang Yu was astonished, not expecting the old man to have hidden the wedding certificate here. Jiang Yu, I can give you the marriage certificate, but you must promise me one thing, otherwise, I will not rest in peace. What is that request? What weighs most on my mind is my granddaughter. You are already engaged. You must guarantee that you will take good care of her, remaining devoted for a lifetime. This left Jiang Yu in a difficult position. How can I assure you of that? Engaged to Han Ing, he was nothing more than a mere tool. Noticing his hesitation, the old man said with a hint of menace, if you do not comply, I shall take this marriage certificate to my grave. All right, I shall agree. Is that not sufficient? The marriage certificate lay before him, rendering the old man's threat utterly ineffective. Yet, in the presence of a dying man, Jiang Yu deemed it prudent to acquiesce to his wishes, allowing him a sense of peace in his final moments. As for the future, he believed that solutions would present themselves in due course. The old man handed the marriage certificate to Jiang Yu, its front identical to the one he possessed, save for a peculiar design on the back. Jiang Yu gazed at it with growing excitement, which soon faded into disappointment. The old man remarked, you needn't linger over it. I have studied that design over the years. It appears to be an incomplete map. I have compared it with various maps, but have yet to find a matching location. This implied that, based solely on this marriage certificate, the mystery of his origins remained unsolvable. Jiang Yu silently cursed his master 180 times. Was it truly necessary to complicate matters so? Nevertheless, the first marriage certificate was finally in his possession. In the end, he assisted the old man in closing the coffin and sealing the grave. After bowing 3 times before the tomb, he slowly departed. Having attended to these matters, Jiang Yu felt it was time to set his own plans into motion. He sensed that Qing Yuan had descended into madness, even resorting to hiring assassins, and believed it wise to eliminate potential threats early on. Descending the mountain alone, he hastened his pace, taking only half the time it had taken to ascend. Upon returning to the city, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Lin Shi. I have arrived in Tianyun City. Why is your phone off? I am waiting for you at the Xinghe Hotel in Tianyun City. Reply promptly upon seeing this message. What do you mean? You summoned me to Tianyun City for treatment, yet you have been unreachable for an entire day? Are you toying with me, Jiang? You shall pay for this. Jiang Yu nearly forgot about the entire affair. He hurried to the Xinghe Hotel, where the front desk whispered to the lobby manager, who then rushed forward. Mr. Jiang, are you here to check in? This way, please. The manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Jiang Yu glanced at his name tag and quietly asked, has there been a change in personnel? The manager replied, the previous manager offended Mr. Han and has since left. I am the new lobby manager. The former manager lost his position for insulting Han Xiong, calling her a shameless wretch. Now engaged to the Han family, Jiang Yu certainly warranted the manager's utmost deference. Nodding, he replied, I shall not be checking in. I am looking for someone named Lin Shi. The manager immediately turned to command. Please check which room Lin Shi is in. After a brief inquiry at the front desk, he returned with the information. She checked out an hour ago. Jiang Yu's plans required Lin Shi's unwavering support, and he was unwilling to offend this vice president. So he promptly dialed her number. A phone call rang through, and Lin Shi's furious voice echoed. Jiang, have you finally decided to turn on your phone? Chapter 74. Woman. Do not push your luck. Jiang Yu felt as though his ears might be deafened. After Lin Shi vented her frustration, he apologetically replied, General Manager Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was on a trip and had no signal. I do not require your explanations. Please, General Manager Lin, do not be angry. Where are you now? I will come to find you at once. No need. I'm already preparing to return to Lin City. Please, General Manager Lin, your health cannot be delayed. Oof. Have you not already caused me delays? I am aware, but it can still be remedied. Therefore, today I will offer you an additional hour of massage free of charge, ensuring no lingering ailments. Get lost. Lin Shi's furious shout resonated as she abruptly ended the call. The mere mention of a massage reminded her of the embarrassing incident from that day, rendering her unable to face anyone. However, 3 minutes later, Lin Shi sent him a message. "Where are you?" Jiang Yu hastily responded. "At the Xinghe Hotel where you previously stayed. I will cover the room expenses." He had the lobby manager arrange a presidential suite for him and quickly went outside to purchase silver needles, preparing in advance. 20 minutes later, Lin Shi arrived. Her expression was as dark as thunderclouds. "Jiang, do you have any idea how precious my time is? You actually dared to delay me for an entire day." "It's entirely my fault, General Manager." "I apologize," Jiang Yu said with a light step, grinning as he added, "The bed is ready for you. Please." His playful demeanor made it difficult for Lin Shi to remain angry. She leisurely approached the bed, warning in a stern tone, "We agreed on an extra hour." Not a minute less. Although the initial treatment had left Lin Shi feeling embarrassingly exposed, the indescribable comfort was something she longed for. She frequently visited spas. Yet none of the female masseuses could compare to Jiang Yu's technique. Once she lay on the bed, drawing from her previous experience, Lin Shi instructed, "Turn off all the lights and draw the curtains." Jiang Yu complied, closing the curtains and shutting off the lights, plunging the room into deep darkness. Only in such an environment could one alleviate their embarrassment. Jiang Yu first administered the acupuncture before beginning the massage. Soft moans escaped Lin Shi as she lay there. But Jiang Yu had no intention of indulging. He was determined to solidify his plans here. "General Manager, my plan is ready for implementation. Please communicate in advance on your end." "So soon?" Lin Shi's voice trembled slightly. "He Qingyuan is not so easily deceived," Jiang Yu replied. "He Qingyuan values money above all else and is determined to seize business from Yuyan Company. When the time comes, I will merely spread the word. There will be no need for me to seek him out. He Qingyuan will undoubtedly find ways to intercept. You know He Qingyuan well? Understanding is perhaps too strong a word. But even if my plan fails, it bears no consequence for me. I can always devise alternative methods." "Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements on my end. You need only proceed with caution." Amidst their massage, the two reached an agreement. Lin Shi, pressed for time, hurriedly returned to Lingzhou after the treatment. Half an hour after Lin Shi's departure, Han Ning called Jiang Yu, her voice resembling the roar of a lion. "Jiang Yu, what do you take the Han family for?" Her furious outburst nearly left Jiang Yu disoriented. "What happened, my lady? How dare you even ask? Although our engagement was merely a charade, we have yet to formally break up. And yet, you brazenly entered a hotel with another woman. My family's hotel, no less. What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us?" Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not considered such ramifications when inviting Lin Shi to the Xinghe Hotel. "I'll be more mindful next time." "You dare hope for next time? Let me make this clear. Until we announce our separation, you remain the prospective son-in-law of the Han family and are forbidden from clandestinely meeting any other woman." "Hold on. It was you who dragged me onto the stage without my consent. By that logic, I was merely assisting you. Now you dare to restrict my personal freedom? Do not push your luck. Regardless, I will not tolerate any actions that tarnish the dignity of the Han family." "My lady, when you plan to publicly announce our breakup, if you never do, does that mean I am forever barred from associating with other women? You wishful thinker. If you cannot find a partner, I still need to marry. Then please provide me with a specific timeline." "There is no specific timeline, merely according to my mood." Jiang Yu suddenly felt as though he was being outmaneuvered. "For heaven's sake, I already possess the marriage certificate. The initiative lies with me." After a moment's contemplation, he decided to endure it for the sake of the elder. "By the way, I heard you are renting a place outside. Is that true? What do you intend to do?" Han Ying's tone was laced with suspicion. "I am currently without a home. I have assisted you significantly. Shouldn't you offer me accommodation?" You wish to cohabit with me? Have you lost your mind?" "Not cohabitation, merely a temporary stay." "What difference does that make? We are already engaged. What is the harm in cohabiting? If you refuse, I shall simply invite different women to stay at your hotel every day." On the other end of the line, Han Ning was nearly apoplectic, taking a long moment to grit her teeth before responding. "I am at school." "Very well. I shall come to you at once." Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi were at the milk tea shop in their school, while Wei Yong sat at a table nearby, watching them intently. These past few days had driven Wang Ruoqi nearly to madness. Wei Yong followed her everywhere like a relentless shadow. She appeared haggard, plagued by hallucinations, waking in fright during the night, sometimes feeling as though Wei Yong stood at the foot of her bed. Wei Yong indeed embodied Jiang Yu's three principles. After several days of tempering, he grew thicker-skinned. No matter how fiercely Wang Ruoqi berated him, he always responded with a smile, resolutely refusing to leave. Eventually, Wang Ruoqi grew too weary to scold him any further. "Hanning, do you think he is insane? He follows me every day. It's driving me to madness. Perhaps this is his way of pursuing you," Hanning suggested. It was evident to anyone that Wei Yong harbored feelings for Wang Ruoqi, yet he refrained from confessing, denying her even the opportunity to decline him outright. Wang Ruoqi shot a glance at Wei Yong, who immediately waved at her with a friendly gesture. Infuriated, she slammed her hand on the table, rose, and exclaimed, "Are you a stalker? If you keep following me, I'll call the police." Wei Yong, undaunted, replied, "This isn't a private space. How am I stalking you?" Wang Ruoqi was left speechless. In school, aside from the girls' dormitory and the women's restroom, Wei Yong's presence was inescapable. As Wei Yong had pointed out, he only followed her in public places, rendering any police intervention futile. At that moment, a group of students from the sports academy entered, loudly declaring, "Who is it that follows my sister Ruoqi every day?" Chapter 75. She initiated at Li Zhao, a second-year sports student, swaggered in with several classmates, causing Wei Yong to panic. Each of these individuals was tall and robust. Any one of them could easily reduce Wei Yong to a state of disarray. Frantically scanning for an escape route, Wei Yong realized that Li Zhao and his friends were heading straight for him, and with only one entrance to the milk tea shop, a frontal escape was impossible. Meanwhile, Hanning teased, "Ruoqi, your flower protector has arrived." "Oh, protector my foot. Last time, your so-called fiancé knocked him down with a single punch," Wang Ruoqi replied. She was aware of Han Ying's engagement to Jiang Yu, and found it perplexing that Han Ying had chosen someone so unrefined. Han Ying explained that she had utilized Jiang Yu as a shield in a moment of crisis, which brought her some comfort. Nevertheless, Wang Ruoqi still deemed Han Ying's actions inappropriate, occasionally teasing her about her fiancé. As Li Zhao approached Wei Yong, the latter shrank back, forcing a smile. "Senior, is there something you need?" Li Zhao raised his chin, looking down at Wei Yong. "Are you the one stalking my sister Ruoqi?" Wei Yong stammered, "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm not stalking her. I merely came in for a cup of milk tea and happened to run into her." "Save your explanations. Men understand men best. But take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you deserve my sister Ruoqi? I warn you, if you dare to follow her again, I will break your legs." Wei Yong gulped, his face paling in fear. Just then, Jiang Yu strolled in leisurely, asking, "Who is it that wishes to break my friend's legs?" As he approached Wei Yong, Li Zhao and his companions grew anxious. Jiang Yu's reputation for taking on 7 opponents single-handedly had already spread. Against these few, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. It was the end for them. The 1 against 7 had arrived. "Li Zhao, what should we do? This fellow is quite formidable. Damn it, who should I ask?" A group of people continuously retreated until they found themselves cornered, with nowhere left to go. Jiang Yu approached, gently patting Wei Yong's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance, and then addressed Li Zhao, saying, "He is my friend. If you dare to break his legs, I will take your life. Do you believe that?" Li Zhao swallowed hard, awkwardly stammering, "I was just joking with him, but I find this jest rather amusing." Yes. I apologize for my words. I apologize. Get lost, and do not let me see you again." Jiang Yu waved his hand, and Li Zhao and his companions scrambled away in disgrace. Jiang Yu turned to Wei Yong and said, "Be bold and pursue Wang Ruoqi. If that fellow dares to trouble you, call me, and I will help you deal with him." Wei Yong instantly felt emboldened. "I will listen to you." Subsequently, Jiang Yu turned to walk towards Han Ying, while Wei Yong dared not follow, remaining in his seat to observe them. Han Ying wore a cold expression, while Wang Ruoqi looked on with disdain. "Oh, isn't this the shameless fiancé of our dear Han Ying? How utterly lacking in dignity. Chasing her all the way to school." Wang Ruoqi offered no mercy, her words laced with sarcasm. "Have you not recognized your own status yet? You're merely a tool. Surely you do not still harbor fantasies of advancing with Han Ying?" Wang Ruoqi's words did not provoke Jiang Yu. Instead, he naturally sat beside Han Ying and remarked leisurely, "Even if I am a tool, I am now the recognized prospective son-in-law of the Han family." With that, he casually wrapped his arm around Han Ying's shoulders, infuriating Wang Ruoqi. "Country bumpkin, Remove your filthy hands. Wang Ruoqi sprang up, pointing a finger at Jiang Yu in anger. Jiang Yu replied coolly, "A meddlesome dog. My fiancé does not mind. So why are you prattling on? Are you envious and resentful because you cannot find a boyfriend?" Wang Ruoqi, gritting her teeth in fury, retorted, "I cannot find a boyfriend? The line of suitors chasing after me could stretch from here to the cafeteria. Do you believe that with a single word, I could summon someone to be my boyfriend?" No sooner had she spoken than Wei Yong dashed over like the wind, declaring with conviction, "Ruoqi, I am at your service." Wang Ruoqi nearly lost her mind, shouting in anger, "Can you disappear from my sight? The only way I would consider you is if I were blind." Look at her fierce demeanor. Wei Yong was simply trying to help her, yet she unleashed a torrent of anger upon him, showing no gratitude. Jiang Yu whispered into Han Ying's ear, but she wore a grim expression and uttered two words, "Let go." Jiang Yu replied, "That won't do. The old man instructed me to spend more time with you and cultivate our feelings." "You met my grandfather today?" Han Ying asked seriously. This morning, chaos erupted in her home. The old man had left a letter and run away, and Han Tianming rushed to intercept him at various stations, but was unsuccessful. Jiang Yu realized he had inadvertently let something slip and hurried to explain, "No, the old man told me yesterday." "What is the matter?" Han Ying sighed. "My grandfather has run away from home." "No way." Jiang Yu pretended to be surprised. Han Ying continued, "It's not exactly running away. Today, my grandfather left a letter saying he wants to travel alone, to spend his remaining days exploring the magnificent landscapes of our country." Jiang Yu responded, "What is there to worry about? He is not a child, and there are no kidnappers targeting the elderly in this world." Han Ying shot him a glare. "What do you know? My grandfather is old and in poor health. He just got out of the hospital not long ago. If he goes out alone and something happens, who will take care of him?" It was evident that Han Ying was genuinely concerned for her grandfather, which left Jiang Yu feeling uneasy. Considering the time, her grandfather would soon join his wife in another world, yet the Han family remained oblivious. Since returning from the hospital, the old man had been spirited, and the family assumed he would live for 100 years. Jiang Yu still had the letter given to him by the old man in his pocket. He reached in to touch it, but ultimately decided against revealing the truth to Han Ying. It was not the right time. He immediately stood up and changed the subject. "Let us go home. Some people are blinding me with their billion-watt light bulbs." Wang Ruoqi scoffed coldly. "Oh, really think highly of yourself? You're just a tool. Have a little self-awareness, will you?" Although Han Ying appeared reluctant, she stood up nonetheless. Jiang Yu asked, "Your home isn't far from the school, right?" Han Ying replied, "Not far, just a 5-minute walk." After a quarrel with her family, she had found an apartment near the school for convenience. Wang Ruoqi's eyes nearly bulged out. "Han Ying, you're taking him home? Aren't you afraid he will have ulterior motives?" Jiang Yu provocatively remarked, "We're already engaged, and it's mutual consent. Have you seen the photos of us kissing in the media? Here's a secret. She initiated it." The word initiated nearly left Wang Ruoqi speechless. Chapter 76. A piece of news: Wang Ruoqi had indeed seen the photos, but Han Ying explained that she was forced at that moment. However, Han Ying did not mention that it was her who took the initiative. Jiang Yu took Han Ying's hand and walked out, leaving Wang Ruoqi stunned. Unable to recover for a while, Wei Yong languidly suggested, "Ruoqi, why not?" "Shut up." Wang Ruoqi's fierce retort sent Wei Yong retreating in fright. Once outside the milk tea shop, Han Ying shook off Jiang Yu's hand and warned, "Even though we're engaged, you'd better not make any moves without my consent." Jiang Yu grinned. "Doesn't that just make us seem affectionate? If we don't act convincingly, how will you fool your dad? What if he wants you to marry that Zhao guy?" Han Ying reassured him, "Don't worry. You're the grandson-in-law my grandfather has chosen for the Han family. As long as he is alive, my dad won't dare to do that." At this revelation, Jiang Yu was struck with realization. It is no wonder that the elder gentleman chose to return to his hometown in silence, as he was employing this very method to hinder Han Tianming. Should he pass away at home, Han Tianming would likely annul the marriage between Jiang Yu and Han Ying by the very next day. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the elder's meticulous planning for this betrothal. He surmised that the elder's mention of timing was likely intended for after his marriage to Han Ying, at which point he would reveal that letter. Yet, Jiang Yu remained perplexed, pondering whether the elder's actions were truly for his benefit or for Han Ying's, or perhaps merely a reflection of a past favor and a promise made long ago. Han Ying resided in a high-end apartment near the school, a 2-bedroom unit adorned in European decor equipped with all necessary appliances and furniture. Jiang Yu mused. Renting this apartment must cost quite a sum each month. No? Han Ning replied nonchalantly. Not much, merely 3,000. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. 3,000 is hardly insignificant. Most people in Tianyun City earn only that much in a month. Indeed, to the wealthy, money often seems to lose its value, reduced to mere cold digits. Han Ning tossed the keys to Jiang Yu, stating coolly, "You may stay here until we officially part ways." Jiang Yu inquired, "Which room can I occupy?" "Whichever you prefer," Han Ning responded. "Whichever I prefer." Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. "Why not share a room?" Han Ning scoffed. "Dream on. I won't be returning to live here before we break up." "So where will you stay?" he pressed. "At home, at school, or perhaps I'll find another place," she replied. "I understand you moved out due to the engagement with the Zhao family. And since that matter has been resolved, it would be best for you to return home. After all, we are family. There is no need to create unnecessary tension." "Oh, your tone suggests you consider yourself part of the Han family now," she retorted with a sidelong glance. "I warn you, do not harbor any illusions. Are you planning to sever ties with me once you've used me?" Jiang Yu remarked, somewhat irked. "Even if I am but a tool, I have assisted you greatly. If you continue with this attitude, I might just declare our breakup to the media." "You wouldn't dare." Han Ning shot back, flustered. "Breaking up requires a suitable moment. It is certainly not now. Then since you still have need of me, mind your demeanor. Who are you scowling at all day?" "I'll try my best," he replied. "No trying. Come on, smile for me." "You can't even manage a smile?" he teased. Han Ying's smile was stiff, resembling a grimace more than anything joyful. Although she had a dormitory at school, she preferred solitude and had left her bed empty. Ultimately, she opted to return home. As Jiang Yu had noted, her engagement with the Zhao family was no longer an issue, so there was no need for further sulking. After settling into the guest room and purchasing some daily necessities, Jiang Yu promptly made his way to Yu Company. Despite having distanced himself from Wen Yuan, the final task still required his attention. To calculate against He Qing Yuan, it is imperative to involve Wen Yuan in this scheme. Although Jiang Yu has encountered numerous events with Wen Yuan, the employees of the company remain oblivious to the details. Upon his arrival, many greeted him warmly. The recent name change of Wen Yuan was announced by Su Xian yesterday, yet for the employees, it bore little significance. It was merely a change of name, and no one dared to address her directly. "Ah, Jiang Yu, you're here. I thought you had resigned since we hadn't seen you for several days." A familiar face called out. Jiang Yu replied, "I haven't resigned. Wenzong just granted me a few days off. Are you returning to work today?" "One could say that. Why didn't you come in the morning?" Wenzong and Secretary Su went to the provincial capital to discuss collaboration details, and as her bodyguard, you should have accompanied them. Wenzong went to the provincial capital? When will she return? Tomorrow or the day after, I believe. It seems I arrived at an inconvenient time. In truth, when Fu Yao had been attempting to reach him via phone yesterday, but his device was turned off. Today, upon turning it on, he found that when Fu Yao was preoccupied with matters concerning the Mengdai group, thus postponing their discussion, Jiang Yu resolved to wait for her return to deliberate further. Seizing a moment of leisure, he decided to visit Jianyun Company once more. As he prepared to ascend via the elevator on the first floor, he unexpectedly received a call from Jean Hu, the spokesperson for the Black Tiger Hall, who expressed a desire to meet with him urgently. He promptly made his way to Qingyuan Club, marking his third visit. This time, Jean Hu awaited him at the entrance, treating him as an esteemed guest. Ascending to the top floor, Jean Hu had a pot of exquisite de Hong Pao tea prepared, dismissing his underlings to engage in a private conversation with Jiang Yu. With little enthusiasm for tea, Jiang Yu cut to the chase. "Jean Lauda, please speak plainly. I prefer not to beat around the bush." "I dare to call you Brother Jiang," Jean Hu cautiously stated, observing Jiang Yu's unresponsive demeanor before continuing. "Brother Jiang, I summoned you today primarily to convey some news." "What news?" "News regarding He Qing Yuan. He remains unyielding, constantly devising schemes against Yin Company and Wen Yuan. Today, one of my subordinates caught wind of a plan. He Qing Yuan intends to take Wen Yuan's life." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. That old scoundrel is still undeterred? Just days after the assassination incident, he concocts yet another scheme. Jiang Yu inquired, "What does he plan to do to Wen Yuan?" Gina replied, "A car accident." It is rumored that when Yuan has gone to the provincial capital to discuss collaboration with the Mengdai group, and He Qing Yuan has dispatched someone to orchestrate an accident on the highway during her return trip. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Weren't you previously working for Jiang Jiang, who quickly clarified, I was merely a hired hand. I share this information with you today solely to forge a friendship with you, Brother Jiang. He slowly lifted his teacup, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yu's response. Chapter 77. The discerning words of the wealthy Jiang, who was extending an olive branch to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was well aware of the situation. He gently clinked his glass with Jiang Yu, who revealed a relaxed and cheerful smile, secretly sighing with relief. Forming a friendship with Jiang Yu would bring numerous benefits to the Black Tiger Hall. Brother Jiang, I still have some connections in Tianyun City. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Yu pledged. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu replied, there's indeed a matter at hand that requires your help, Boss Jiang. Please, speak without hesitation. I do not wish to confront Tianyun directly at this juncture. So I would like to request that you dispatch a few individuals to Linzhou City to ensure the safe return of General Wen. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, this task is in capable hands. Jiang responded with unwavering confidence, having already devised a plan prior to notifying Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had faith in the operational capabilities of the Black Tiger Hall. After exiting the Tianyun Club, he promptly contacted Wen Yihuan, hoping she would cooperate with the members of the Black Tiger Hall. However, her phone was switched off. Wen Yihuan was in a meeting with senior executives at Dream Butterfly Group. An incessant ringing would surely displease the higher-ups. Fortunately, he was able to reach Su Xin. He warned her of potential dangers and informed her that members of the Black Tiger Hall were on their way to assist them. Su Xin was already aware of the relationship between Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan, but refrained from revealing it beforehand, recognizing the importance of the matter to General Wen, believing it was best for the parties involved to disclose their identities. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu prepared some food and then examined the marriage certificate given to him by Old Master Han. The back of the certificate bore an incomplete depiction resembling a mountain range. The map was hand-drawn and appeared quite simplistic. Han had left without taking anything, leaving a laptop on a coffee table in the living room. Jiang Yu opened a laptop and compared numerous maps. As Old Master Han had mentioned, he could not find any matching or similar locations, leading him to momentarily suspect that the old man had drawn the map haphazardly to deceive him. The task of comparing the maps was extensive, and before he realized it, night had fallen. Through the window, he could see the playground of Tianyun University, illuminated by high-pressure sodium lights, bustling with people, some strolling, others exercising, and couples embracing. Stretching by the window, Jiang Yu pondered whether Han Ying might unexpectedly appear on the playground. And just then she did. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Han Ying walked dejectedly into the living room, and Jiang Yu was taken aback. Oh, what brings you here? Did you not say you would never return before our breakup? We're merely engaged. What talk of breakups is this? Han Xiong entered from outside, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Yu. The old man publicly announced your engagement in front of so many people. You both must not take this lightly. Sister Qiong, what brings you here? Jiang Yu frowned, sensing trouble as both aunt and niece had appeared together. He had already been caught in a predicament by the two on the day of the old man's birthday celebration. Still calling her Sister Qiong? Han Xiong said solemnly. You two are already engaged, so from now on, you must call me Annie, understood? Jiang Yu teased. Aren't you afraid I might call you old? There should be some decorum. This was Han Xiong's first visit to the apartment rented by Han Ying. After surveying her surroundings, she wrinkled her nose and remarked, Dear niece, is this where you live? What's wrong with it? Han Ying sulked, ignoring Han Xiong, though Jiang Yu, curious, inquired further. Han Xiong responded, How can anyone live in such a small room? Why don't I buy you a larger place nearby as a gift for your engagement? Jiang Yu gasped in astonishment. Wealthy people certainly have a different way of speaking. Although the property prices in Tianyun City aren't as high as in the provincial capital, they're still quite steep. For this neighborhood, a 100-square-meter apartment would likely cost around $1.5 million. Han Xiong spoke so nonchalantly, as if purchasing a house were akin to buying a toy for a child. I don't need it, Annie. Can you let me be alone for a moment? Han Ying continued to sulk, indifferent to the prospect of such a gift. Jiang Yu, puzzled, wondered what was troubling her. Her expression was darkening, as if she were about to burst into tears. Han Xiong explained, who else could it be but her father? Originally, Han Ying intended to stay at home, but once she returned, Han Tianming incessantly lectured her about how unsuitable Jiang Yu was and how advantageous a union with the Zhao family would be. Unable to bear it any longer, Han Ying, in a fit of anger, declared that if her father mentioned Zhao Shuo again, she would move in with Jiang Yu. Her father, not one to indulge her, retorted that if she had the capability, she could indeed go, and he would no longer provide her with a single cent, challenging her to see how long she could last. Han Xiong, relishing the drama, immediately took Han Ying out, proclaiming her support for Han Ying's decision, asserting that since they were engaged, they could live together and cultivate their feelings further. She even added that should they ever find themselves short on cash, they could come to her. After all, she was determined to oppose her elder brother. Han Ying had only spoken in a moment of frustration, yet she was taken aback that Han Xiong took her seriously. Moreover, with her father cutting off her financial support, she had no choice but to return. I brought her back to you, and she is currently sulking. You, as her fiancé, should take good care of her, Han Xiong advised. Jiang Yu, puzzled, asked, So you merely brought her back? Han Xiong replied, It's also to make introductions. I still need you to treat her, don't I? Han Ying, unaware of Jiang Yu's medical skills, exclaimed, Andy, you're seeking treatment from him? Please don't let him deceive you. Han Xiong continued, There is something the family has never mentioned to you. Since you're already engaged, I believe it's necessary for you to know. What is it? Actually, you and Jiang Yu were betrothed many years ago, long before. What? Han Ying was taken aback, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Han Xiong explained, Many years ago, your grandfather fell gravely ill, and the hospital could do nothing for him. It seemed he was on the brink of passing. Fortunately, at that time, you encountered the esteemed Dr. Zhong, who successfully cured your grandfather's ailment, and thereafter, a marriage pact was established with him. Why have you not mentioned this to me until now? What purpose would it serve to disclose it? Dr. Zhong's whereabouts are elusive, and we can only await his disciple to present the engagement contract to us. How profoundly unfair is that? If he never comes, must I wait a lifetime? Certainly not. Dr. Zhong once declared that should his disciple fail to arrive before your 24th birthday, the marriage contract would automatically be rendered void. Is that so? Jiang Yu was taken aback. The old man had never disclosed that the contract would lapse. However, upon reflection, he surmised that the old man might have deliberately concealed this information, fearing that upon learning of the contract's expiration, Jiang Yu might intentionally delay fulfilling it. Yet, regardless of the contract's temporal validity, Jiang Yu dared not procrastinate, for each marriage document was intrinsically linked to the clues of his lineage. Han Ying cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu. Are you truly the disciple of Dr. Zhong? Indeed I am. Is your medical prowess truly so remarkable? Why not allow me to examine your health, so you may experience it firsthand? No way. Chapter 78. The youth of society. Han Ying and Jiang Yu had publicly announced their engagement. Thus, the earlier marriage pact was not too difficult for her to accept. She merely felt a twinge of displeasure, as the principal party had been kept in the dark. After Han Xiong departed, Han Ying sat quietly on the sofa for a while before suddenly rising and declaring, Let us go drink. Feeling disheartened, Jiang Yu readily agreed, accompanying her to drown her sorrows in libations. Upon reaching downstairs, Jiang Yu inquired, Which bar shall we visit? I shall call a cab. Han Ying languidly replied, What bar? My father has ceased to provide me with funds. I can no longer afford such luxuries. As she spoke, she made her way toward a nearby barbecue stall. Having yet to secure employment and lacking savings, she had always relied on her father to transfer funds whenever she needed money, utilizing whatever amount was available. Thus, with Han Tianming abruptly cutting off her financial support, she found herself bereft of resources, though thankfully, Han Xiong had supported her with a sum of 100,000. While not an insignificant amount, for Han Ying, it often amounted to merely a day's expenses. Consequently, she deemed it insufficient and resolved to manage her funds meticulously. Near Tianyun University lies a bustling street of eateries, which thrives each evening, teeming with patrons by 9 o'clock, the barbecue stalls overflowing with customers. She ordered various barbecue delicacies and a case of beer, choosing not to clink glasses with Jiang Yu, instead consuming a bottle solo in quick succession. As the campus belle of Tianyun University, Han Ying's presence inevitably drew attention. Many male students had fantasized about being the one seated beside her, thus harboring feelings of envy and admiration towards Jiang Yu. Yet, they dared not provoke him, for he was a legendary figure on campus. Famously known as the one who could take on 7 opponents, Han Ying consumed a bottle of wine, remaining silent, which left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat awkward. In an attempt to spark a conversation, he remarked, "By the way, why do I get the impression that your aunt consistently opposes your father? What is the nature of their strained sibling relationship? It's not difficult to discern. My father can be rather dictatorial. Several years ago, when my aunt pursued a relationship with a man of no status or standing, my father intervened, effectively shattering their romance. Since then, my aunt has harbored resentment, opposing my father at every turn. Should your father disrupt our bond, would you become the next Han Xiong? Spare me your melodrama," Han Ying retorted, rolling her eyes, silently thinking that he was merely her tool. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Yong had somehow caught wind of their whereabouts and, eager for a free meal, boldly joined them as an unwelcome presence. Wang Ruoqi harbored disdain for Wei Yong, yet Han Ying felt indifferent. In truth, Han Ying held no particular fondness for Wei Yong, considering him a mere nonentity whose presence mattered little, as she and Jiang Yu were not on a date. Wei Yong, with no reservations, ordered a copious amount of meat skewers, munching away while declaring, "You two carry on chatting, don't mind me." However, Han Ying winced at the sight of the excessive food, realizing that since he was footing the bill, he felt free to indulge recklessly. "How long has it been since you last had meat? Could you perhaps order something vegetarian?" Huh? Wei Yong appeared bewildered. Given Han Ying's affluent background, her reputation for generosity was well known, so why was she now reluctant to share her skewers? This was uncharacteristic of her. Previously in the bar, she had nonchalantly consumed wine worth tens of thousands without a hint of discomfort. Wei Yong pondered if this change in attitude stemmed from Wang Ruoqi's presence. With a mouthful of meat, he found himself in a precarious situation, unable to swallow or spit it out, feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Yu kindly interjected, "Han Ying is not who she used to be. She is no longer the spendthrift second-generation heiress. Has the Han family gone bankrupt?" Wei Yong inquired, only to be met with a sharp glare from Han Ying. "Your family is the one facing bankruptcy. Can you not think before you speak? My apologies, sister-in-law. It seems I lack the finesse." Wei Yong quickly offered his regrets, glancing at the plates of skewers, feeling troubled about how to proceed since they could not be returned. Jiang Yu calmly stated, "Don't worry about it. I'll cover this meal." Although he wasn't as wealthy as Han Ying, he could certainly afford a barbecue, and given Wei Yong's previous support, he felt it was only right to treat him. His strategy had proven effective. Wei Yong's persistent presence around Wang Ruoqi had made her somewhat reluctant to leave her dormitory, thereby reducing her disruptive antics in Han Ying's vicinity. Wei Yong's inclusion in their gatherings sparked envy among many, as sharing skewers with Han Ying was a fortunate event. However, Jiang Yu's reputation as a formidable figure deterred others from approaching casually. Yet, as with all things, exceptions existed. While students within the school feared Jiang Yu's prowess, those outside the campus were unafraid, having never heard of his infamous reputation. Near the school, there exists a considerable number of societal youths who, as night falls, meander through the snack street, a well-known haunt. Their sights are set on the attractive female students. Some merely seek to exchange WeChat contacts, while others have more audacious intentions, shamelessly attempting to engage in inappropriate behavior. Not long ago, 4 of these youths swaggered into the snack street, their eyes scanning for lovely female students. "Hey, classmate, how about we add each other on WeChat? Classmate, why not join me for a drink at the bar? Classmate, your hairstyle today is quite delightful. I approve." They approached any attractive girl directly, often crossing boundaries with their hands. The students felt intimidated by these societal youths, with most opting to endure in silence or hurriedly depart. Resentment without expression had become the norm. However, today, someone laid a trap for these youths. A male student approached them and said, "Bro, there's a stunning beauty over there. She's the campus belle." Their interest piqued, they inquired, "Does the campus belle dine at a barbecue stall? Where is she?" As they turned to look, the sight of Han Ying left them spellbound. Wow, she is undeniably beautiful. One must admit, the campus belle of Tianyun University is indeed of remarkable quality. "Brothers, let us go and share a table." The 4 boldly strode toward Han Ying, their eyes brimming with unspoken desire. The surrounding students stifled laughter and whispered among themselves, "Just look at their disgusting demeanor." My appetite vanished the moment they arrived. These youths had been harassing female students daily, and finally, someone was poised to confront them. The owner of the food stall gave a thumbs up to the student who had set the trap. Well done. Each time these societal youths appeared, the shopkeepers were filled with exasperation. The student murmured, "The leader, Chao Gang, is excessively arrogant, boasting of his martial skills. He truly believes no one can handle them. Indeed, Chao Gang possessed formidable skills, but could the student beside Han Ying stand up to him? He must be capable. After all, he is a legendary figure at our school, able to take on 7 opponents at once. Chapter 79. A good fight. Jiang Yu was not a student of Tianyun University, yet he had attained legendary status within its walls. The mere fact that he had compelled young Master Zhao to kneel in apology would be recounted for years to come. "Beautiful lady, do you mind if we share a table?" Chao Gang inquired, disregarding whether Han Ying objected, as he unceremoniously pulled 4 chairs over, displacing Wei Yong in the process. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he asked Wei Yong, "Are they your friends?" Wei Yong shook his head. "I don't know them." Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying. "Are they your friends?" Han Ying also shook her head. "I do not know them." As the daughter of the Han family, she was not particularly intimidated by these societal youths, calmly enjoying her skewers. Even if they were unaware of her background, she had Jiang Yu beside her, which left her entirely untroubled. Jiang Yu, with a solemn expression, addressed the group. "Gentlemen, we do not entertain the custom of sharing tables. Kindly take your leave." His tone, though courteous, fell on deaf ears as Chao Gang and his companions were fixated solely on Han Ying. "My, what a splendid hairstyle you have. Where did you get it done?" one of them remarked, reaching out to touch Han Ying's hair. With a resounding clap, Jiang Yu slammed his palm on the table, admonishing, "Are you all deaf?" Chao Gang, nonchalantly consuming skewers of grilled meat, replied, "If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be prudent to keep your mouth shut." The man attempting to touch Han Ying made no move to withdraw his hand, and she did not flinch, calmly addressing Jiang Yu, "As my fiancé, is this how you choose to observe?" "Ah, lad, you are indeed fortunate." Chao Gang teased Jiang Yu. "With such a beautiful girl, I bet she is quite accommodating." "Watch your tongue," Jiang Yu retorted, but before he could take further action, Wei Yong hurled a bottle towards Chao Gang, striking him on the head and furiously declaring, "Is my sister-in-law someone you can disrespect? What are you even worth?" Wei Yong, typically a timid individual, had surprised Jiang Yu by standing up for himself and his fiancée, which moved Jiang Yu deeply. Wei Yong's courage stemmed from his unwavering trust in Jiang Yu. In a real fight, Jiang Yu would certainly defend him. "How dare you?" The other 3 young men jumped to their feet, brandishing their chairs to strike Wei Yong. "You've got guts, daring to hit our gang." Just as they swung their chairs, several chopsticks whizzed through the air. "Ah!" The trio shrieked in unison as their chairs clattered to the ground, their hands trembling in pain. At this moment, Chao Gang rose slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. He touched his head, realizing that Wei Yong's bottle had not caused him any serious injury. With the gaze of a venomous serpent, he locked eyes with Wei Yong. "Do you understand the price you will pay for this?" Chao Gang's menacing glare sent a shiver down Wei Yong's spine, yet he glanced at Jiang Yu, finding reassurance in his presence. "Do you think I fear you?" "Excellent," Chao Gang declared, stepping forward with a swift motion, seizing Wei Yong's shoulder with a grappling hold. "Ah!" Wei Yong cried out, feeling as though his bones might fracture. "Now you know pain?" Chao Gang sneered, "and it's fortuitous that I've just learned a technique for dislocating joints. You shall be my practice dummy." The mention of the technique caused Wei Yong's face to drain of color. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as a bone dislocated, causing cold sweat to bead on Chao Gang's forehead. He staggered back, his left arm hanging limply, already dislocated. "The technique seems formidable. I would very much like to experience it," Jiang Yu said with a chilling demeanor. Wei Yong promptly darted behind Jiang Yu for cover. Han Ying remained seated, leisurely sipping her drink and enjoying skewers, calmly stating that Jiang Yu was inviting others to join her in eating and watching. With a single move, Jiang Yu dislocated Chao Gang's shoulder, startling the 3 other delinquents who quickly hid behind him. Chao Gang glared at Jiang Yu with venomous eyes, gritting his teeth. "So you're also a martial artist? No wonder you are so arrogant." He possessed a modicum of skill, gripping his left arm with his right hand and forcefully twisting it to realign the bone. After a brief stretch of his arms, he coldly smiled. "It's rare to encounter a worthy opponent. I hope you don't beg for mercy too soon." As his words fell, Chao Gang launched a palm strike towards Jiang Yu, accompanied by a faint gust of wind. The 3 delinquents behind him shouted, "Gang, take him down." Everyone, except for Han Ying, scattered, fearing collateral damage. The students nearby observed quietly, silently cheering for Jiang Yu, though they dared not voice their support. Bang! Jiang Yu remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. merely waiting for Chao Gang to approach before casually throwing a punch. However, Chao Gang's hand felt as if it struck steel, stumbling back 3 meters before regaining his balance. Regaining his breath, he continued his assault, this time with increased speed, unleashing a flurry of punches that dazzled the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Chao Gang unleashed 36 strikes, each fueled by his utmost strength. Yet Jiang Yu stood resolute, not moving an inch, effortlessly deflecting each blow with a single hand. Finally, he spotted a flaw in Chao Gang's offense and delivered a powerful strike to his chest. Chao Gang emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Had it not been for the support of the 3 delinquents, he would have likely fallen flat on his back. Nevertheless, even with their combined efforts, he was pushed back over 10 meters, struggling to catch his breath, his face flushed crimson. Jiang Yu scoffed disdainfully. "Is that all you've got?" The surrounding students felt invigorated, secretly applauding and cheering. Chao Gang, seething with rage, roared in fury, "I will get serious now." He assumed a hoarse stance, taking a deep breath and channeling his energy. The next moment, he approached with a unique gait, constantly shifting his techniques, each movement causing his clothes to rustle. Having such skill at your age is commendable. Too bad it's not used for noble purposes, Jiang Yu remarked with an air of maturity before launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Yu's movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, leaving Chao Gang bewildered, momentarily forgetting everything he had learned, unsure of how to defend himself. In the realm of martial arts, speed is unmatched. Jiang Yu struck first, and with a resounding crack, Chao Gang was sent flying like a straw doll, one arm twisting grotesquely, resembling a broken branch. Bang! Chao Gang crashed heavily to the ground, and the surrounding students could no longer contain themselves, erupting in cheers of "well done." Chapter 80. Such a great show, the 3 young men were utterly astonished. Having followed Chao Gang through countless brawls, they had always witnessed his unparalleled prowess. Whenever he struck, no one could withstand him. Moreover, he often faced multiple opponents and had never tasted defeat. Thus, it was unprecedented for him to be bested in a one-on-one confrontation. With one of his hands broken by Jiang Yu, he endured the excruciating pain and rose to his feet, gritting his teeth. "Today I concede. We're leaving." Yet, Jiang Yu was not inclined to allow him to depart. "Did I permit you to leave? Don't push your luck, kid." Chao Gang turned back, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yu calmly replied, "Indeed, I intend to push my luck. Severing one of your hands does not satisfy my wrath." He advanced slowly, causing Chao Gang's heart to flutter as he instinctively retreated. "If you dare lay a finger on me again, I assure you, you will spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair." Chao Gang continued to bluster. While his companions chimed in, Brother Gang is the nephew of Chao Bin, the martial arts master of Tianyun City. If you act recklessly, Master Chao will not let you off lightly. At that moment, Wei Yong scoffed, as if anyone here isn't a master. "Listen closely, you lot. Standing before you is the martial arts master acknowledged even by Wei, the head of Tianxing Martial Arts School, Master Jiang Yu. You're merely a boy pretending to be a master. How ridiculous." Chao Gang spat before turning to flee. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of jeers, while Jiang Yu, picking up a chopstick from the table, swiftly hurled it. Whoosh! The chopstick flew like a bullet, and before Chao Gang could make it far, he let out a pained scream as it pierced through his right palm, blood gushing forth. Chao Gang dared not linger and fled desperately, throwing back a furious curse. "Damn it, you better wait for me." Jiang Yu remained unfazed, sitting down to continue his barbecue. The crowd that had dispersed moments earlier returned to their seats, animatedly discussing Jiang Yu's decisive beating of Chao Gang. At this juncture, the kind-hearted barbecue vendor approached to advise, "Young man, you should leave quickly. This meal is on the house." Jiang Yu replied cheerfully, "What a delightful gesture. However, I am not one to dine without paying." The vendor warned, "I do this for your own good. I have heard of Master Chao Bin, reputedly the strongest in Tianyun City. If he arrives, you won't be able to leave." "The strongest?" Wei Yong's heart sank. While he believed in Jiang Yu's abilities, he did not think Jiang Yu could contend with the foremost master. Han had been silent for a while, but suddenly stood up, wiping her mouth and declaring, "I'm full. You settle the bill." With that, she walked away. As the vendor settled the bill and packed the leftovers, Jiang Yu paid and handed the packaged food to Wei Yong before pursuing Han. A warm current flowed through him. Worried about me? He asked with a grin. Han Ying retorted sharply, why are you so conceited? I'm not worried about you at all. However, her actions spoke volumes. Had she not been concerned about the potential retribution from Master Chow, she would not have risen so abruptly to leave. You know nothing of the matter. I am merely satiated and wish to return home to rest. In truth, there is no need for concern. The foremost expert of Tianyun City may not necessarily be my adversary. Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? Just because you bested Chao Gang, you now swagger around as if on top of the world? Do you think the title of the premier expert in Tianyun City is merely a facade? I truly wonder from whence you derive such confidence. If Chao Gang truly seeks vengeance, there is no avoiding it. Are you beginning to feel fear now? Han Ying cast him a sideways glance, asserting that as the prospective son-in-law of the Han family, she would speak to her father to seek a resolution on his behalf. Oh please, your father holds me in such disdain, he would undoubtedly rejoice at my demise. Once I am gone, he can rightfully arrange for you to wed Zhao Shua. Suddenly, Han Ying halted, turning to Jiang Yu with determination, stating that she would spare no effort to ensure his survival. Jiang Yu chuckled, remarking that he knew she was concerned for him. With a dismissive wave, she departed. Upon returning home, her first act was to call Han Xiong, seeking her assistance. Still upset with her father, she would not appeal to him unless absolutely necessary. She conversed with Han Xiong for about half an hour in her boudoir. The following morning, Han Xiong arrived early to knock on the door. Jiang Yu and Han Ying were still bleary-eyed. It was their first night under the same roof, and Han Ying was quite anxious, worried about Jiang Yu's character, which kept her awake until she finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had spent a considerable time researching online, leading him to retire late. Upon hearing the doorbell, both rose from their slumber. Jiang Yu went to answer the door, while Han Ying sat on the sofa in her pajamas, yawning. Upon seeing Han Xiong, Jiang Yu expressed his displeasure, asking why she had come to disturb their dreams so early. You should address me as aunt. Han Xiong retorted fiercely. Do you think I desire to arrive at such an hour? I did so for your sake. For my sake? Jiang Yu was perplexed. He was unaware of Han Ying's request for her aunt's assistance the previous evening. Han Xiong continued, I heard you injured Chao Bin, Master Chao's nephew? You certainly have a knack for provoking the wrong people. Did Han Ying speak of this to you? Then you must understand my reasons for confronting him, correct? If I were not aware, I would not have come to assist you. After all, you act in defense of my niece, and we are in the right here. It should be a simple matter to reconcile. Freshen up, and I shall take you to procure some gifts to pay a visit to Master Chao. I will accompany you both. Han Ying suddenly perked up, hastily rushing to the washroom, eager to witness the foremost expert of Tianyun City for herself. Jiang Yu initially had no intention of going, yet Han Xiong's incessant chatter became unbearable. He could only acquiesce to her wishes in order to enjoy some peace. Han Xiong demonstrated ample sincerity for reconciliation, having already spent over 100,000 on gifts for the visit. Master Chao resided on the outskirts of the city, in a small courtyard nestled on the slopes of Lutong Mountain, a favored retreat for martial artists seeking tranquility. Han Xiong led Jiang Yu and Han Ying to the door, where a young man answered after a knock. He was a disciple of Master Chao. I'm sorry, but my master is not receiving visitors today. They were met with a cold shoulder, without even being asked for their names. Han Xiong politely requested, could you please inform him that Han Xiong from the Han Group is here? Upon hearing the name of the Han Group, the disciple exhibited a measure of respect and promptly retreated to convey the message. Shortly thereafter, he returned, shaking his head. I'm afraid my master insists that you leave. Han Xiong smiled graciously. Please pass these gifts to Master Chao. We shall come to pay our respects another day. After the disciple took the items inside, Han Ying muttered in dissatisfaction, what an arrogant fellow. In the small courtyard, Chao Gang knelt solemnly before the altar, his left arm in a cast and his right hand wrapped in bandages. Before him stood an elder nearing 60, sporting a goat beard and clad in a gray training outfit, with his hands clasped behind his back. You've been nothing but a troublemaker. Perhaps now you realize there are indeed people superior to you. With your meager skills, you've brought me nothing but shame. This seemingly unremarkable elder was Chao Bin, the foremost martial artist in Tianyun City, who was both Chao Gang's uncle and master. Chao Gang did not acknowledge his fault, insisting, Uncle, I've been beaten to this state. You must avenge me. Avenge you? Do you even have the audacity to speak of vengeance? Do you know whom you provoked yesterday? Chao Bin chided. Wasn't it just a student from Tianyun University named Jiang Yu? Chao Gang muttered under his breath, his eyes blazing with fury at the mention of Jiang Yu. With a sharp motion, Chao Bin pulled out his phone and tossed a photograph in front of Chao Gang. Commanding, look for yourself. The image depicted Han Ing. Chao Gang, bewildered, asked, Uncle, do you recognize that female student? Oomph. Chao Bin scoffed coldly. Do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the Han group. How dare you have the gall to flirt with her? Chao Gang chuckled. So she is the daughter of the Han group. No wonder she is so beautiful. A resounding slap struck Chao Gang's face as Chao Bin scolded. What nonsense fills your head? Just moments ago, they came knocking at our door. Unfazed, Chao Gang retorted, so what? Do you think they would dare to do anything to you, uncle? They may not harm me, but do you believe that brute force can resolve everything? At least it can handle most situations, Chao Gang murmured. Uncle, even if she is the daughter of the Han family, surely Han Tianming would grant you some respect. I may be in this condition, but what is truly at stake is your reputation. You think I have a reputation left after my reckless behavior? Chao Bin turned away, hands still clasped behind him, and murmured, Vengeance will come, but the time is not yet ripe. Immediately, Chao Gang leaned in, asking, Uncle, when will the time be right? Chao Bin's expression darkened. Did I instruct you to rise? Chao Gang obediently knelt on the ground once more. With narrowed eyes, Chao Bin gazed at the distant mountains, their hues resembling ink, a chill evident in his gaze. On their return journey, Han Ing continually criticized Chao Bin's arrogance. However, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, reclining in the back seat with his eyes closed. Han Ing, visibly displeased, remarked, We were met with a cold shoulder, and you're still able to sleep? Jiang Yu slightly opened his eyes and shrugged. What else should I do? Should I kneel at the door and lament that if I'm not received, I shall remain on my knees? Perhaps you've watched too many dramas. Hey, what's with your attitude? We are assisting you. Did I request your assistance? I already mentioned that Master Chao might not even be my match. Why should we humble ourselves to seek reconciliation with him? Han Xiong interjected, in business, it is wise to resolve conflicts rather than exacerbate them. Having more friends is certainly preferable to having more enemies. Besides, that is Master Chao, who holds considerable influence in Tianyun City. Yet, Master Chao had clearly dismissed them, an overt display of his authority. No matter, I shall return tomorrow, Han Xiong remarked, appearing genuinely invested in the matter, as if she truly regarded him as part of the Han family. She drove Han Ing back to the university, simultaneously ushering Jiang Yu out of the car under the pretense of encouraging him to attend a class and enrich his knowledge, when in reality, she was compelling him to cultivate a relationship with Han Ing. She even wielded the engagement as a threat, warning Jiang Yu that failing to comply with her wishes would jeopardize his claim to the marriage certificate from the Han family. Unbeknownst to Han Xiong, Jiang Yu had already secured the marriage certificate. Nevertheless, he dared not reveal this to her. Doing so would inevitably expose the matter concerning the elder. He had promised the elder he would present the letter to the Han family at an appropriate time, and he intended to honor that commitment. As Jiang Yu accompanied Han Ing to the teaching building, their presence attracted considerable attention. Han Ing was the belle of Tianyun University, perpetually captivating. Jiang Yu was a legendary figure at the university. After his decisive confrontation with Chao Gang the previous night, he had added another illustrious chapter to his reputation. Before the teaching building, they encountered Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi appeared quite haggard these past few days, yet upon seeing Jiang Yu, she suddenly seemed invigorated. She approached and linked arms with Han Ing, pulling her away from Jiang Yu. You truly lack shame. You're merely a tool, aren't you? Is it amusing to cling to my Han Ing daily? Indeed, it is quite amusing. The enjoyment of it, I suspect, resonates with Wei Yong as well. At the mention of Wei Yong, Wang Ruoqi's demeanor shifted dramatically, her alertness akin to a startled rooster as she glanced around. Hey, Ruoqi, good morning. Wei Yong emerged like a specter, extending his hand in greeting, his face alight with a smile. Wang Ruoqi, overwhelmed, released Han Ing and dashed into the teaching building. Jiang Yu gave Wei Yong a thumbs up, for as the old saying goes, every creature has its conqueror. Han Ing, feeling quite exasperated, urged Wei Yong, could you perhaps temper your approach? At this rate, I fear Ruoqi might truly lose her mind. Pursuing a girl is not done in such a manner. She shook her head and walked into the teaching building. Jiang Yu patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said, don't pay her any heed, just continue as you are. Look, you've already made significant progress. Wang Ruoqi isn't scolding you anymore. Wei Yong chuckled, I will certainly keep up the effort. Jiang Yu only accompanied Han Ing to the entrance of the teaching building, as he had no interest in attending classes. He had pressing matters to attend to. Initially, he planned to visit Jianyun Company to find Wen Qiyun, but receive a call from Jiang Yu, informing him that Wen Yihuan would be returning and would likely arrive at the company by around 11 in the morning. Thus, Jiang Yu went directly to Yuyin Company to wait, keeping his phone at the ready. Although the boss was absent, the employees continued to work diligently, having been busy promoting the new products of the Mengdai Group since early morning. He proceeded straight to Wen Yihuan's office and reclined on the sofa, while the head of the HR department kindly brought him a cup of tea. It was evident to everyone in the company that Jiang Yu shared a close relationship with Wen Yihuan, with many trying to befriend him. "You're here quite early, Jiang Yu. Have a cup of tea first. Our general manager is returning today, but she probably won't arrive until noon." The HR director placed the tea on the coffee table and continued, "Our general manager is truly formidable. She defeated He Qingyuan to secure the contract with the Mengdai Group. Our company will surely rise to prominence, just like her name suggests. Isn't that a bit of stretch? How does her name imply rising to prominence? Don't you know? Our general manager's real name is not Wen Yihuan. It's Wen Fuyo, as in soaring to great heights." Chapter 82. The plan. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned for about 10 seconds. Wen Fuyo? Are you joking? He could hardly believe his ears. His reaction was so intense that it made the HR director a bit uncertain. "Why, yes, that's right. Her name is indeed Wen Fuyo. It's even written here." He pointed to the nameplate on Wen Fuyo's desk, which clearly stated, "Chairman Wen Fuyo." Jiang Yu rushed over, examining the nameplate for what felt like an eternity, incredulously exclaiming, No way. General manager is actually Wen Fuyo." It turned out that the fiancée he had searched for so long was right under his nose, and they had been living under the same roof for such an extended period. Why hadn't she told him? Why the concealment? Reflecting back, Jiang Yu recalled when he first met her and mentioned that he had come to Tianyun City to seek a divorce from Han Ning and Wen Fuyo. Was she unaware? Or was it merely a case of sharing the same name? The revelation of the name, Wen Fuyo, left Jiang Yu astonished. Yet he did not dare to confirm whether this Wen Fuyo was indeed his fiancée. He would have to wait for her return to confront the matter. However, his mind was in turmoil. He had always believed that Wen Yihuan was a wonderful person, gentle, kind-hearted, and understanding. Whoever married her would indeed be fortunate. However, he refrained from drawing too close to her due to the multitude of his own betrothals. The man, Wen Fuyao, to whom she was engaged, remained a stranger to him, and he felt no pressure regarding the dissolution of that engagement. Yet, the situation had altered when Yihuan was indeed Wen Fuyao. The woman he admired had become one with his fiancée, and he found himself wavering. How should he broach the subject of whether to annul the marriage? During the hours of waiting, Jiang Yu was engulfed in turmoil. At 10:30, a call from Jean, who informed him that Wen Fuyao had safely arrived in Tianyun City, which suddenly instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiang Yu, rendering him hesitant to confront her. He paced back and forth in his office, scrutinizing the nameplate incessantly. At 10:45, upon her arrival at the company, she sprinted towards his office, disregarding her image, but halted abruptly at the doorway, their eyes locking in a moment of silent acknowledgement. Su Xin stood at the threshold, her gaze peculiar, harboring an indescribable feeling within. Wen Yihuan took a deep breath before slowly entering, softly inquiring, "You already know?" The moment she posed the question, Jiang Yu found his answer. It was she, the woman before him, his betrothed Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu managed a wry smile. With such a conspicuous nameplate, it's hard not to know. Wen Fuyao's face bore an expression of regret. "I'm sorry, I had my reasons. When I first met you, I was unaware of your character, so despite the engagement, I wish to observe you for a while longer. Does your current action imply that your observation has concluded?" he asked. "Indeed, you are someone worthy of lifelong commitment." However, Jiang Yu faltered, "I know you are engaged to Han Ning, yet I am also your fiancé. My father stated that Han Ning and I are still on the same starting line." Mentioning her father, Jiang Yu was uncertain how to address the matter of their engagement, and thus adeptly diverted the conversation. "He must have known my identity by now, hasn't he?" "He recognized it the first time he met you," she replied. "He is actually the owner of Jianyun Company?" "Yes." Jiang Yu shook his head. "You two truly leave me speechless. I visited Jianyun Company several times, and even encountered your father on a few occasions. This is the first time I, Jiang Yu, have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered." Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao's heart sank, and she quickly clarified, "Please don't blame my father. It was I who asked him to keep this from you. In truth, It was quite burdensome for him, and he urged me several times to come clean. She stepped closer to Jiang Yu, their distance shrinking to less than a meter, gazing at him with profound affection. Now that you know who I am, what do you intend to do about our engagement? Jiang Yu had originally come to annul the marriage, yet at that moment, the words eluded him. That night, having moved out from Wen Fuyao's home, he had witnessed her sorrow, and he could not bear to inflict further pain upon her. Wen Fuyao anxiously awaited Jiang Yu's response, her heart racing like a fawn in the woods. We shall discuss this matter later. I have something important to consult with you now. Jiang Yu once again shifted the topic, yet Wen Fuyao smiled brightly, exhaling deeply. As long as Jiang Yu did not mention the annulment of their engagement, it signified that there remained a glimmer of hope. With a buoyant spirit, she took a seat and inquired, "What is it?" "It concerns He Qingyuan," Jiang Yu stated seriously. "Recently, I traveled to Lineage City to treat the vice president of Shangya Group. She provided me with a strategy to deal with He Qingyuan." "Shangya Group?" Wen Fuyao expressed her astonishment. He Qingyuan is the general agent for Shangya Group in Tianyun City. How could their vice president assist you in confronting him? She worried that Jiang Yu might have been deceived. "Rest assured, Lin, she still requires my follow-up treatment, so she should not mislead me. Please listen to my plan." Jiang Yu continued. The strategy involved him masquerading as a wealthy businessman, spreading rumors about signing a 20 million deal with Yiyan Company. Once He Qingyuan caught wind of this, his desire to undermine Yiyan Company would compel him to intervene, thereby ensuring that half of the plan would be accomplished as soon as he attempted to sabotage it. When Fuyao remarked, "The plan is indeed feasible, but will He Qingyuan fall for it?" Jiang Yu replied, "Firstly, He Qingyuan is obsessed with wealth. A 20 million contract would yield him at least 2 to 3 million in profit. Secondly, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Anything advantageous to you, he will undoubtedly obstruct. With these two factors combined, I have no doubt he will take the bait." Yet, Wen Fuyao still harbored doubts. Even if he does take the bait, when it comes time to sign the contract, He Qingyuan will certainly demand a 20% deposit up front. $4 million is a considerable amount. We are currently focused on promoting Mengdai Group's products, and I do not have such liquidity at present. I had not considered that. Jiang Yu mused, slightly furrowing his brow. He was but a pauper, incapable of producing such an amount to use as bait. At that moment, Su Xian entered, casually remarking, "Aren't you the prospective son-in-law of the Han family? Borrowing $4 million shouldn't be too difficult, should it?" Her tone was peculiar, leaving one to wonder whether she was genuinely offering advice or merely mocking Jiang Yu. "That is out of the question," Jiang Yu retorted. "Setting aside whether they would lend me the money, if they inquired what I needed such a sum for, what could I possibly say? To assist another woman? It is evident that such a ruse would be futile, especially since I am merely a tool in this arrangement." After pondering for a while, Wen Fuyao suddenly asked, "Su Xian, how much does the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce still owe us?" 320,000, she replied. But Chapter 83. Debt collection. The Tianyun Chamber of Commerce was founded by Du Lang, whose background was equally questionable, known in the underworld as Wolf Brother. The chamber's early history of development was akin to that of the Black Tiger Hall, but Du Lang possessed a sharper business acumen than Jin Hu, adept at risk avoidance. Years ago, he transformed the hall into a chamber of commerce, and many business owners in Tianyun City became members. Many individuals associated with the chamber purchased cosmetics for their wives or girlfriends from stores under the Yiyan Company. However, they generally do not pay, accumulating all debts under the account of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Over the course of 2 or 3 years, the debt has ballooned to over 3 million. Wen Fuyao has attempted to collect the debt from the chamber, but each time she has returned empty-handed. Du Lang does not outright refuse. He merely defers, claiming he will pay in a few days. Yet, the days turn into weeks, and it is evident to any discerning individual that Du Lang intends to renege on his debt. Wen Fuyao dares not offend the Black Tiger Hall, nor does she wish to antagonize the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, as business has been thriving over the past 2 years, she has not encountered any liquidity issues, so she has refrained from pressing for repayment recently. Su Xian has always believed that recovering this sum would be a formidable challenge, when perhaps we should consider alternative methods. The Tianyun Chamber is not to be trifled with. Sighing, when Yihuan lamented, "I truly wish to avoid dealing with such individuals." Suddenly, Jiang Yu interjected, "It is only right to repay debts. This matter is settled. We shall reclaim the money owed by the Tianyun Chamber, and the remaining 800,000 will be inconsequential. Su Xian scoffed. And how do you propose we do that? Who will go? You? Jiang Yu pounded his chest confidently. Of course I will go. While I am collecting the debt, you should ensure that Qingyuan hears about it. When Fu Yao cautioned, I know what needs to be done, but are you truly all right going to the Tianyun chamber alone? Jiang Yu is capable in a fight. Yet when Fu Yao understands the adage that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, Su Xian suggested, why don't I accompany him? Jiang Yu retorted, what purpose would you serve? To be a cheerleader? Su Xian coldly replied, in case you get beaten up, I can at least call for an ambulance. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless, wondering how her demeanor had become so abrasive after just a few days. Did I offend her again? He glanced at the sign and felt a sudden realization wash over him. Could it be that she knows I am Wen Fu Yao's fiancée and is now envious? This woman certainly exhibits unusual tendencies. Give me the ledger. I will manage this alone. You all just wait here for my good news. Jiang Yu exuded confidence, fully assured of his abilities. If I cannot even reclaim a debt, then all my years of martial training would be in vain. Wen Fu Yao retrieved the ledger from her drawer, advising, be cautious. If you cannot recover it, we will consider other options. Your safety is paramount. With her identity now established, Wen Fu Yao's concern for Jiang Yu was unmistakable. I am off to work. Su Xian scoffed lightly and turned to leave. As Jiang Yu took the ledger and stepped outside, he met Su Xian's hostile gaze, causing him to shiver. A jealous woman is indeed a formidable force. After lunch, Jiang Yu took a taxi to the end of Mingyang Street at 3 in the afternoon, where a 6-story building stood. The first floor bore the plaque of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, its black background adorned with golden characters, vibrant and dynamic. A few loiterers stood outside, smoking and chatting. As Jiang Yu approached, they gathered around him with unfriendly expressions. Who are you looking for? Jiang Yu replied politely. I am from Yuyan Company. My name is Jiang Yu. Here to settle accounts with Boss Du, Jiang Yu? Here to collect a debt? A group of idle individuals erupted in laughter. Kid, do you even know where this place is? How dare you come here to collect debts? You must be tired of living. Unfazed, Jiang Yu spoke calmly. One of them retorted, get lost. The debt is owed to Winnie Huan, the owner of Yuyan Company. What does this have to do with you? If she wants to collect, let her come personally. Jiang Yu replied coolly, President Wen has entrusted me with the full authority to handle this matter. Huh? You want to show your face here without any shame? Brothers, teach him a lesson. One of them immediately raised his leg and kicked towards Jiang Yu's abdomen. Bang! Jiang Yu swiftly brought down his palm, and that individual instantly found himself in an awkward split, his lower body meeting the ground with a painful thud, his face turning pale. You think you can act like a lord when you owe money? Call your superior out. What makes you think you can meet our wolf brother? You're nothing. The others closed in, ready to impart a serious lesson to Jiang Yu. Slap! Jiang Yu raised his hand and sent the approaching individual flying 2 or 3 meters away. Bang! Before the man could let out a cry of despair, Jiang Yu leaped and executed a sweeping kick, sending the remaining assailants crashing to the ground. With a swift stride, he darted into the trade association. Since they were unwilling to summon Du Lang, Jiang Yu would seek him out personally. Bursting inside, Jiang Yu bellowed, Who is Du Lang? Get out here. This roar was akin to poking a tiger in the rear. Upon hearing it, everyone in the association quickly armed themselves and rushed to the first floor. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yu found himself surrounded by around 40 individuals. They struck the ground with their weapons, producing a cacophony of sounds. Their eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding a fool. In this day and age, who dares to cause trouble here? Kid, do you want to pick a fight? It's like an old man hanging himself, asking for a longer life. Another fool who knows no bounds. Do you think you can utter our wolf brother's name? Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart? In the face of these threats, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed, as steady as a mountain. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A middle-aged man with a bald head descended, a 2-inch scar running down his face, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. Wolf brother. The 40 or so individuals shouted in unison, their voices booming with authority. The bald man was Du Lang, the leader of the trade association. He approached Jiang Yu, and someone promptly brought him a chair. After sitting down, another person presented him with a cigar, which he lit. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking. I hear you've come to collect debts? Jiang Yu produced the ledger given to him by Wen Fu Yao and said, This document details the debts owed by Tianyun Trade Association to Yu Company. Would you like me to read it out for you? You have spirit, young man. But if you wish to retrieve money from me, you might want to first consult with my brothers to see if they agree. Mr. Du, is he attempting to rely on sheer numbers to evade his debts? Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. Does the presence of many instill fear? If he were truly afraid, he would not dare to pursue his debts. Du Lang pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yu and admonished, young man. One ought to engage their mind before speaking. Here, I shall excuse your youthful ignorance, but should you dare to malign my reputation outside by claiming I evade my debts, I shall show you no mercy. With that, he rose and turned, commanding, show him out. Chapter 84. I offer you an opportunity to call for help. Show me out? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Mr. Du's actions would surely complicate my return. A voice taunted, kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. If you don't leave now, you may find yourself carried out later. Is Mr. Du threatening me? At this, Du Lang turned back, a flicker of menace crossing his features. You have 10 seconds. With that, he raised his hand to check his watch. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Du Lang counted down, an unusual silence enveloped the chamber. Jiang Yu remained still, allowing him to finish. 3, 2, 1. Upon concluding, Du Lang uttered no further words, merely beckoning with his finger. Instantly, two men brandishing baseball bats swung towards Jiang Yu. He had already offered his chance, yet Jiang Yu failed to appreciate it. Realizing that Du Lang was not one to reason with, Jiang Yu refrained from further dialogue. With a surge of strength, he evaded the baseball bats and executed a powerful strike. Bang! The young man wielding the bat was sent flying, colliding with the crowd and toppling several individuals, one of whom lost consciousness. His sudden display of strength startled Du Lang. Having encountered numerous martial arts masters in Tianyun City, Du Lang recognized Jiang Yu as a skilled practitioner. Steadying himself, he remarked, no wonder you exude such bravado. It appears you possess some martial prowess. Young man, how many do you believe you can defeat? I'm uncertain of the number, but as for you sorry lot, no matter how many come, I shall handle them all. This declaration incited the crowd's fury. Damn, I've never encountered anyone so arrogant. Handle us? Have you just awakened from slumber? In a flash, a dozen individuals surrounded him. The first floor was not expansive, and with over 40 people surging forward, it was easy to injure one's own. These dozen were seasoned fighters, though lacking formal training. They were adept in brawls, seething with rage, and intent on teaching Jiang Yu a severe lesson. Yet, Jiang Yu suddenly sprang into action, moving like a swift fish amidst the throng. His speed was remarkable, and his strikes even swifter. In mere moments, 5 of them fell, clutching their stomachs and writhing on the ground, sweat beading on their foreheads from the pain. Many involuntarily swallowed hard, fear creeping into their hearts. I will end you. A man brandishing an iron rod charged forward, bringing it down heavily upon Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu was filled with fury. A direct strike to his forehead was tantamount to a death sentence. No longer courteous, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful palm strike that sent his assailant sprawling to the ground. In a sudden motion, he stamped down fiercely. A piercing wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig erupted, echoing incessantly. The man's right arm was caught beneath Jiang Yu's foot, visibly crushed, resulting in what could only be described as a catastrophic fracture. Onlookers winced at the sight. Jiang Yu's ferocity instilled even more fear in his adversaries. Even Du Lang began to feel anxious, stepping back half a pace as he commanded, all of you, attack together. The remaining 30 or so men unleashed a collective roar and surged forward. They formed a tightening circle around Jiang Yu, intent on boxing him in, so that no matter how swift he was, he would ultimately be besieged and overwhelmed. As Jiang Yu found himself confined within a meter of space, he suddenly leaped into the air, performing several flips before landing beside Du Lang. The area around Du Lang was deserted, and as Jiang Yu touched down, he delivered a swift slap. Smack! Where's my money? Jiang Yu's voice boomed. Du Lang's face instantly bore 5 crimson imprints of Jiang Yu's hand, leaving him stunned. He had been publicly humiliated by a slap. Such disgrace was unimaginable. Over the years, Du Lang had accumulated numerous injuries, but never had anyone dare to strike him. How dare you hit our brother wolf? His subordinates snapped back to reality, furiously cursing as they turned to re-encircle Jiang Yu. At that moment, Jiang Yu seized a teacup and smashed it against Du Lang's head with a resounding crash. If you don't want your leader to be split open, then, before he could finish his sentence, the gang members had already converged upon him, swinging their clubs. Jiang Yu had initially intended to capture the leader first, but it seemed these lackeys were not easily intimidated. With no other option, he resolved to deal with the rabble first. His fists and palms moved like the wind, each strike accompanied by a fierce energy, and with every movement, another adversary fell to the ground, incapacitated. Amidst the chaos, Du Lang managed to escape, retreating to retrieve a watermelon knife from beneath a table, shouting, "Kill him, finish him off, and each of you will receive a reward of 10,000. His commands were merely authoritative. He clutched the knife, primarily for self-defense, fearing Jiang Yu might unexpectedly strike him again. Du Lang's arrogance was palpable, demanding Jiang Yu's life. Yet, the fury on his face slowly morphed into terror as he watched helplessly. 40-odd subordinates lay sprawled about, incapacitated, while Jiang Yu remained unscathed. This was beyond impressive. Minutes later, the first floor of the chamber was strewn with bodies, cries of anguish rising and falling like a mournful symphony. Cold sweat trickled down Du Lang's back. In all his years, he had encountered formidable fighters, but none possessed such overwhelming prowess. After incapacitating all his foes, Jiang Yu advanced step by step toward Du Lang. Du Lang swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. This emanates from a profound fear, akin to the approach of a merciless deity from the depths of hell. Ah! He let out a roar to fortify his courage, subsequently striking at Jiang Yu with a blade. Jiang Yu flicked his finger, and a resonant clang echoed. The sharp and resolute watermelon knife was astonishingly shattered, leaving Du Lang's legs trembling. To break a watermelon knife with a mere flick of his finger. Was this still human? Jiang Yu slowly raised his palm, and Du Lang, quivering, stammered, What do you intend to do?" Slap. As his words fell, Jiang Yu delivered another resounding slap, causing the other side of Du Lang's face to flush crimson. Du Lang, clutching his face, mustered the courage to utter, "You young brat. Don't push your luck." "Am I pushing my luck?" Jiang Yu retorted, slapping him again, leaving Du Lang's face swollen. "Ah!" Du Lang bellowed in fury. "You trespass into my trading association, repeatedly humiliating me. I, Du Lang, vow that the Tianyun Trading Association will not let this rest." "Not let it rest with me?" Slap. Jiang Yu countered with yet another slap. "You think you can intimidate me with sheer numbers? Come, I'll offer you a chance, call for more, and I shall see just how many from the Tianyun Trading Association can withstand me." Jiang Yu then dragged over the chair Du Lang had occupied and sat down, observing him quietly. Du Lang fumbled for his phone, but, after a lengthy contemplation, found himself uncertain whom to call. He indeed had numerous lackeys, yet they bore no difference from those sprawled on the ground. Summoning them would be futile. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, one of the fallen managed to rise and whispered in his ear, "Brother Wolf, call the Tianqing Martial Arts School. They're skilled in martial arts." "I doubt they cannot handle him." Yes, Tianqing Martial Arts School." Du Lang seemed to have found a lifeline and promptly dialed the number of the school as head. Wei Xiao. On the other end, Wei Xiao jestingly remarked, "Oh, President Du, what a surprise to hear from you. Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Head Wei, my association is facing some troubles, and I hope you can lend a hand, preferably bringing along more people. Rest assured, I will not let your assistance go unrewarded. Hurry." After hanging up, Du Lang exhaled deeply. Reinforcements were en route. The atmosphere within the association grew tense and quiet, as those who had managed to stand again slinked behind Du Lang, none daring to exhibit the arrogance they had before. Though the Tianqing Martial Arts School was on its way, no one present could contend with Jiang Yu. Any bold remarks would surely result in another thrashing. Silence became the most prudent choice. Jiang Yu stood alone against over 40 individuals, none of whom dared to meet his gaze. Even the slightest movement from him sent shivers down their spines. After enduring 15 tense minutes, a clamor arose at the entrance, signaling the arrival of over 20 members from the Tianqing Martial Arts School. "President Du, what exactly has transpired?" Wei Zhao's voice resonated, and Du Lang finally glimpsed his savior. Sprinting to the door with a spring in his step, followed by his 40-odd subordinates, all wearing expressions of renewed bravado. "Young man, you are doomed. They have become brazen once again. The disciples of the Tianqing Martial Arts School have arrived, and I wonder how long they will continue to revel in their arrogance. You boast of your fighting prowess. Why not demonstrate it by taking down the disciples of Tianjin martial arts? Damn it, just a moment ago. His punch nearly cost me my life. Once the disciples of Tianjin martial arts have dealt with him, I shall certainly deliver a few kicks of my own. Du Lang approached Wei Xiao to explain the situation, and Wei Xiao was taken aback. President Du, are you jesting? Over 40 men cannot defeat a single one. Master Wei, that young man's skills are genuinely formidable. I am at my wit's end, or else I would not have summoned you. Where is he? He is sitting right there. Jiang Yu had his back turned to Wei Xiao, who gazed at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. At that moment, Du Lang whispered, Master Wei, do not hold back. If he dies, I will take full responsibility. Wei Xiao remained silent, a foreboding feeling gnawing at him. The disciples of Tianjin martial arts assuredly pounded their chests, promising, Rest assured, President Du, with over 20 of us from the school, we will surely restore your honor. Who does this wild brat think he is, coming to the Tianyun Commerce Association to stir trouble after learning a few years of martial arts? President Du, just say the word on how you want him to perish. The disciples of Tianjin martial arts brimmed with confidence, as if they had already agreed. Master Wei, it has been a while. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly resonated, causing Wei Xiao's heart to shudder. Why did this voice seem so familiar? He rose and slowly turned around. Wei Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, It's you. The disciples of Tianjin martial arts fell silent, their expressions more unpleasant than bitter melons. Jiang Yu remarked coolly, So, the reinforcements President Du summon are you all. I was wondering who it could be. What is this, Master Wei? Do you wish to exchange blows with me once more? Wei Xiao forced a smile. Master Jiang, you jest. Our disciples merely pass through this area and have no intention of intervening. What? Du Lang nearly spat blood in disbelief. Just passing through? Could you at least be somewhat convincing in your lies? Master Wei, you cannot stand idly by. Du Lang clutched Wei Xiao's arm, his face a mask of desperation. Wei Xiao shook him off coldly. Du Lang, it's not that I refuse to assist you, but I genuinely cannot intervene. Of all the people you could have offended, why choose Master Jiang? Master Jiang? You know him, Master Wei? Wei Xiao leaned closer and whispered, President Du, do not blame me for not warning you. His name is Jiang Yu, a martial arts master whose strength surpasses even mine. The revelation sent a chill down Du Lang's spine. After saying this, Wei Xiao turned and waved his hand. What is everyone gathering here for? Are you not practicing? Continue your morning run. The disciples of Tianjin martial arts retreated like a receding tide, each one sprinting faster than the last. Du Lang was nearly beside himself with rage. It was already afternoon, and they were still speaking of a morning run? The members of the Commerce Association, who had just been brimming with confidence, now felt as though they had swallowed a dead rat. The members of the Tianjin martial arts school could only flee upon encountering him. Who exactly is this person? Du Lang managed to force a rather unsightly smile and weakly said, Master Jiang, please forgive my inability to recognize a great talent. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, What? Are you not going to call anyone else? Du Lang was on the verge of tears. If even the Tianjin martial arts school could not help him, who else could he possibly call? The top master of Tianyun City? He would need to summon him with great effort. Master Jiang, please do not jest with me. Had I known you were a martial arts master, even with 100 lives, I would not dare to owe you money. Let me be clear. You owe the account of Yuyin Company, not my personal account. Yes, Master Jiang is right. Please follow me upstairs. I will settle the remaining payment for you right away. Du Lang respectfully led Jiang Yu to the office upstairs, serving him the finest Longjing tea. His subordinates took merely 10 minutes to retrieve the money from the bank. A suitcase filled with cash was presented. Master Jiang, here is a total of 4 million. Please accept it. Jiang Yu handed him the ledger. I am not a bandit. You should repay exactly what you owe. The ledger states 3,200,000. Indeed, we owe 3,200,000, but it has been 2 years. Surely, some interest should be added. The additional 800,000 is my compensation to Yuyin Company. Please do not decline, Master Jiang. The 4 million was precisely enough for the deposit Jiang Yu had planned, eliminating the need for Wen Fuyo to scramble for funds. Jiang Yu did not refuse further. President Du, as the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, I hope you convey my words to your members from now on. I do not wish for anyone in your chamber to owe Yuyin Company any debts. Jiang Yu left with that statement, taking the suitcase with him. Du Lang nodded and bowed in response. Rest assured, Master Jiang, I will communicate this, and such incidents will not occur again. Safe travels, Master Jiang. It was only after Jiang Yu disappeared from his sight that Du Lang collapsed onto the sofa, his back drenched in cold sweat. While waiting for his subordinates to retrieve the money, Du Lang felt as if he were enduring an eternity. A few of his younger brothers cautiously entered and asked, "Wolf brother, everything is settled, right?" Du Lang took a deep breath and sighed. When did such a youthful hero emerge in Tianyun City, even making Wei Xiao feel inferior? Is he truly that formidable? Didn't Tiyu just experience it firsthand? How does he compare to the top master, Master Chao? How would I know? Why not invite Master Chao to meet him? I don't have that kind of influence. Then why ask? Immediately notify everyone that no one in the Chamber of Commerce is permitted to owe Yu Yin Company any debts. Violators will face severe consequences. Chapter 86. The fish is hooked. Du Lang, after all, was a prominent figure in Tianyun City, having built his reputation through sheer strength. In his eyes, strength equated to authority. Today, however, he had been subdued by Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu placed the 4 million cash on Wen Fuyo's desk, both she and Su Xian were left utterly astonished. The debts owed by the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce have remained uncollected for 2 years, and Wen Fuyao has nearly resigned herself to considering it a dead loss. They are well aware of the chamber's origins, even with legitimate means of litigation. Du Lang can easily stall with a myriad of excuses. Her greatest concern is that Du Lang might resort to the same underhanded tactics that Jean Hu employed previously. As a legitimate businesswoman, she fears entanglement with unscrupulous individuals. Thus, she adopts an attitude of accepting losses to avert disaster, choosing not to provoke the Tianyun Chamber for the time being, waiting until her own company has grown robust enough to confront them directly. However, this may take a considerable amount of time, perhaps 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Little did they expect that such a seemingly irretrievable debt would be resolved by Jiang Yu in less than an afternoon. To add to the astonishment, he returned with an additional 800,000 in interest. Who exactly is Du Lang? He has always been the one to benefit from others' misfortunes. Who would dare take his money? To have him repay the debt is already a cause for gratitude, let alone expecting interest. For a million. How did you persuade Du Lang? Su Xian stared incredulously at the 4 million, her eyes nearly popping out. She felt as if she were dreaming, yet the box of money lay unmistakably before her. Jiang Yu clenched his fist and declared, when dealing with someone like Du Lang, reasoning is futile. Only if your strength surpasses his can you claim the truth. Su Xian scoffed, you can boast all you like. The Tianyun Chamber has far more members than the Black Tiger Hall. Do you think you're Zhao Zilong, charging through the ranks to take the enemy general's head? Allow me to correct you. While Zhao Zilong did indeed penetrate enemy lines, it was actually Guan Yu who claimed the general's head amidst the chaos. Let us not confuse the two. Are we now discussing historical knowledge? Su Xian rolled her eyes, thinking how unfortunate it was that someone who never even attended university was attempting to lecture her. Wen Fuyao never pursued the reasons behind their success. The return of the money was a good thing, since the funds had been retrieved. They could now proceed with their initial plan. Jiang Yu inquired, has the news been disseminated? Su Xian replied coldly, are you questioning my work efficiency with such a query? Jiang Yu's lips twitched in response, thinking that Su Xian would be better suited as an editor given her sharp mind. He refrained from engaging in banter with her and continued, let us release another message stating that I'm staying at the Xinghe Hotel. I'll head over shortly, and let us refrain from meeting for the next couple of days. We can communicate via phone if necessary. Su Xian questioned, do you truly believe He Qing Yuan will accept your identity as a young entrepreneur? Jiang Yu replied confidently, wealth can dissolve all doubts. Moreover, I am now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. Surely that lends credibility to my claims. Ugh, what a scoundrel. Su Xian shot him a disdainful look. Wen Fuyao's expression also turned slightly peculiar. Fearing the conversation might shift towards the engagement, Jiang Yu hurried off to the Xinghe Hotel. He instructed the lobby manager to notify him with a call if anyone sought him out. That night, within a villa at Guanheju, He Qing Yuan sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping from a glass of red wine, while a middle-aged man stood respectfully before him. Mr. He, I have received word that Yi Yin Company is about to negotiate a significant contract. Our sales have been dwindling day by day over the past 2 months. If this continues, I fear Yi Yin Company may rise above us and become the leader in Tianyun City. A mere girl wishes to compete with me? I have heard the news as well. That boss has yet to sign a contract with her, correct? Indeed. It is said that the boss is staying at the Xinghe Hotel and will finalize the agreement with Yi and Company either tomorrow or the day after. Yi and Company's scale and strength do not compare to ours. As long as we act first, when Yi Huan will be left merely watching. He took a sip of his wine, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Then, Mr. He, what shall we do? Organize the company's materials. You will accompany me to meet that boss tomorrow. Understood. After the middle-aged man departed, He Qingyuan smashed his wine glass onto the floor with a resounding crash, his face contorted with fury. Wen Fuyo, oh Wen Fuyo, you were fortunate to escape last time. The next day, while Jiang Yu was still lost in slumber, the front desk called to inform him that Mr. He wished to see him. Realizing it was He Qingyuan, Jiang Yu quickly got out of bed and instructed the front desk to inform Mr. He that he was currently unavailable and to ask him to wait. He swiftly called Wen Fuyo, exclaiming, "The fish has taken a bait. Hurry." Competition would nudge He Qingyuan into hastily signing the contract. After waiting for a full half hour, Jiang Yu finally allowed He Qingyuan to ascend. He even had the lobby manager find a sharp suit for him, making him appear quite presentable. Upon entering, Jiang Yu feigned confusion, asking, "May I inquire who you are?" With a beaming smile, He Qingyuan replied, "Greetings, I am He Qingyuan, the owner of Xingyuan Company, and this is our sales director. We have come to pay our respects to Mr. Jiang." He Qingyuan's gaze was unfamiliar, and Jiang Yu concluded that he did not recognize him. Although his engagement to Han Ing had been widely reported in the media, the fervor had only lasted a day or two. Not everyone in Tianyun City was concerned with the matter, and it was evident that He Qingyuan was not among them. He had merely heard of the Han family's daughter's engagement, knowing only that her fiancé was named Jiang Yu, without having seen a photograph. The information disseminated by Su Xin had not revealed Jiang Yu's true name, only mentioning him as a wealthy businessman named Jiang. "Please come in." Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa and poured tea for He Qingyuan. Meanwhile, He Qingyuan's sales director stood stiffly behind him, clutching a briefcase. After surveying the surroundings, He Qingyuan inquired, "Is Mr. Jiang not present?" "I am he," Jiang Yu replied. "You?" He Qingyuan was taken aback, as Jiang Yu appeared far too youthful. However, having navigated the business world for many years, he was well aware that appearances could be deceiving. Perhaps Jiang Yu was a wealthy, second-generation heir. Concealing his surprise, he remarked, "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed young and accomplished." Jiang Yu maintained a composed expression and replied coolly, "Mr. He, there's no need for flattery. If you have something to discuss, please speak plainly. I prefer directness." He Qingyuan chuckled heartily. "Indeed, Boss Jiang is refreshingly straightforward. I shall get straight to the point. I've heard that you are interested in acquiring a substantial quantity of cosmetics. May I inquire as to your intended use? This is a matter pertaining to my company, and I believe there's no necessity to disclose it to you, Mr. He." Yes, I may have spoken out of turn." He Qingyuan apologized repeatedly. "I also heard that you plan to collaborate with Yi and Company?" Chapter 87. This business is mine for the taking. He Qingyuan did not directly propose a partnership with Jiang Yu, but instead approached the subject gradually. Indeed, President Wen mentioned that a detailed contract would be drafted, and if all goes well, we could finalize the agreement today. What you may not know, Boss Jiang, is that in the cosmetics industry, Yi and Company is merely an emerging player, while our Xingyuan Company possesses far greater strength. Therefore, I believe it is prudent for you to consider the signing of this agreement carefully. Prudent? What do you mean, Mr. He? My point is, Boss Jiang, you might want to consider our company as well. Please do not rush to decline. Take a moment to review our company's information first." He Qingyuan signaled to the sales manager, who promptly retrieved a document from his briefcase and presented it with both hands. Jiang Yu accepted the file and pretended to examine it, occasionally nodding. "Indeed, your company does have more credentials than Yi and Company." He Qingyuan felt a surge of joy. "So, does this imply?" Jiang Yu closed the document and shook his head. "Mr. He, as a businessman, you must value integrity. I have already discussed this with President Wen. Your sudden approach complicates matters on my end." He did not give a direct agreement. Instead, he was digging a pit for He Qingyuan, anticipating that he would hesitate to sign a breach of contract later. He Qingyuan, seasoned in the trade, retorted, "Boss Jiang, I must disagree. Even an ordinary consumer knows to compare products before making a purchase. For a business of your scale, it is only logical to conduct a comparison. Regardless of whether our deal materializes, at least Xingyuan Company can provide you with a benchmark, preventing you from being taken advantage of." "Your reasoning is sound, Mr. He." Jiang Yu raised his cup. "Please, have some tea." estimating that when Fu Yao would soon arrive. He finished his tea just as the front desk called to inform him of her arrival. After hanging up, Jiang Yu addressed He Qingyuan just in time. President One is here to finalize the signing. As an expert in the cosmetics industry, your insights would be invaluable. Naturally, I am at your service. He Qingyuan smiled thinly, already plotting how to thwart Wen Fuyao's intentions. Wen Fuyao entered alongside Su Exan, the latter carrying a bulging briefcase, unmistakably filled with numerous items. Despite being rivals, He Qingyuan and Wen Fuyao exchanged smiles, greeting each other like old acquaintances. He Qingyuan was the first to rise. President Wen, welcome. You have certainly been quite impressive lately, having just secured the agency rights for the Mengdai Group, and now poised to sign a significant contract here. Wen Fuyao responded, that cannot compare to Mr. He. Our company still has a long way to go compared to yours. However, I am here today to discuss a collaboration with Boss Jiang. What brings you here, Mr. He? He Qingyuan replied, I have long heard of Boss Jiang's great reputation, a young and accomplished individual destined for remarkable achievements. I merely wish to familiarize myself. So please proceed with your discussions as though I were not present. Su Exan, stifling a laugh, thought to herself how he had heard of the great name, yet remained oblivious to the pitfalls. After taking a seat opposite Jiang Yu, Wen Fuyao gestured for Su Exan to retrieve the contract from her briefcase, a substantial stack of documents. Boss Jiang, we drafted the agreement overnight. Please review it and let us know if any modifications are necessary. Jiang Yu glanced over it briefly and remarked, Ms. Wen, the timeline seems a bit off. I am pressed for time and can only grant you 3 days. Wen Fuyao, feeling exasperated, replied, Boss Jiang, we do not possess that many products in stock at the moment. Even if we source from the manufacturer, 3 days is simply inadequate. I kindly ask for a few more days. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, revealing his dilemma. At that moment, He Qingyuan seized the opportunity to interject. If you lack the resources, you ought not to pursue such ambitious endeavors. 10,000 products? How can you claim to run a company? Wen Fuyao retorted angrily. As if you have an abundance of stock. He Qingyuan smugly replied, while I may not have it, I assure you that with a single word, I could procure 10,000 products from Linzhou by tomorrow. Do you believe me? Wen Fuyao, now agitated, exclaimed, He Qingyuan, is it fair to snatch business like this? He Qingyuan, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, this deal is mine for the taking. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Mr. He, do you truly have such capability? He Qingyuan confidently patted his chest. Boss Jiang, just hand me the order, and I guarantee timely delivery. No delays whatsoever. Wen Fuyao, growing anxious, interjected, Boss Jiang, we initiated this negotiation. How can you suddenly transfer it to someone else? This is rather unseemly, don't you think? He Qingyuan wore a look of schadenfreude, suggesting that the opportunity granted by Boss Jiang was squandered due to her own lack of capability, and she could not blame him for being unjust. Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly. Ms. Wen, it is not that I lack integrity, but my timeline is truly constrained. When Fuyao insisted, Boss Jiang, please reconsider. We genuinely value this partnership. Could you grant us a mere 5 days? Jiang Yu shook his head, visibly troubled. I apologize, but I am also facilitating this for someone else. If you cannot deliver on time, I will incur significant losses. 3 days is truly the limit. He Qingyuan smugly raised an eyebrow. Ms. Wen, since you lack the capability, perhaps it is best for you to withdraw. Wen Fuyao, growing increasingly frustrated, countered, without a signed contract. Your victory is not assured. He Qingyuan immediately instructed his sales manager. Have the team draft a contract post-haste. The middle-aged man promptly made a phone call back, as their contract had a template that could be swiftly modified and sent over. He Qingyuan was immensely pleased. Since President Wen was unwilling to give up, he would remain to witness my signing of the contract. When Fuyao appeared on the verge of losing her temper, snatching the contract from the table and storming out, He Qingyuan intercepted Wen Fuyao, filled with self-satisfaction, finally releasing a breath of relief, his face adorned with the smug smile of a petty victor. Bang! Wen Fuyao and Su Exan slammed the door behind them, and as they entered the elevator, they erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! President Wen, did you see He Qingyuan's smug expression just now? Su Exan laughed so hard she nearly fell over. I think I shall never forget this moment, Wen Yihuan remarked. He Qingyuan resorted to despicable tactics, even hiring an assassin against me. He deserves this fate. Now it all hinges on Jiang Yu, and I'm so eager to see what unfolds, President Wen. What do you think the scene will be when Jiang Yu faces bankruptcy and finds himself on the streets? We have merely taken the first step. The crucial aspect still depends on Shangya Group. President Wen, do you think there will be any complications on that front? The plan was proposed by him. He should possess confidence, especially since Lin Shi, the vice president of Shangya Group, seems to have a good rapport with him. Does he still have connections with Lin Shi? Wow, what a scoundrel.